It was a sunny day on the Frasca continent. The sun rays were reaching all parts of the world, illuminating the dark corners with brilliant radiance. The Frasca continent was a world with myriad races such as celestials, demons, humans, elves, mermaids, monsters, dwarves, and so on. Celestials lived in a location called Heaven. It was considered beyond the sky. The demons lived in a place known as Purgatory. It was also called Underworld. Meanwhile, humans lived on the mainland, known as the Frasca continent. Third day, 10th month of year, 5,214,412. A young man of nearly 17-year-old was huffing crazily as he ran for his life within the Alien Kingdom forest. Two vipers chased after him with bloodshot eyes in a zigzag manner. Blue, straight hair gently hanging over a fair, worried face. Dark red eyes, set well within their sockets. All in all, he could be considered quite handsome and was sure to be a heartthrob for women. This young man's name was Edwin Rhodes. He was the son of the Marquis of the Kingdom of Sinial. In his mind, he was cursing himself. Why did I have to encounter two vipers at the 3 stars rank? The 2 guards barely resisted before they died. From the situation, it was clear that this young noble had come to hunt with another 2 guards. However, his guards were undoubtedly dead as they had been bitten by these 2 poisonous vipers. Suddenly, as Edwin was running, he heard a loud roar. It was a roar that scared him immediately and froze him on the spot. Instinctively, he knew that this was the roar of a tiger. Oh shit, I can't escape from such a beast. If only I had more ardor, I would be able to escape. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 threats who chased after him. He turned around and almost breathed in relief as he found those 2 vipers nowhere. It appeared that this roar didn't just startle him, but it had also scared off those vipers. Well, this is one good thing at least. Soon enough, he felt a drop of water hitting his head. Edwin raised his head with a frown and observed the clouds. The dark clouds had covered the entire sky. Just great, now comes the rain. He grumbled unhappily and jogged towards his east. He left the tiger's territory and found a safe place to rest until he could recover his ardor and then return to his city. As he was jogging, he soon found a dark cave. A cheerful look appeared on Edwin's face as he muttered, "Just great. I even found a cave. Let's hope this is not the residence of some monster." If it is, that would be tragic. Edwin cautiously approached the cave while picking up 2 stones. He also looked at his surroundings and was soon familiar with them. Without any hesitation, he threw the first stone in the cave. Edwin heard the stone strike the walls of the cave. Soon enough, Edwin was nowhere to be seen. Currently, he was hiding behind a tree while using a skill to conceal his aura. He didn't feel any presence from that cave, but still, from that same spot, he threw another stone. The stone hits the outer walls this time, and Edwin continued to conceal his aura with a unique technique. After waiting for 5–10 minutes, Edwin concluded that the cave should be safe. If a beast did reside in this cave, it was probably in a deep sleep. As long as he was careful, he shouldn't wake it up and would have a chance to escape. Taking one more look at the dark cave from outside, Edwin mustered up whatever bits of courage he had and entered the cave. As Edwin continued to walk, he had an eerie feeling. His instincts were screaming at him to run away. However, his curiosity forced him to dive even deeper and investigate exactly what it was. Have I found some inheritance ground left behind by some expert? This question appeared in Edwin's mind, as he had read in some books that a few human experts left behind their inheritances before they were about to die. These inheritances were supposed to assist humans in fighting on equal grounds against monsters or demons. Edwin started to get more excited. If this was indeed an inheritance ground, then he had struck a lottery. His family might just rise further in the noble family ranks of the Kingdom of Sinial. He continued to head even deeper into the cave. Edwin had no idea for how long he had walked. It was to such an extent that he could no longer see any light rays enter the area. He was growing more nervous with each step forward. Soon enough, he did reach an empty room within this cave. Once Edwin reached this place, he felt that he had arrived at the location because his senses told him that this was the spot with the densest energy. He raised his hand and used ardor. A blue light started shining on top of Edwin's palm, and Edwin moved ahead while its light spread to the surrounding. The place was unexpectedly clean. Edwin was sure that there was not even the presence of an ant. But still, if this was an inheritance ground, that would fit the description from the books he had read. He walked even further. Soon enough, the blue light fell upon some drawings on the walls. There were a few pentagons or some other formations. They were very unfamiliar to Edwin, though. Edwin decided to go along the wall, and soon the light reached a wooden statue that stood erect near the wall on the western side. Is this the person whose inheritance ground this is? The wooden statue was quite tall. Edwin had to go near it and raise the blue ardor to see it wholly. Soon enough, the entire wooden statue was in his view, and as soon as he saw the whole wooden statue, Edwin's expression changed from curiosity to dread. This was because he noticed that the head of the wooden statue was giant skull. Moreover, as he looked closely, this giant skull was wearing a few bones as its necklace. Edwin knew what it was. This was a demon god statue. He had misread it as an inheritance of a human expert, but in reality, it had turned out to be a demon god statue. Oh no. If there is a demon god statue here, does that mean demons live here? How come the kingdom has no idea about them? Edwin knew that he could think about the answer later. He immediately turned and ran towards the direction from which he entered. However, before he could take 3 steps, he felt a sudden burst of energy from the totem. This sudden burst of energy froze him in his tracks. He wanted to run, he tried to scream, but Edwin felt as if his body wasn't in his control. At this moment, he also heard an icy cold voice in his head. It would have been better if you took 2 more steps towards the totem. It is a pity that I had to use some demonic energy to restrain an inferior human like you. Never mind, I can't really be picky at such a time. Edwin questioned in his mind, who are you? Demon god Azeroth. A cold voice resounded in his mind, and with that, Edwin's consciousness vanished. Demon god Azeroth. These words struck fear into the hearts of all individuals regardless of their race. The masses didn't know that the demon god Azeroth was a transmigrator who had come from planet Earth. For some reason, he never forgot the memories of his former planet and retained his intellect. Millions of years ago, demon god Azeroth had gone on to battle against 3 demonic gods and 2 gods. That battle nearly destroyed half of Purgatory and ended with 3 demon gods and 2 gods' corpses. However, the demon god Azeroth was significantly injured, and he disappeared before his body gave in to his injuries. It was unknown where he had gone, but all the races let out a relieved breath as they knew that the demon god Azeroth wouldn't be able to survive due to the holy curse that had struck him. They were right. Even demon god Azeroth's body couldn't survive the holy curse. He was merely delaying his death and remaining alive because of his impressive willpower. Before dying, he decided to sacrifice his body and preserve his soul. At the end of his life, demon god Azeroth created a totem where he hibernated his soul and stored all of his remaining demon energy. He had chosen a perilous forest on the Frasca continent and created the totem in his hideout there. He hibernated his soul to preserve its strength. Because of losing his body, his soul would be fragile. He wasn't sure when his soul would regain its strength, but he guessed that it would take nearly hundreds or thousands of years before his soul would regain consciousness. And now nearly millions of years had passed, and Azeroth's slumbering soul had already awoken and took over the body of a young noble named Edwin Rhodes. Edwin Rhodes, he led a remarkable life until now. A voice left the throat of the guy with the same face as that of Edwin Rhodes. The voice was similar to before, but it seemed as if the person was speaking in amusement. His memories will be helpful to know this era, but still, I never expected millions of years have passed since my death. The words were naturally spoken by the former demon god, Azeroth. His spirit was rather strong for just a 2-star hunter. It was such a trouble to destroy his consciousness and fuse with the remnants of his soul. As Azeroth thought of how even Edwin could reach his cave, he let out a sigh. How interesting that the forbidden forest I chose for my totem has already downgraded into such a weak forest in these years. Well, it's also better for me. If this totem was discovered by even the lowest level of angel, I would have been purged. He more or less understood the era because he had read Edwin's memories. Unlike his time when the humans were weak, and no human had reached the 8-star rank and had to be dependent on celestials to even prevent themselves from becoming the demon's food, they had now reached an impressive level. Right now, they also held a 9-star rank existence, which could be considered equal to a demon venerable. An existence almost equal to a demon venerable was the only one greater than Azeroth during his peak time. But still, this is interesting. The humans will actually fight back and maybe allow me to enjoy myself. A smile broke out on Azeroth's face as he turned his head towards the demonic totem. Now time to accept my powers. He raised his hands, and the blue ardor shone on his palm. Unlike the time when Edwin used this blue ardor, the size was nearly twice before, even though the ardor used was almost the same quantity. The totem that Azeroth had left behind slightly shook. Suddenly, dark energy started to overflow from it. Azeroth nodded slightly as he noted that nearly half of the demonic energy he left behind had remained intact. This was good. I can probably reach the demon lord, or perhaps a demon king level straight away. Haha, the demonic energy was tied to Azeroth's soul. Azeroth could control it with the slightest effort. The demonic energy soon condensed into a cloud that filled the upper portion of this cave. A dense beam shot towards Azeroth's spot. Azeroth allowed the dense beam to strike his body, and soon enough, his entire body was bathing in this dense demonic energy. However, just as this demonic energy filled Azeroth's body, a golden light suddenly flickered and appeared around Azeroth's body. Azeroth was stunned for a few seconds before he muttered, "Holy ardor. This human, his body holds celestial blood." His mutterings turned into a shout at the end. He was genuinely startled at this discovery. Azeroth could feel the holy ardor purging his demonic ardor. He controlled the demonic ardor and forced it to remain on standby. After a couple of seconds of shock, he regained his calm. He analyzed quickly. Even though the passage of time has weakened my energy, it should still be enough to overpower the holy ardor released from such a weak celestial bloodline of a human. The fact that Azeroth hadn't sensed any celestial blood within Edwin's body earlier meant that it was dormant until it felt that sudden influx of demonic energy and reacted. And he was well aware that since the celestial blood was dormant in Edwin's body, it meant that it hardly reached the one density. However, even this tiny bit of celestial blood was giving him quite a bit of trouble, but still, now that he knew of this celestial blood, he could deal with it. However, just as he was thinking of dealing with the celestial blood, another thought appeared in his mind. This celestial blood must be from an archangel or maybe even from a god. Purging it would be a waste. Perhaps I can forcefully fuse it with my demonic ardor. Even though he was called a demon god, Azeroth didn't really hold great pride in his race. He was a human in his previous life and was a transmigrator. To him, what mattered the most was the benefit. For that reason, he was even willing to tie down his soul to a lowly human or become a hybrid. If he could become a hybrid, holding the combined powers of a human, celestial, and demon, why shouldn't he do so? Azeroth was sure that he could surpass his peak in that way. All right. Time to start again, though this time I need to control this holy ardor, humanely ardor, and demonic ardor at the same time, and even use my spirit to force them to fuse. This might actually be interesting. He grinned fearlessly as he once again commanded the demonic ardor to form a beam and strike his body. The beam was nearly 10 times the size of before. Azeroth knew well enough that he couldn't afford to be picky. On one side was a path he was entirely familiar with, and on the other side was an unexplored path possessing even greater potential. He was well aware that this was dangerous. After all, the holy ardor was an attribute that directly opposed the demonic ardor. Strictly speaking, either the holy ardor would purge the demonic ardor, or the demonic ardor could swallow the holy ardor, turning it into pure energy. However, the thing that gave confidence to Azeroth was this seemingly weak humanely ardor. In a direct confrontation, the humanely ardor could be considered weaker than the holy ardor or the demonic ardor. In simpler terms, holy ardor equal humanely ardor plus holy attribute, and demonic ardor equal humanely ardor plus demonic attribute. However, humanely ardor's advantage was that it was entirely neutral, unlike the holy attribute or demonic attribute. Azeroth kept the humanely ardor in his body as a base, and forcefully fused it with the holy attribute and demonic attribute. Initially, his control over these three energies was still rough, but after 20 seconds or so, he got used to controlling the three energies at the same time. The fusion went through quite smoothly. A smile broke out on Azeroth's face as he thought, "Looks like my deduction was on point. The humanely ardor truly is neutral. However, because it is neutral, it can become anything. If I fuse it with the holy attribute, it would have the holy attribute, and if it was with my demonic attribute, it would have changed to that of a demonic attribute." If Azeroth had to describe humanely ardor's attribute, he could do so with a single word, and that was adaptable. However, even though it was adaptable, the humanely ardor couldn't just fuse with anyone's powers. If so, then many humans would have merged themselves with celestials or demons' powers. The fundamental point was that the fusion would only succeed if all these energies belonged to the body's spirit. The humanely ardor and the celestial ardor belonged to Edwin's soul, which had already fused with Azeroth's soul. Moreover, demonic energy was connected to Azeroth's soul. That was why the fusion went smoothly. After 3 or so hours, Azeroth sensed his power and was more or less sure that the ardor had reached 4-star hunter level, or it could be considered as the level of an elite-class demon. And, just to refresh your memory of the ranks for demons and humans, low-class demon, equivalent to the 1 star of humans. Mid-class demon, equivalent to the 2 stars of humans. High-class demon, equivalent to the 3 stars of humans. Elite-class demon, equivalent to the 4 stars of humans. Demon Lord, equivalent to the 5 stars of humans. Demon King, equivalent to the 6 stars of humans. Demon Emperor, equivalent to the 7 stars of humans. Demon God, equivalent to the 8 stars of humans. Demon Venerable, equivalent to the 9 stars of humans. The demonic energy Azeroth had left behind at the end of his life force had now entirely exhausted. Even though Azeroth failed to reach the Demon Lord level, he was satisfied with his progress. The quantity of ardor in his body was nearly 4 or 5 times that of an average individual. Just the quantity wasn't great, but the quality was also wildly superior. If Azeroth had to assign it in numerical terms, it would be nearly 6 times denser than a normal elite-class demon. It was natural that the quantity would be quite great since the ardor was created from the demonic energy of Azeroth when he was a demon god. Meanwhile, the holy energy in Edwin's body had just awakened and flared up since it wanted to prevent the demonic ardor from flooding the body. It's time to test some things. I wonder if the demonic skills work efficiently with this energy, or will I need to create some new skills? Azeroth mused to himself as he raised his arm. He could feel that the energy within his body still gave off the aura of humanely ardor. It would be a pity if his demonic attributes and holy attribute strength were lost while strengthening the humanely ardor. Let's try violet hell flames. Once he whispered the name, purple flames shot out of Azeroth's body. These flames were quite dense, and once Azeroth saw these flames, he was surprised. Interesting. Even the violet hell flame that I found in Purgatory infused with my demonic energy has grown slightly denser. Also, it is giving off the aura of demonic ardor. Can I keep the power constant, but change what aura it should give out? The flame's color changed, and instead of the purple flames, they were now azure in color. The aura of these flames had changed from demonic ardor to humanely ardor. Azeroth was quite excited once he noted this. He immediately tried to change it to the holy ardor. The azure flames had now changed their color to golden. Now these flames gave off a holy aura. He recalled the flame soon enough. This is quite an interesting thing. So the demonic ardor skills have grown stronger while I can effortlessly change its attribute technique. This is excellent. With this, whether I face a demon or a celestial, I can retain the upper hand all the time. Moreover, with the number of techniques and secrets I know, it won't be too difficult to return back to my peak. Azeroth had fought against many celestials and humans in the past. He studied their techniques in an attempt to create new ones for himself. The most effective way to learn new methods of other races was to mind-read their strong fighters. As he read their minds, he knew numerous forbidden secrets of demons, celestials, and humans. This was also why the celestials joined hands with the demons to kill him once and for all. As he remembered how the celestials and demons joined hands to kill him and yet failed, a smile broke out on Azeroth's face. Contrary to what anyone might expect, he held no real hatred for the celestials or demons for joining hands to kill him. Azeroth knew what he was doing and was aware of the risks. Since he was forced to such an end, he knew he only had himself to blame. Perhaps he overestimated himself or maybe underestimated his enemies. No matter what, the fact remained that he was nearly forced to a dead end. Now that he had another chance at living, he would once again work hard for his grand ambitions. The one ambition he seriously wanted to fulfill was invincibility. And not just invincible against an enemy, Azeroth wished to be invincible against everything, whether it was time, space, destiny, fate, and so on. When he was reincarnated of Frasca continent, Azeroth had felt as if the world was still too extensive. He wanted to be in control, to be the one who would be capable of deciding everything. Perhaps it was an ambition far too great for an individual. Maybe his ambition could be considered stupid. However, Azeroth considered a rare stupidity to be better than commonplace wisdom. If nothing else, the journey might be entertaining. I can check out the other skills later. First comes the matter of what I should do now. Should I return to the noble house of Rhodes or not? This question puzzled Azeroth quite a bit. Edwin Rhodes's father, Jonas Rhodes, had a power level of a demon king. The authority this noble house held was also quite significant. To grow, Azeroth knew that he needed resources, status, and kill a lot. Each one of these things was interdependent on the other. If Azeroth had status, he would hold the resources and kill people for his growth as well, and it won't affect him. However, an empty status that gave no resources or protection was useless, and this could be considered the position of Edwin Rhodes in his noble house. There were multiple heirs of the Rhodes family, so it was inevitable that there would be many enemies on the surface and underneath the surface. The question which puzzled Azeroth was whether it would be worth it to return to the Rhodes noble house and try to fight these people now, or should he leave for another kingdom and do everything from scratch. As a demon god who had once terrorized this world, he held many skills in his mind. With the strength of an elite demon, he shouldn't have much trouble in starting over. He could join a guild as an adventurer or maybe find some of the assassination halls or perhaps some other secret organizations. However, this path had its cons as well. The path would depend a lot on luck. The adventurers or assassins were just underlings at the end. If the noble houses or a kingdom feels that they are becoming too strong, they are suppressed through force. This was why Azeroth wasn't interested in working for a guild. The rewards would be feeble as compared to the mission's importance. It appears that the choice is clear. To return. Azeroth calmly spoke as he stared at his totem one last time and added, "Maybe I should take the thing I left behind first." 3 purple rings were hanging on the totem. These were spatial rings. They could be considered portable storage that he could carry around. The first ring held edible things that could be ingested. Well, those things had rotten by now. The second ring had a few of his weapons, and the third ring contained the resources, minerals, and other things. He had naturally made his preparations for this revival before his demise. The only thing outside of his calculation was that he would fuse 3 attributes of ardor. Once he had taken all the things he needed, silence followed as he started walking out of the cave. Once outside, Azeroth heard many footsteps. For their sound, Azeroth could feel that these footsteps were coming closer to himself. However, he wasn't anxious. There was merely a calm smile on his face. Suddenly, an orange body appeared in front of Azeroth's eyes. It was the body of a tiger. It was exuding an orange aura, killing intent glinting in its eyes. Before any warning, it pounced at Azeroth. However, just before it could touch Azeroth, its body stopped. In midair, apparently. What a sad fate you have, beast. If not for you, I wouldn't have awoken today. Perhaps my awakening would be delayed by another century. Azeroth calmly spoke to the tiger while looking straight into his eyes. If an onlooker were to see this scene from a distance, he would see a pure green aura shrouding the tiger and keeping it frozen in midair. At this point, the tiger couldn't even open its mouth, much less growl or attack Azeroth. Azeroth slowly places his hand over the tiger's head. He seemed to be caressing its head. What a pity that instead of thanking you, I need to kill you. Suddenly, the hand which was caressing the tiger's head had a golden power around it. The tiger's head was pierced easily by that golden energy around Azeroth's hand and impaled its brain. Blood spurted out of him, but none of it drenched Azeroth's clothes as a purple aura shielded him from this blood. The tiger's body started shaking as it was held by that pure green aura, but he could still not move. Blood started to overflow from the tiger's mouth, and it died instantly. Perhaps the instant death could be my only gift to you. Azeroth finished speaking as the tiger's body fell down. He looked delighted as he thought, my energy is strong enough to completely overpower an elite demon-rank monster with the golden-eyed tiger's bloodline. This was something I couldn't have done with my demonic ardor alone. This fused ardor is truly strong. Perhaps I should call it the Triquetra ardor. Azeroth was returning back to the Rihul city of the Kingdom of Siniel. This city was situated under Rhodes family's territory and was in the northern part of the Kingdom of Siniel. The Rhodes family borders touched the Kingdom of Glur, so there were many cases of the Rhodes family warriors to go assist the Sinielian Kingdom's army against the Kingdom of Glur. The forest where Azeroth was walking was on the western side of Rihul city. He was quite surprised that the forbidden forest from millions of years ago, where even a beast god, saber-toothed tiger, resided, had dropped down to a level that humans could build a city here. Holy attribute, demonic attribute, humanely attribute, and beast attribute. Among these four attributes of the ardor, the beast attribute was the strongest if only pure power was considered, and the humanely attribute was the weakest. And yet currently, Azeroth was witnessing that the continent was dominated by none other than these weak humans. He could understand why the demons couldn't conquer the continent, probably because of humans and celestials' combined influence. Unlike humans and celestials, demons were not united. They had fierce struggles even within their race. It was clear that they held no chance of ever dominating the entire continent, so most of them probably resided in Purgatory. The celestials resided in the heavens because they weren't that interested in conquering the continent. They were abnormally arrogant and didn't want to be in a human's presence unless it was about killing a demon. Their pride and also deep hatred for the demons was one reason why a demon had never been able to take over a celestial's body. If a celestial feels as if they were about to fall into a demon's hands, they would immediately use their energy and explode themselves. Azeroth considered himself quite lucky to have taken over a human body that held that thin bloodline of a powerful celestial. The mother of this guy is already dead, and since the celestial blood had been trying to suppress his humanely blood, he has only shown a weak talent. Thus, the Rhodes family has been rather cold to him. If I suddenly show off the power of elite-ranked demon to them, I wonder what their reaction would be. The humans won't think that a demon god has taken over Edwin's body, right? Azeroth had an amused smile once he thought that. If it was the past, I would have just shown off the holy ardor and probably receive a lot of rewards just for possessing the blood of celestials. However, the humans of this era are truly quite ambitious. Once it's found that a human possesses the blood of the celestials, they capture half of his spirit and force him to do his bidding. This was something that Azeroth came to know after he read Edwin's memories. It appeared that Edwin hadn't just lived all this life because of his good luck. Since he knew that he was weaker than the other heirs, he had tried to gather more information and stumbled upon this piece of information. Edwin had never really cared for this information since he didn't think it would be useful. It couldn't be helped as he never believed that he actually held that rare, celestial blood within him. I need to take control of the family, but with the strength I hold, it's impossible to kill the family head. I will need to form connections. Azeroth knew that connections were a sort of strength in itself. Previously, the demon gods and celestial gods joined hands to kill him. If he had some allies who could fight against these beings, perhaps his body wouldn't have been struck by that terrifying curse. If nothing else, through his connections, he might have known about that ambush and could have prepared himself. 10 hours later, Azeroth entered Rihul city. Once inside the city, he didn't go straight over to the noble family. Instead, he changed his direction towards a famous tavern in the city. Its name was the Deep Anemone Inn. From the outside, it looked snug, modest, and clean. Large stones and monumental stone pillars made up most of the building's outer structure. It's near impossible to see through the curtain windows, but the noise from within can be felt outside. Azeroth entered the tavern through the thick wooden door. The bartender appeared extremely busy as he readied the customers' drinks who were talking with each other. The tavern itself appeared packed, but still, Azeroth found an empty seat for himself. Once he took his seat, he raised his hand. Soon enough, a waiter neared him and asked respectfully, "What is your order, sir?" The waiter was quite respectful because he noticed the clothes worn by Azeroth. There was also an emblem of two swords diagonally crossing each other. Even an illiterate person knew that this emblem was only worn by the Rhodes family descendants, the lord of this territory. Although the deep anemone inn in the Rihal city was set up by the royal family of Kingdom of Sinial, the royal family hardly intervened in the deep anemone inn's matters now. The royal family was only interested in the gold they would receive annually. As long as they continued to receive this gold, they didn't care much about this inn. This provided quite a bit of freedom to the deep anemone inn officials, and they had come to enjoy it. But this also reduced their powers quite significantly. Nearly 4 years ago, there had been a case when an official of Deep Anemone Inn from another branch within Moonden Town angered the noble family head's son. The next day, all the Deep Anemone Inn officials disappeared without a trace. The reason has remained unknown to this very day. The royal family of the Kingdom of Sinial didn't care even though so many officials had been killed. They didn't pursue the matter and replaced the whole staff as if nothing had happened. This seemed to empower the fear in the hearts of the ordinary people regarding noble family members. Get me your most expensive ale. As for food, bring me the pig meat with some salad. Make it extra spicy. Azeroth spoke with an emotionless tone. The waiter nodded his head and immediately went back to get the order ready. Meanwhile, Azeroth looked around and saw a few individuals taking quick glances at him. Once they noticed Azeroth's stare, they immediately turned their heads in another direction. There were 3 men and a woman. After 15 minutes or so, Azeroth's order arrived. A slight smile appeared on Azeroth's face as the scent of ale and meat entered his nose. As a demon, there was no taste even when I ate food. The taste buds of the demons are batshit annoying, and millions of years since reincarnating in this world, I will enjoy my food for the first time. As the plates were placed in front of Azeroth, the waiter politely asked, "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" Azeroth thought for a moment before he replied, "There is indeed something I want you to do. Ask around if someone is interested in buying a 4 stars beast core." "What? 4 stars beast core?" The waiter couldn't help but exclaim that loud. However, surprisingly, it didn't reach the ears of anyone other than Azeroth or the waiter. Azeroth had naturally been prepared for the waiter's flabbergasted reaction. He had immediately used his ardor to seal the sound waves to prevent anyone from hearing about it. It was relatively easy to do, considering the waiter's words weren't empowered by ardor. If they were, Azeroth would have to use some more energy, alerting all the other warriors here. Azeroth didn't really fear them, but he didn't want them to disturb his meal right now. "Yes, a 4 stars beast core. Now, if you shout loudly again, you won't have a head to shout the next time," Azeroth casually said as he took a bite of the food. Meanwhile, the waiter felt as if it was not the pig's meat being cut but his own heart. He started sweating as he kept himself from saying anything. While the waiter was scared shitless, Azeroth continued to munch onto his food. How delicious. Fuck. I should have taken over a human's body much earlier, or maybe kept a human body as a puppet and use it when I wanted to eat some delicacies. After Azeroth finished chewing the foot, he picked up the jar and gulped the ale directly from it. "Sir, can I tell this to the manager of this inn? He might be able to assist you even more on this matter." The ale was quite good as well. Azeroth soon placed the jar back on the table and stared at the waiter. "Sure, that is not a problem. You can also give my name, Edwin Rhodes." Azeroth's emotionless voice was heard by the waiter. Azeroth was wholly focused on eating his food now. After he was done with his food, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him. The man was dressed in a black coat, a white shirt, a blue tie, and black pants. Unlike the waiter, this man was relatively calm, or at least he had reasonable control of his emotions. This lowly citizen greets young Lord Rhodes. "If I knew that young lord is coming to the inn, I would have prepared some entertainment for the young lord." He spoke with a polite and respectful voice. "Skip these useless pleasantries." Azeroth calmly said before adding, "What about my task? Did you find someone willing to buy it?" A nervous look appeared on the manager's face as Azeroth straightaway skipped to his matter. "Actually, sir, for now I have only found one person, and you see he is from the Merchant Union," the manager said with a relatively nervous expression. Azeroth now understood the reason behind this nervousness of the manager. Ordinary citizens weren't aware, but there had actually been a cold war between many noble families and the Merchant Union. The Rhodes family also held rather bad relations with the Merchant Union. The Merchant Union was an entity set up by the royal family. Because of its existence, the business of the noble families would suffer quite a bit. In the hierarchy, this deep anemone inn was below the Merchant Union. Azeroth neutrally said to the manager, "Bring him over. I will talk to him." The manager heard his words and looked incredibly relieved. He bowed once before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Azeroth turned his gaze towards his left. he didn't just turn his head randomly. Just a bit earlier, he sensed someone intently staring at him. Once again, he focused on those 4 people. 3 men and 1 woman. Are they observing me, or am I just too self-conscious? Azeroth observed the individuals seated 3 tables away from him. However, soon enough, his interest waned, and he turned his head to the front. After some minutes, the manager returned along with an old man wearing luxurious clothing like Azeroth. In fact, this old man's clothes seemed to be on an even higher tier than Azeroth. The old man's clothes appeared to glow with a faint blue color. This is Sir Ashton. Firstly, the deep anemone manager introduced the old man next to him, and then he gestured towards Azeroth, and this is Lord Edwin. He is the one selling the 4 stars beast core. The old man focused his gaze on Azeroth and observed him quietly. Soon enough, the old man asked with a rough voice, "How much?" Azeroth had already decided upon what he wanted to buy. He said, "I want a grade 4 elemental weapon, preferably a sword or an axe." Sir Ashton appeared surprised and asked Azeroth, "You don't want to exchange with the gold coins or spirit coins?" "No," Azeroth coldly replied. That sort of currency was useless to him. For some moments, Ashton continued thinking and then asked, "I only have a grade 4 sword with the lightning affinity. Will it work? Lightning, huh?" Azeroth fell into deep thought. "According to my analysis, my humanely ardor is attuned to wind attribute, the demonic ardor is attuned to fire attribute, and celestial ardor is attuned to lightning. Possessing a sword attuned to lightning attribute isn't a bad idea. However, if I exchange for this sword, the news will definitely reach the Rhodes family. They already know that I have a wind attribute and might question why I bought a sword with lightning attribute. Maybe they will even forcefully inspect me. No. I want a sword with the wind attribute." Azeroth firmly spoke. Ashton lowered his head and spoke. "That's a pity then." The manager on the side was sweating nervously and spoke up at this moment. "Lord Edwin, maybe you can ask for something else." Sir Ashton is a branch manager of the Merchant Union's branch in Rihal City. Azeroth gave him a cold glare. Instantly, the manager started regretting why did he have to open his mouth here. Azeroth then looked at Sir Ashton. "How about this? If I require a lightning sword, then I will exchange this beast core with you. And if you find any wind attribute sword or axe, then bring it to exchange it with me. Is that acceptable?" The old man named Ashton looked surprised. He then nodded his head. "Fair enough." Azeroth seemed satisfied with this and stood up. He was heading out of the deep anemone inn. But before he stepped his foot outside the tavern, Azeroth heard Ashton's voice. "I am curious. Why would a Rhodes family member decide to trade the 4 stars beast core with me instead of giving it to the Rhodes family?" Azeroth replied without even batting an eye. "Is it really that difficult to guess? I won't receive anything much if I contribute this beast core to the Rhodes family, but it's a different matter if I trade it with you. Isn't that right, Sir Ashton?" Slightly tilting his head, Azeroth stared at Ashton with a sharp glint in his eyes. Ashton looked impressed and spoke. "You have a good vision. It appears that not all the rumors about you were true. Not all the rumors are to be trusted, Sir Ashton. Have a good day." With that, Azeroth pushed upon the gate of the tavern. However, he added while he walked ahead, "Next time, don't think of sneaking up on me. I hardly restrained myself from cutting off your head." Sir Ashton remained calm even as he heard those words, treating them as passing wind. He kept thinking deeply. This youth is only a 2-star warrior. How did he get 4 stars beast core? Was he assisted by the Rhodes family? However, Sir Ashton immediately shook off that deduction. There were multiple reasons why he shook it off. Firstly, even if all the rumors about Edwin Rhodes were exaggerated, Ashton believed that there wouldn't be smoke without a fire. Moreover, as a branch manager, he had kept notes of the Rhodes family. There was no doubt that Edwin Rhodes was treated quite coldly by his brothers, cousins, and even his father. His mother's former servants had been taking care of him, but they were all relatively weak. They couldn't kill a 4 stars beast. Secondly, if the Rhodes family was the one to assist Edwin so that he could get his hands on a 4-star beast core, they definitely wouldn't allow Edwin to trade this beast core with someone from the Merchant Union. Ashton continued to think with a frown. Who helped this boy and why? Indeed, what would anyone gain by helping this kid? This kid didn't even possess any real status within the Rhodes family, so Ashton failed to understand how it would be worth investing in him. However, a thought suddenly appeared in Ashton's mind. Don't tell me that someone wants to use this kid to spy on the Rhodes family. Indeed, with his sensitive situation, it will be easy to coerce him. Maybe this beast core was a gift from that person to let the kid believe him. A smile appeared on Ashton's face because this was too good to be true. Although the Merchant Union was set up by the royal family to manage the trade and handle the market, the officials of the Merchant Union were far from being satisfied with that. They wanted more power and influence. After all, even though the Merchant Union was quite influential, it was only because they relied on the royal family. The Merchant Union's higher-ups wanted to free themselves from the royal family's control, but they knew that they had to be subtle about it. That was why the Merchant Union targeted the noble families. They were trying to decrease the influence and power of the noble families. However, their primary motive was to steal the noble family's secrets and give rise to their own martial artists whose loyalty would be pledged to the Merchant Union. It was quite a long-term plan by the Merchant Union, and they had succeeded in stealing the secrets of some noble families of the Kingdom of Sinial. A batch of martial artists had already been formed, trained according to the noble family's secret manuals. It will be a good idea for me to remain in contact with this kid. Using him, I might grab hold of the secrets of the Rhodes family. Azeroth had more or less anticipated what thoughts were going in Ashton's head. This had been his primary aim. More interactions with Ashton meant that Azeroth could know more information and form connections with people outside Rihal City. Moreover, Azeroth wouldn't need to entirely depend on the Rhodes family. He wanted to maintain a balance between using the Merchant Union and the Rhodes family to gain the greatest benefits. Perhaps he was too greedy, but Azeroth hardly cared about this fact. While Azeroth was walking towards the Rhodes family mansion, he sensed two individuals tailing him. Azeroth knew that this was no coincidence that these two individuals left the tavern right after him. Moreover, he had seen their table, which was still covered with food. They hadn't even eaten half of that amount, so why would they come out so soon? However, confronting them also wasn't a good idea. These two individuals were 3-star warriors. Their aura was also quite similar to each other. This meant they used similar arts to cultivate their ardor. This indicated that they belonged to the same faction that provided them the resources and secret art to become stronger. The other party still doesn't know that I am aware of them. I need to investigate this in secret and figure out their motive. Currently, Azeroth was walking in the market while these two individuals were following him, maintaining a gap of nearly 200-300 meters. How long will you pursue me? Or are you waiting for an opportunity to contact me? Azeroth was curious about this. He had kept on walking for nearly 15-30 minutes now, and these two were still persistently following him. Although they were clever enough to hide from his plain sight, they couldn't escape Azeroth's senses. After another 20 minutes, the Rhodes family mansion was in sight. The two individuals following Azeroth stopped immediately and turned in the right direction and ran off. It was as if they complete their objective. Azeroth didn't follow them. For now, he wasn't interested in his stalkers. The Rhodes family estate was massive. The walls were made up of dark brownstones that appeared extremely sturdy. There was also a faint glow around these stones. Dull windows were scattered thinly around the walls in seemingly perfect symmetry. A moderate gate with a heavy iron door could be seen, which appeared to be the only way to get inside the estate. The guards saw Azeroth coming towards them and bowed their heads. Azeroth acknowledged their bow and continued to walk ahead. A guard spoke out loud, "Open the gate." "It's young Lord Edwin, Roger." The metal door creaked loudly as it slowly opened up. Azeroth walked inside without even saying a word. After he was gone, the metallic door was closed, and the guards began to gossip amongst themselves. Didn't young Lord Edwin go out with Porter and Orson, but he returned alone? It's clear that they died. Maybe they remained behind so that young Lord could safely escape. With those two servants gone, young Lord's life will probably get more difficult in the mansion. A guard sighed out after speaking that. "SHHH, let's not talk about such things. If someone snitches us, Lord Rhodes will deduct our salary. Also, as you know, I need some money to make sure my mother continues to receive treatment for that heart disease. Aren't you too much of a coward? Here are all our people." No one will snitch on us here. Although one of the guards did say that, the other guards turned quiet, and this banter came to an end soon enough. Meanwhile, as Azeroth had already entered the mansion, as he walked towards his room, he saw 4 individuals walking towards him in a straight line. Azeroth knew all 4 of them. One of them was his half-brother Lawrence, while the 3 women around him were his playmates. Lawrence's ardor had reached a peak of 4 stars rank. As long as he spent a good time cultivating, his ardor shouldn't take too long before breaking through to the 5 stars rank. Well, what do we have here? Oh look, it's my useless little brother. A mocking voice was let out by Lawrence as he gazed at Azeroth. The girls around him giggled as they heard Lawrence's words. One of them spoke with an enchanting voice, "My lord, you need to be gentler with young Lord Edwin or else his fragile heart would break." "You are right, my dear," Lawrence said with a laugh before asking, "So, what happened? You went to the White Swallow Forest, didn't you? And you even brought along those pieces of trash with you. Don't tell me they turned into beast food." Azeroth remained entirely calm as he continued walking. It was as if he didn't even hear Lawrence and was directly ignoring his words. "Hey, you, Lord Lawrence is talking to you. Answer him." One of the girls next to Lawrence shouted at Azeroth with a sharp tone. Azeroth once again ignored their words as passing wind. Lawrence clenched his fists and suddenly grabbed Azeroth's collar. "Do you treat me as thin air? Answer." Lawrence wasn't actually interested in Azeroth's answer. He had just got outraged when he saw how Azeroth had ignored him. It was as if Azeroth didn't even consider him someone worth talking to. It made him feel slightly inferior. Azeroth looked into Lawrence's eyes as his collar was grabbed by Lawrence. Confusion, anger, pride, and fear. Why does he fear me? Is my aura leaking, or is he just psychologically weak? Suddenly, Lawrence firmly punched Azeroth's face. Some blood dripped out of Azeroth's mouth as he stared at Lawrence with that same calm gaze. He didn't care about this punch. If he was affected by a punch, he wouldn't be much of a demonic god. Azeroth knew when to endure and when not to. He adapted according to the circumstances. Since he had entered the Rhodes family mansion, he had naturally anticipated such a situation. He hardly cared about a beating or two if it could conceal his identity as an imposter. The current him held little to no chance of surviving if someone at the Demon King level wanted his life. Suddenly, he thought, wait, what if my lack of emotions become the reason for someone to suspect me? It might be too suspicious if I suddenly don't show any emotions. However, I also can't show off my aura or my true power. That will invite even more suspicion. I might need to reveal my celestial lineage to go and take shelter under the church, but then my motive of infiltrating this noble family and taking control of it will go down the drain. I can't accept that. Azeroth wiped away the blood on his face and stared at Lawrence with a melancholic expression. They remained behind and allowed me to escape. I was just too lost in my grief. I apologize if I made brother angry. Lawrence paused for a moment once he heard his words. He looked into Azeroth's eyes for a couple of seconds before releasing his collar. A trash needed another 2 trashes to save himself. Touching you will get my hands dirty. Now scram, Lawrence shouted at Azeroth loudly. Azeroth turned his head and just walked off. The 3 women once again latched onto Lawrence and seemed to continue their talk from before. Azeroth returned to his room soon enough. As soon as he returned, he jumped on the bed. It was soft and fluffy, made up of the feathers of gray pigeons. I should temper the ardor first. Sitting in a lotus position, Azeroth began to mutter something underneath his breath. He was muttering the incarnations of a meditation technique created by himself. Its name was Heavenly Demon Meditation Technique. Although his skills seemed to work well with the Triquetra ardor, he was slightly worried regarding the meditation technique. After revolving the ardor in his body 10 times, Azeroth opened his eyes and let out a sigh. It appears as if this meditation technique won't work well with Triquetra ardor. Its speed is nearly 9 times slower than in my previous life. The laws of the heavens are fair. Since the Triquetra ardor goes against the norm, it faces greater restrictions as well. Although it was an unexpected setback, it was nothing much to Azeroth. The resources in the world are endless. Moreover, even those weak humans from before managed to break their limit and reach the peak. I can do the same as well. A smile appeared on Azeroth's face as he added, fortunately, I never counted on this method. If quality doesn't work, then I will rely on quantity. There is no end to such unorthodox means in my head. All right, time to continue to train. Although Azeroth realized that his cultivation speed through this meditation technique was incomparable to his previous life, he still decided to use it. One reason was that he didn't have a better meditation technique than this one. Another reason was that even if he could raise his ardor's strength through unorthodox means, he had to make sure the ardor in his body was sturdy enough to endure and not just collapse at that time. Azeroth cultivated his ardor for the rest of the day. The next day, Azeroth finished up his breakfast very early, and just as he anticipated, he didn't encounter any of his brothers while he went to eat. Even though they were harmless to him, they could be considered annoying flies, and Azeroth was somewhat worried that he might accidentally crush them, so he decided to avoid them. After having his meal, Azeroth went out of the mansion. No one questioned where he was going. They just let him go out as they saw the empty look in his eyes. Azeroth was going towards the house of one of Edwin's friends. His name was Trant. This guy had helped Edwin quite a bit, so Azeroth was going to meet him. This man was an agent and held many connections with some shady people. He was Edwin's friend from the academy. Unlike many of his other friends who took up jobs in the capital city of Cinealian Kingdom, Trant returned with Edwin. His power was relatively weak, but his connections made him a person to be feared in Rihal City. From the outside, this house looked impressive. It had been built with burgundy bricks and had tan brick decorations. Tall, large windows added to the house's overall look and added to the house in a very asymmetric way. Azeroth entered Trant's house. Trant, come out, Azeroth called out for Trant. A few minutes later, Azeroth heard Trant's voice resounding in the house. Edwin, how come you are here? Trant soon came down from the first floor. Brown, frizzy hair clumsily hanging over a long, lived-in face. Darting brown eyes set asymmetrically within their sockets. He stood towering among others, despite his muscular frame. He looked into Azeroth's eyes with a surprised look on his face, which was quite natural, according to Azeroth. Although Trant and Edwin were friends, Edwin would rarely visit Trant's house since he didn't want Rhodes' family to think that he had connections to someone who dealt with shady business. It was for Trant's and his own safety. So typically it would be Trant who organized a meeting with Edwin, and today Azeroth had come straight to Trant's house, so how could Trant not be surprised? I had something to discuss with you, Azeroth said to Trant with an anxious look. All right, calm down. First, come inside. What will you have? Trant said with a small smile as he gave a soothing aura. Jasmine tea. All right, let's talk in my room. Azeroth walked into Trant's room. If Azeroth had to compare it to his own room, it could be considered relatively small. However, the room was well organized, with a bed on the left side, a study table, and 2 chairs. The walls were painted with blue color, the same as that of Azeroth's hair. Soon enough, Trant brought 2 cups of jasmine tea. Azeroth picked up his tea and took a sip. After one sip, he lowered his cup and looked at Trant. This is good tea. He was indeed happy to drink good tea. Trant looked pleased when he received the compliment and spoke haughtily, obviously. It was made by me, not you, he. The offer of becoming my cook is still there. You up for it? Azeroth cheekily said to Trant, who just laughed off. All right, what did you want to talk about? Trant decided to get straight to the topic. Yesterday, my servants died while protecting me in the White Swallow Forest, and when I returned, the family's reaction was cold once again. I then realized that you were right. Since the family doesn't want to help me, I need to take action in my own hands. Azeroth spoke out while taking another sip from his tea. See, I was telling you from the start that you need to stop depending on your family. I knew that such a situation was going to come sooner or later, but you were too stubborn. Trant looked really unhappy as he said that. Yeah, it was my fault, but I just didn't want to enter into this shady business. However, now I have no other alternative if I want to survive. After speaking, Azeroth took a sip of the tea once again. Trant nodded his head and replied, I perfectly understand your worries. Now tell me, how should I help you? Do you want me to introduce you to someone who can protect you, or tell you the location of an expert who plans to take 3 new personal disciples in the next few days? Azeroth was slightly surprised. This Trant guy indeed seemed to have a lot of connections, and not just links, but he probably also knew the secrets of many individuals. Should I read his mind? This thought immediately entered Azeroth's mind. However, he soon shook that thought off. Firstly, Azeroth's mind-reading skill wasn't that good. If he tried to forcefully read Trant's mind, there would be no way Trant would be unaware of it. Even drugging him won't help since he would feel like someone was poking a needle in his brain. The only remaining option would be to kill Trant. And even if he could learn the secrets, he would need to invest quite a bit of his time on these matters, which couldn't be considered very important. Entangling himself politically even further was the last thing Azeroth wanted. Secondly, it would be useful to have a subordinate or maybe a friend who could manage all this on the sidelines. Thirdly, there were more appropriate means to carry out this mind-reading skill, just that Azeroth would have to control the situation quite a bit. Azeroth shook his head to Trant's suggestions and replied, I don't need a bodyguard or become someone's disciple. I already have a plan on how to get stronger. What I want you to do is introduce me to a merchant. As soon as Azeroth stated his request, Trant cut him off. That's easy. Do you want weapons, gems, or ardor metals? A smile appeared on Azeroth's face as he heard Trant speak. Don't be so quick in your judgment. I want you to introduce me to a wealthy merchant from Glur. I want to sell him ardor metals and gems. The ardor metals and gems Azeroth was talking about were the ones in his spatial rings. These were the things that he had prepared near the end of his previous life. He had many ardor metals and gems in them. Some of them were even considered very rare in today's era, and only the noble families possessed them. The ardor metals and gems also had a hierarchy according to the number of stars assigned to them. Azeroth was naturally planning to only sell those that wouldn't be too suspicious and help him achieve his motive. Meanwhile, Trant showed a surprised look as he stared at Azeroth. You will sell ardor metals and gems. From where did you get these things? Did you find a mine or what? A smile appeared on Azeroth's face as he said, Tell me, Trant, don't you see what I am wearing on my fingers, or are you just pretending not to notice them? A look of understanding soon appeared on Trant's face, so these are really spatial rings. No, 2 are dummies while 1 is real. Azeroth replied calmly. Once Trant heard his words, he laughed out. Haha, I didn't expect such a clever trick from you. Anyway, where did you find it? Don't tell me that stony father of yours took pity on you and finally gifted you something. Or was this left behind by your mother? Azeroth snorted as if that guy will gift me something. He is too busy having fun with his harem. Trant replied, almost absent-mindedly, Yeah, I heard that he married another woman. Moreover, this woman is just 24 years old and was considered as beautiful as a fairy. What a pity. A beautiful flower will be ruined by that man. Anyway, yesterday, when I was escaping from the Vipers, I stumbled upon an inheritance ground left behind by an expert. Fortunately, there was no trial. The residual spirit just wanted me to do my best in killing any demons I encounter, and it gave me a spatial ring with lots of stuff. Most of them are of the first 3 stars ranked materials, while the higher ranked stuff is quite rare. I want to sell this lower ranked stuff since its quantity doesn't really help me. Azeroth mixed truth with his lie and then told Trant what he wanted to do. Okay, then why a merchant from the Kingdom of Glur? Why not sell it to someone from the Kingdom of Siniel or the Lamhilhin Theocracy? You should also be clear of the relations between the Kingdom of Glur and the Kingdom of Siniel, Trant asked with a serious expression. It was natural for Trant to be serious regarding this, because there was quite a bit of bad blood between the Kingdom of Glur and the Kingdom of Siniel. It was well known that the king of the Glirian Kingdom wanted to expand towards the south. and towards the south was naturally the Cinealian kingdom. The first region that received the Glerian kingdom's attacks was none other than Rhodes' family's territory. In terms of numbers, Glerian kingdom's army could be considered nearly equal to the Cinealian kingdom. However, when it came to the fighting prowess of martial artists or soldiers' quality, the Cinealian kingdom was superior. To effectively counter the Cinealian kingdom, or even suppress them, the Glerian kingdom had heavily invested in weapons and armors. However, although they were successful in making relatively superior weapons and armors, their resources were limited. The Cinealian kingdom had requested its allies to stop any trade regarding the ardor metals or other resources to the Glerian kingdom. In reality, the other kingdoms were also quite cautious of these new designs of the weapons and armors made by the Glerian kingdom. They knew that their current king held a wild ambition. If they supported the Glerian kingdom now, it would come to bite them later. For that reason, many of the kingdoms did as the Cinealian kingdom had requested and put an end to any trades between them. With the lack of resources, the attacks from the Glerian kingdom had lessened and eventually stopped. It could be said that the kingdom of Glur had declined quite severely, and now Azeroth wanted to trade with the kingdom of Glur, dealing with the ardor metals and gems. I naturally am aware, and precisely because of this I am choosing the kingdom of Glur. Azeroth mystically spoke. What are you planning, Edwin? There was a serious yet curious glint in Tront's eyes. To reignite the war between the Cinealian kingdom and the Glerian kingdom, Azeroth said with a small smile. He enjoyed Tront's wide-eyed expression. Perhaps Azeroth's words were too surprising for Tront that he remained speechless for some minutes. Azeroth took a sip of his tea once again as he stared at Tront. He had expected such a reaction from this guy. The words he had spoken earlier weren't a boast. This was what he really wanted to do. However, if he tried to do it alone while keeping Tront in the dark, it would be impossible. If Tront came to know of it later, he might even hold some suspicion, and distrust would worm its way into them. This was not an ideal situation at all, so Azeroth decided to tell him the truth straight away and see what he decides. Are you drunk, or are you intoxicated by the tea? The fuck are you thinking? You want the Glerian kingdom to wage war upon us. Don't you know how those bastards have treated their newly acquired territories? We will willingly seek death only to be denied by it as well. Tront spoke with a harsh tone as he stared at Azeroth. Azeroth calmly placed the teacup on the table. He looked at Tront in the eye and spoke. I naturally know of this as well. But why should we be scared of some bunch of people who will just rot in some wasteland along with other corpses? I don't follow you. Tront spoke with a blank look in his eyes. Azeroth calmly spoke. Tront, what do you think would happen if I run away? Tront remained quiet as he heard that question. His silence seemed to be a response that Azeroth counted on, and he continued, I will be hunted. This family won't leave me alive no matter which country I go to. Also, do you think that any person in the world would be willing to go against the Rhodes family for me? But the Rhodes family might leave you alone. Tront spoke those words with a feeble voice. Do you even hear yourself? Even you don't believe this. Also, Tront, I know some secrets about the Rhodes family. Some secrets I never shared. Something I should have never known. The Rhodes family might go to the ends of the world or even beyond just to make sure I keep my mouth shut. There was a sharp tone in Azeroth's voice. You know of such secrets, Tront exclaimed out once he heard Azeroth. He never considered that the Rhodes family was hiding such a big secret. Azeroth gave him a gentle smile and asked him, I can give you a hint. Why do you think that the Rhodes family is one of the only families to have a 6-star warrior? Why is it that the number never changes no matter how many generations have passed? Tront's eyes widened with shock, and he immediately raised his finger, placing it on Azeroth's lips. Don't speak anymore. I never heard anything. The gentle smile on Azeroth's lips widened slightly as he heard Tront. You are quick on the uptake. I thought a few more hints are necessary. You are bathing in the fire, and you have the mood to joke around. Do you know how critical this information is? If someone from your family finds out that you gave me a hint to this information, you will be slaughtered. They will feed your body to the dogs. Tront showed a worried look as he stared at Azeroth. Meanwhile, Azeroth was analyzing Tront with a relaxed look. If Tront observed carefully, he would see a tint of purple light flash in Azeroth's eyes. The emotion he is displaying it seems genuine. He really is worried about me. At least I can trust him a little. If manipulated carefully, he can be an excellent right-hand man. All right, now keep your hands off me. Azeroth swats off Tront's hand and then spoke ahead. This was the situation if I ran away from the Rhodes family. He added with a serious look, and if I continue to remain in the Rhodes family, I believe I don't need to tell you much about that. If you don't even have this much information, your connections are a little too low. Tront nodded his head in the past. Once the family head of the Rhodes family is decided, all other heirs will suddenly vanish. It's clear that the Rhodes family killed them all to prevent any future obstructions. Not quite, but close. Anyway, this is one reason why the family makes sure there is enough hatred between us all. If there isn't, they create it. Azeroth spoke with a grave expression. Tront suddenly realized something and spoke. I see now that's why you want the Glerian kingdom to wage war upon the Cinealian kingdom. You want to shake off the Rhodes family's influence using the Glirian Kingdom. Azeroth nodded his head. That is correct. Damn. If the Glirian Kingdom was half as bad, you could have just gone there. But going there now and requesting protection from them for the information you have would be a transfer from a butcher shop to another. Your fate will remain the same. Just wait to get cut. Trant let out a sigh as he said this. All right, I understand your situation. I am willing to help. Azeroth didn't speak at all. He continued to analyze Trant rather carefully. Once again, there was a purple flash in his eyes. Fear, worry, however, a strong resolve as well. Since you are willing to help, then you should introduce me to a merchant who can smuggle these metals and crystals to the Glirian Kingdom, Azeroth said. Your request is not an easy one, though. A wealthy merchant who can buy raw materials from you and smuggle them to the Glirian Kingdom. Truly not easy, Trant said with a forced smile. Before Azeroth said anything, Trant added, give me some time, a day or two. I need to see if that man is still in the town or not. Azeroth's eyes widened slightly as he heard Trant's words. He didn't expect Trant to actually know someone. He thought that Trant would search for at least a week or a month before coming with good news. But now, if his luck was all right, he might save quite some time. All right, I will return to the mansion now. Contact me once there is progress regarding this. Azeroth spoke to Trant and soon got up. Sure, Trant replied back with a bright smile. Also, tell me where I can buy 2 slaves. Slaves, huh? You want male ones or female ones? Trant suddenly asked Azeroth. Azeroth replied almost instantaneously, the gender doesn't matter. I will choose them based on their talent. Trant looked at Azeroth with a slightly disappointed look. Don't regret it later. Whatever. Azeroth turned around and started walking back to the Rhodes family mansion. Meanwhile, Trant went over to the market to meet with some of his contacts. For the next 2 days, Azeroth was careful not to meet any other individual in the Rhodes family. He remained in his room and continued to use the heavenly demon meditation technique to temper his ardor. However, just as before, the progress was still relatively slow. While he meditated using this heavenly demon meditation technique, he changed his physique to a demon's physique. Typically, it would have shown changes to his ardor already. However, Azeroth was cultivating the heavenly demon meditation technique using the humanely ardor. So, his energy signature over his body never changed. Changing his physique to that of a demon's physique meant that he empowered it to contend a demon with raw strength without ardor's use. Contrary to his increase of ardor, the progress of converting his physique to that of heavenly demon's physique had been relatively quick. Other than making his physique even stronger, Azeroth found out that his body had released many impurities. He didn't expect that a human body had so many impurities in it. Even after spending 10-12 hours trying to change my body, I have probably only cleared 10 of the total impurities from my body. I need a pure cleansing grass to succeed in removing all the impurities in one go. However, even though Azeroth had only removed 10 of his impurities that seeped within his body, it still showed astonishing results. The flow of ardor within his body was quite a bit faster than before. It was nearly noontime, and Azeroth got up since he knew that he couldn't spend all his time meditating. Unlike the time when he was a demon, this was a human body. He had to supply it with enough nutrients so it won't get weak because of starvation. This was another reason why Azeroth was converting his body to that of a demon's physique. Once he accomplished it, his limits over such things as the need for nutrients to sustain himself would significantly decrease. Azeroth went over to the dining hall, where the servants had already served the food on the table. A servant was standing just beside the central chair, and he appeared to be waiting for Azeroth. He smiled when he saw Azeroth and spoke. Young Master Edwin, today, your favorite dish has been made. Azeroth looked at the food on the table and indifferently nodded. It was a mixture of crab and an eel's dish. The eel was a 4-star rank thing that could enhance a martial artist's body, and even the effect of Azeroth's heavenly demon meditation technique was enhanced once he ingested this food. In reality, Azeroth quickly wanted to reach the second stage of the heavenly demon meditation technique, during which he would no longer need to actively sit down and meditate. In fact, just by taking a breath, he would be enhancing his ardor step by step. Alas, at his current pace, he would have to do it for another 3 weeks regularly. The advancement of this technique wasn't dependent on how well you do or your talent. It was fixed for every individual. All Azeroth was doing was making this body entirely remember how to circulate the ardor in his body and enhance it. After 3 weeks, it would become an automatic process that his body could do unconsciously, basically building up the muscle memory for it. For this, good food and being regular with this meditation technique were the necessary requirements. After he was done eating his food, Azeroth stood up and left the mansion. Currently, he was going to the Merchant Union's market. There were a couple of things he needed. After an hour or so, Azeroth reached the market that was controlled by the Merchant Union. There were quite some people here. This market had an area assigned for many items, like the food market, the jewelry market, the accessory market, the weapon and armor market, the clothing market, the spells shops, some fortune teller stands, etc. Azeroth had come here for the clothing market. The clothes Edwin had at home were not to his liking. Those clothes seemed to have been given to make Edwin seem inferior to others in the noble family. As guests arrive in the Rhodes family noble house, many of them had a bad impression of Edwin because of his low-class clothing among the nobles. They could tell that he didn't possess a good status within his family just from his clothes. Edwin couldn't really spend a lot on his clothing because his family hadn't supported him all that much, so it wasn't a wrong deduction by the guests. Azeroth knew he had to change these little things as well. The first impression of people is quite frankly through judging the other person's appearance, and if the appearance wasn't noteworthy, the other person would have a slightly low impression of you initially. In the diplomatic or other talks, this low impression at the beginning makes quite a difference. The small details matter quite a lot in the grand scale of things. Besides, Azeroth also wanted to look good, so that was a factor as well. Since Edwin had rarely come into the market as he hadn't been able to afford much here, Azeroth didn't know much about this market. However, he wasn't entirely helpless. He smirked a little as he remembered the connection he made a few days ago. It was time to use that connection. Instead of turning to the clothing market, Azeroth turned towards the Merchant Union's headquarters here in this square. Now this was the administrative building that handled all the data and other customers' problems here in this square. Moreover, this was also the headquarters of the Merchant Union's branch in Rihal City, so unlike the stalls, there were quite some guards stationed there. Although the number of guards was merely 10 or so, they were all at the 4-star rank. Also, Azeroth could sense the presence of a 5-star rank warrior in the building. This energy signature wasn't that of Sir Ashton, and this warrior seemed to be stationed near the entrance. Azeroth thought to himself, this might be a guard captain. Azeroth went over to the building's entrance with a stony expression and said to the guards at the gate, I want to meet with Sir Ashton. With a robotic expression, a guard asked, do you have an appointment? No, but Sir Ashton knows me. Inform him and he will give you permission, Azeroth said rather stoically. No appointment means you can get lost, another guard stationed at the entrance said with a rough voice. Azeroth didn't even look at the man and just stared at the guard with that calm gaze. Brat, are you ignoring me? The guard who had been ignored angrily asked. Once again, Azeroth ignored this fool and asked the guard, who had a calm look on his face, can you really not even inform him that Edwin Rhodes has come to see him? You are from Rhodes' family. The guard at the side looked surprised as he spoke that out. Azeroth was a little relieved as he heard that surprised voice. This meant that this issue should be resolved without a problem. The Rhodes family should have enough prestige over here. So what if he is from the Rhodes family? I have also heard of the trash from the Rhodes family. Isn't he that guy who went to the forest a few days ago and lost his servants? It's said that he has no supporter in the Rhodes family and no servant. In fact, he is a young lord of the Rhodes family in name only. The guards started talking among themselves. The guard who had been talking to Azeroth rather rudely also heard those words and grinned. Hardly would there ever be a chance where guards like them could bully these young lords of the noble houses. That guard remembered how he had been humiliated by that young lord named Lawrence from Rhodes' family. He was rather happy that the heavens have given him a chance to vent his frustrations on this man. So you're that trash from the Rhodes family. Who do you think Sir Ashton is? You think he has time to meet trash like you? Just scram before I make you. Although the guard seemed to be telling Azeroth to scram, internally he was praying for Azeroth to stay behind and get angry. Only if Azeroth did that could he push the matter ahead, or he would have to forget like this matter never happened. Sir Ashton is meeting someone else right now. It's not appropriate for us to go and interrupt his meeting. The man with the stone-cold face replied to Azeroth's question. Azeroth let out a sigh. Looks like I was the one who came at bad timing. Very well, I will return at a later date. All this while, he didn't even give so much as a glance to that guard who had spoken rudely to him. To Azeroth, giving importance to such a person was like wasting his time to squash a bunch of ants. Simply unnecessary. You are ignoring me again. The guard shouted loudly in Azeroth's direction. For some reason, Azeroth stopped. He turned around and looked at that guard for a few seconds. After that, he was once again on his way back to the mansion. Not just that guard, but the other guards were confused by this action from Azeroth. What the fuck was that? You bastard. Stop. The guard looked like he would go berserk from all that anger as he stared in Azeroth's direction. Azeroth let out a tired sigh as he turned around. He could deduce that if he avoided this anymore, this firecracker would just straight up attack him. Letting his power known to the public was not what Azeroth wanted. You seemed like a pitiful child who was going to cry unless I gave you some of my attention. So I did just that. I gave you my attention and then I was on my way. Azeroth said with a clear gaze, Who are you calling a pitiful child? How dare trash like you call me a pitiful child? The guard looked really angry as he shouted at Azeroth. Azeroth shook his head and then replied, Not just pitiful but stupid as well. "You fucking bastard," the guard growled while staring at Azeroth. Meanwhile, Azeroth went forward and stood in front of that guard. There was just a one-arm distance between them, and if the guard didn't have reasonable control over his anger, he would have already pounced over Azeroth to beat him up. "Do you see this distance between us?" Azeroth started speaking with a rather cold tone. "This is your limit. This is the best you can do to me. What did you say? You can't do anything to me unless I start it, even though you can be considered much stronger than me. That's just how weak you are." Azeroth said while showing a scornful look in his eyes. "You are like a dog who is chained to his house, and such a dog can't bite others without the permission of his owner, so spare me the useless threats. Also, just what can you do to me? You don't dare to touch me unless I attack you. You don't dare to touch my family even if you have 100 times more guts, so just what can you do to me?" Azeroth finished speaking with a condescending gaze in his eyes. "I will." Just as the guard was about to continue, Azeroth turned his head towards the Merchant Union's headquarters entrance. There he saw a familiar old man coming out of the entrance. Along with him was a man in his late middle ages. One of them was naturally Sir Ashton, whom Azeroth wanted to meet. "Looks like fate is in my favor," Azeroth whispered with a small smile. As Sir Ashton had come out of the headquarters to escort the other man out, his vision naturally fell on Azeroth. He looked slightly surprised to see Azeroth here and quickly thought of why he could be here. Sir Ashton spoke with an apologetic expression. "Young Lord Edwin, I haven't been able to find a wind affinity weapon just yet. Or are you here to exchange that thing for the lightning sword in my possession?" The guards nearby were stunned as they never thought that Azeroth was really telling the truth. "I didn't come here for a weapon." Azeroth started speaking as he stared at Sir Ashton. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man stared at Azeroth with a rather curious gaze. He asked Sir Ashton, "Who is this young man?" "He is Edwin Rhodes, and heir to the Rhodes family." Sir Ashton gave a rather basic introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Edwin. I am Bryn Gaynor, the head of the Chlora's town." Bryn Gaynor introduced himself to Azeroth. Once he was finished with his introduction, he even gave a short bow in Azeroth's direction. He had to pay sufficient respect to the noble family that directly commanded him. Meanwhile, the rude guard who had been quibbling with Azeroth just a few moments earlier was now getting paler. He thought that Azeroth would be meeting Sir Ashton for the first time, but he never imagined that Azeroth actually knew Sir Ashton. He had been stationed as a guard here every day, but never did he see Azeroth come here, so he had been very sure of his deduction. The guard thought that even if he did bully this guy a little, the noble family would look at Sir Ashton's face and won't make things too hard for trash like him. However, now that he realized that Sir Ashton actually knew him, moreover, it seemed as if they already had a business deal with each other, he knew that his days were numbered. Azeroth nodded his head at Bryn Gaynor's words as if he was acknowledging him. He then spoke to Sir Ashton. "I came here not for a weapon but for spiritual clothes. I am willing to exchange that thing for these clothes." Spiritual clothes. Sir Ashton heard Azeroth's request and muttered to himself. Soon enough, a pleasant smile appeared on his face as he said, "That works as well. However, just be careful to not take anything too expensive." "Rest assured, I know my limits," Azeroth said. "Let me lead you to the clothing shop with the best clothes available for you," Sir Ashton said to Azeroth. "Sure, that works fine for me. After all, I rarely come here, so I don't know this market as well as you do." Azeroth casually shrugged in response. Bryn Gaynor then turned to Sir Ashton. "Sir, I will take my leave now. My village needs my presence. Please send the equipment as soon as possible." Sir Ashton turned towards Bryn Gaynor and replied, "Rest assured, Bryn. All orders to the Merchant Union are fulfilled without a doubt. I am willing to stake the reputation of the Merchant Union that you will receive your order in a week." With this, Bryn Gaynor walked away. Sir Ashton then turned towards Azeroth. "Let's go as well." "Sure," Azeroth casually said to Sir Ashton. And just as Azeroth was going to walk off, he added, "Also, Sir Ashton, just be stricter in recruiting the guards for the Merchant Union. Make sure to take a common sense test, because some of them don't seem to have any of that." Sir Ashton frowned as he heard those words. Did something happen? At this moment, the guard with a calm robotic voice stepped forward and spoke. "Sir, Rupert had been behaving rudely to young Lord Edwin and taunting him for some reason. He has even threatened young Lord Edwin." "You have quite some nerves, Rupert," Sir Ashton spoke with an ice-cold voice. "This servant apologizes, master. A disobedient guard like you is unsightly." "Eliot," Sir Ashton shouted the name loudly. Instantly enough, a large man came running out of the headquarters. He had a frantic look over his face as he stared at Sir Ashton. Immediately after coming out of the building, he kneeled down in Sir Ashton's presence. "What is your order, master?" The man asked with a submissive expression, staring at the ground with a scared look. "Deal with Rupert. This guy has become quite disobedient. Make an example of him." Sir Ashton coldly said before turning to Azeroth's direction. "Is young lord satisfied with this?" Azeroth calmly blinked at the scene. In fact, he stared at the terror-struck expression of the guy named Rupert and spoke. "As I said before, this is the difference between us. But unfortunately for you, this is all too late for you." With this, Azeroth and Sir Ashton proceeded to walk towards the clothing market from where Azeroth could buy spiritual clothes. In the background, they heard some screams and sounds of resistance. People gathered towards it as they were curious to see what was happening. Azeroth entered a clothing store along with Sir Ashton. As he looked around, he found regular clothing placed all over the store. There was not one item here that gave a spiritual sense to him. Are you sure you want to buy some spiritual clothes instead of better armor? As you know, spiritual clothes will hardly provide you with any defense against physical attacks. Sir Ashton asked Azeroth, telling him of the bad points of the spiritual clothing. The fact that it can weaken the elemental ardor attacks is more than enough reason for me to wear it. Moreover, unlike an armor, my mobility won't be restrained as if I wear it. Azeroth gave his reasons casually. Sir Ashton accepted his reasoning with a smile. Meanwhile, the store owner also saw just who had come into his shop. He was quite amazed to see it was Sir Ashton bringing someone along. "Greetings, Sir Ashton. It's a pleasure to have you in my shop," the man said with a respectful voice. Sir Ashton waved off his words and spoke. "This gentleman here wants to buy spiritual clothing. Show him tier for spiritual clothing, and show him the best ones. I will be settling the bill." These words from Sir Ashton were quite surprising for the shop owner. He glanced at Azeroth with an analytical gaze. To hear that this man was making Sir Ashton pay for him his identity was bound to be unique. However, the shop owner knew he couldn't just talk about it. He had to do what has been asked of him first. Azeroth and Sir Ashton followed him. Sir Ashton wasn't worried since he trusted this man quite a bit. The shopkeeper took them to stairs that led to the basement where he had stored the spiritual clothing. Unlike the ground floor that had been covered with various types of clothes, the basement didn't seem to have many clothes. Even here, Azeroth couldn't sense any spiritual clothing. The clothes lying around here also appeared to be quite normal. Without saying anything, the shopkeeper grabbed hold of a specific robe and pulled it out of the polythene-like packing. Once the cloth was out of that polythene-like packing, the entire room seemed to be saturated with a dense quantity of ardor. Azeroth was quite surprised as he thought, this polythene thing had entirely blocked my spiritual sense. There was no such thing millions of years ago. Azeroth really wanted to sigh as he understood that humans had progressed not just in terms of power, but also explored quite a bit. Truly, no matter what dimension it was, the human species would continue to evolve with time. "Try this out, sir," the shopkeeper said with a small smile. Azeroth wore the robe above his clothes. The brown robe covered nearly all his body and had a bluish aura around Azeroth. "This is a tier 4 robe which can resist elemental powers as long as you have ardor stored in it." The shopkeeper spoke with a neutral gaze. Azeroth continued to gauge the material with his own spiritual sense. Now that the polythene-like thing wasn't restricting his spiritual sense, he could analyze it himself. As he analyzed this material, he found out that this material seemed to be made by a mixture of constituents that held fire, lightning, wind, and other elemental crystals. The fire elemental ratio was the highest, and according to Azeroth, the fire was the element that would be significantly restricted by this robe. It would have the weakest resistive power to wind elemental attacks. "Can I see any other?" Azeroth quietly said as he dismissed this product. The shopkeeper looked surprised and gave a look to Sir Ashton. Sir Ashton quietly nodded, giving a small hint to the shopkeeper. "As you command, sir. The next product will be a little more special," the shopkeeper said as he picked up another polythene packet. This time, it wasn't a robe, but more like a set of clothes. It had a shirt, jacket, and trousers as well. It appeared quite good and reminded Azeroth of the branded clothes from Earth. Although its designs couldn't be considered in the same league as the top brands on Earth, it was still quite good. "All right, I will try this out." Azeroth was sent to the trial room to try on these clothes. While Azeroth had gone to the trial room, the shopkeeper looked at Sir Ashton and spoke, "Sir, that set was earlier made for a noble family heir. Although the order was cancelled at the last date and this order remained at our shop, this set's value is a little higher than an average attire. Don't worry, put this on my tab. I will pay you the full amount of this thing." Sir Ashton spoke this with a solemn voice. At those words, the shopkeeper nervously laughed. "How could I dare to think that Sir Ashton won't pay off his debt? What I meant to ask was, is it worth it to spend so much for this man?" At those words, Sir Ashton smirked and he replied, "For greater profits, we must remain ready to take some risks. Moreover, this amount is not something that can hurt me that much, so I don't mind spending it." Azeroth soon left the trial room, looking quite good in his new clothes. The black jacket, the white shirt, and the brown-colored trousers seemed to empower his aura. The shopkeeper started speaking with a smile, "Sir, this is a custom-made set. All these 3 items resist elemental attacks, but not just resisting the elemental attacks. They have specific functions as well. The jacket absorbs the ardor from nature, increasing your ardor regeneration quite a bit. The shirt and pants will boost the properties of your ardor around your body. Meaning if you have enough ardor, you can easily block the physical attacks with them as well, but the consumption of your ardor will be immense." Azeroth had already analyzed that much and knew that the shopkeeper's words were real. "All right, I like this, I will buy it." "Is this all right, Sir Ashton?" He looked in Sir Ashton's direction, who had an elderly smile. "Looks like we're done here. Let's go out. I don't suppose you want to change back into your previous clothes." Sir Ashton spoke to Azeroth, who gave a confirmatory nod. "Well, I would prefer not to. These clothes are much more comfortable," Azeroth said while moving his arms a bit. Soon enough, they were out of this shop. Sir Ashton led him to an empty ground where Azeroth could sense no one besides them. "Now it's time to fulfill your end of the deal. Naturally, it's here." Azeroth pulled out the 4-star beast core from his ring. Not much of its beast essence had escaped, so it was still in its best condition. He threw the beast core towards Sir Ashton's hands. Now that Sir Ashton carefully held it, he could sense the beast core's chaotic elements and figure out just which beast's core it was. Soon enough, his eyes widened in shock as he asked, "This is a tiger's beast core. Moreover, it is of a royal bloodline even amongst tigers." Meanwhile, Azeroth smirked a little and replied, "Who knows, it's not like I saw the tiger. I just received this thing." These words from Azeroth were meant to confuse Sir Ashton even further, and his plan was working till now. With that, Azeroth returned back to the mansion. 2 days later. A servant knocked on the door to Azeroth's room. Azeroth asked from the inside, "What is it?" "Young master, someone has given me this coin. He mentioned that you will know once you receive it." As soon as Azeroth heard those words, his eyes widened and a small smile appeared on his lips. "You found someone so quickly, Trant. What a surprising guy you are." Naturally, this was Trant's signal, saying that he had found someone from the Glirian kingdom who could buy the resources and weapons from Azeroth in large quantities. It had been less than a week, and Trant had already found someone. This was beyond Azeroth's expectations. "Looks like I need to get ready. I should meet up with him as soon as possible." Once Azeroth had received Trant's signal, he got ready and went out of the mansion. He kept using his ardor to sense his surroundings as he didn't want to be unaware if someone was following him. That would be a blunder on his part. Fortunately, it appeared as if his presence in the Rhodes family was weak enough to not warrant any followers. Azeroth wasn't going to Trant's house, but to the Deep Anemone Inn. The symbol of the Deep Anemone Inn was that of a coin with a hole in its center. It was identical to the currency sent by Trant. Azeroth was smart enough to connect the dots and understand just where Trant was calling out for him. Once he stepped into the Deep Anemone Inn, Azeroth sensed Trant's ardor, and he turned his head towards that direction. He saw Trant seated with a deathly pale old man at the corner of the inn. There were 3 chairs placed right next to the table Trant, and the old man occupied 2 of them while 1 chair remained free. Trant turned his head slightly and seemed to have seen Azeroth entering the Deep Anemone Inn. In fact, he had been sitting at such a position so that he could see all those who enter the inn through the front door. Azeroth calmly walked towards Trant. Meanwhile, Trant turned his gaze back at the old man and said something to him in a low voice. There was a mixture of relief and fear visible on the old man's face. The old man frantically stood up and then slightly bowed in Trant's direction before running out of the Deep Anemone Inn. He was in such a rush that he crashed into 2 people while running out of the inn. Meanwhile, Azeroth took a seat at the table and spoke to Trant. "Looks like you terrified that poor old man for no reason at all." Trant dryly replied, "That old man isn't some pitiful guy. He betrayed his master by helping the bandits kidnap his child. Naturally, he's scared to know that someone else knows of the secret as well. I would like to know how you know this secret, but that's not the point. So what became of my task? You found someone." Azeroth got straight to business. In turn, Trant smiled back. "If your question is that if I found a wealthy man from the Glirian kingdom, then yes, I did. But as for whether he will buy your things or not, that is still not clear." Just when Azeroth was about to ask his next question, Trant turned his head and raised his arm. "Bring tequila for my man here, and some vodka for me." The bartender heard Trant's order and immediately got to work to get those drinks ready. "It has been quite some time since we last came here and shared a drink. Good thing you still remember my preference," Azeroth said with a small smile. "Well, it's me who pays off the bill." Haha. Trant chuckled a little as he finished speaking. Sometime later, a waiter brought their drinks. Azeroth and Trant raised their glasses and spoke cheers. They gulped down their respective drinks in a single go. "Yes, this hits the spot," Trant said with a delighted expression, and he stared at the waiter. "Bring one more." Azeroth placed his glass down on the table and spoke. "All right, enough about this. Tell me, who is the person? What's his identity?" "The man's name is Lennox Reese, and he is a rather wealthy merchant from a town named Venenza in the Glirian kingdom. Why did he come here? Also, how could he come here? I don't suppose that the army stationed at the border will let him enter inside. The relations with the Glirian kingdom aren't exactly neutral." This was Azeroth's next question, as he wanted to make sure he was aware of the situation. He came for the auction house that had been held by the League of Amity in Messinana, the capital city of Cinealian Kingdom. He entered the Cinealian Kingdom under the church's cover. He has some contacts within the church and asked the Pope of our town to allow him an entry in the Cinealian Kingdom. Trant's words surprised Azeroth quite a bit. The church is also involved. Azeroth was truly stunned by those words. The church was an organization set up by the Celestials to get the faith energy from humans. The Celestials would rarely interfere with the internal matters of the humans. And to hear that the church is involved really was surprising. Were the Celestials thinking of some sinister plan? If so, Azeroth wanted to be ready for it. Yeah, why don't you shout it to the whole world? Trant sarcastically said to Azeroth, who realized his blunder and calmed down. My bad, but that was surprising. I thought that the Celestials won't involve themselves with the humanely matters. Azeroth spoke to Trant, who just scoffed in return. Those arrogant Celestials look down on us. You think the Celestials will interfere at all? It's not like that man named Lennox has something he can use against the Celestials, so it's impossible for the Celestials to be involved. Trant calmly replied to Azeroth's words. I see that means the Pope here in Rihul City doesn't possess the celestial blood. He's still just a human with a slightly higher status than others. Azeroth summarized this from the information available to him. Yeah, the Pope helped Lennox Reese in return for some benefits. I heard that they are secretly setting some kind of deal. Trant gave some more information to Azeroth. Azeroth was still confused by one point. I see, and what of Lennox Reese? Why did he come here for the auction house? There was no need for him to come to such a dangerous location just for an auction, right? You see, there was an information leak that someone was selling demon bay leaf. This is something Lennox Reese urgently requires since his daughter has been struck by a demonic curse. Her life force is decreasing day by day, and only this demon bay leaf can help her recover a part of the life force and drive off this curse. I see, Azeroth whispered with a low voice. He started thinking deeply. A demon's curse that can be cured by demon bay leaf. The one who used this technique is probably just a mid-ranked demon. How daring for a demon of that level to show his face on this continent. Or does this demon know of a portal to travel back to the Purgatory? This possibility somewhat excited Azeroth. It wasn't that Azeroth had some fond feelings about Purgatory, but there were some demons from his time who should have lived until now. 1,000,000 years couldn't be considered much to a demon god. He was sure that some of his underlings have elevated themselves to that of a demon god rank. Well, if I meet those bastards when I am at such a weak power level, I will just be begging to be tormented. I need to grow stronger. If only I had the life rings of Celestials that could store living things, then I could have stored herbs before my death. Azeroth let out a sigh as he thought of it. It wasn't that he didn't think of such an idea at that time, but more because the Celestials' life rings would only work with Holy Ardor. Holy Ardor was something Azeroth didn't possess as a demon, so he couldn't use those rings at all. My Triquetra Ardor should allow me to use those rings now. Trant continued ahead with his information. According to what I know, the reason the Pope let Lennox Reese enter the Cinealian Kingdom is that he wanted to get a rather expensive staff that has been auctioned in this auction house. The staff's name is Hailstorm Spirit Staff. Azeroth was hardly interested in this staff, so did Lennox Reese get this staff? Well, he is certainly living, so that already gives us the answer. If he had failed to get that staff, the Pope would have snitched him to the Rhodes family and dealt with the guy. Trant replied rather dryly. By this time, their next round of drinks arrived, and they gulped those down in one go as well. All right, how do we approach this situation? Azeroth asked this question with a serious look. First, tell me, where are those things and how many do you have? Trant asked with a half-serious look. Let's say I have a lot and leave it at that. As for where they are stored, I will tell you about it later. Azeroth said with a calm look. Hearing those words made Trant smile wider. That was a good response. If you had actually answered my question, I would have smacked your head silly and advised you to give up on this. Azeroth didn't mind his words and asked, so, how are we approaching this situation? Trant had a smirk on his face as he spoke. It's pretty easy. Lennox Reese is forced to obey the Pope's orders since he wants to return to the Glerian Kingdom. The Pope is using his secret and blackmails him into doing his bidding. Don't you think we can do the same? Azeroth remained quiet and let Trant continue. I already found out where he is living. Just write a letter and come along with me. Sure, Azeroth said as he pulled out a letter from his coat. Trant looked slightly surprised to see a feather, ink pot, and a letter in Azeroth's hands. You seem to have come prepared. I considered it for some time and thought that it would be best I bring this along. Azeroth coolly replied to Trant's words. I am impressed. You have become smarter. Is this because of the need to survive? Well, whatever the reason, it was necessary for you, Edwin. There was a smile on Trant's face as he spoke to Azeroth. Sometime later, Azeroth spoke up. All right, I am done with this letter. Let's go. Tranquil Summit Hotel was situated near the church. It was mainly for people who were on a pilgrimage. The Pope of the church could be considered the head of this hotel. For this very reason, this hotel had a relatively low price for staying for the night. However, the only people who could enjoy this low price were devoted humans who had come to this Rihul city for the church. Currently, Lennox Reese stayed in this hotel undercover as a priest. It was currently the nighttime now, and Azeroth and Trant were quietly going towards this hotel. Azeroth was a little dissatisfied with their walking pace, but he knew he had to match Trant's speed. Only Trant knew the precise room location of Lennox Reese. After an hour or so, Azeroth and Trant reached the hotel. They hid in the nearby bushes as they saw some men ahead of them. In fact, these men were patrolling the perimeter of the Tranquil Summit Hotel, 15 three-star rank guards. Moreover, 2 of them even have sensory skills. It will be tricky to get past them all without alerting anyone, Trant softly summarized. Azeroth had naturally noticed them all as well. This security was just slightly below that of the Rhodes family mansion. Good thing I came prepared, take this, and under no circumstances are you to flare your ardor. Trant pulled out a glass bottle and handed a black-colored round pill to Azeroth, a minor suppression pill. This will only work for those with an ardor of 3-star rank or below that power. I guess I will have to manually suppress my triquetra ardor. This pill will suppress your ardor and keep it to the bare minimum level. It will be such that the sensors won't be able to find us out. All right, quickly take it and let's go, Trant said while gulping down the pill immediately. Azeroth also gulped down that pill and started to suppress his ardor. All right, wait for my signal. I will go ahead and tell you when to come in. No, I have a better idea. Tell me where the room is and I will deliver the letter quickly before returning. Azeroth sternly said to Trant, what are you talking about? It will be too dangerous for you alone. In fact, I didn't even want to bring you along for this task. I could have done it alone. Trant didn't look convinced that he should let Azeroth do this task alone. Azeroth shook his head and confidently spoke, listen, if we both go in, it will be more dangerous. Just let me go alone. I assure you that I am more than sufficient to finish this task. Trant remained quiet for a short period before he finally nodded his head. All right, I will let you go in alone. But if something happens, I will distract the guards so that you can escape. That's acceptable, Azeroth replied with a nod. Now tell me the room number. 3rd floor, 304 room. You can see it from the other side of this hotel. It's on the top right corner of the hotel, Trant replied to Azeroth. Just as Azeroth was about to leave, Trant added also, if Lennox Reese is there, make sure to not enter the room. We can't let him know of your real identity. Don't worry about that. Let me handle this. Azeroth reassured him before running towards the other side of the hotel. He wasn't going straight towards the other side, but he was circling his way to the other side of the hotel. Once he was on the other side, he stared at the guards in his way who were patrolling around. Shadow movement. A darkish aura flooded over Azeroth's body as he ran towards the hotel. Even though he was mere meters away from the guards, they still took no note of him and let him get past themselves. Once he was near the hotel's walls, Azeroth concentrated some of his ardor in his legs. He quietly started walking on the hotel's walls. This all seemed far too easy to Azeroth as he effortlessly reached Lennox Reese's room. Just as his sensing skill had told him, there was indeed a man sleeping inside this room. Azeroth flooded demonic ardor over his body to keep everything as a blur to Lennox Reese's eyes. Lennox Reese was merely a rank 3 warrior, so there was no way he could see through Azeroth's skill. Now, Azeroth's task was simple. He just had to leave the letter on the table. Instead of pulling out a letter, Azeroth went over to Lennox Reese and grabbed his mouth tightly. Lennox Reese was utterly astonished as he felt someone holding his mouth with great strength. He tried to open his mouth and let out a voice, but not even a whimper could escape from his mouth. Moreover, the person he saw was entirely shrouded with a dark aura that just scared Lennox Reese shitless. He had felt a dark aura similar to this one before. It was from the curse his daughter was infected with. And it instantly allowed him to conclude that this thing before him was a demon. The only difference between this dark aura and the dark aura he sensed from his daughter was that this dark aura was much more sinister. It meant that this demon was far superior to the one who had hurt his daughter. You should know what I am, right, human? Lennox Reese heard that arrogant voice from the demon. Lennox Reese was far too scared right now. Moreover, because of the large hand holding his mouth, he couldn't even speak right now. The terror in your eyes looks rather sweet. It appears that you do know what I am. The hand that had been holding Lennox Reese's mouth slowly loosened, and Lennox Reese took deep breaths and coughed a little before staring at this dark thing. The dark aura was so dense that he couldn't make out just how this demon looked. This wasn't especially strange since demons did use techniques similar to this to scare humans. After he had coughed out for some seconds, Lennox Reese slowly raised his head and looked at what appeared to be the head of the demon. Lord Demon, W, why are you targeting me? W, what have I done to earn your wrath? What have you done to earn my wrath? You are quite stupid, human. You think you can do anything which would anger me. Azeroth's voice seemed to shake the room in that second. Lennox Reese was utterly scared, and he backed away once he heard those words. Azeroth looked at his pitiful look and finally said, you can stand now. I didn't come here to kill you or curse you. Your importance lies in something much greater. Those words only served to confuse Lennox Reese as he began thinking of the meaning behind Azeroth's words. Azeroth threw a ring at Lennox Reese and spoke, take this. Give it to the Glerian Kingdom's king, and tell him that I want to start a business deal with him. The things in this ring are just a tiny amount of what I possess. If he wants more, tell him to send a lot of demonic crystals holding a lot of energy. Lennox Reese was quite surprised when he grabbed hold of the ring Azeroth had given him. He used his spiritual sense to see what is inside. Moments later, He was utterly shocked as he saw hundreds of elemental crystals holding a lot of elemental energy. Some of them even possessed pure ardor and could be used to recover a martial artist's ardor. And this is just a small hint of what he possesses. Just how rich is this demon? This question immediately appeared in Lennox Reese's mind. Well, the wealth of a former demon god was undoubtedly going to be incomprehensible for a businessman such as Lennox Reese. I will do as you order, Lord Demon. Lennox Reese knew well enough just what he had to do in this situation. The task he had been assigned wasn't that dangerous for him. In fact, he realized that as long as he survived this situation, the future wouldn't be all that bad for him. Good, at least you have some sense in yourself. Get out of this town as quickly as possible. If I find you here tomorrow morning, I will kill you. Also, I will visit your town shortly. Until then, find the demon who has cursed your daughter. I need detailed information at that time. Azeroth's eyes glowed a little as he mentioned the last part. Lennox Reese fearfully nodded his head and promised that he would have all the information at that time. Azeroth continued to stare at him and suddenly flared up his demonic energy. Lennox Reese couldn't handle all that power concentrated on himself and collapsed on his bed. Meanwhile, Azeroth went out of the hotel from the way he came, basically through the window. He went the same way he arrived, so there was absolutely no problem. Trant was in that same spot as before. He looked slightly surprised to see that Azeroth had come back without sounding the alarm. In reality, he had been prepared to distract the guards and create an opportunity for Azeroth to escape. However, it seems that he was thinking only about the worst-case scenario, while Azeroth had already accomplished the best-case scenario. You finished up? Trant dryly asked the question. He was just asking this for the sake of it. Yeah. Azeroth returned to his mansion. Next, he called out for a servant and ordered him, go and find out all the Chlora's town's information. Check if there's an upcoming beast horde for them, or did they find a demon's cave. Azeroth asked for the information about this specific town because he remembered that Bryn Gaynor guy had met up with Sir Ashton of the Merchant Union. Moreover, from their conversation, Azeroth more or less understood that Bryn Gaynor had placed a large order and needed it quite urgently. The servant bowed once again and silently left his chambers. Considering the lack of internet in this world, Azeroth knew he had to wait some days for the servant to return with any real information. Azeroth began to meditate peacefully, since his next course of action would be decided after receiving the information. If it was just as he thought, then he might have something fun to do in the next few days. Meanwhile, after a few hours, Lennox Reese had woken up. As he woke up, he looked around with terror visible in his eyes. He looked relieved as he saw no one in his room. Just as he was about to wipe his sweat and breath in relief, Lennox Reese noticed a purple ring in his hands. It was something he was holding very tightly, so it was hard to ignore it. It wasn't a dream as he recalled that dream. Lennox Reese started quaking in fear. This was the second time he had interacted with a demonic being, and he has had enough. The only good thing I can deduce from this is that he doesn't want to kill me yet. Lennox Reese felt quite scared at the thought of dying. It wasn't that he was that terrified of his own death. He just didn't want to die before delivering the cure of the demonic curse to his daughter. No, I can't delay any longer. I need to talk to the Pope and ask him to let me return to the kingdom of Glur. With the threat of death comes a great resolve. He could no longer risk staying in this kingdom. The fact that this demon knew he was from the kingdom of Glur meant that his identity was no longer a secret here. The fact that it was early morning didn't stop Lennox Reese as he walked to the church. The Pope and the other high-ranking members of the church resided in the church's special rooms. Those rooms were filled with holy ardor released from some holy items or herbs handed to the church by the Celestials. There were no guards or anyone else to stop Lennox Reese from entering the church. Once inside the church, Lennox Reese began to walk towards the Pope's room. The Pope was peacefully sleeping at around this time. Lennox Reese knocked on the door a couple of times. As the Pope was in a deep sleep, he naturally ignored these knocks. Meanwhile, Lennox Reese was getting nervous as he stood outside the room. He banged on the gate rather firmly, and this time he heard a tired voice. "Who is it?" Almost immediately, Lennox Reese replied with an anxious voice, "Sir, it's me. Please open the door. I have something urgent to discuss with you." What? Just let me sleep. We will talk once during the day," the Pope replied with a sleepy voice. However, Lennox Reese immediately banged on the door a couple more times and said, "Sir, it's really urgent. Tomorrow." This time, the Pope replied in a semi-firm voice. Lennox Reese paused for a couple of seconds. He took this time to reorganize his thoughts and then spoke with a resolute voice, "Sir, if you don't open the door now, I will be forced to break it open." It was at these words did the Pope's eyes snap open. He hadn't heard Lennox Reese's words all that seriously earlier, but No was quite shocked. "All right, I am opening the door." Once the Pope said this, Lennox Reese felt his body calm down slightly. Soon enough, the door opened, and Lennox Reese saw a tired-looking Pope staring at him. "Come inside, and this better is worth my time," the Pope said with a threatening look on his face. Lennox Reese immediately nodded as he entered the Pope's room. Soon enough, the gate was closed, and Lennox Reese began to speak. "Sir, I was sleeping in the hotel you provided for me. but tonight someone came to my room and mentioned that I must return to the Kingdom of Glur as soon as possible. What? Who was it? How could they get inside your room? That hotel is guarded by 3-star knights. Or was this person a 4-star warrior or assassin? The Pope immediately thought of multiple possibilities in a couple of seconds. Neither it was a demon. Lennox Reese informed with a terrified expression. A demon? Haha, you think this is the same Venenza where the demons can enter as they please. If there was a demon here, I would have been the first to be informed of it. The Pope dismissed Lennox Reese's words. You think I will lie about this? Lennox Reese shouted with a frustrated tone. Watch your tone. The only reason you are still alive now is because you did bring the holy hailstorm spirit staff to me, the Pope said as he caressed his own white beard. Lennox Reese gave him an angry glare and added, You should remember that's not the only thing I did. I'm telling you, give me the pass to let me return to the Kingdom of Glur, or else I will make some things known, some specific matters that you wish to keep secret. You seem to have grown a nerve or two. But tell me, Lennox, do you think you can walk away alive by behaving in such a manner? The Pope spoke with an authoritative tone. Lennox Reese chuckled helplessly and said, I will be dead either way, so I would rather die after at least trying rather than die with the regret of not even trying at all. Perhaps it was this tone that he used that somewhat frightened the Pope and made him believe Lennox. His aura, which had been building up until now, suddenly lowered, and he spoke, All right, I will prepare something for you. It should be done in an hour. That is the best I can offer. Lennox Reese had to think for some moments before he could reply, All right, just be as quick as possible. After this conversation, the two met one last time when Lennox Reese was about to leave for the Kingdom of Glur on a carriage with the church's men and seal on it. Currently, Trant was seated in his room, eating some snacks, and someone knocked over his window. It's open. Please come in. The one who opened the window and entered Trant's room was a youth a little older than Trant. What happened, Julian? Didn't I ask you to watch over the route to the Kingdom of Glur? Don't tell me you returned because you got bored. As Trant talked to this guy, an authoritative tone was present in his voice. Reporting to Sir, I just witnessed a church's carriage going towards the Kingdom of Glur. Moreover, I followed this carriage until they stopped to take some rest, and I am sure that I saw Lennox Reese in this carriage. Hearing this report, Trant first showed a surprised look, and then an impressed look appeared in his eyes. Interesting. So Edwin's letter scared him quite greatly since he managed to force the Pope to send him as quickly as possible. Or maybe he was more paranoid about his identity being leaked to other people. Trant began to think of the possible reasons why Lennox Reese had left so early. Suddenly, a resolute look appeared in his eyes as he raised his head and spoke, Follow him to the Kingdom of Glur. Check if he knows that the one who wrote the letter is Edwin or not. If he does, then kill him before he spreads it to anyone. So you are asking me to go to another kingdom and kill someone there. The previous deal wouldn't cut before he could say anything. Trant threw a pouch of blue-colored spirit stones. I know you have your ways to go to the Kingdom of Glur. Just do the task, and I will give you twice the amount you hold in your hand. Also, if Lennox Reese doesn't know about Edwin, then simply return. The reward will remain the same, so you don't have to take any extra action. Trant spoke the last line with a threatening tone. I won't do anything unnecessary, sir. With that, the man disappeared from Trant's room. Once he was gone, Trant let out a sigh as he thought, Looks like I need to earn more. Who should I target this time? Maybe I should visit Rhea. She must be missing me right now, and she should have some spicy information for me. It had been nearly a week or so since Lennox Reese had left the Cinealian kingdom. Currently, Azeroth was readying some supplies and a horse to go on a journey. The servants had informed him of how Clora's town was going to suffer a beast raid. He was on his way to Clora's town. Since it came under the Rhodes family's influence, there shouldn't be an issue with his appearance there. By the time he reaches the town, the beast raid would just be a day or two away. The servants only found out that the merchant union supplied the necessary equipment to the Clora's town to prepare them for this beast raid. As for their history, it had been written in the Rhodes family's records that nearly thousands of beasts attacked the town. Most of them were 1-star or 2-star beasts, and there was also the presence of a beast lord, meaning a 5-star beast. However, the Clora's town had no 5-star warrior to protect them from this beast lord. Until now, they depended on various traps, explosives, and equipment to rip apart the beast lord. Azeroth was curious about which beast would lead the attack on Clora's town. As long as it's not a 6-star or higher-ranked beast, it's only good news for me, Azeroth thought with a small smile on his face. Even though Azeroth could be considered quite strong for a 4-star warrior, he knew that his Triquetra ardor was not strong enough to give him an edge against a 5-star beast and win just yet. The only chance he did have was using whatever trick the town lord of Clora's town had and tire out that beast, then deal with it. Azeroth soon departed from the mansion. It was a 3 days' ride to Clora's town on his horse. Azeroth had stored enough supplies for himself, so he would be more or less okay until he reached Clora's town. Even on horseback, Azeroth began to use his meditation exercise while keeping note of his balance and surroundings. He didn't want to miss it a single day, as there were only a few days left until it would become an automatic exercise of his body. 2.5 days later, just when he was about to reach Chlora's town, he noticed that the road ahead was blocked. Moreover, it was blocked by some beasts. Azeroth also observed the humans who were fighting against these beasts. The titanic deer, the crazed blaze viper, the onyx bane ape were the ones who were blocking the route. Azeroth found that as soon as his horse's vision fell over these three beasts, it stopped, and its legs started trembling with fear. It was very typical for the horse to stop and tremble with fear, because these beasts were all at the 4-star rank. How strange, why did the Beast Lord let 4-star ranked beasts come here and block the route? Does he want them to die? Typically, all the higher ranked beasts would vanish before a beast raid. Is there no Beast Lord here? As Azeroth came to that conclusion, he was slightly disappointed. However, he soon let out a sigh and jumped down from his horse. All his things were in his spatial rings, so he had nothing left on the horse. Now that Azeroth was going closer, he saw over 7 or so people were fighting against these 4-star ranked beasts. Only a single one of them was a 4-star rank, while the rest were at the 3-star rank. He didn't understand just why they came to hunt 4-star ranked beasts with such a vulnerable group in terms of power levels. In fact, now that he saw clearly, the 4-star rank guy wasn't even fighting. He was watching the other 6 fight from a distance. Each beast was occupied by at least 2 youths. The 4-star rank warrior seemed to be a middle-aged man and was standing some meters away from the fight. Is this training for these children? Azeroth was somewhat surprised. This sort of training reminded him of his time in Purgatory, the time when he had to place his life on the line during every fight. The funny thing was that the beasts were actually pushed back by these children. Each pair was attacking the beasts in some sort of rhythm. When one attacked, the other was charging up for a big move, and once the other person was ready, the first one would retreat and let the beast be hit by that big move. After some rest, he would once again engage his opponent in a fierce close combat fighting. Only the fight against the crazed blaze viper was different. In it, a girl was fighting at a mid-range distance and basically occupying the viper for as long as she could, and at an appropriate time, she would switch with her partner. The only reason that these 3-star warriors could more or less gain the upper hand against these beasts was because of their rhythm. They just didn't give the beasts any opportunity to attack. It was clear that as long as the beast's attack hit them, they would be heavily wounded or even killed. Even though Azeroth's steps were soundless, the beasts had smelled Azeroth. The crazed blaze viper turned around and snarled as it saw Azeroth. It had been somewhat angry at how it had been pushed back by those little humans. Now that it saw Azeroth approaching, it immediately thought of taking some revenge against the humans. The middle-aged man saw how the crazed blaze viper had changed its direction. Oh no, run, the beast is coming at you. He looked quite worried and immediately ran in Azeroth's direction. His speed was quite impressive, but even then, the crazed blaze viper was closer to Azeroth's location. Even his remarkable speed couldn't catch up to the viper in a short interval. Meanwhile, Azeroth remained on his spot and questioned, "Run from this snake, how insulting." The crazed blaze viper's body was soon on fire. Azeroth raised his arm and thought, "Wind cutter." A sharp blade of wind was released from his palm, and it immediately struck the burning viper's body. Although Azeroth's attack didn't pierce its body, it did push him back a bit. Looks like that fire cloak is good for something. It protected you from being cut into 2. Azeroth casually spoke to the viper. Suddenly, he spoke with a look of disdain. "Oh right, why am I bothering to talk to you? Unlike a beast lord, you are a beast without any spiritual intelligence." As if the viper could understand his words, its eyes turned red with anger, and it opened its mouth wide enough to spew out the flames. This was the fire breath of the crazed blaze viper. When the middle-aged man saw this fire breath, he forcefully increased his speed since he knew it was hazardous. After the fire breath was released from the crazed blaze viper's mouth, it continued to get wider and occupied quite a lot of area. Azeroth's entire body was covered by this viper's flames. The 2 beasts and the youths who were fighting them had temporarily stopped their fight. This was because they sensed a massive amount of ardor being used. The young warriors, a little younger than Azeroth in terms of age, clenched their fists in anger as they blamed themselves for not being able to save that man. However, the beasts were the ones who were trembling with fear. It was their instincts that were screaming at them to run away now. Even the beasts didn't understand just why that was the case, but the titanic deer and onyx bane ape didn't hesitate to run away. Meanwhile, since the fire breath was being used, the crazed blaze viper remained there and continued to empower its attack. Just as the middle-aged man was about to reach the crazed blaze viper and behead it with one strike of his sword, 3 wind blades, rather similar to the first one, appeared. Even though the temperature was relatively high because of this fire breath skill, it failed to stop the wind blades that continued to pierce through the flames. Moreover, as the flames were pierced, the other humans could now see Azeroth's body, completely fine as he continued walking forward. There was a thin barrier of wind around his body that had kept him safe from the flames. The 3 wind blades struck the crazed blaze viper and sliced off its head, abdomen, and tail. A bright reddish-colored beast core of the crazed blaze viper could be seen in his abdomen. Azeroth coolly went and picked up the crazed blaze viper's beast core. Just when Azeroth was about to place this beast core in his spatial ring, he heard someone shout, "Hey, why are you taking the beast core without even asking us?" It was the voice of a teenager, a few years younger than Azeroth. He was one of the 2 youths fighting against the crazed blaze viper. The girl near him also had a small frown, but she didn't speak anything. Azeroth calmly placed the beast core within his spatial ring and spoke, "Don't shout as if I stole something. I killed the beast, so I looted the spoils. I don't see anything wrong with this." Well, even if he did see anything wrong with this, Azeroth would have still done it to benefit himself. He couldn't be bothered with those morals or other bullshit. He just did whatever benefited him. And for now, he figured that this explanation would be beneficial to him. "You only killed it so easily because we were the ones who exhausted it. You can't just take its beast core without even asking us." The teenager pointed at himself and the girl near him. Before Azeroth could reply, the middle-aged man, who seemed like their teacher, gave that guy a glare and spoke, "Stop it, Jadden. This man is right. He is the one who killed the beast, so he gets to keep the core. No more argument over this topic." But the guy named Jadden didn't seem convinced, but he quickly dropped the matter as the glare from his teacher sharpened. Azeroth quietly nodded and replied, "No worries. I don't take such matters to heart. My name is Aiden. What should I call you? I am Edwin." He decided to use the name Edwin since the town lord of the Chlora's town knew this name. And since Azeroth hadn't given away his family name, they shouldn't relate him to the Rhodes family at all. For now, they should be thinking of him as a rogue. "All right, Edwin. If I may be bold enough to ask, just what are you doing on this route?" Such a question was quite natural since Chlora's town was near the border of the Cinealian kingdom. Chlora's town lay near the forest that was between the Cinealian kingdom and Lamhilhan theocracy. For this reason, it was one of the towns which periodically experienced beast raids. "I am going to Chlora's town. I heard that it's about to suffer from a beast raid, so I thought of assisting the people here and also gain some combat experience." Azeroth's answer relieved Aiden. "Looks like we have the same destination then. We are staying in Chlora's town. Since we have more or less dealt with the beasts who blocked this route, we can return now. Do you want to join us?" Aiden gave an offer to Azeroth. Without much thought, Azeroth decided to accept it. Sure, he gauged that he could kill all these people if they became hostile to him. On his way to Chlora's town, Azeroth got to know the names of all of them: Aiden, Jadden, Kai, Cillian, Bruno, Casper, and Liliana. Liliana was the only girl amongst all of them, while the rest were men. Liliana was a rather shy girl because after greeting Azeroth, she didn't speak anything else on the way. From their appearance, these teenagers looked to be around 14-15 years of age. The fact that all of them were at the 3-star rank somewhat surprised Azeroth. It had to be known that even in the Acadia school Edwin had gone to, there were rarely any noble heirs with such cultivation at this age. To further inspect them, Azeroth placed his hand over Cillian's shoulder. His triquetra ardor quietly infiltrated his bodies and began to investigate the reason behind this strength. Soon enough, Azeroth received the answer. Cillian's body had bathed in a lake of spiritual water and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy from it. His body seemed to have been permanently enhanced after that, and his talent was significantly raised. It would be beneficial to my spirit as well. Once I reach the 5-star rank or a demon lord level and form my battle spirit, this spiritual water will become useless. Better to make use of it while I still can. Aiden, the only other 4-star warrior, didn't understand that Azeroth had somehow found a secret that he desperately wished to keep hidden. Now is not yet the time. Azeroth wanted to know the location of this spiritual lake, but he couldn't rush it. For now, he had to reach Chlora's town and get what he wanted from there. Before he could ask for more information about them, they had reached their destination, Chlora's town. "Come with us. I will introduce you to our allies who are going to fight alongside us," Aiden said to Azeroth. Azeroth nodded his head and decided to follow this man. Instead of going deeper into the town, they remained on the edges, and Azeroth felt like they were walking along the town's perimeter. Soon enough, he sensed hundreds of people ahead of his position. This camp was still some distance, so Azeroth looked at Aiden and asked him, "How many allies do we have? We have nearly hundreds of warriors alongside us. Moreover, we also have some array masters, alchemy masters," Aiden told Azeroth with a light-hearted tone. "From where have they studied these arts?" Azeroth asked. "I heard that a few of them graduated from the Acadia School of Martial Arts and Palm Valley School of Martial Arts." As soon as Azeroth heard the words Acadia School of Martial Arts, he paused for some moments. The other guys who were walking alongside Azeroth turned towards him, and it was Bruno who asked, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing, let's keep moving." Although Azeroth's expression remained stone-cold just as before, he was internally thinking, "Just my luck. They just had to hire someone who graduated from Acadia School, the same one I went to. Let's just hope they don't know me." Or else, this sudden increase in power from 2-star to 4-star in a single year will seem really weird. In the encampment some distance away from Azeroth and others, the town lord of Clora's town gave one order after another to prepare for the beast raid. Many people were always on the move, while some remained in the cabin and worked on some other tasks. A beautiful woman with long black hair was wearing a pink Chinese dress, but this dress revealed her long silky legs that stimulated many males' desires in this camp. She also had an impressive bust and a great curve of her ass. She was none other than the former top beauty of Acadia School of Martial Arts. Her name was Sophie Russell. She was the daughter of the Royal Guards captain, Spencer Russell. Royal Guards captain's position could be considered above Rhodes' family, except for Rhodes' family's master. It was because the Royal Guards captain had been His Majesty's childhood friend. It was said that if he requested something from His Majesty, it would be granted without a second thought. Moreover, the man was entirely loyal to His Majesty, so there had never been any suspicion. It was for this very reason that he was tasked with the protection of His Majesty. In Noble House's circle, they were also aware of just how this man spoilt his daughter. So even royal princes don't dare to test him by harassing his daughter, let alone some noble house's heirs. It was said that whoever became this woman's lover would gain the capital to be fearless in the Cine-alien kingdom. Alas, no one has managed to enjoy this position yet. After all, this woman has kept her focus on her array studies. Sophie had mentioned her desire to use her array formations in combat. For that reason, her father, Spencer, searched for information on where he could send his daughter. The location wouldn't be too dangerous and would let his daughter test her skills as well. As he searched for information, he found out about the beast raid in Clora's city, which led Sophie to this place. Naturally, she hadn't come alone. Some royal guards were accompanying her, and she was given some life-saving artifacts and a jade stone with which she could contact her father at any time. Miss Sophie, is this really some great array? Forgive our lack of knowledge, but we have never seen anything like this. Two old men continued to analyze the formation that had been drawn by Sophie. It's natural that you haven't seen it. This is a 3-layered array formation. This array would be a mixture of an illusion array, the killing array, and the defensive array if something went wrong. I'm hoping that we will only need the illusion array and killing array's powers. Sophie explained her words with a soft voice. In reality, she wasn't sure if it would work or not. She had never tried out this formation, but according to what she had read, it shouldn't have any problems working if they did as it was written. I will further inspect the array formation every day to check for any errors. Sophie took a breather as she sat down on her chair and began thinking of what else she could do to increase their firepower against the beasts. Meanwhile, as she was thinking of what she should do next, the guard outside her cabin spoke out. "Young Miss Sophie, young Master Miles Nelson wants to meet you." Hearing her guard's voice, Sophie bit her lips in annoyance and replied, "I am tired now and I will go to sleep soon. I will meet him later." Miles Nelson was the heir of the Nelson noble house. Just like Sophie, he was also a student of the Acadia School of Martial Arts. During their school time, Miles had declared his feelings for her. Sophie didn't hold the same feelings for him, so she rejected him using her father's name. However, Miles still never gave up on her. He continued to train as much as he could to become stronger and ask for her hand from her father. It was well known that Spencer Sophie's father greatly respected powerhouses. If it was Spencer who asked Sophie to marry him, Sophie would most likely agree. As Miles was in his house, training hard to become a stronger warrior, he had reached the peak of the 3-star rank. At around this time, he heard that Sophie was leaving for Clora's town. Investigating a little, he also found out about this beast raid and followed after Sophie under the pretext of gaining some combat experience and strengthening his foundation before breaking through. The other Acadia school students weren't from the noble houses or from overly respected status. It was just a bit above that of ordinary people. There were also the students from Palm Valley School of Martial Arts. This was a school ranked lower than Acadia School of Martial Arts in the Cine-alien Kingdom's ranking. The noble house's heirs, who couldn't pass the Acadia School of Martial Arts entrance test, went over to the Palm Valley School to study. In reality, Edwin Rhodes had also failed the Acadia School of Martial Arts entrance test, but his father, Jonas Rhodes, thought that if it was known that an heir of the Rhodes family didn't pass the test, it would lower the Rhodes family's prestige. So he visited the Acadia School principal, and soon enough, Edwin had received an invitation letter to study from the Acadia School. This information was only known to Edwin and the higher-ups of the Rhodes family. The Palm Valley School of Martial Arts was quite near the Clora's town, so the town lord went over and requested the principal to send his most talented graduates. Those from the Palm Valley School felt that they were considered Acadia School's rejects and disliked the Acadia School's students or graduates. Some of the Palm Valley School graduates who had come to the Clora's town were heirs of their low-class noble family, while many of them had an above-average or a wealthy family background. Anyway, after Sophie informed her guard that she wanted to rest, the guard relayed her words to Miles, who found this quite normal. Even then, he calmly bowed and replied to the guard, "Please tell her that I wish for her to have a good rest. If she wishes for my assistance, I will do my best." He went away from Sophie's cabin after speaking those words gracefully. The guard spat on the ground nearby as he heard Miles' words and just remained quiet as he returned back. The guard had seen many such annoying flies who wanted to get together with Sophie. He had been given a secret order from Spencer Sophie's father that if Miles or any other guy went too far, the royal guards had to make them pay the price. After some minutes, Aiden and his group returned to the camp along with Azeroth. Aiden was one of the rare 4-star warrior in the encampment, so he was relatively well respected by the town lord, Bryn Gaynor. For this reason, he was given a large private cabin that was a little more luxurious than the typical huts of other soldiers. The only cabin that could be considered superior to Aiden's cabin was that of Sophie's. "I will go and meet big sister Sophie," she said. "As soon as I return, I have to go to her residence," Liliana suddenly said to Aiden, who gave her a nod of acceptance. Aiden had met Sophie and was more or less sure that she didn't have any ill feelings for Liliana and took great care of her. Moreover, Liliana was also quite comfortable around her, so it was quite good. Meanwhile, Azeroth internally sighed as he heard the name Sophie. Just to clarify, he asked Aiden, "Is this Sophie Russell?" Aiden seemed surprised, and he asked Azeroth, "You know Miss Sophie?" "Fuck, out of all the people it had to be her." Azeroth internally cursed his luck. "I have heard of her," Azeroth dryly replied. As he was talking to Aiden, Liliana had already left for Sophie's cabin. Sophie's guards were already familiar with how their young miss was fond of this little girl. They let her enter Sophie's cabin without an issue. Meanwhile, Aiden stared at the other youths who were with him. "Go to your cottage. I will take Edwin to see the town lord." "Okay, master." Most of them replied excitedly, while Jadden kept looking at Azeroth from the corner of his eyes with a challenging look in them. Just as Aiden had spoken, he took Azeroth to the town lord, Bryn Gaynor. The town lord was currently discussing some tactics with some generals and some strategists in his cabin. The guards stationed ahead of their cabin didn't stop Aiden since they knew that he was one of the rare 4-star warriors of this camp, and he was entitled to special privileges. One of them was that other than the town lord, no one else could order Aiden. Bryn Gaynor, the strategists, and generals halted with their words as they turned their heads towards the cabin's entrance. They looked slightly surprised to see someone along with Aiden there. However, their expressions soon returned to normal as if nothing had happened. "Sir Bryn Gaynor, this is Aiden," began to introduce Azeroth to Bryn Gaynor. "So it is Sir Edwin Rhodes. I never imagined we would meet each other so soon." Bryn Gaynor suddenly cut in as he stared at Azeroth. "I heard that Clora's town was going to suffer from a beast raid and informed my family of this. The Rhodes family is preoccupied with some other tasks, so I decided to come here independently. I hope Lord Bryn won't mind." Azeroth politely and respectfully spoke to Bryn Gaynor. "Why, you are the heir to the Rhodes family. Why did you not tell us?" Aiden looked utterly shocked as he asked this question. Azeroth dryly replied, "You never asked me. How did you meet up with Sir Edwin, Aiden?" Bryn Gaynor asked the question which the other people in the cabin had been wondering as well. "As you know, Lord Bryn, my students, and I went hunting the 3-4-star ranked beasts who were blocking the route to the city. As my students were fighting the beasts, Sir Edwin arrived. He effortlessly killed one of the beasts and scared off the other 2 with his aura. Once he told us that his reason for coming here was to join our defense against the beast raid, I invited him to come along with us." Aiden narrated the entire event, leaving minor details. Instantly, all the generals, strategists, and even Bryn Gaynor turned to look at Azeroth with some shock evident in their eyes. He effortlessly killed a 4-star ranked beast and scared off the other 2 with just his aura. Azeroth internally sighed since he knew that his secret was up. He couldn't make an excuse and hoped that it would work. Better yet, he should just tell them the truth to gain their trust. "That is true. I recently became a 4-star warrior." Azeroth affirmed it with a calm voice. Along with his words, a dense aura began to spread out from his body. This had more or less confirmed it. "We welcome you to our camp, Sir Edwin. Please take a look around the camp while I order some men to set up a large cabin for you." Bryn Gaynor spoke with a respectful voice. The strong were to be respected after all. Azeroth nodded his head and recalled his aura. "I have also wanted to take a look at the whole camp." Aiden went along with him and let Bryn Gaynor continue his meeting with the generals and strategists. For some moments, Aiden remained entirely quiet. Azeroth noticed his silence and spoke. "You don't need to be that conservative and mind my status that much. I just wanted you all to treat me the same as you treat others. All right, let me bring you to see our other comrades," Aiden said with a light-hearted tone. Azeroth nodded his head while looking around, analyzing this location with his spiritual sense. What he had found until now was quite interesting. This location had no formation set up until now. "Just amazing from what I see. This camp is going to be absolutely slaughtered. There's really no 5-star rank warrior here, no attacking formation or even a defensive formation around us." Aiden took Azeroth towards the western part of the encampment. "This is the place where the graduates from Palm Valley School of Martial Arts are staying. Aiden told Azeroth as he pointed at the area. A couple of students were out of their cabins, and their eyes fell on Azeroth and Aiden. They already knew Aiden but not Azeroth. Some men were curious about Azeroth's identity now since he was being escorted by Aiden. "Who are you?" Azeroth spoke out. "I am Edwin." "Yeah, like that says a lot." The guy sarcastically spoke as he looked at Edwin. "You came here to join us against the Beast Raid." Another guy spoke as he gauged Edwin. Because of no aura released from Edwin's body, they had to rate his level according to his age. "Yes, that's all," Azeroth said as he looked at them with cold, empty eyes. "How about we spar a little? I want to see where you stand and whether you deserve to stand alongside us or not." The other guy spoke while getting into position. Aiden nervously laughed as he heard these two. He was about to speak, but Azeroth suddenly stepped forwards and added, "All right, let's spar. What will be the rules?" "The rules will be simple. The one who surrenders loses." The guy who was about to fight Azeroth spoke with a grin. "Let's go to the nearby fields. If we fight here, I might accidentally destroy the residences of my fellow brothers." The guy looked quite arrogant and spoke as if only he was capable of destroying the residences here. Aiden went closer to Azeroth and whispered to him, "Sir, this guy is Ruddy Burton, the heir to the Burton noble house. The guy next to him is Carson Wright from the Wright noble house. Although you're also an heir of Rhodes noble house, it might not be wise to anger both of them." Azeroth meanwhile smiled in response. "You don't need to be worried about this, Sir Aiden. I know much about political complications like this compared to you. Also, the reality of a noble house is far from what you think." Those words only served to confuse Aiden to no end. Also, Azeroth turned towards Ruddy and spoke to him. "Since you want a fight, I will give you one. Let's go to the empty fields." Ruddy and Carson frowned slightly as they looked at Azeroth. They more or less understood that Aiden had informed him of their identities just now. How could this commoner still not pay any respect to them? Ruddy thought, "No matter. I will make him kneel in submission." As Ruddy led Azeroth and Aiden to the empty fields, Carson went to some cabins and brought along a few more of their friends. Most of them were their underlings from humble family backgrounds, while a few individuals had noble family backgrounds. It could be said that most of the graduates of Palm Valley School were coming along Carson to the empty fields. Meanwhile, in the fields, Aiden decided to judge the fight between Azeroth and Ruddy. "This is just sparring. Please don't heavily injure each other," Aiden spoke while looking in Azeroth's direction. Azeroth waved off his hands as if he was telling Aiden to knock it off. Meanwhile, Ruddy replied with a hint of arrogance in his voice, "You can't blame me if he can't even take on a single blow from me. I want to say the same. HMPH. Such trash talk, you should have the strength to back it up." With that, Ruddy suddenly jumped towards Azeroth, palm of the Great Bear. A strange aura of the Great Bear appeared around Ruddy as he rushed towards Azeroth and attempted to strike him. Azeroth very coolly got out of the way by sidestepping him. Aiden thought Azeroth was in Ruddy's way 1 second, and then realized his position had shifted significantly the next. They were separated by such a little space that they appeared to be in a straight line from afar. Actually, Azeroth was wondering whether he should play football now or not. "Maybe I should just make him roam around like an idiot until his other comrades arrive. Once they come, I can start his beatdown. That will be hilarious." Anyway, the opening move was dodged by Azeroth, and Ruddy managed to stop himself some seconds later. He looked quite angry as he gazed at Azeroth. "Such fluke won't happen again," Ruddy said while gritting his teeth in anger. Azeroth remained quiet and just gave a neutral expression to Ruddy, chasing wind movement skill. Ruddy rushed towards Azeroth with a strange movement skill. From a glance, his movement seemed unrealistically profound as he crossed the distance between him and Azeroth rather quickly. Astral Cyclone. Ardor seemed to be shinning all over Ruddy's body as he started rotating his body with a quick speed, intending to hit Azeroth with a series of attacks. However, Azeroth just lowered his body and gave a simple low sweep. His kick had quite some power behind it, and it successfully made Ruddy lose his balance. Once Ruddy realized that he was going to fall down, he immediately got ready. Ruddy's palms touched the ground, and he placed his entire weight over his arms. Once Ruddy could more or less control his body in this position, he immediately spoke out, "Double kicks." He forcefully pushed both his legs in Azeroth's direction, as if he wanted to give him a strong double kick for that stunt. In that position, Azeroth's face would be struck by Ruddy's double kicks. Azeroth saw the kicks coming towards his way and immediately rolled out of danger. As Ruddy's double kick struck the ground, it cracked the floor slightly. Now Ruddy placed his entire weight over his legs and stood up. By the time he did stand up, Azeroth had already stood up and was waiting for Ruddy. Instead of a neutral look, Azeroth's face now had a victorious smile on his face. This slight activity seemed to have taunted Ruddy as he immediately took action and went over to punch Azeroth. Although the punch was enhanced through his ardor, Ruddy had forgot to use a skill in his anger. At around this moment, his comrades, led by Carson, had arrived. They were all rather excited to see how Ruddy was beating the new guy, but just as they reached the location and saw their friend Ruddy fighting against Azeroth, They were shocked to witness that Ruddy's punch was held by Azeroth's hand very firmly. Let's switch. Now I will be on the offensive. Azeroth spoke as he places his power in his hand. Ruddy felt the bones of his right hand crackle one by one. Aya! He screamed in pain as, one by one, his right hand's bones broke. Ruddy immediately used his other hand and whispered, "Palm of the Great Bear." Although he mainly used his right hand when he used this move, he was nearly equally proficient with his left hand. Azeroth, though, suddenly kneed his stomach and whispered to him, "You seem to have not heard my words. I will be on the offensive now." Ruddy spat out some saliva and blood. There were some internal injuries because of the knee attack from Azeroth. After that, Azeroth raised his right arm and tossed Ruddy's body in the air. Once Ruddy's body standing free falling towards the ground, Ruddy gritted his teeth and controlled his balance to turn his body and somehow use a skill to attack Azeroth. However, just as he turned his body to look at the ground, a strong kick struck his head, which sent him in the ground's direction. Ruddy created a protective film of ardor around him to defend himself from the impact once he crashed against the ground. However, surprisingly, he didn't crash into the ground. It was because his body was once again flung into the air by Azeroth's kick. This time, his chest was targeted as if Azeroth wanted to break his rib bones. Ruddy coughed out a mouthful of blood as he was flying in the air. His condition was getting worse with each kick from Azeroth. Before Ruddy even reached the full height in the air, Azeroth gave him a tornado kick and threw him back to the ground. This time, the target was Ruddy's backbone, and also, Azeroth allowed Ruddy to crash into the ground. Fortunately, Ruddy had protected himself using ardor all around his body, but unfortunately, he found that he couldn't even move his finger. I surrender. Aiden looked slightly relieved once he heard those words. Edwin wins this match. After saying this, he immediately rushed towards Ruddy's position. Meanwhile, Azeroth gracefully landed on the ground. Carson and the people alongside him stared at Azeroth with a hateful expression. Azeroth spoke out with a mocking voice, "And here I thought this guy could take a punch or two. How could I have known that he was so weak? Oh wait, maybe I should have known he was weak since he is from Palm Valley School of Martial Arts. How dare you insult our school?" It was Carson who yelled at Azeroth. Even Aiden looked surprised to hear those words from Azeroth. He didn't think Azeroth was such a person who would mock the other person's school. Meanwhile, Azeroth shrugged with a smile. "Why shouldn't I? I am your better, after all." Carson and his group's eyes widened slightly, and they all gritted their teeth in anger. "You mean?" "Yeah, I'm a graduate of the Acadia School of Martial Arts." Azeroth spoke out with a proud tone. The introduction of Azeroth seemed to give birth to another wave of anger in those Palm Valley School graduates. It stemmed from the fact that they had been considered inferior to the Acadia School students. Moreover, these weren't just empty rumors, but the Acadia School students would usually crush the Palm Valley School students during every inter-school competition. This inferiority complex originated and continued to develop because of those inter-school competitions. Generation by generation, it became a mental block for many of the students of Palm Valley School. And right now, many Palm Valley School graduates had known that Acadia School's graduates were also present. They had used all their contacts and brought twice the number of students from Acadia School's graduates. There were even 2 4-star warriors among them. Here in this camp, they had finally felt somewhat superior to the Acadia Academy, whether it was because of their numbers or the higher cultivation of their superiors. However now, as they saw their friend in that trodden state, they were seemingly told that nothing had changed. The situation was still the same as before, and they were still inferior to the Acadia School's students. We won't let you go for this." It was one of Ruddy's friends as he hatefully glared at Azeroth. Azeroth seemed to welcome that glare and even replied, "Sure, I will welcome a challenge at any time, but I hope there won't be such trash who would challenge me. That would just be insulting. I will kill you." A guy launched himself at Azeroth with a killing intent flashing in his eyes. Azeroth raised his arm and waited for this guy to enter his range. However, Aiden appeared and stopped this guy from even entering Azeroth's range. "Stop it, you aren't his match. He is a 4-star warrior, and he can effortlessly kill a 4-star beast." Aiden informed these guys to make them give up. "What? You are telling me that this guy, who seems to be near our age, is a 4-star warrior?" Another guy shouted while pointing at Azeroth. Aiden replied with a solemn expression, "I don't need to lie to you. If you still want to go forward, that's sure. But I don't want you to be injured for no reason." Those words did stop most of them in their tracks. Although they were angry, nobody wanted to be injured like Ruddy. "Don't think I went against this guy because I am a 4-star warrior. I only used the strength of a 3-star warrior. Isn't that right, Aiden?" Azeroth spoke to Aiden as if they were friends already. Aiden was a bit uncomfortable as Azeroth spoke those words. This was indeed the truth, but he knew that if he did confirm it now, it would be adding oil to the fire. "Sir Edwin, I believe I was showing you the entire camp. Let's leave this and continue our tour." Aiden decided to change the topic entirely. "Sure." Now, Azeroth didn't even glance at these guys who picked up Ruddy and took him to the camp's healer. Although Azeroth had broken Ruddy's bones, he could still be treated in a single day by a healer. However, if Azeroth had used his wind elemental attacks and then injured Ruddy, leaving behind his ardor in Ruddy's body, it would be quite tricky to heal Ruddy. Ruddy would be on bed rest for at least a week then. As they were returning to the camp, Aiden looked at Azeroth and asked him, was there a need to be so heavy-handed on them? Now, all sorts of arrogance had seemingly vanished from Azeroth's face. He replied with a calm voice, humiliating them meant a better standing and more acceptance by the Acadia School's students. And unlike these people, they are actually talented. Also, this is a rivalry between our schools. If our positions were reversed, they would have done the same or worse to me without any guilty feelings. Still, we are going to be comrades. It's not a good idea to anger them. Aiden couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. He knew that he couldn't order Azeroth around. The most he could do was advise or request him. You still don't understand it. Once they know that I am a graduate of the Acadia School, they would already hate me. What I have done is willingly make them hate me, but gain some advantages along the way. Azeroth said quite calmly as if he had planned this. I shall be honest with you, Sir Edwin. I am not a fan of such schemes, Aiden replied with a solemn expression. If so, it's a good thing you aren't a noble or a royal. Since our birth, we are thrown into an abyss of politics. The more you try to stay away from it, the quicker you will die. Azeroth gave a melancholic smile to Aiden. For some moments, Aiden remained silent, as if he was contemplating Azeroth's words. He spoke with a bit of seriousness in his voice. Sir Edwin, please do not involve my disciples or me in this political battle. Ha, you worry too much. Why would I involve you in such battles? I have only been explaining this to you as a friend, Azeroth said with a light-hearted laugh. As Azeroth returned back, his cabin was surprisingly ready. It was made of rather sturdy wood, and Azeroth was sure that it could easily take a punch from that guy named Ruddy and shrug it off. Bryn Gaynor didn't say anything about how he readied this house. It was as if he wanted to keep this information a secret. However, Azeroth didn't need him to say anything. He already understood that there was a wood element expert in this location. As someone with a variant element, which differed from the basic elements, the wood element had many uses. Especially near a forest or in a forest, the wood element user could be considered to possess a source of inexhaustible energy. Even the strength of their techniques would be strengthened. During ancient times, the elves races used their wood element in their divine forest with the amplification from their guardian deity, the world tree, managed to force the demon race into retreat. Although the energy provided by this forest couldn't be considered in the same leagues as the divine forest with the world tree, it was still quite a lot for his current level. Well, I have the time to find this person. If this person can pledge loyalty to me, that would be quite nice. Azeroth went inside his house and began to cultivate the heavenly demon meditation technique. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. And it was unknown who it was, but somehow, the event that occurred during the afternoon had spread to the entire camp. Did you hear that news? Someone from our school beat that ruddy guy from Palm Valley School. Haha. Yeah, I heard that even after Madame Tia tried to heal him, he is still on bed rest for the rest of the day. Serves him right. Yup. Didn't those bastards humiliate us just because they brought 2 seniors at the 4-star rank? If not for the presence of Goddess Sophie, we might have been bullied every day. This is what they fucking deserve. Not just this, but I also heard that this person from our school is also a 4-star warrior. If that's so, then with his presence, we at least won't be bullied anymore by those Palm Valley School's graduates. Does anyone know his name or where he is living? I haven't seen a new face here yet. We need to thank him and invite him to our circle. You are right. I was just too excited that I forgot about it. Let's go and ask the town lord's secretary. That bitch definitely knows where he is living. I heard that he just came to join the camp today, so it shouldn't be that hard to find him. Many of the Acadia School's graduates were quite happy to hear that a graduate from their school knocked down these graduates from Palm Valley School a couple of pegs. Not just that, but they met with the secretary of the town lord, who naturally informed them where Azeroth was living. And soon enough, these people were near Azeroth's wooden cabin. The oldest among them knocked on Azeroth's door. They received no response in return. But these people found it quite normal and knocked on the door a little firmly this time. This time they heard a calm voice. Who is it? Oh, it's my fellow brothers. Wait some time. I will get ready and open the door. The people heard his voice and stepped back and waited for Azeroth. After approximately 1 minute, Azeroth opened the door in his spiritual clothes. He looked at the people who had come and could more or less recognize half of them because of having ready Edwin's memories. Edwin Rhodes, it's you. Nearly half of them whom Azeroth recognized also recognized him back. It was naturally because Edwin could be considered somewhat famous in the Acadia School. The other half of the people who didn't recognize him remained puzzled over such a surprised tone from their fellow friends. It's a pleasure to meet you, Albi, Ronan, Caleb, Reese, Sir Douglas. Those whom Azeroth called Sir were his seniors when he was studying in the Acadia School. It was Douglas who suddenly laughed, to think that the one who was called the weakest amongst his generation has risen to become the strongest amongst all of us. Congratulations, Edwin. Yes, Sir Edwin, you have truly surprised us. Also, we heard how you thrashed that ruddy guy. Hearing it was really satisfying. Hee hee. The ones called Azeroth Sr. were his juniors when Edwin was studying in the Acadia School. During those times, not a single one of these people respected Edwin. In fact, they even despised him. But now, all of them were seemingly talking with him as if they were good old friends back then. Azeroth didn't find it strange. He had long become used to the fact that in the world of martial arts, strength was necessary to gain respect, even though he knew that these people could be considered hypocritical. But did he really care about this? Their words, whether they praised him or flattered him, had little to no effect on him. It could be considered some minor entertainment for him, though, so it wasn't bad to let them continue. Besides, the world wasn't a black or white place where everything was straightforward. It was made up of shades of gray. Each person does what he believes in. Azeroth didn't want to waste his time contemplating things from a moral standpoint. The ones who preach justice should be the ones who should waste their time on this. What he was interested in was invincibility. For that, no matter what his path led him to, he wasn't going to shy away from making use of everything. Azeroth joined his Acadia School acquaintances and joined them on a bonfire. They continued to joke around, speak of their memories in the Acadia School or what they had been up to in these last couple of years. Acadia School's graduates didn't know Azeroth's identity since they had already graduated before Azeroth entered the school. They were informed of Azeroth by those who knew of him. Naturally, many of them lied quite a bit, but some truth mixed in their words, but Azeroth didn't stop them. Since they were creating a false reputation for him, he didn't feel any harm in it. Many of them who had come here were from respectable family backgrounds. Although those from the noble families couldn't be considered in the same breath as the Rhodes noble house, their families were still considered the lord of their respective areas. It was better to have a good connection with them than not at all. There were also a couple of women among this group, and they were secretly peeking at Azeroth from the corner of their eyes. A few of them were even from Azeroth's generation. What is this? Edwin was handsome even when we were studying in Acadia School, but now why does he appear even more handsome? And that calm expression, he even looks cool right now. A few of the girls were thinking along these lines. Is it because he has reached the 4-star rank? Azeroth naturally noticed the looks he received from the females. He more or less understood the reason. This was probably because he removed that 10 filth from his body and his skin now appeared even more delicate and fairer. However, Azeroth urgently wanted to get a pure cleansing grass to remove the rest of the filth in his body and finally upgrade to the heavenly saint physique. It wasn't just to raise his charm, but more importantly, he wanted better control of his ardor in his body, and his cultivation speed would receive a significant boost. Anyway, while Azeroth had been eating a delicious dinner and drinking alcohol, the news of his appearance reached Miles Nelson's ears. Within the group around Azeroth, who was happily talking to him and drinking along with him, Miles Nelson's comrades immediately went to Miles's residence and informed him of the entire situation. What, are you absolutely sure it's Edwin? And he has even become a 4-star warrior. How is that possible? The look of absolute shock on Miles's face was quite a sight to behold. Yes, Sir Miles. We even talked with him, and other than the fact that he is calmer than before, he is definitely Edwin Rhodes. The people who informed Miles of this fact were entirely sure of this information. This Miles remained in a state of speechlessness for some moments. He then spoke, "All right, you can return now. I need to practice for some more time." The 3 individuals who had come to inform him of the situation looked at each other and then slowly stood up before leaving quietly. Meanwhile, Miles began to think, just how could this happen? It has only been a little more than a year since our graduation, and Edwin has elevated from 2-star warrior to 4-star warrior. Although dumbfounded, Miles slowly began to think of the possible reasons behind such strange breakthroughs. Is this some secret technique from the Rhodes family? No, that's even more impossible. If the Rhodes family had such a technique, I would have surely been informed about this as the Nelson family's inheritor. There hasn't even been a wind of this until now. Now, there are only a few possibilities. Either he got a forbidden technique, or some mythical treasure or legendary herb, or some fortuitous encounter with some higher-level entity. If he reached the 4-star rank using some forbidden technique, then he probably paid a heavy price for it. Maybe his power isn't stable at all and his future cultivation has been compromised. If so, then that's no use to us. But if it's because of some mythical treasure, then I need to find out and get it at all costs. This will be really helpful to me. Miles wasn't very fond of Edwin. This was mostly because when their batch was first formed, the two were on the same level, at the 1-star rank. Since they were in the same class, they had clashed more than once, and their results were nearly equal, but Edwin was improving at a tremendous rate. At that time, the two of them began to pursue Sophie Russell, using all their skills as she was their first love. Naturally, the result of the two remained the same as neither of them could move her heart. The two reached the 2-star rank at the same time, and their rivalry continued on. However, it was at this level that Edwin's unawakened celestial blood somewhat weakened his humanely ardor and slowed down his absorption speed. Miles had no such restrictions, so he smoothly became a 3-star warrior and easily defeated Edwin. In fact, after that moment, their rivalry had basically ended with Edwin being crushed. Miles even began to despise Edwin and curse at himself how he could have been a rival of such trash for so many years. Miles had been the fastest to reach the 3-star rank within his generation, so he had been quite proud of himself. He was currently at the 3-star rank's peak and somewhat looked down on other people from his generation. However, he had now been informed that Edwin, someone from his generation, was now a level above his own. Miles was well aware of the distance between the 3-star rank peak and the 4-star rank. Even at the current rate he was advancing, he would need at least 2 more years to advance to the 4-star rank, and that was only possible if his luck was good and he remained diligent. I need to get this treasure from Edwin somehow. But how? Miles began to think of a way to get Azeroth's secret. As Miles continued to think on this, Azeroth had already started roaming around the camp. It was midnight time now, and he was roaming under the moonlight. He was now going to the Alpine Gerbil Woods, the residence of the beasts who were going to attack the Chlora's town. Naturally, Azeroth hadn't gone very deep in these woods. He was merely in the outer edges and had entirely concealed his aura. He was also proficient in not leaving any tracks for the beasts or any human to follow him. Azeroth was currently roaming here to search for precious or rare herbs. He used his sensing skill to search for the herbs and naturally found a few of them, but he had no use for these herbs. Currently, at the level he was, these herbs wouldn't affect his body at all. There are no useful herbs present here. Does that mean I need to take the risk and really enter the inner zone? Azeroth frowned slightly as this was not in his plans. This forest was the territory of a 5th-ranked beast. Although Azeroth was confident that the beast wouldn't be able to sense his aura, that was only on the condition that the beast wasn't using his spiritual energy to search for an intruder. Moreover, the senses of a 5th-ranked beast were not to be underestimated. Although he wasn't capable of defeating a 5th-ranked beast in a one-on-one fight, Azeroth was at least confident in keeping his own life. However, it had to be known that he would be fighting this beast in its own area. If this 5th-ranked beast received assistance from its fellow comrades, even Azeroth would be in a perilous situation. No, it's better to wait for one more day and gather more information. The fact that I can't sense many beasts in the outer area means that many beasts have gathered in the inner area of this Alpine Gerbil Woods. It will be best if I ask the town lord Bryn Gaynor tomorrow. It's a pity that I was too optimistic regarding find some good herb in the outer area and didn't ask him today. Azeroth let out a sigh as he thought of the loot he had. With the herbs and the materials he had, the most he could create were 10 rejuvenation pills that could quickly recover his ardor. Because of his triquetra ardor, it might take thrice more than regular pills for him to recover completely, but this wasn't much of a problem. The quantity and quality of his triquetra ardor were well above ordinary. In fact, Azeroth could confidently say his capacity surpassed even that of elves who boasted the most quantity of ardor in any particular rank. Wait, if I remember correctly, Aiden mentioned that there is also an alchemy group here. This means Bryn Gaynor must have given an order for precious and rare herbs to Sir Ashton. It might have something I need. A smile appeared on Azeroth's face as this thought entered his mind. The next morning, Azeroth woke up quite early. He went to do some exercise and met up with some Acadia School graduates and Palm Valley School graduates along the way. Naturally, the Acadia School ones greeted him with a smile while those from the Palm Valley School gave him an ugly look as if he had slapped them. After his quick exercise, Azeroth went over to Bryn Gaynor's cabin. Azeroth asked the 2 guards, "Is the town lord up now?" "Yes, sir. He should be getting out any time soon." As soon as the guard had finished speaking, the door to the cabin creaked open. Bryn Gaynor appeared astonished to see Azeroth standing outside of his cabin. "Is something the matter, Sir Edwin?" "Yes, sir. I wanted to ask you something. Can we talk a little privately?" Azeroth asked the question quite politely. Bryn Gaynor didn't even consider it for a second before agreeing and spoke. "No problem. Please enter my cabin. I shall answer any and all doubts you have, Sir Edwin." "I shall be impolite then." Azeroth spoke those words before heading into Bryn Gaynor's cabin. Meanwhile, Bryn Gaynor gazed at the 2 guards stationed outside of his cabin and ordered sternly, "Do not allow anyone to enter the cabin, and make sure no one is listening to our conversation, because if something happens, the beast raid would be the last of your concern." "Yes, my lord." The 2 guards spoke simultaneously. The 2 were actually quite scared of the town lord's threat and were ultra-sensitive and attentive to their surroundings now. Besides, they had no intention of cutting their career short here. Once Azeroth had entered Bryn Gaynor's house, he sat on the sofa and waited for Bryn Gaynor to take a seat on his chair. Once they were both on their seats, Azeroth began speaking. "So, Town Lord, I was wondering if you could give me more details about the Alpine Gerbil Woods." This question wasn't that strange to be asked from Azeroth. In fact, Bryn Gaynor had expected Azeroth to ask this question way earlier. Coughing lightly, Bryn Gaynor began to narrate with a serious expression. Sir Edwin probably already knows that Alpine Gerbil Woods is a location enriched by precious herbs and dangerous beasts. More than tens of thousand beasts reside in this forest, and every time during a beast raid, nearly thousands of beasts attack the village. The rest remain in the forest, protecting it from some unforeseen attack. At least that's what we believe. This was fundamental information that had been narrated to Azeroth. Please ask me what you wish to know. Is this related to how Sir Edwin had gone to the forest at the night time? Bryn Gaynor asked while carefully analyzing Azeroth's expression. Azeroth remained calm as water and replied, "It is indeed related to that. I wish to know in what part I could find some herbs in the Alpine Gerbil Woods. The previous night I roamed around the outer parts, and surprisingly I found no beast or any good herbs there. Do you know why?" Azeroth didn't find it strange that Bryn Gaynor knew how he had gone to the forest during the night. This guy knows someone who possesses wood element. It would indeed be easy for that person to sense me in the forest. The forest is like a backyard for someone with wood element, and the only way to fool this person would be to possess either nature's blessing or wood element myself. Well, both of them are outside my reach for now. Meanwhile, this was Bryn Gaynor's turn to be surprised. He thought Azeroth would try to hide it or would be uncomfortable about sharing it, but the way Azeroth spoke, it was as if he had been planning to tell this to him from the start. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Bryn spoke, "In reality, this is something we noticed a few months earlier. We investigated the situation deeply and finally came to a conclusion. The ones who took the herbs were none other than the beasts. These herbs were taken to the inner area of the Alpine Gerbil Woods. Other than the herbs, even the beasts from the outer area we regularly used to hunt had disappeared. The beasts who disappeared did leave behind many tracks, and clearly they had also gone to the inner area. It was through this that we understood that the beasts were up to something." Azeroth calmly listened to those words, and when he found a moment to speak, he asked, "Do you know who is the beast lord leading this beast raid?" A grim look appeared on Bryn's face as he spoke. "From what our scouts mentioned, it's a three-eyed white wolf." Azeroth's eyes widened slightly as he heard the name of the beast lord. "A three-eyed white wolf, huh? Moreover, this one also has a rather good spiritual intelligence. I will need to tread carefully." I see Azeroth uttered these words and remained quiet for a short period. Bryn Gaynor looked at him for some time and finally asked, "Is that all Sir Edwin wished to ask me?" "No. Town Lord, tell me, do you not wish to know just what the beasts are doing in the inner area of the Alpine Gerbil Woods?" Bitter look appeared on Bryn Gaynor's face as he replied, "How can I not be curious? But there is no way for me to find out about that. The inner area will have a lot of beasts. It would be impossible to go in there and come out in one piece. No one is willing to go to that place." Azeroth had a slight smile as he heard Bryn's words. "What if I told you that I am willing to go to the inner part of the forest?" "What?" Bryn Gaynor's eyes went wide immediately. "It's precisely what the town lord has heard. I'm indeed willing to go to the Alpine Gerbil Woods' inner area and figure out just what the beasts are planning." Azeroth repeated his words as if he was telling Bryn Gaynor that he was entirely sure of his decision. A bitter smile appeared on Bryn's face. "Sir Edwin, you are a noble house's heir. If you die here, I am afraid a town lord like me won't be able to handle the consequences. I'm willing to form a contract using my personal seal to promise you that the Rhodes family won't make things any difficult for you if I die in the Alpine Gerbil Forest." Azeroth was very serious as he spoke those words. "And what does Sir Edwin require?" Bryn Gaynor asked with a grim tone. He knew that since Azeroth was talking to him about it, it meant that he needed something from the town lord. "I need some herbs here in the camp so that I can make some pills to recover my ardor immediately. Moreover, a map of the inner area that you have would also be appreciated." Azeroth didn't shy away from asking what he needed. "How many pills would you need?" Bryn Gaynor asked Azeroth with a serious look. If it was too many, Bryn would have no choice but to reject this offer from Azeroth. "I merely need enough herbs to create a total of 100 pills. 20 will be for stamina, 20 will be for ardor recovery, 20 will be for increasing mental energy, 20 will be for increasing my power for a short amount of time, and the final 20 pills shall be for recovering my blood essence." Azeroth told Bryn Gaynor the quantity and even a brief breakdown of what pills he needed. Now, Bryn Gaynor needed to think for quite some time. He was calculating whether he could give away so many herbs, and it would be worth it to do so or not. If it all turned out to be useless, would the town be able to afford it? This long pause from Bryn Gaynor already told Azeroth that he was seriously considering the offer. He internally smiled and thought, "One last push then. Naturally, I will be buying those herbs. However, I will be using some elemental crystals to trade instead of currency." Azeroth gave the final blow to this deal. "Elemental crystals? You mean you possess them right now?" Bryn Gaynor appeared really excited as soon as he heard that Azeroth would trade using elemental crystals. It was quite natural for Bryn Gaynor to be so excited once Azeroth mentioned elemental crystals. After all, the array formations are formed by arranging these elemental crystals into some particular shape and more. If they had a substantial amount of elemental energy, then the killing formation that Sophie talked about would be twice or thrice more lethal. Azeroth knew that he had essentially got this deal in a bag. Yes, I will give you an elemental crystal for each of the basic 5 elements. Moreover, all of those shall be of 5-tier rank. I suppose that should be sufficient to pay back for the herbs, right? Tier 5 rank elemental crystals. At this point, Bryn Gaynor practically stood up in shock. Azeroth gave a slight smile in return, and seeing his smile, Bryn Gaynor realized that he had lost his composure there. He immediately sat back down and tried to calm his excited heart. I agree to this deal. I will provide all the resources Sir Edwin needs to form 100 pills. Bryn Gaynor almost immediately nodded his head. He was a town lord, and he wasn't some green guy who hadn't seen the world yet. I shall mention others that it was Sir Ashton who gifted these elemental crystals to help me protect the Chlora's town. Azeroth was well satisfied with this response. Please lead me to the storage. I shall choose the herbs and inform the manager of the quantity. Once he has gathered them all, we can trade them here. Azeroth spoke to Bryn Gaynor. Bryn Gaynor gave his nod and replied, that's acceptable. Also, Sir Edwin, there is an alchemy division here in this camp. Are you sure you don't want to join it? If Sir Edwin wishes it, I can easily arrange it for you to be at a prominent position in the alchemy division. Bryn Gaynor asked with a slightly hopeful tone. I apologize, Town Lord, but it would be inconvenient for my status as an alchemist to be revealed. Azeroth replied with a straight face, rejecting the proposal from Bryn Gaynor. Well, the classmates I have now will find it pretty suspicious if they know that I can make pills. All right, let's meet in the afternoon here. After those words, Azeroth and Bryn Gaynor both stood up and walked to the door. Azeroth opened the door and walked out, and he was followed by Bryn Gaynor. Bryn Gaynor immediately stared at one of the 2 guards outside his cabin. You take Sir Edwin to the herbal garden of our camp. Tell the manager to let Sir Edwin take away any herb he wants. It's on my order. As you command, Town Lord. The guard spoke out with a resolute tone. If this goes well, then I might be able to trap the beasts and slaughter them all with minimal losses. Is it possible that I might leave my name in the history books of Claros Town? Bryn Gaynor took deep breaths to calm himself. I need to remain calm, or else I might take some rash decision in this excitement. Meanwhile, at around this time, Miles met some of his classmates in the morning, the ones he trusted greatly. Did Sophie find out that Edwin has come here? Miles asked them with a slightly worried expression. He wasn't sure what action Sophie would take. Although she didn't have an impressive opinion of the 2 of them, it might be possible that she would take the initiative to meet him to know about his secret to his speed of cultivation. No one has seen Miss Sophie meet with Sir Edwin yet. Even during the night, Miss Sophie never left her cabin. One of them replied to Miles and relieved him. Phew, that's better. Miles breathed out in relief. Actually, we did have something to inform you, Sir Miles. Really? What is it? We just saw the town lord's personal guard leading Edwin to the herbal garden. A guy spoke with a serious look. Is that so? Miles began to contemplate deeply as he heard this information. Edwin never studied any alchemy in the school, so he can't be an alchemist. Don't tell me he found a secret formula, and his sudden cultivation speed is related to it. Let's follow Edwin and find out what he is doing, Miles suggested to his friends. Let's go then. After some time, they were outside the herbal garden. Nearly 15 guards were patrolling the garden, and they looked quite serious as they did so. All of them knew that the herbs in this garden were essential for the upcoming beast raid. They wouldn't allow anyone to intrude into this place. Miles had no intention of barging into this place. He already knew that he won't be allowed to go inside and take a herb from there. This was because all of them had signed a contract that stated that they would need to obey the town lord's words. There were some restrictions to the town lord's power as well. However, according to the hierarchy right now, Miles could not do something against the town lord's interests. After nearly half an hour, Azeroth came out of the herbal garden. There was a pleased smile on his face. Why could he not be pleased when he had taken nearly double the amount of what he had been initially expecting? This was because the herbal garden's manager didn't know that the amount he gave to Azeroth was enough for him to make double the original quantity of pills. Naturally, Azeroth wasn't going to let such an opportunity slip from his fingers. Moreover, as he left the herbal garden, he looked in the west direction and smiled slightly. Instead of saying something, he left for Bryn Gaynor's house. Miles had noticed how Azeroth had looked in their direction and faintly smiled. He was frightened to see that look on Azeroth's face. What did that mean? Did he know I was here? Impossible. I am hiding my breath and my aura as well. Or was it because of these 2 that my position was compromised? Miles had an ugly complexion as he looked at his 2 friends. All right, looks like there is nothing to be seen here. Let's go now. Where? One of the 2 guys asked Miles. Miles replied with a serious expression to the place Edwin should have gone, to the alchemy division here. That's the only place that comes to my mind. If not there, then what else does Edwin plan to do with those herbs? Don't tell me he has to ingest them directly. If that's the case, then it will be quite tricky. I need to at least know what herbs he took so that I can draw some reasonable conclusion from there. Miles continued to think deeply about this entire situation. Miles stayed near the Alchemy Division's quarters for the rest of the day, but Azeroth never arrived. Azeroth gave 5 elemental crystals with the wind, lightning, fire, earth, and water elements to Bryn Gaynor. Bryn Gaynor's face lit up as he continued to stare at those elemental crystals with a loving gaze. Now that Azeroth had officially taken those herbs and could begin working on them, he took his leave soon enough. He didn't want to waste his time anymore and immediately headed for the Alpine Gerbil Woods. Are those guys waiting for me at the Alchemy Division? Well, I did anticipate that someone will come to the conclusion that I hold some super secret formula to success. Right now, the logical decision would be to go to the Alchemy Division, but since I won't go there, their plans have already been ruined. He sped up as he headed into the forest. His quick speed was that he was using the lightning element to increase the speed of his body. However, this had the side effect of making his muscles numb for some time, but this was not without its benefits. Currently in the entire encampment, no one could catch up to Azeroth no matter how hard they tried. I should use the humanely ardor flames to make the pills. If I use the demonic ardor here, then those wood elemental warriors will know that I can use demonic ardor. Now that would be quite troublesome. After running for nearly 50 miles or so, Azeroth finally stopped and took a rest. He used his sensing skill to find if there were any beasts around him. And it seemed as if the area around him was clear. Azeroth sat on a stone and used the Heavenly Demon meditation technique to recover his ardor. It took him 20 minutes or so to be back at full strength. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon meditation technique also strengthened the muscles that had become numb due to the lightning element. Azeroth stood up and pulled out all the herbs he had bought from Bryn Gaynor. As those herbs were essentially thrown out of his rings, Azeroth used his Triquetra ardor to control those herbs and made them float around. Nearly all the herbs were moving around, grouping up with some other herbs. As Azeroth had stated earlier, he was making 5 types of pills, and 20 pills of each type. However, because of the increase in quantity, he would make 40 pills of each type, leaving behind a few herbs for some emergency situations. Meanwhile, streams of azure flames began to leak out of Azeroth's right hand. Soon enough, Azeroth covered all the groups of herbs flying in the air and started melting them. Making 200 pills simultaneously was taxing on his mind, as Azeroth had to control the flame temperature differently from all the 5 types of pellets. Because he had to keep his attention on every single one and refine the pills rather carefully, he took it slow and steady. After nearly half an hour, he had finally succeeded with his mission. There were about 200 pellets. Most of them were of the top grade, while a few were of the perfect quality. Azeroth wasn't surprised to see this. After the hell flames were used with the humanely ardor, they lost the destruction ability and gained the refining ability. In contrast, if these flames were used using holy ardor, Azeroth could heal himself or others. But healing with the flames used a lot of Azeroth's ardor compared to when he was refining something, and the least when he was using it for destruction. It was easy to explain this since these flames were originally hell flames found in the Purgatory. They were most attuned to the demonic ardor and least attuned to the holy ardor. This azure hell flame was the main reason why Azeroth could form top-grade pills or those of perfect quality. His own skills were naturally not sufficient to create perfect or top-grade pills. During his time as a demon god, he hadn't really studied the alchemy profession that deeply. It was mostly because he never had the time as he was doing one thing after another. There was just no time to focus on alchemy or any other profession. In the alchemy world, he could at best be considered a grandmaster, far below the great grandmasters or supreme grandmasters of alchemy. Naturally, if it was in the killing, Azeroth would be considered among the supreme grandmasters of that art. Anyway, now that he was finally ready with all these pills, Azeroth took some minutes of rest and then rushed into the inner area of the Alpine Gerbil Woods. As he dashed into the inner area, he continued to use his sensing skill to find the beasts. Surprisingly, just 30 or so miles ahead, he sensed a herd. Judging by their aura, Azeroth was sure that they were a herd of wild bisons. Moreover, Azeroth further analyzed them as he ran ahead, and most of them were at the 2-star rank, a dozen of them at the 3-star rank while one of them was at the 4-star rank. Azeroth didn't fear this herd. However, after some time, he sensed some more beasts here. There were snakes, vipers, wild boars, pandas, hyena, horses, scarlet butterflies, vigorous apes, dark pigeons, owls, thunder hawks, and so on. All these beasts were so close to their position, as if they had packed themselves in the inner area. Many of these were territorial beasts, and to think they were sharing their territory with other beasts was quite surprising. This told Azeroth that the beast lord of this forest was quite well respected. He had no idea of the secrets he was going to unfold here. Meanwhile, Bryn Gaynor took the elemental crystals he had received from Azeroth to Sophie. "Tell Miss Sophie that I wish to meet her urgently." Bryn Gaynor spoke to Sophie's guard. The guard soundlessly nodded and then went to Sophie's cabin before speaking those words to her. Soon enough, the guard returned back with that same neutral look. "You are allowed inside, but make sure you stay within your limits or else." This wasn't the first time Bryn Gaynor was threatened by these guards, so he was more or less used to it. Bryn Gaynor soon entered Sophie's cabin. In the living room, Sophie was seated on a sofa, placing one of her legs over the other. She had a gentle smile on her face as she stared at Bryn Gaynor. "Take a seat, Town Lord." Her tone was relatively light, as if she considered herself somewhat superior to Bryn Gaynor. Bryn Gaynor didn't care about it and took a seat. As he stared at Sophie's beautiful face, her silky black hair cascading down her shoulder and her emerald eyes staring at him curiously, he couldn't help but think in his heart, "Such a pity that I am no longer young." "Miss Sophie, you were rather worried because of the lack of elemental stones or crystals here in this town." "That is correct. Have you found some more elemental stones?" Sophie asked with a light-hearted tone. "That's right, Miss Sophie. Right now I have acquired 5 elemental crystals, each one at the 5th tier, possessing one of the 5 basic elements." Bryn Gaynor immediately pulled out the 5 elemental crystals given to him by Azeroth. Sophie was actually shocked as she laid her eyes on those 5 elemental crystals. She could sense the energy within these crystals, and it far surpassed those of 4th-tier elemental crystals. Does this mean that this guy is telling the truth? Just how did he get these 5th-tier elemental crystals? I'm afraid that even Father doesn't have many of these with him. Instantly, all sorts of lightheartedness vanished from Sophie's face as she gazed at those elemental crystals earnestly. How did the Town Lord acquire these elemental crystals? Naturally, she asked this question very straightforwardly. "This was something that Sir Ashton, the branch manager of Merchant Union, sent me so that I can protect the Chlora's town." Bryn Gaynor said those words with his heart beating quickly. Even though he was incredibly nervous internally, his face had the same stone-cold expression. Sophie frowned slightly and began thinking, a mere branch manager of the Merchant Union can actually bear to part with 5 elemental crystals for a town that has nothing to do with him. There is a low chance that he did this out of goodness, but what else could be the reason? Don't tell me the royal family is involved. However, Sophie soon internally shook her head no. If the royal family was involved, they would have sent someone more reliable than me. So who could it be? All right, I thank the Town Lord for bringing me these 5 elemental crystals. I will immediately head out and form the 3 arrays using these elemental crystals as the energy source. This is something I need to do personally, as there can be no scope of error. Sophie spoke with a serious expression. Some time later, Sophie called out her guard, who was stationed outside her cabin. "What is your command, young miss?" The guard immediately bowed as he stood in front of Sophie. "Immediately investigate what has happened in the past couple of days. Check if there has been any parcel from Rihul town after that initial delivery or not. Also, send someone to keep an eye on the Town Lord." She gave quick orders to this guard. "As you command, young miss." The guard soon left the room with a solemn look in his eyes. He went to his fellow comrades and assigned them their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Sophie got out of her cabin to create the killing array, defensive array, and illusionary array around this encampment, which would be attacked by the beasts. She was planning these 3 arrays of a higher tier than earlier, so she had to be absolutely careful while drawing them. It had been some hours since Azeroth had been running in the inner area of the Alpine Gerbil Woods. It was nearly evening, but he was finally reaching the center of this forest. The closer he was to the center, the more he sensed the presence of herbs. Such a large quantity of heavenly aura. Just why have all the herbs from all this forest gathered here? Azeroth questioned himself with a frown. Understanding that this question wouldn't be answered by itself, Azeroth proceeded in that direction. The concentration of the beasts was only increasing. If not for Azeroth using a special skill to hide his presence, he would have been attacked by the beasts from all sides. The concentration of the heavenly energy from the herbs was also increasing, and once Azeroth reached a particular point, he sensed something strange. He felt as if heavenly energy released from the herbs was being controlled. Just what is controlling this amount of heavenly energy? At this moment, Azeroth suddenly felt a strong spiritual sense locking his body. He was well familiar with such a spiritual sense and immediately shouted in his mind, "The Beast Lord already sensed me." A few seconds later, a loud howl resounded in the whole inner area of Alpine Gerbil Woods. All the beasts in this area were startled, and many started rushing towards the center. For a brief period, Azeroth was entirely dumbfounded. He was too surprised that he didn't move from his position for a few seconds. However, soon enough, he facepalmed and began to laugh bitterly. Just fucking amazing, he cursed his luck as he sensed a horde of beasts charging at him. Azeroth got in a battle posture since he would need to fight his way out of here. So be it. I guess this will be my battle prowess test. All sorts of wild beasts surrounded Azeroth and cut off all paths of retreat. In the air, a large flock of birds appeared, circling above Azeroth's head. Meanwhile, Azeroth was in his battle posture, this time flaring his aura completely as he enhanced his senses using ardor. Mystic eyes of perception. Azeroth's eyes turned purple in color as he stared at all the beasts. Currently, he was analyzing the beasts' every minute movement and anticipating their next move. Using this technique, he was even capable of reading their emotions. It was a wild boar who suddenly shot at Azeroth. It was a 4-star beast, but Azeroth sneered in response as he saw such a straightforward attack. The other beasts didn't move as they continued to stare at Azeroth with a hostile and curious expression. The wild boar charging at Azeroth seemed to be the lone warrior from the beast's side. Azeroth changed his posture and gave a straight punch to the head of this wild boar that charged at him. As soon as their blows connected, a significant shockwave occurred, forcing the weak beasts to skid back. Only hundreds of beasts remained around Azeroth now, but each of them was at 4-star rank. Meanwhile, the wild boar, whose head had been punched by Azeroth, was still relatively okay. Suddenly, its body began to grow in size as it pushed back Azeroth. Wind blade. Azeroth's left hand was still free, and he created a blade of wind before immediately using it to slice off the wild boar's body. However, surprisingly enough, that wind blade barely pierced the wild boar's body before it was stopped by some sort of brownish energy, so its element is earth. Azeroth understood why this beast was able to overpower him in pure strength. However, this only deepened the killing intent in Azeroth's eyes as he stared at this wild boar. Suddenly, the wind blade in Azeroth's hand got even sharper, and its length increased as it slowly sliced the wild boar's head. For some seconds there was utter silence in the area, but that was merely the calm before the storm as all sorts of beasts charged at Azeroth at the same time. Azeroth dispersed the wind blade as he wasn't proficient in using wind to deal with these many enemies just yet. Currently, I am nearly 300 miles away from the encampment. Even that man with the wood element can't sense me at such a distance. I can let loose here without an issue. Purple flames was released from both of his hands as it swirled around Azeroth, emitting a dangerous aura. These were the hell flames found only in the 49th level of Purgatory. Azeroth was the only demon other than the demon Venerable who possessed this flame. A sword appeared in Azeroth's right hand, and he finally moved from his position. Currently, he was running towards a leopard that was the fastest amongst all its comrades. Azeroth noticed that it was using lightning to enhance its speed. Moreover, the boost it received was much greater than Azeroth, probably because it was built that way. Azeroth didn't care about it at this moment, though. As long as he could see its movements, he was confident in striking it. Triple slash. Soon enough, Azeroth and the leopard used their respective attacks and went past each other. There was a scratch on Azeroth's face as he kept running towards the horde of beasts. Meanwhile, behind him, a leopard's body fell on the ground, missing half of its organs. This time, Azeroth was fighting against a giant black bear that was nearly 3 times his height. The black bear attacked Azeroth with its claw. It wasn't a simple attack as it was enhanced by the earth element. Azeroth naturally met that attack with his sword, and even his destructive sword stopped for a couple of seconds. Suddenly, a brown ape pounced at Azeroth and tried to punch his face. Azeroth tilted his head so that he just barely dodged that attack. Currently, the brown ape was flying in the air, and Azeroth pulled back his sword that was stopping the bear's claw and kicked the ape's gut very strongly. By the time the ape was sent flying away, the bear's claw, which was in motion, couldn't be stopped, and it struck the ground powerfully. As it struck the ground near Azeroth began to shake as the beasts lost their balance. Azeroth was currently in the air, so he was saved from this impact. He raised his right hand and immediately tried to slice the bear's head now that it was in range. Just as his sword was about to touch the bear's head, Azeroth was suddenly struck by a quick lightning beam. This was shot out by none other than a purple-striped lightning snake as it hissed dangerously. The lightning beam wasn't strong enough to hurt Azeroth, but it did throw him far away. Azeroth changed his body posture and controlled his body while he was in the air. By the time his body was about to strike a tree, Azeroth was in a perfect position to use his legs to land over the tree's trunk. However, he didn't waste all that momentum as he used a lot of his power and leaped towards the beasts. This was the same brown ape that had been kicked in its guts earlier appeared in front, its body shining with a golden light as it slightly increased its body size and changed the color of its fur to a golden. What the? That's the golden ape's bloodline skill, innate strength. A strong aura condensed over that golden ape as it threw out a punch at Azeroth. Azeroth knew he could no longer be stopped. Since there isn't a way to dodge this now, I should use this opportunity to deal with this beast. Azeroth's whole sword was now covered with purple flames. He raised that sword and placed it so that his sword would block the golden ape's punch. As soon as Azeroth's sword contacted the golden ape's punch, Azeroth felt as if the world was absolutely still for a brief time. He soon felt a strange shockwave that forced his body to fly back and roll on the grounds for a couple of seconds before he could stand on his feet. As he stood up, Azeroth touched his chest and thought, just the shockwave from that punch managed to break my ribs as I thought. This golden ape is one of the most dangerous beasts here. Still, to think there is a beast that possesses the bloodline of a beast god here, however, the golden ape hadn't been any less damaged. Azeroth's strength was also quite impressive as he managed to slice off its 3 fingers and even crack its right arm bone. Azeroth couldn't remain on his spot for a very long time as a bison was just a few meters away, and its horns were glowing with a bluish light. Azeroth rolled back and dodged that bison before he stood up and raised his sword. Dark spheres, 20 dense purple flame spheres, were formed just ahead of Azeroth's sword. Azeroth couldn't keep charging them since the opponent was attacking him with their own long-ranged attacks. He immediately shot them at the beasts. The beasts shot their own long-ranged attacks at Azeroth. Those dark spheres were met by dense ardor beams shot out by the rays. However, not all the beams launched by the beasts could stop Azeroth's dark spheres. 4 dark spheres managed to pierce the slightly weak beams shot out by the beams, and Azeroth smiled sinisterly. Perfect. Now explode. Immediately enough, purple flames exploded in that area. This explosion not only killed some beasts, but also injured many other beasts in that area. Right now, the beasts in that area were more worried about running away rather than about fighting Azeroth. Azeroth finally found a moment to catch his breath. However, suddenly, he sensed quite a bit of ardor gathering in the sky. Azeroth raised his head, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw the birds' wings glowing with different colors. Some birds' wings were glowing with blue color, some with a reddish color, and some with golden color. Before he could even think something, the entire flock of birds launched thousands, if not tens of thousands of feathers, imbued with intense elemental energy at Azeroth. It was feather rain. Each feather exploded as soon as it touched the surface, spreading the elemental energy in them. So the explosion, consisting of tens of thousands of these feathers, was indeed impressive. The beasts backed away slightly as they didn't want to get caught up in this chain of explosions. Dust cloud covered their vision as some of the beasts were curious whether this human survived that attack or not. A few beasts suddenly growled angrily as they smelled it, the presence of that human. Azeroth appeared from the dust cloud, golden flames surrounding his body, saving him from those explosions and healing him quickly. Once he had healed sufficiently, he recalled the golden flames and brought out his purple flames once again. Waiting no further, the golden ape launched itself at Azeroth, the golden hue over its body shining even more brightly. Azeroth already understood the physical strength of this golden ape. Although this golden ape's right arm was damaged, its aura alone was powerful enough to hurt Azeroth. Nether Flame Dragon. Azeroth coldly utterly as the shape of his purple flames changed and transformed itself into a long Chinese dragon shape. The gigantic Nether Flame Dragon opened its mouth as it rushed towards the golden ape. The black bear that had fought against Azeroth earlier immediately arrived next to the golden ape, and it threw a massive sphere of earth elemental ardor. However, all that was for naught as the Nether Flame Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed that gigantic sphere of earth elemental ardor. It was as if it was just a small meal to it. The black bear felt intimidated as it witnessed its attack being eaten by that Nether Flame Dragon. The birds with the lightning element immediately shot a dense beam to stop this Nether Flame Dragon in its tracks. However, those lightning beams turned out to be useless in stopping it as well. The golden ape raised its arm and threw out a punch just as the Nether Flame Dragon was about to hit him. A gigantic punch was formed of pure golden aura as it held back the Nether Flame Dragon. As Azeroth witnessed how his Nether Flame Dragon was held back by that ape's golden energy, he wasn't surprised at all. While the Nether Flame Dragon was suppressed by the ape's golden energy, all the other beasts shot out their own attacks, finally dispersing those frightening flames. He knew that the golden ape's bloodline skill would be strong enough to stop it. After all, the bloodline passed down by a beast god. How could it be weak? This Nether Flame Dragon was thrown at this golden ape to catch every beast's attention so that Azeroth could charge up his energy. And his motive had been achieved. Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique. Suddenly, a large amount of dark aura exploded out of Azeroth's body. This dark energy began to enhance each part of Azeroth's body. His muscles seemed to have been inflated with dark energy as they nearly doubled in size. His originally blue hair was now of pure black color, while Azeroth's red eyes had transformed into light purple. Moreover, a horn also began to grow on the right side of his head. There was a deadly and demonic aura surrounding Azeroth now. His violet eyes stared at the golden ape, and he raised his head and taunted it. Come, now let me see just how strong your bloodline is. As if the golden ape was angered at how it had been challenged by a mere human, it immediately charged at Azeroth with a blinding speed. Azeroth suddenly raised his left hand and caught a quick punch from that golden ape. Just this created a strong shockwave that even pushed back the black bear. Azeroth now threw out his own punch with his right hand. Unlike how Azeroth had caught his punch, the golden ape just returned Azeroth's punch with his own. As their punches clashed, this time there was another strong shockwave that pushed even the 4-star ranked beasts a couple of steps back. Azeroth had a neutral look on his face as he analyzed that his own strength and this golden ape's strength were entirely equal. If that was the case, he was confident in winning this fight. He immediately gave a strong knee attack to the golden ape's abs. The golden ape coughed out some saliva, and before it could even respond to this attack, Azeroth had punched its face with his left hand. However, before the golden ape could fly out far away, Azeroth suddenly opened his right hand and grabbed hold of Golden Ape's hand tightly. Without giving the golden ape any opportunity to even think of a counterattack, he brought down this golden ape using its arm and hammered its body against the ground. Azeroth didn't stop with his attack and once again hammered the golden ape to the other side. He was relentless with his attack as he was using this golden ape to make the other beasts give up the thought of fighting him. It appeared to be working for some short period well. That was until Azeroth heard a loud howl, the howl that had started it all. Azeroth gripped the golden ape's arm tightly and threw it towards the direction of that howl with as much power as he could muster. The three-eyed white wolf, the beast lord of the alpine gerbil woods, came out of its lair and was surprised to see so many of its subordinates dead at the hands of just one human. Moreover, it saw the golden ape flying towards it with a quick speed. The third eye on the white wolf's forehead glowed, and suddenly the golden ape stopped just before it hit the white wolf and was slowly lowered towards the ground. Beasts had barely blinked their eyes when they suddenly saw Azeroth standing on the other side of the golden ape, a black lightning spear in his hand that was going past the golden ape's robust body, targeting the white wolf's third eye on the other side. However, surprisingly enough, the black lightning spear was annihilated just before it could touch the white wolf's third eye. Azeroth was slightly surprised by this, but soon enough he regained his calm. He should have expected this was a beast lord, after all. However, to think that he couldn't even scratch this beast lord even after going in his demonic form was slightly scary. "Why have you trespassed into my territory, human?" the white wolf asked with a calm voice. "What use is talking when you are so intent on killing me?" Azeroth spoke with a dark chuckle as he replied to this white wolf. The two normal eyes of the white wolf shone with a blue light and threw Azeroth far away. Azeroth maintained his balance, and his legs touched the ground. He looked around and observed his surroundings. The beasts who had been scared of him earlier were now blocking all paths of his retreat. "I am talking because I now understand that you are a powerful thing. Even if I personally fight you, you will still be able to kill more of my subordinates. That would be quite troublesome for me." The white wolf stared at Azeroth with a calm gaze. The white wolf didn't say that Azeroth was a powerful human but a thing. It meant to say that it didn't think that Azeroth was a human or a demon but something else entirely. Azeroth replied soon enough, "My reason for coming here is simple enough. I need a few herbs from here. However, it appears that I have encountered something quite surprising here. You have laid a spiritual gathering array here." Azeroth spoke while pointing at the cave. "Were you planning to break through to the Beast King level by absorbing the dense energy from the precious herbs using the Astral Ardor gathering array? No, even you should realize that it would be impossible for you to elevate yourself to the Beast King level that way. However, a better question would be, how can a beast like you construct a complex array formation like this?" Azeroth sneered at the Beast Lord as he asked that question. The white wolf seemed to react slightly to the word beast with a dangerous look in its eyes, but the white wolf calmed down soon enough. "Don't provoke me any further. The result won't be pretty for you." The white wolf warned Azeroth. "Don't play these word games with me then. If I get frustrated enough, I might as well end the beast raid before it even begins." Azeroth declared with a confident tone. "Now speak, what do you want from me?" Azeroth asked as his eyes studied this white wolf. The white wolf spoke as it turned its head towards the cave. Azeroth frowned slightly. He began thinking, that cave, a lot of heavenly energy is condensed in it. My physique will definitely benefit if I absorb that energy. More importantly, just why did someone construct an Astral Ardor gathering array here? Absorbing the heavenly energy from the herbs would only be helpful to a certain extent. After that, it's merely wasting energy. Suddenly, another possibility emerged within his head. Someone may be healing his injuries using this array. That would make a lot of sense. However, why would the beasts allow this person to live here? Just what has he promised them? "Very well, let's go." Azeroth spoke with a slow voice as he pulled out 2 pellets and ate them. One of them was for energy recovery, while the other would increase his power anytime he wanted. This three-eyed white wolf was far stronger than his expectations. He couldn't look down on this wolf. The three-eyed white wolf looked at the other beasts. "You all can go away." The reason he dispersed them also that if he had to fight Azeroth after this, Azeroth shouldn't be able to kill any more of his beasts. Azeroth snorted in response as he understood just what this white wolf was doing but didn't stop it. It wasn't like he could even if he wanted to. Slowly, the white wolf and Azeroth entered the cave. Meanwhile, Azeroth failed to sense it, but the golden ape's injuries were now slowly recovering. This was all because he was thrown near the location with a dense amount of heavenly energy. The golden ape's body shrunk in size as it was back to its normal form now. Meanwhile, the white wolf stared at Azeroth and spoke. "Are you not worried that I might attack you here? I am not naive enough to entirely believe you. I have come prepared." Azeroth said with a confident tone. Currently, Azeroth was revolving his energy using the heavenly demon breathing technique. Although the absorption speed was slower than when he was meditating, it was still good enough. Moreover, now that he was in the cave, his spiritual sense could finally check this place. Not long after, he found out that there was indeed a beast in this cave. Analyzing its quality of ardor and its capacity, Azeroth was more or less sure that this was a 5-star rank beast. However, it was entirely injured and was absorbing a large amount of heavenly energy to heal itself. Soon enough, Azeroth reached the location where he saw the injured beast. His eyes slowly widened as he stared at the beast. Ahead of him was a large body of an abyssal hound. No way. Azeroth muttered as he stared at this abyssal hound. The fact that this hound was here meant that it had come from Purgatory. But how could that be possible? Only someone on the level of a demon king could open a portal to the Frasca continent. Moreover, even a demon king can only open the portal in locations that contained massive quantities of yin ardor. Right now, Azeroth couldn't sense the abnormal amount of yin ardor in this location, which would be required to open the portal from Purgatory to the Frasca continent. Don't tell me a demon emperor or a demon god is involved in this. I can't beat them at my current level. It was the evening time in the encampment right now. Sophie had just returned, quite tired after finishing only 1/4 of her task, but she decided to take a small break at this timing and return. Her food was delivered to her cabin. After she finished with her food, a guard entered her cabin. This was the same guard that had been ordered to investigate all that had happened in the past 2-3 days. "Young miss, we have more or less finished with our investigation." The guard spoke with a respectful voice. "All right, speak, what have you found out?" Sophie ordered them while looking at the guard with a curious gaze. "Young miss, the first thing we need to inform you that Edwin Rhodes, the young master of the Rhodes family, had arrived in this encampment yesterday. He was brought by Sir Aidan and his group of students." The guard spoke with an entirely neutral voice. "I did hear that someone joined their group from Liliana, but I never imagined it was Edwin." "All right, you can continue," Sophie ordered the guard. "Young miss, it's not just that, but he is also a 4-star warrior right now. He has already beaten Ruddy from the Palm Valley School badly and used that battle to declare his power." "What? A 4-star warrior?" Sophie was quite shocked when she heard those words. She knew Edwin, and it has barely been a year since they graduated from the Acadia School of Martial Arts, and Edwin had already broken through from the 2-star rank to the 4th-star rank. That was far too unreal for Sophie. However, since she was in front of her guard, she tried her best to maintain her calm. "As per young Miss's order, we investigated the entire village, but there was no delivery from the Rihul city or any other city in the past 2 days. No one has seen any delivery entering the encampment. Moreover, even the town lord hadn't gone anywhere outside the camp." This sort of information surprised Sophie. She was now very curious about how the town lord got his hands on those 5-tier elemental crystals. "Continue." As we were questioning a few guards, one of them mentioned that they had seen Edwin Rhodes go into the herbal garden. "These were all the suspicious activities we could find out in this time, young miss." The guard finished his report with those words. Sophie began to think deeply. Something changed today that allowed the town lord to gain those 5-tier elemental crystals. The only significant thing that has changed in this camp is the presence of Edwin. Moreover, why would the town lord allow Edwin to go into the herbal garden when even I am not allowed to do that? A frown appeared on her head as she thought about Edwin. Strangely, he didn't try to meet me at all. He should have talked to our other classmates and found out about me. Has he grown past that crush he had on me, or is he trying to be distant to attract my attention? Sophie shook her head and thought, no, that's not the point here. It doesn't matter what he is planning. It would be more important to know if he was the one who gave away those elemental crystals to the town lord or not. And how did he reach the 4-star rank so quickly? This mystery also needs to be unveiled. Sophie curiously asked her guard, "Haven't you tried talking to Edwin? What did he say?" The guard lowered his head and replied, "I apologize, young miss, but we couldn't find Edwin Rhodes anywhere in this encampment. He has likely gone away from the encampment." Gone away? Didn't he come here to fight against the beast raid? What's the point of going away at this point? Sophie couldn't understand this at all. Even her guard was speechless and didn't know how he should answer this. "All right, you can go away. Inform me when you see Edwin again." Sophie finally dismissed her guard. "Yes, young miss." The guard took his leave. The alchemy division here in the encampment was also set up by the graduates from the Acadia School. However, they were a lot senior to Sophie, Edwin, and Miles's generation. There was nearly a gap of 2 decades between their generations. For this reason, they never really did anything against the Palm Valley School's graduates because they felt it was beneath them to target them for those petty motives. At their age, they felt that there was little to no point in such fights. Currently, Miles stayed in the alchemy division under the guise of learning some techniques from his seniors. His seniors here knew that Miles wasn't that serious about learning alchemy, but they still taught him the basics. It was late evening time, and Miles was frowning at this point. He just couldn't understand why Azeroth hadn't come to the alchemy division after getting the herbs from the herbal garden. Does he only need the raw herbs? This was not good news. Miles wouldn't be able to find Azeroth's secret like this. However, he was unwilling to give up. He continued to think of some way to get to know Azeroth's secret. Suddenly, he was struck by a fascinating idea. Yes, this might work. Currently, Azeroth was standing in the presence of a beast that is typically found in Purgatory, the Abyssal Hound. They were considered one of the superior demon beast races found in Purgatory. The ones above the Abyssal Hound were those with a mythical bloodline within Purgatory, so these Abyssal Hounds had quite some prestige there. Although he was surprised, Azeroth didn't show it on his face. Such a reaction would only invite trouble. He observed its body with his mystic eyes of perception and found traces of holy aura within this beast's body. This explains why that astral ardor gathering array was constructed here. This beast was using that array to counter the holy ardor and heal his body. From the rate of how he is healing, it's clear that it would take only 1 more month for this beast to heal. As you told me, I have brought him here. The White Wolf spoke to the Abyssal Hound. The Abyssal Hound lightly nodded and replied with a weak voice, "You can return now. Use your ability to heal our injured comrades. I need to talk to this thing." "Are you going to be okay? This human isn't weak." The White Wolf spoke with a serious voice. He was somewhat worried about the Abyssal Hound. "I still have that technique, and even if he kills me somehow, he should understand that he won't be able to escape this forest alive." The Abyssal Hound replied to the White Wolf. Azeroth internally snorted upon hearing this conversation. What a stupid act, to think that even beasts would resort to such a roundabout tactic to threaten someone. The standards of the beasts have really fallen. The White Wolf appeared to be thinking for some time and soon turned its body. It walked out of the cave, leaving Azeroth and the Abyssal Hound alone in the cave. "You wanted to meet me?" Azeroth asked. His voice remained entirely neutral. "That is true. I am curious about you. You clearly gave a human aura earlier, but the energy you are using right now is demonic in nature." The Abyssal Hound spoke with a curious tone. Instead of answering its question, Azeroth asked with a sneer, "And I wonder what a demon beast like you is doing here. Answer my question." The Abyssal Hound spoke while releasing its aura. Azeroth snorted in response as he felt the suppression from a beast lord's aura. "Is it worth it to burn your vitality just to try and scare me? This is so pathetic that I almost pity you." At those words, the Abyssal Hound's eyes widened in surprise. It never imagined that the human ahead of him would be able to see instantly through this act. The pressure Azeroth was experiencing vanished soon enough. After all, since there was no point in trying to scare Azeroth, the Abyssal Hound didn't wish to injure its own vitality for no reason. "What are you?" the Abyssal Hound asked while staring at Azeroth with a curious gaze. Now it was truly curious about Azeroth's identity. Azeroth ignored that question and spoke. "I wonder, why hasn't that White Wolf killed you yet? Have you placed a suggestion in his mind that you are its kin? Or are you controlling his mind through your superior spiritual energy? I wonder what would happen if I were to remove that." There was a slight grin on Azeroth's face as he spoke those words. In fact, the Abyssal Hound seemed to appear quite fearful as he heard Azeroth. It was like Azeroth had just revealed a secret that he had been trying to hide. Unlike how it appeared, the beasts of the continent immensely hated the demon beasts from Purgatory. When Azeroth had been walking together with the White Wolf in the cave, with his mystic eyes of perception, he had seen a faint demonic aura on the White Wolf's body. It was so faint that even Azeroth hadn't sensed it until he observed this White Wolf closely with his mystic eyes of perception. "How did you know of that? You are not the ones who should be asking the questions." Azeroth spoke with an authoritative tone. For some moments, the Abyssal Hound remained silent. Azeroth smirked and continued, "You can't just be a demon beast. I have never heard of a demon beast studying arrays in Purgatory. So speak, who are you?" Now Azeroth's voice was relatively calmer than before. The Abyssal Hound spoke with a neutral tone. "How do you know that the demon beasts don't study arrays in Purgatory? Have you been there, or are you a demon?" Once again, Azeroth didn't answer his question and spoke with a sneer. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Before the Abyssal Hound said something, Azeroth spoke with a demanding tone. "Speak what I want to know, because if I want to leave this place, a being like you can't stop it. It will take a single touch from me to remove your spiritual interference with that White Wolf. I want to see how long you can live then. Now tell me how and why did you come to this place?" "I want the truth, or you might not live to see tomorrow's sun." Azeroth threatened with an angry voice, as if this Abyssal Hound was getting on his nerves. "Very well. It was 6 months ago that I arrived in this world. My name is Talvin, and originally, I was a demon lord showing my talent in arrays. One day, I was visited by a demon king who required my assistance to form an array on this continent. He opened the portal to this forest using a forbidden technique. I arrived here with a dozen of Abyssal Hounds who were supposed to protect me. My only task was to create a part of the array and then form a teleportation array to return to Purgatory." The Abyssal Hound spoke with a gruff voice. Azeroth thought in his head, this guy's talent must be quite good if a demon king specifically asked him to form an array here. The demon king even used a forbidden technique to send him to this forest. Was it because he knew that no one in this area could resist the combined might of a demon lord and abyssal hounds. However, that stupid Demon King didn't know that there were a bunch of angels who were around this area, because the Demon King's forbidden technique to send me to this continent had flared up quite a bit of demonic aura. It didn't take long for the angels to come and kill me. The abyssal hound sounded incredibly angry as it spoke this fact. What happened next? Azeroth asked as he was curious to know more. The abyssal hound replied with an angry voice, "What do you think happened?" The abyssal hounds and I were absolutely slaughtered by those fucking angels. Azeroth coldly asked, and that still doesn't explain how you are in this body. Shouldn't you be in your original body right now? The abyssal hound growled and spoke. My body was going to be destroyed soon because I was struck by that holy ardor. I used a technique to burn my vitality and faked my death. Once they saw how I was impaled by those couple of holy spears and knew that I had more or less died and how my body was going to be destroyed soon, they left the area. Once I knew that the angels had left, I immediately stopped using that technique and looked around. I saw an abyssal hound near me that was also about to die. However, it was in a better condition than me, and I immediately decided to take over its body. I constructed an array using the rest of my energy and switched bodies with the abyssal hound. However, the abyssal hound was also struck by quite a bit of holy ardor. I couldn't switch bodies with these beasts as there would be quite a problem with compatibility, and I wasn't sure if their bodies would reject my spirit or not. If it did, then I wouldn't return back to this body, and could essentially be considered dead at that point. As for those beasts whose body I could forcefully take over, they were too weak, and it would be idiotic to take over such a weak beast. Almost all my demonic ardor of my body was used to keep the holy ardor at bay, and I couldn't recover at all. At that time I thought of using heavenly energy from the herbs to annihilate the holy ardor within my body. However, as you can see, the process is frustratingly slow as even after 6 months, I still haven't recovered. The abyssal hound was seemingly done with his explanation, and Azeroth began to think deeply about those words. He knew that constructing an array with their own energy was quite possible for a demon lord or a beast lord or a 5-star warrior, as long as they reached the array's grandmaster level. I see quite an adventure you had. Azeroth sarcastically spoke as he stared at that injured abyssal hound. Yeah. Make fun of me, the abyssal hound replied, but suddenly there was a small smile on his face. Finally, it's done. Huh, what do you mean? Azeroth asked with a confused expression. Instead of answering Azeroth's question, the abyssal hound muttered, "Hellish chain soul suppressing formation." Instantly, tens of chains were released from the ground as they grabbed Azeroth's body. What is the meaning behind this? Azeroth spoke while angrily staring at the abyssal hound. You are so stupid that you never noticed I was constructing a formation right underneath you. Because I was acting frightened. Did you actually think you had the upper hand? How naive. The abyssal hound replied with a chuckle. The demonic energy and the flames you possess, I believe that should destroy this holy ardor within my body. Moreover, I will now make you the same as that white wolf and turn you into my spiritual slave. Haha, the abyssal hound looked quite happy as he spoke that. Azeroth tried to move his hand, but the hell chains around him just got stronger as they sucked his demonic energy. Soon enough, his black hair returned back to its original blue color. The color of his eyes changed from purple to red as well. Haha, this is a formation I invented in recent months while I was trapped here and recovering. It's effective against beast ardor and demonic ardor. Azeroth gritted his teeth in anger as he hatefully stared at the beast. Weren't you very arrogant right now? Where did all that tyrannical aura of yours go? The abyssal hound looked really pleased as he saw the struggling Azeroth. However, internally, the abyssal hound was thinking, this is strange. His energy seems to be quite a lot denser and greater in quantity than I originally thought. If this goes on, my formation might reach its limits and break. That would be quite dangerous. Alright, I can recover my energy later. Time to get you under my control. The abyssal hound spoke confidently. Spiritual slave seal. Once this technique was used, the abyssal hound felt his consciousness move away from his mind. It wasn't the first time the abyssal hound was doing this, so he was quite confident. But as his spirit reached closer to Azeroth, he heard Azeroth's whisper, finally. It was at that time the abyssal hound felt something strange. However, by the time he realized that something was wrong, it was all too late. He was sucked into Azeroth's body and soon found himself in an unfamiliar place. Darkness, that was the best way to reply to Azeroth's inner world. What is this place? Where am I? No matter how far Talvin's spirit saw, it just saw never-ending darkness. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in that darkness. You are quite slow at making a formation. I was already getting tired of acting, and it was frankly getting difficult to continue our conversation without raising your suspicion. I needed you to finish the formation before we finish our talk so that you could use this technique. This was indeed the truth, as Azeroth knew he couldn't initiate an attack on Talvin's spirit. If he did try to attack Talvin's spirit, Talvin just needed to use his superior density ardor and attack Azeroth's body. That would be more than enough damage to Azeroth. So he knew that he couldn't initiate this spiritual attack. He had noticed how Talvin had suddenly begun to form a formation underneath his feet because of the mystic eyes of perception. Although Azeroth didn't know precisely what formation it was, he could more or less guess that it was for restraining him. He continued to talk and act gullibly, while Talvin thought that he was the one who had the upper hand. Did you think I don't know that you planted a hypnotic suggestion in that white wolf's head? Once I figured that you were going to use a restraining formation against me, I knew you were planning to use that hypnotic suggestion on me as well. This was precisely what occurred. What are you? How can your inner consciousness be so large? Talvin's spirit asked with a frightened voice. Right, I never did introduce myself, did I? Greetings, I am demon god Azeroth. The words were in a calm voice. However, Tavil's spirit felt as if those words fell on him like heavenly thunder. No, in fact, even heavenly thunder won't hurt him as much as those words did. Demon god Azeroth. Impossible. How can you be in the body of a human? Azeroth replied with the same calm voice as before. The same reason why you are in the body of Abyssal Hound, because I had little choice in that matter. Anyway, that's going to be the end of the questions, Azeroth calmly said to Talvin's spirit. Before Tavil's spirit could speak anything, Azeroth first used the soul reading technique. Instantly, a lot of information appeared in Azeroth's head. He decided to look at it later. There was something more important he had to deal with. Currently, Talvin's spirit had more or less shattered since Azeroth had forcefully used the soul reading technique. As Azeroth gathered all the split particles of Talvin's spirit, he also implanted a suggestion deep in its spirit: you are my slave. The suggestion he implanted was meant to allow Talvin to still have rational thoughts, but once Azeroth ordered him, he would be forced to obey it. Just to be sure, though, I should add something else. Bone-chilling yin parasite. Instantly, a small part of the darkness from Azeroth's mental scape combined with Talvin's spirit. Now a part of my consciousness shall be present in your soul. This shall remain dormant nearly all the time unless you have some wicked thoughts about me. Then this consciousness will activate and destroy your soul. Azeroth lightly spoke those words, and with this he was finished. Now he could finally read those memories. Azeroth let out a sigh as he opened his eyes and stared at that abyssal hound that had lowered its head in his presence. Firstly, don't make our connection too obvious to the white wolf. Also, command it to bring some pure cleansing grass. Meanwhile, I will remove the holy ardor from your body. Azeroth went forward and placed his hand over the abyssal hound's head. A yellowish aura shone on the abyssal hound's body as a stream of golden energy began flowing from the abyssal hound to Azeroth's body. As he was healing the abyssal hound, Azeroth began thinking of what he had found out from its memories. That demon king wanted to create a massive array, covering nearly 2 territories of the Cinealian kingdom and 3 large territories Lamhilhan theocracy. Just as Talvin had been sent to this forest to construct an array, other array masters were sent to the other 6 or so points and created the other array points. Once it was formed, just a thought from the Demon King would have activated it and converted that area's energy into yin ardor. And if this occurred, Azeroth could more or less understand what would happen next. Demon race would take over that territory and establish a stronghold, beginning a battle against the human and celestials again. Moreover, in that array formation, all those at the 3-star level or lower will just die before they could even run away. All that death energy would be absorbed by that Demon King who controlled this array formation. This was the plan of that Demon King. However, it appeared that he had miscalculated something, and that was, his forbidden technique flared up his massive demonic aura, which attracted the Celestials. All that followed was more or less what Talvin had told him. Until now, Talvin hadn't built up that formation which he had promised the Demon King. The reason he was forced to follow the Demon King's words was that the Demon King had implanted a heart-eating worm in his body. The Demon King could kill him with a thought. However, when he was at the end of his life, Talvin had changed his body, leaving behind the heart-eating worm in his body. The heart-eating worm died soon enough, and the Demon King should have thought that Talvin was dead. As for the reason behind his death, the Demon King hadn't sent anyone else to investigate it. Now that his life was no longer under the Demon King's control, Talvin decided to first heal his injuries and then think of doing anything else. An entire territory made of yin energy. This is interesting, Azeroth thought with a smile on his face. Let's go out, shall we? I can then order Inoris to get you pure cleansing herbs. Abyssal Hound further spoke, and Azeroth agreed to it. Inoris was naturally the white wolf's name. The hypnotic suggestion you implanted in that white wolf is quite weak. It merely gives him a sense of familiarity, and as long as your words don't harm him, he will listen to you. However, if he feels that you are a little too chummy with me, it might not be that nice to you. Azeroth spoke grimly. What do you plan then? The Abyssal Hound asked with a confused gaze. Tell him that we have come to an agreement and follow my lead. Azeroth appeared to have a plan, and all that was required now was the Abyssal Hound's assistance. As he kept walking out of the cave, he looked at multiple beasts surrounding that white wolf. One of those beasts was that brown ape, who growled when it laid its eyes on Azeroth. Its aura turned golden, and its fur was almost about to begin transforming to golden when the white wolf suddenly spoke, "Stop, no more fighting." The reason why the white wolf stopped the brown ape from fighting was simple. It was because it saw the abyssal hound was back on its feet. Moreover, other than some other physical injuries, it appeared to be doing quite well. Since the abyssal hound had healed after Azeroth had it were alone, it was simple to conclude that this human was their comrade for now. The abyssal hound stared at the brown ape and immediately ordered it, "Go and bring the blue herbs that had been laid near your house. Bring them all." The brown ape jumped around and made some actions and spoke some words. In the end, it even pointed its arm at Azeroth. Azeroth knew what it was saying. It was asking the abyssal hound whether those blue herbs were for Azeroth or not. Abyssal hound's voice grew colder as it replied while releasing quite a bit of its aura. "That should not concern you. Now go." The brown ape didn't look satisfied, but it didn't have any choice other than to go. It knew that even with all its strength, it wouldn't be able to beat this dog yet. In reality, such a scene was relatively rare in the beast world, mostly because the ones at the top of this food chain were the beasts with a stronger bloodline. However, the situation here was a little tricky. Although the abyssal hounds were mighty demon beasts from Purgatory, however, their bloodline could be considered one level inferior to the golden ape bloodline. Because the golden ape bloodline was superior, it was even capable of combating against rank 5 beasts. However, the lack of ardor is what would cause it to lose. This ape had fought multiple times against the white wolf, and each fight led to his defeat. For this reason, this ape was slightly submissive to the white wolf and the abyssal hound. By the time the ape returned, it was nighttime. In its hands, there were a bunch of herbs glowing with a faint blue light. Azeroth frowned slightly. Their energy has grown weaker because this abyssal hound had kept using the medicinal energy in them to heal himself. Fortunately, this ape has brought many herbs here, and I can use them to finally remove all impurities from this body. Taking hold of those herbs, Azeroth turned to look at the abyssal hound. "I will go and absorb these and then discuss my proposal from before." The abyssal hound didn't know what he was talking about, but nodded with a neutral look in its eyes. The white wolf stared at them with some interest as he wondered just what Azeroth meant. Azeroth went to a quiet place in this forest and ate all those blue herbs. Bluish energy began to spread all over his body. Azeroth also felt a tingling feeling, as if he was being pricked by thousands of needles. However, he also felt something moving within the deepest parts of his body. That was the filth of his body that was being forcefully removed because of this bluish energy. Azeroth felt his heavenly demon meditation technique start automatically. It was absorbing the energy from the surrounding. At this point, the ardor continued to strengthen his body, even though Azeroth wasn't manually guiding the technique. Interesting, removing the filth from my body allowed me to break through to the second stage of the heavenly demon meditation technique. This was primarily helpful to Azeroth because now, the heavenly demon transformation would be much more potent and stable than before. By the time Azeroth had opened his eyes, it was midnight time. He walked out of his location to discuss something with the abyssal hound and the white wolf. The next day, the entire camp had been gathered by Bryn Gaynor. Many people wondered why he had called them all together, but they remained quiet and just stood in the camp center. Once all the central individuals had gathered, Bryn Gaynor cleared his throat and spoke. "I have crucial information for us all. The beast raid we will experience in the next couple of days would have 2 5-star beasts." This information was enough to stun all the individuals who had been gathered at this meeting. "What? Didn't you mention that there would only be a single 5-rank beast? How could you suddenly say that there are 2 5-star beasts?" It was the Alchemy Division's head who unhappily asked Bryn Gaynor. Someone from the Palm Valley School asked with a cold voice, "Were you lying to us when you told us that there was going to be only 1 5-star beast?" Before these words could make the other people think wildly, Bryn Gaynor glared at the man and spoke authoritatively. "You shouldn't speak randomly. I had no reason to lie when I went to the Palm Valley School for help. The reason I know that there will be 2 5-star beasts is that someone from our camp had personally gone to the inner area and confirmed it." "Who was it?" Miles asked, having a faint suspicion of who it was. It was Edwin Rhodes. He mentioned that there was something off regarding this beast raid, and yesterday he told me that he would be sneaking in the inner part of the forest to investigate this matter. Bryn Gaynor replied almost instantly. Why did he think that there was something off regarding this beast raid? It was Sophie who asked this question. Her words were spoken quite gently, and for a moment all the individuals remained stunned as they heard her. Bryn Gaynor replied with an expressionless tone soon enough. He found it strange that he found little to no herbs in the outer area of the alpine gerbil woods. Moreover, not just herbs, but there were no beasts in the area. Edwin Rhodes mentioned that the inner area is surrounded by not just the herbs but by beasts as well. He had to use a special treasure to hide his presence and sneak inside. As he kept walking forwards, he sensed that the energy released from the herbs was getting stronger, so he followed it. After some distance, he reached the location where he saw 2 beasts peacefully sleeping. One of them was a dark hound with a significant injury to its body that was healing rapidly. Meanwhile, the other was a white wolf with 3 eyes with no injury to it. Edwin Rhodes mentioned that he sensed a fearful aura from both of them, and their energy was undoubtedly at the 5-star rank. Once he knew of this information, he decided to return as soon as possible. However, as he was walking, he didn't realize it, but a beast smelled him and caught him. Knowing that the treasure was useless, Sir Edwin fought the beast and killed it before quickly escaping. However, in that fight, Sir Edwin has received major injuries and is recovering right now. With this, Bryn Gaynor finished the story that had been told to him by Azeroth. A 4-star warrior from Palm Valley School spoke with a distressed tone. How can we fight against 2 5-star ranked beasts? I could think of some way to take on a single 5-star beast, but 2 that would be too much for us. That's right. We need the assistance of a 5-star warrior as well, or we won't be able to survive at all. Another guy added, making more people lose hope. Many individuals were losing hope as they were informed of this crucial information. After all, fighting against just 1 5-star ranked beast and fighting against 2 5-star ranked beasts was entirely different. If the 2 5-star beasts assisted each other, then they would be nearly unstoppable here. Bryn Gaynor clenched his fists, but there was hardly anything he could do at this point. He felt obliged to keep them updated about the situation. If they wanted to give up, he couldn't stop them. However, fortunately for Bryn Gaynor, a savior emerged among this group of people. This savior was none other than Sophie Russell. Calm down, everyone. The situation isn't as bad as you all think it is. She tried to calm down the crowd with a gentle voice. However, at this time, all people, especially the graduates from Palm Valley School, were panicking. They were hardly affected by her beauty or her voice. After all, they felt that their life was more precious and they shouldn't keep anything inside at this point. The situation isn't as bad as we all think it is. Are you going crazy? This is like an absolutely worst-case scenario. Or what? Do you actually think your little arrays are going to hold on against 2 5-star beasts? What a naive little girl you are. The one who had spoken against her was none other than a senior graduate from the Palm Valley School. As the Acadia School's graduates heard those words, all of them hatefully glared at the Palm Valley School graduate. None of them could tolerate those words spoken to their school beauty. What did you say, bastard? How dare you say those words? Do you believe me when I say that I will absolutely flatten you? A guy shouted quite loudly, and many other individuals joined him and supported him. On the other side, the Palm Valley School graduates also replied with curses of their own. The intensity of this fight with curses was increasing with every second. Stop, Bryn Gaynor suddenly yelled out in an angry voice. He flared up his aura as if to temporarily stun the crowd. Just when the people were about to say something to Bryn Gaynor, they sensed another burst of aura. Let's listen to what Miss Sophie has to say. I am sure she has her own reasons for speaking those words. The one who had released that aura and spoken those words was Aiden, one of the only 4-star warriors in the camp. The combined pressure from Bryn Gaynor and Aiden did manage to suppress many people. Sophie turned her head towards Bryn Gaynor and then to Aiden before giving them a small smile of gratitude. As I was saying, this does not change much for us. That's because we also have a 5-star warrior with us. Sophie spoke with a confident tone. You can come here, Peter. Sophie called out for a guy named Peter. A guy jumped down from a nearby tree and spoke to Sophie. As you command, young miss. Peter's presence surprised many individuals here. He had standard black hair and brown eyes with a beard covering half of his face. He appeared to be nearly 30-40 years of age. Who are you? Someone from the Palm Valley School asked with an apprehensive look on his face. I am Peter, one of the royal guards under the command of Spencer Russell. I have been tasked to protect young miss here. His tone was entirely emotionless as he informed his identity and mission to that man from Palm Valley School. Why, you really are a 5-star warrior, sir. The one who had spoken in such a stunned yet happy tone was none other than Bryn Gaynor. This was undoubtedly the best surprise he could have received in this situation. A disdainful smile appeared on the man as he stared at Bryn Gaynor. What do you think? Suddenly, all the 4-star warriors sensed an intense pressure that forced them to the ground. This man named Peter specifically targeted them all since he wanted to give proof of his power. Even though Bryn Gaynor was also glued to the ground, the smile on his face continued to get wider. He was just too delighted at this information. Moreover, Sophie suddenly spoke. All right, Peter, it's enough. The pressure over 4-star warriors' bodies instantly vanished, and they stood up on their feet. Some were staring at Peter with a scared look, while some had a respectful look in their eyes. Peter can handle one beast and force it away so it won't be able to assist the other one. In the array formation I am constructing, we'll be able to deal with 3 beasts at the 5-star level, not to mention a single one. So the town lord can rest assured that we can definitely deal with this beast raid. As Sophie finished speaking, all the people who had lost hope felt as if they had some excellent chances now. The only ones who had an ugly look on their faces were those who had tried to lower the morale earlier. They looked embarrassed as if they wanted to find a hole and jump in it and hide. Sophie couldn't be concerned about these people, though. She turned towards Bryn Gaynor and spoke to him. "Town Lord, I would like to meet Edwin. You mentioned that he is very injured." Once Edwin was mentioned, the excitement in Bryn Gaynor's eyes faded, and it was replaced by a grim expression. Bryn Gaynor felt indebted to Azeroth. One reason was that he had given away 5 Tier 5 crystals while asking for some Tier 4 resources at best, and even the quantity of herbs he took wasn't that large. The other was that he had taken such a significant risk for a village with almost nothing to do with him, and had even gotten so heavily injured for them. He was feeling quite guilty right now. He asked Sophie if she had some way to heal Azeroth since her father had sent a 5-star warrior along with her, so there was a strong chance that he had also sent a healer alongside her. "I'm also curious about meeting this guy who can go in the inner area of this alpine gerbil woods and come out alive. Even I might not be able to do what he has accomplished." Peter spoke with a nonchalant tone. However, Bryn Gaynor's experience in judging people told him that this man was definitely interested. "Yes, although the town lord has already mentioned how he escaped the inner area, I am still somewhat unconvinced." Miles spoke his mind as well. "All right, let's all go." Bryn Gaynor led them to the infirmary. The door creaked open, and one by one, 4 individuals walked inside. The infirmary was like a small cabin with 2 beds. One was empty, while on the other laid Azeroth's body. Sophie placed a hand over her mouth as she saw Azeroth's injuries. When Sir Edwin came here, all his ribs had nearly broken. There was a major fracture of his left arm, while 2 minor fractures in the right arm. The muscles of his legs seemed to have been forced to use more power than they could handle, and they have torn off, bleeding profusely. Only his head has remained somewhat unharmed. Bryn Gaynor soon finished listing what problems Azeroth had. Even Miles was taken back when he saw the state of Azeroth's body and his injuries. It could be said that the only one who was calmly staring at Azeroth's injured body was Peter. He could escape in such a condition. This was the only question in Peter's mind. Unlike the others in the room, he held no pity whatsoever for Azeroth. The only thing in his mind was a question: was Azeroth lying or not? He didn't really understand why such a question appeared in his head. The situation felt a bit fishy to him. The first thing he found strange was that this guy went to the inner area of the forest due to some guess. According to Peter, there was no point in putting your own life at risk for such a vague suspicion. In fact, the best decision at that point would have been to spread this information and basically ask Bryn Gaynor and other people to prepare more. The only reason why Azeroth went into the inner area of the alpine gerbil woods was that he needed something from there. But when Peter tried to imagine what it could be, he again came up with little to nothing. Next, these injuries were also suspicious to Peter. It was as if Azeroth had only fought a single beast in that forest, and somehow managed to escape the forest successfully after killing the beast. However, according to what Peter imagined, if Azeroth's position was compromised, how could only one beast come after him? Why were there no injuries from the other beasts? Or was it possible that he took no injuries and managed to kill them? Such a thing was supposed to be impossible in that state. Even though Peter had a lot of suspicions, he didn't speak those aloud. He knew that it would only invite Sophie and Bryn Gaynor's ire right now. He could only discuss them with her in private. Meanwhile, Sophie continued to look at Azeroth's body and spoke. "I will request Miss Zarya to heal him. Also, it appears we need to put a lid on our questions. It would be quite stupid to force Edwin to wake up and answer our questions." Sophie spoke to Miles without even looking at him, and soon enough they all left the infirmary, leaving Azeroth alone in there. After a few minutes, Azeroth opened his eyes and had a frown on his handsome face. "So they have some questions for me. I can more or less anticipate what that guy Miles wants to know, but what does this woman want to know from me? But still, how long do I need to pretend to be injured? Wasn't this town lord preparing for a beast raid? How can he not have a good healer in this camp?" Azeroth seemed somewhat frustrated right now. "All right, hopefully, they will do something to allow me to recover in the next 2 or so days. And if not, I will need to reveal one of my trump cards. I can't be a sitting duck when the beasts attack." On that very same day, Sophie arrived in the infirmary along with Miss Zarya to heal Azeroth. Zarya was quite an impressive healer, and she had a rare skill named Heal Touch. Just by using this skill, Azeroth's flesh and bones were healing at a rapid rate. After nearly 15 or so minutes, Sophie spoke to Miss Zarya. "This is all right, Miss Zarya." Azeroth was nearly healed, so Sophie thought there was no point in troubling Miss Zarya any longer. Sophie and Miss Zarya left the infirmary. A guard was stationed outside the infirmary by Sophie, and she ordered the guard, "Once he wakes up, immediately bring me here." "Yes, young miss." The guard gave his response immediately. Azeroth was already awake at this time. He used a slight bit of holy ardor to entirely heal himself. "If I go out right now, I will need to meet that woman," Azeroth whispered to himself. Since he knew what would happen if he went out of the infirmary, he laid his back against the bed and lazed around. Since his heavenly demon meditation technique had broken through the 2nd level, he no longer needed to consciously revolve his ardor. It was automatic from now on. Azeroth used this time to reorganize his thoughts. The situation is wildly different from my initial plans. The presence of this woman Sophie and that abyssal hound was entirely outside my expectations. Fortunately, the Demon King probably won't take any action for 1 or 2 months. That should be enough time for me to prepare for that situation and take some benefits for myself. Also, it appears that my guess was right. That woman is truly protected by a 5-star warrior. It was indeed the right decision to spread the information about the 2 5-star beasts in the enemy forces, though I think they will certainly be surprised when they fight that golden ape. In terms of pure physical strength and its aura, it can certainly match a 5-star beast. How do I deal with that woman? Do I scare her, bribe her, or maybe act like Edwin? Azeroth wondered the best way to deal with Sophie. All of the possibilities he explored had advantages and disadvantages. And after some consideration, he determined that if he scared or bribed her, the disadvantages would outweigh the benefits. He wouldn't be able to take maximum advantage of the situation that way. Let's see how it goes. Azeroth dryly spoke since he was more or less confident in dealing with this situation. At most, he just wouldn't be able to glean maximum benefits from this situation. That was fine as well. After nearly 3 hours, Azeroth walked out of the infirmary. The guard stationed outside by Sophie was standing still with an emotionless look over his face. "You are finally awake, Edwin Rhodes. Wait here, I will bring young Miss here. She wanted to meet you." The guard spoke to Azeroth with an emotionless tone. Azeroth showed a surprised look and asked curiously, "Who is this young miss you are talking about?" The guard didn't find this question strange and replied, "It's young Miss Sophie Russell." "What?" "It's Sophie who wants to meet me." Azeroth showed an astonished look and then said, "I can't have her come here to meet me. I am well enough to walk around. How about you take me to her?" The guard thought for some moments and found it better to take this guy to Sophie's cabin rather than make Sophie walk here. "Are you absolutely all right? Young Miss might blame me and hold me responsible if something happened to you," the guard asked just for confirmation. He wasn't really that worried about Azeroth's health. "Yeah. It's okay, I will take full responsibility for this. So lead me to Sophie," Azeroth dryly said and managed to convince the guard. The guard gave a nod of agreement and began walking towards Sophie's cabin. Azeroth followed the guard until they both reached Sophie's cabin. The cabin was quite well guarded. Azeroth noticed that the guards ahead of this cabin were only 3-star warriors, but he also sensed few 4-star warriors hiding near this cabin. Such a difference in the heirs of the noble family and a doting father. The noble family heirs haven't brought any 4-star warriors along with them, while this woman's father has sent royal guards to protect his daughter. Azeroth could only sigh at this. He wasn't jealous or mentally affected. He would rather have the freedom provided by the noble family than the protection it could offer. Many of his ideas wouldn't come to fruition if he was monitored by some guards. It was that guard who talked to the other guards and informed them of the situation. The other guards remained stone cold and let him go inside. Azeroth waited for some time, keeping his gaze at the door. He didn't want those guards hiding near this cabin to know that he was aware of their positions. Suddenly, the door to the cabin opened, and he laid his eyes upon a young lady in her late teenage years. She was wearing a pink Chinese dress and looked quite surprised to see Azeroth here. "It's nice to see you, Sophie." Azeroth spoke to her as if they were familiar with each other. Currently, his ruby eyes were staring right into her ocean blue eyes. Sophie had a frown over her face, though. She sternly spoke. "Miss Zarya mentioned that she had healed all your flesh injuries, but your internal injuries would still take some time to heal completely. She also recommended that he should take rest for 1 more day and not get up." "Miss Zarya, who's she?" Azeroth was quite confused by this name. Sophie then realized Azeroth had just woken up and wasn't quite aware of Miss Zarya or anything else. She said, "Let's talk inside." To Sophie's surprise, Azeroth calmly replied, "Okay." It was natural for Sophie to be quite surprised, because most of the time when Edwin used to talk to her, he was pretty nervous in her presence. Moreover, he would take some time before responding to her words. He has changed. This was her conclusion after those words from Azeroth. But it wasn't that unbelievable that Azeroth had changed. Azeroth entered Sophie's cabin. He was somewhat surprised that he sensed some arrays drawn beneath this floor. Interesting one of probably suppression array that would suppress the energy of whoever the enemy. The other is absorption array, and the last one is the barrier which would keep the enemy in the cabin. Although he couldn't see the array diagrams and could only guess their power through the presence of ardor, he was more or less sure that their power wasn't weak. A solemn expression appeared on his face as he thought, if these arrays are actually drawn by this woman, then she has quite a bit of talent in array formations. She must have at least reached the master rank to be able to stack up 3 arrays on top of each other. Currently, Azeroth's accomplishments in the array could also be considered the same as alchemy. He was at the peak of Grandmaster level in array formations as well. Fortunately, I have the hell flames that can break any formations around me. Azeroth soon took a seat on the sofa and sat comfortably. Sophie took a seat in front of him and then began explaining who Miss Zarya was. Sometime later, Azeroth understood the whole situation. "I see I must thank Miss Zarya as well. I initially thought that it was a healer town lord had hired." Azeroth spoke to Sophie. Sophie shook her head and then spoke. I will convey your gratitude to Miss Zarya. I had something else I wanted to talk to you about. There was a serious look on her face as Sophie asked Azeroth, were you the one who gave the 5 fifth-tier elemental crystals to the town lord? Once Sophie asked this question, Azeroth understood why she had wanted to talk to him. Internally, he thought to himself, that town lord don't tell me he came to her with those elemental crystals on that very same day. If only he had waited for 1 or 2 days, they wouldn't have been able to connect it to me easily. Even if they did, they shouldn't have been sure of it, but there was no point in thinking of those things about what could be changed. Azeroth quickly thought of a way to salvage this situation. Yes, I was the one who gave those elemental crystals to the town lord. Azeroth decided to admit it. Once again, Sophie was slightly surprised that he admitted it so quickly. She was ready with all her plausible theories. But now she felt that she was silly to prepare all that much when it wasn't necessary. I see Sophie didn't ask Azeroth how he got these 5-tier elemental crystals. It was common sense to such information a secret. However, she did speak up. You have changed, Edwin. Time does force a change. Some just experience it earlier while some a little later. Azeroth spoke with a small smile. True, I do agree with your statement. Sophie agreed with him and added, however, your sudden rise to become a 4-star warrior is like that of a miracle. Congratulations. Azeroth just shook his head but didn't reply. All right, you can leave if you want to. Actually, I wanted to know, what formation are you working on? Azeroth asked with a curious look. Edwin. Did you study array formations in this 1 year? Sophie asked him with a surprised gaze. Azeroth, though, shook his head and replied, actually, I began studying it during the academy time. My skill with it was never good, so I never told anyone else about it. But this year, I think I made some progress. Also, I want to help you in any way I can. After thinking for some time, Sophie nodded her head. All right, I will bring the blueprint of the formation I want to construct. If nothing else, you will only learn something. Sophie got up from her sofa and went to her room. It didn't take her too much time to find the blueprint of the formation she wanted to construct. Sophie soon returned to the living room with a large sheet of paper in her hand. She laid the blueprint on the table ahead of Azeroth. Azeroth laid his eyes at the blueprint, and he was surprised to see that this was a blueprint of a 3-layered array. Moreover, she had even included the killing array and the illusionary array, 2 of the most challenging branches within array formations. Azeroth began to analyze the blueprint with a serious gaze. He didn't think that this woman was actually going to construct a large array like this. If she really did create such an array, these people might kill one of the 5-star beasts. That would be troublesome for him. Overall, the blueprint appears to be okay. There are no obvious mistakes or any openings that the beasts can take advantage of. Sophie continued to stare at Azeroth's face as he looked at her blueprint. She couldn't help but think absent-mindedly. He looks quite handsome when he is thinking seriously. She shook off those thoughts from her head. Soon, Azeroth spoke to Sophie with a troubled smile. I don't perfectly know what this array is, but it's a combination of 2 or 3 arrays, right? Sophie had actually shown this blueprint to test Azeroth a little. She thought that he might at most be able to point out some basic stuff, but he actually found out that it was a multi-layered array. However, Sophie calmly asked Azeroth, how do you know that? It's these 2 points. Azeroth pointed at the points and continued, usually this can only be drawn on the left side and never on the right side. However, on this blueprint, it's on both sides. This means that this point is working for another array that's drawn inverted to the first one. So this is definitely a 2 or more layered array, right? You are right. This is a 3-layered array. Do you know which types of arrays these are? Sophie asked him with some interest. Azeroth shook his head and replied, I can only guess that since it's going to be laid around this encampment, then it should at least have a barrier array. I can at least give you full points in common sense. Sophie began chuckling as she said those words. Azeroth said with a self-deprecating smile, this array is a little too complicated for me. Soon enough, Sophie had an idea and spoke. Do you want to set up this array around the encampment along with me? I can teach you more about the array at the same time. Wouldn't I be able to get the work done without actually doing it? Since Edwin has studied arrays, he should at the least be good at basics. Besides, I will be right beside him, so I can easily keep watch over any mistakes he commits and correct it at that time. This will not only save my effort, but also my time. Also, I will at least have a companion from the school with whom I can talk and curb my boredom. It's not a problem. Come on, let's start with the formation on the west side of the encampment. Sophie grabbed Azeroth's hand and took him out of her cabin. For half the day, Azeroth was with Sophie, talking about random topics while drawing the encampment formation. Sophie also explained to him how she came up with this formation. Actually, this theory lesson was somewhat useless for Azeroth, but he acted as if it interested him. He asked appropriate questions at the perfect timing. Sophie happily answered the questions he asked. She felt thrilled as she taught him. It made her feel superior in a positive manner, like she was helping someone grasp the ropes of array formation. Azeroth was thinking with some amusement, she really is just a little girl. Gaining her trust will be really easy. This closeness with Sophie was not much appreciated by the other men from the Acadia school. They knew that they weren't qualified to stay with Sophie, but many felt that if they weren't qualified, Azeroth was even less qualified. Many people were thinking about how they should deal with Azeroth or split him from Sophie. One of them was Miles Nelson. He clenched his fists in anger as he saw Azeroth roam around the encampment with Sophie. Miles began remembering how they were pursuing Sophie in the Acadia school, and when he finally surpassed him, he thought that he had left this guy in the dust. However now, their positions were entirely reversed. Firstly, he couldn't understand how Edwin had increased his cultivation to 4-star rank. Secondly, he never knew that Edwin studied array formations in Acadia school. At least, as far as he was aware of, Edwin had never mentioned it to him. Just what has he encountered that has changed his life so drastically? Miles continued to think deeply. What should I say to those seniors in Alchemy Division? I did tell them that Edwin has some secret recipe for a pill, but now, it seems not so likely. It's as if he has encountered a treasure more precious than this. Miles didn't know how wrong he was. Edwin did find something, but it was far from a treasure. After all, what treasure would destroy your consciousness and take over your body? Azeroth split up from Sophie and began walking towards his cabin. The formation was nearly complete, and he was getting slightly worried about the beasts. If they did attack the encampment and Sophie activated this formation, the beasts wouldn't even be able to run away successfully. It was because each one of these 3 layered arrays was at tier 5. As Azeroth reached his cabin, he saw a few people standing over there. They appeared to be waiting for him. From their clothes, they were clearly the Palm Valley School's graduates. What are you doing here? He casually asked them this question. I think you should be aware of the reason. A somewhat familiar guy with a robust body spoke to Azeroth. This was none other than Ruddy, who had been beaten badly by Azeroth earlier. You think you're so awesome when you just bullied my brother, who is at a lower star rank than you. Why don't you fight someone of your level? The man next to Ruddy was even larger than Ruddy in size. Moreover, there were a few other Palm Valley School graduates who looked at Azeroth with glee. They had come here to watch him get trampled by a senior from their school. This would allow them to vent a bit as they would feel superior to the Acadia School's graduates. Are you sure you want to fight me? You should be aware that the beast raid is going to occur anytime soon. It won't be a good idea for any of us to be injured at such a timing. Azeroth spoke with a neutral voice since he didn't feel like fighting against this weakling. Only the weak make excuses. When you bullied my younger brother using your higher rank cultivation, you should have known that there would be someone who would take justice on his behalf. The man spoke with a sneer. He looked down on Azeroth since Azeroth was making excuses and not agreeing to a fight. Azeroth sighed out. He really was mentally tired right now. You are right, only the weak make excuses. Azeroth agreed with those words and then added, that is precisely why I am asking you whether you really want to fight me or not. The other party sneered at Azeroth's words and spoke, you are too arrogant. Azeroth sighed and spoke, come at me, all of you. If you want to have a chance against me, HMPH, don't kid yourself. You aren't worth. Before the man could finish his words, Azeroth blinked to his position with blue lightning flickering around his body and punched the man's face. Azeroth hadn't held back in that punch. With that punch, he broke the nose of his opponent. However, that wasn't all he did. Half of his opponent's teeth also began falling down. Why, you bastard, you just caught me by surprise. The 4-star warrior tried to attack Azeroth as he gave that excuse. Azeroth was still quicker and gave a knee to his gut very strongly and forced him to the ground. As I said, if you want to have a chance against me, all of you need to attack me, Azeroth said with a terrifying killing intent leaking from his body. As they felt the brunt of his killing intent, the others fell down, not at all wanting to attack him now. See, this is what happens when I get slightly serious. Azeroth spat on that guy who was lying on the ground ahead of him, but he didn't stop with that. He kicked that guy to his left side as if he was a football. Once that 4-star warrior was kicked away, Azeroth glared at the rest of the individuals near him and spoke, you are going to scram now, or do I help you? Those words appeared to be enough for them to immediately run away. They now realized that this guy was far more terrifying than they initially believed. Meanwhile, Azeroth went inside his house and laid on the bed. Today was a tiring day. In a mere hour, the information that Azeroth beat up the Palm Valley School's graduates spread to nearly every person in the camp. Naturally, this information reached the ears of Sophie, Bryn Gaynor, Miles, and all other people in the camp. All those from Acadia Academy who had a good or a neutral relationship with Azeroth now had a broad smile on their faces. Did they care about the reason why Azeroth beat them? Not at all. They were just happy that those Palm Valley School graduates were shown their place. Meanwhile, the other Palm Valley School graduates had an ugly look on their faces. Many of them gathered in the infirmary and watched over their comrade who had been injured by Azeroth. This guy was a 4-star warrior. When they heard what occurred from the other students who were present there, the Palm Valley School's graduates' expression turned even more ugly. The other 4-star warrior from their school was also present, and he was a little terrified of Azeroth just by hearing about him. He was aware of his own strength and knew that he would never be able to defeat his friend in such a manner. You have made us look like a fool. The guy looked at Ruddy and speaks with a glare. Now, everyone in the camp despises us. Ruddy shrunk as he was glared at by this man. I never thought he was so strong. Ruddy spoke with some regret in his voice. Well, the opportunity has fucking passed now. There is no use in regretting. Now I will take command of our group. Stop targeting that guy, or else, before he can kick you, I will do so. His authoritative voice was left behind as the man walked out of the infirmary. From the next day, the Palm Valley School graduates kept their distance from the Acadia School graduates. In fact, they helped with all sorts of menial labor, as if they wanted to regain some prestige for themselves. Bryn Gaynor didn't mind this extra labor and made sure to take full advantage of them. As for the Palm Valley School's graduates' incident with Azeroth, even Bryn Gaynor didn't precisely know what happened and why it happened. However, he had already made up his mind to assist Azeroth if these Palm Valley School graduates try something else. Meanwhile, Azeroth was spending his day making the array formation along with Sophie. Sophie was slightly curious about the incident she heard yesterday and asked Azeroth, "What happened? Why are they all saying that you bullied someone from the Palm Valley School?" Azeroth waved off casually and replied, "It's nothing. Some of them were blocking the way to my house, and I just threw them away. The rest are just exaggerations." While he was saying this, he didn't slack off in making the array. "Oh, it was a pity I couldn't see it myself. I wanted to see how you looked when you were angry," Sophie said with a light-hearted tone. Azeroth lightly shrugged and replied, "If you were there, they wouldn't dare to block my way to my cabin." "That's a pity," Sophie spoke with a smirk as she gazed at Azeroth for some time. Soon enough, Azeroth noticed her gaze and raised his brow while looking at her. "Something the matter?" Sophie shook her head and replied, "Nothing really. You have changed so much in this 1 year that you can now talk to me while looking at my face. Previously, you would always turn your face whenever I tried to talk to you." Azeroth was somewhat jolted awake as he heard those words. He didn't let it show on his face, but he was now quite more alert. He didn't think that she noticed such a small thing as well, and here he was thinking that he was perfectly imitating how Edwin would talk to her. Haha, Azeroth lightly laughed over the matter and didn't try to give any reasons for it. Sophie lightly smiled and added, "It's a good thing that you have grown more confident. It's fun talking to you." Likewise, Azeroth said before he continued working on the array formations. Meanwhile, the beasts within the alpine gerbil woods were ready now. The abyssal hound was entirely healed, and it gave a loud howl, catching the attention of all beasts in the forest. The beasts immediately gathered around that cave where the white wolf and the abyssal hound resided. "Prepare yourself, my comrades. Tomorrow we shall ravage that human territory and lay it to waste before moving to the next one." The beasts let out roars of excitement as they heard those words from the abyssal hound. The one who appeared to be most excited was a group of apes. If Azeroth had seen this group of apes, even he would have sweat-dropped nervously. Although they weren't the same as that brown ape at the 4-star rank, nearly all of them were at the 3-star rank, possessing the golden ape's bloodline. Their leader was the one who had previously fought against Azeroth and lost. That ape looked ready for another battle against Azeroth. The injuries from his fight against Azeroth had already healed. In fact, the ape felt as if his body was even stronger than before. The formation around the encampment was complete. Now, all the fighters in the camp were ready for a decisive battle against the beasts. An elemental wood user sensed the beasts approaching and immediately informed this information to Bryn Gaynor. Once he heard this news, Bryn Gaynor's expression turned solemn, and he gathered all the fighters in the camp. "Everyone, I am utmost thankful to all of you who have come to assist our weak town against this beast raid. I shall give out great rewards according to your contributions against the beast raid. I care not about the method but the result. The beast raid has already come out of the inner region and is in the alpine gerbil woods outer region. After a few hours they will come out and fight against us. Prepare yourself. Get all the weapons you need. Archers, make sure to carry lots of bolts with you. Also, alchemy division, it's time you distribute the potions or pellets to everyone here." Bryn Gaynor gave these orders quickly. "Yes, Town Lord." Nearly all the fighters from the Chlora's town spoke with a respectful look on their faces. Meanwhile, Acadia School graduates and the Palm Valley School graduates hardly cared about Bryn Gaynor's speech. However, at this time, the Alchemy Division's head stepped forward. "I had something to talk to you, Town Lord. Speak quickly. We don't have time to lose." Bryn Gaynor spoke with a stern voice. "Then don't mind if I do." "So, Town Lord, the Alchemy Division would be willing to relinquish any reward you might have for us." Those words surprised many people in the camp. After all, it was well known that they would get quite a bit of wealth and secret recipes that had been guarded by Bryn Gaynor. Bryn Gaynor still had the same neutral look, though. "In return, we need the recipe of the secret pellet that Edwin Rhodes possesses, which has allowed his strength to rise so drastically." The Alchemy Division's head spoke with a clever smile. "I don't possess the authority of requesting for a noble family's secret." Bryn Gaynor gave a quick and sharp response. "Please calm yourself, Town Lord. I can assure you that this is not a Rhodes family secret. Isn't that right, Edwin Rhodes? The alchemy division head turned his head to stare at Azeroth. Azeroth gazed at this man and replied soon enough, "You are right. This is indeed not a Rhodes family secret." Those words had excited the alchemy division head and even Miles standing on the sides. They never expected that Azeroth would actually admit it so readily. Meanwhile, Sophie was quite confused as Azeroth never mentioned it to her these days. However, she didn't care much about such a pill. She wanted to rely on her own effort instead of pills to get stronger. The royal alchemist in the palace had told her that if she took too many pills to enhance her rank, the pill poison would start gathering in her body, making it much harder for her to ever break through to a higher rank. Looks like Edwin doesn't know about it. I need to tell him about it later, or else it will be too late if his body is flooded by pill poison. Sophie was worried about Azeroth just as a friend would be. She had a good opinion of him since he had seemed to grown out of his crush on her and had actually changed for the better. Meanwhile, the alchemy division head spoke up, staring at Azeroth. "So Edwin, do you have an issue with this?" "Wait a second, Sir Simeon. I don't think it's all right to ask for Sir Edwin's secret. I don't have any real power over Sir Edwin, and it would be quite inappropriate if you were to force it." Bryn Gaynor spoke with a stern look on his face. "Town Lord, I can naturally understand why you are saying this, but do understand that if you don't assure us about getting Edwin's secret recipe, then the deal is off. You will get no pills from us." The alchemy division head responded with a slight smirk on his face. "What?" At those words, it wasn't just Bryn Gaynor but many other people who were startled and angered. "You mean you are pulling back after coming so far? After using our precious herbs to make the pills, but you won't give them to us?" Bryn Gaynor looked really angry as he shouted at Simeon. Simeon calmly replied, "Please don't shout as if we are stealing them from you. Our alchemy association would send you worthy compensation for this, so it will be okay." Many of the alchemy division's members were part of a gigantic existence in the Cinealian kingdom, the Alchemy Association. However, those words from Simeon made Bryn Gaynor even angrier. And now, just as Azeroth was about to speak something, a few people from the Palm Valley School began shouting, "Town Lord, I think you should get the secret recipe from Edwin and hand it over to Sir Simeon. Without pills, we would be slaughtered by the beasts in a fight. Yes, Town Lord, you need to make Edwin give his secret to the Alchemy Division, or else we won't be able to stop this beast raid. You don't want the Chlora's town to be destroyed, right?" One by one, many people from the Palm Valley School were shouting at Bryn Gaynor, telling him to accept the offer. They didn't entirely understand the situation, but they noted that the Alchemy Division was against Azeroth for some reason. He had made them lose face twice in just 2-3 days. Now that the opportunity had come where they could force Azeroth to take some loss, they were naturally going to take full advantage of it. Azeroth suddenly started chuckling. His laugh caught the attention of everyone who had gathered by Bryn Gaynor. "What's so funny?" Simeon asked with a frown as he stared at Azeroth. "I thought it was fairly obvious considering how hilarious you are, Senior Simeon." Azeroth spoke with a light tone as he slowly stopped chuckling. Before Simeon could even reply, Azeroth added, "You had a good plan. You mentioned something like this at such a time because you wanted everyone to understand just how important the pills are, since there can be no substitute for those pills in such a short period. Also, in case I remained stubborn and refused to give away the secret recipe, you would also have enough time to run away. Senior Simeon, do you want my secret recipe that much?" Azeroth asked Simeon while looking at him with a disdainful look. He slowly began walking towards Simeon. "Why, you don't slander me for no reason. You are just looking for excuses." Simeon spoke when suddenly he saw Azeroth raising his hand. Soon enough, everyone in the area listened to a loud resounding sound and had a shocked expression on their faces. It was all because Azeroth had just slapped Simeon's face very firmly. The sound was quite crisp, and it resounded in the area for some time. Simeon's right cheek turned crimson after that slap, and he immediately covered it with his hand. He could still feel the heat from his cheek because of that slap. Azeroth raised his hand and stared at it. "You know, I never expected to feel such pain after slapping you, but it does explain how you can be so shameless without even batting an eye. You have cultivated such a thick skin after all." He continued, speaking with a light tone. "I am curious, Senior Simeon. Do you think that your subordinates are wholly loyal to you and they would fight for you to the death? Let's suppose that you die an unfortunate death. Then do you think your subordinates would obey your last wishes and still persistently seek my secret recipe?" Simeon's face turned ugly as he heard those words. After his death, he was sure that the one who would replace him would definitely offer all the pellets to Azeroth just to save himself from becoming a pile of bones. However, not just him, but all the Palm Valley School's graduates felt as if the situation had turned far too strange. "It appears that you have gained enlightenment. Now, either follow the original agreement, or I can help you in becoming a ghost." Azeroth's words were spoken with dense killing intent. Simeon now looked at Miles, who had a helpless expression on his face as he gave an imperceptible nod. All right, the alchemy division is willing to follow the original agreement. Simeon spoke with a red face. Azeroth spoke with a commanding tone. Get the pills now and distribute them to everyone. Even before Simeon spoke anything, his underlings from the alchemy division pulled out the pills bottles and began distributing them to all fighters. This scene made Simeon so angry that he wanted to kill Azeroth. He knew that this scene today had utterly destroyed his prestige even within the alchemy division, and he naturally blamed all that on Azeroth. Many Acadia School graduates, the village's fighters, and the Palm Valley School's graduates were shocked at what had happened, but they quickly stored the pills in their pockets or within their spatial treasures. Once all the pellets had been distributed, Azeroth spoke to Simeon. That's all you were needed for. Now, if you want to run away, you can scram. Unlike you, the Chlora's town will fulfill the agreement and send you sufficient compensation for those pills. Simeon angrily raised his finger and pointed it at Azeroth. Why, you are taking it too far. So what? Azeroth said while stepping forward. You should have been prepared for such a scene when you were lusting after my secrets. Now, though, it's too late. Scram. Azeroth gave a firm slap to Simeon once again. This time it was strong enough to throw Simeon far away. However, after slapping that guy, Azeroth suddenly held his hand and spoke. Ouch. I forgot about that guy's thick skin. Meanwhile, Simeon crashed into a tree with a crimson color hand printed on his left cheek. Some of his teeth also fell on the ground, but he didn't stay there any longer and ran away. Once Simeon was gone, many of the people from Acadia School who had a fair relationship with Azeroth went over to his side and began speaking. Damn, that was badass. You really made that guy look as if he was about to cry. Haha. Yup, he was getting on our nerves when he said he won't distribute the pills. He deserved that slap. Meanwhile, Sophie was quite surprised at this whole scene, but at the end she was slightly smiling. If Azeroth hadn't actually taken action, she was the one planning to force out the pills from Simeon. Meanwhile, some of Acadia School's graduates stared at the Palm Valley School's graduates and said, "Didn't you want the pills? Now at least prove your usefulness during the beast raid." The Palm Valley School's graduates had no response to those words other than gritting their teeth angrily. They understood that they had once again made the wrong decision. Meanwhile, Azeroth cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, we have no time to fight internally. Get ready and take your positions. We must stop the beasts here. His voice resounded in the area and all the fighters there agreed with his words. You are right, Sir Edwin. Now, I will assign you all to your positions that you must guard at all costs. Bryn Gaynor stepped forwards at this moment. He turned his head towards Sophie and spoke. Miss Sophie, would you please ask Sir Peter to join as well? He is here. He will listen to your words. Sophie nonchalantly replied. Bryn Gaynor had a simple plan. He assigned a position to everyone, and their task was to defend as best as they could. A few of the 4-star warriors would be stationed in the camp center to reinforce the front lines as soon as possible. As for Sophie, she had to activate the barrier formation only once she felt that the beasts were too many to deal with at the same time. Azeroth and several other warriors were stationed at the west side, the direction from which the beasts would be approaching. On the other side, Aiden and his group of students were stationed. Considering that these children were the youngest in the camp, they were given the side which would be less targeted by the beasts. As for Peter, currently he was along with Sophie, but he was ready to fight one of the 2 5-star beasts. Soon, the campfighters felt that the earth was shaking, and the sound of thousands of footsteps could be heard. Bryn Gaynor muttered underneath his breath with a heavy heart, "Here they come." From Azeroth's side, the beasts appeared and charged at him with a quick speed. There were many beasts in this horde. Many of them had been seen by Azeroth when he was infiltrating their territory, whether it was the red-skinned wild boar, the dark-striped cat, yellow-spotted leopard, bears, rhinos, a few species of snakes, and also all other sorts of beasts. However, fortunately, most of them were at the 2-star rank, and only a few were at the 3-star rank. Meanwhile, on Azeroth's side, he was accompanied by 2 4-star rank warriors and 50 warriors of 3-star rank. Just the initial attack has hundreds of beasts. Heh. Azeroth knew he couldn't use his demonic transformation here. Too many witnesses were present. However, he had no need to use his demonic powers on these beasts. He was perfectly capable of defeating them without using any of his primary skills. Phantom steps. Azeroth seemingly vanished from the vision of the other fighters. Only an intense wind current could be felt as Azeroth used this movement skill to maneuver from one location to another. In just a few seconds, Azeroth had killed nearly dozens of beasts alone, only by punching or kicking the beasts and switching over to the next one. Naturally, since he had finished with the Heavenly Demon Meditation Technique's 2nd level, his base body was also significantly enhanced. He was much more powerful than an ordinary 4-star warrior. The other warriors also got to work as they saw how Azeroth was killing one beast after another without stopping. In their hearts, their respect for him continued to grow to no end. They all pulled out their respective weapons and pounced at the approaching beasts. The front line of the beasts, filled with 2-star rank beasts, was getting slaughtered by the combined efforts of Azeroth and the other warriors here. However, soon enough, Azeroth began facing some difficulty as he clashed against the three-star beasts. In terms of physique, Azeroth did admit that the beasts were the most superior race in the world. Even a demon's physique could only overpower the beasts with the weak or mid-ranged bloodline. Due to possessing a weaker physique, he won't be able to instackle the three-star beasts. For this reason, Azeroth had to stop for a second as he attacked the brown bear. This was merely a three-star beast with weak energy, but it had instinctively used all its ardor to defend its body, and even Azeroth found it difficult to kill it with a single blow. A second might appear to be relatively low, but on this battlefield, flooded with the beasts, a single second was all the difference between life and death. It was even more so for Azeroth, who stood right in the center of this horde. A bull strongly hit him from the right side and forced Azeroth to skid back. After this attack, another attack followed as a rhino charged at Azeroth with his horn glowing with a purple color. In fact, its horn even seemed to get larger as the rhino charged at Azeroth with a quick speed. Azeroth naturally didn't remain standing there, and he used the phantom steps again to get out of the way. Getting out of the way was good for Azeroth, but not so much for his comrades. It was because the charged horn of this rhino struck one of his comrades and pierced his arm before its head was cut off by another warrior on Azeroth's side. Azeroth, though, couldn't be bothered to think so much on this battlefield as he quickly went over to that brown bear's direction and hit it with a strong palm attack. This time he made sure to target the bear's chest and put enough power that even if the bear defended itself with all its ardor, its heart would still rupture because of the force. Just as Azeroth had dealt with that bear, he instinctively raised his hand and felt something hit his arm. It was none other than a flaming eagle. It had such a sharp vision and timing that it had successfully attacked Azeroth right when he was about to use his phantom step to get away. However, the flaming eagle was merely a three-star beast and could not pierce Azeroth's arm. Azeroth immediately used his other hand and grabbed hold of the eagle by its throat. When the eagle felt that Azeroth would kill it quickly, the eagle's body lit up in crimson flames. Azeroth nearly snorted as he saw that pitiful excuse of a flame wanting to burn his hand. He suddenly clenched his right hand and broke the eagle's throat, thus ending its life then and there. Naturally, Azeroth didn't stay at the same spot for too long. He immediately used the phantom step and threw the eagle's body somewhere else. Currently, it could be considered that Azeroth's side was entirely slaughtering the beasts on their side. Azeroth's side was not the only side that had seen fighting. The north side and the south side had also seen their fair share of fighting. In fact, even a four-star beast appeared on the south side. It was none other than the black bear that had survived Azeroth. The ones who were fighting it were the Palm Valley School's graduates. It could be considered their luck or bad luck to encounter the first four-star beast from this beast raid. The four-star warriors from the Palm Valley School managed to hold their own against this black bear. A few of the individuals even began taking pills and recovered their ardor to fight at their full power. Bryn Gaynor received the information from all the sides and looked quite pleased. Good, we have dealt with many beasts with just a few casualties on our side. Inform them all that they just need to hold for another half an hour, and we will activate the barrier formation to let them rest for some time. Yes, sir. The information was spread to all the sides in the form of echo transmission skill. Many fighters were slightly relieved and fought with even greater vigor as they knew that they could rest half an hour later. Wind domain. Instantly, in a 50 meters radius around Azeroth, his ardor's thin film was spread, possessing intense wind elemental powers. There was a smirk on his face as he whispered to himself, time to pack this up. Limitless wind blades. Suddenly, the streams of the winds transformed into blades within Azeroth's wind domain. Each one was exceptionally sharp as it cut apart the beasts' bodies like they were mere tofu. All the beasts in the 50-meter radius felt their bodies struck by these limitless wind blades. Not a single beast possessed the ability to combat against these invisible and soundless wind blades. In just 10 seconds or so, the horde of beasts around Azeroth's body was instantly cut into thousands of pieces. The other beasts who were a little far away from Azeroth's position saw their comrades dying in that wind domain and were utterly terrified of Azeroth. Azeroth had a thin smile on his face as he stared at those other beasts. Even the fighters of Azeroth's side seemed to be somewhat uncomfortable as they saw how Azeroth had dealt with nearly hundreds of beasts alone with that one attack. His power alarmed them and somewhat scared them. The beasts even took a moment to stop and throw attacks at Azeroth from a distance. They couldn't risk getting into close combat with him. So many fireballs, boulders, and even lightning blasts were thrown at Azeroth, who immediately used Phantom Step to avoid these attacks. He wasn't stupid enough to try and overpower these attacks. He wasn't sure if he could overcome the combined might of all these attacks alone, but even if he could, Azeroth didn't want to show off all his strength to the fighters behind him. The other fighters immediately threw their own attacks to disperse the long-ranged attacks of the beasts. They didn't want to get hit by these attacks. Azeroth used phantom steps consecutively to leave the range of the beasts or the other fighters. He was sitting over a tree, breathing heavily. From his position, he could easily see how the beasts and the warriors were fighting on his side and could assist them quickly if the situation turned dire. Making a wind domain just at the 4-star rank indeed takes a lot of ardor. Azeroth pulled out a blood-red pill and a viridian-colored pill and ate them. They can probably deal with the beasts until the barrier is put up, so I can relax now. As the warriors fought the beasts, using their teamwork to assist everyone around them, most of them successfully kept their lives. Those who lost their lives mainly tried fighting solo or couldn't eat their pellets appropriately. Their ardor had exhausted at terrible timing, and they had no one around to save them. Half an hour had already passed, and a loud echo transmission was heard. All warriors are requested to return to the interior of the array formation. The barrier will be raised soon. Bringainer looked at Sophie, speaking, "Miss Sophie, please activate the array formation and create a barrier around the camp." Sophie nodded her head and held a large blue orb in her hands. After nearly 10 seconds, the blue orb began glowing with a bright light, and the array formation set around the encampment activated. However, soon enough, a frown appeared on Sophie's face as she spoke with a solemn expression. "Town Lord, there seems to be some issue in the array formation at the southern side. The barrier won't activate at that point." "What?" The Town Lord shouted loudly as he heard her words. "How can that be, Miss Sophie? Was it some error on your part?" He asked as if he wanted to be clear just why this had happened. "No, Edwin drew the formation around the encampment, but I made sure to recheck it twice. I also had Peter recheck the formation once we went to sleep." Sophie spoke with a confident tone. Then how could such an error occur? Only the barrier formation has been sabotaged. Illusionary formation and the killing formation still works. I believe this was done by someone recently who has been stationed on the southern side. The person didn't understand the killing formation or the illusionary formation and didn't dare to touch them, as the backlash would be quite strong if they wrongly interfered. Hence, he just sabotaged the barrier formation. Then what should we do? Bryn Gaynor asked Sophie, since he didn't understand much about array formations, and not many in the town did. Even if they found the culprit, their main priority was to repair the formation. I will need to remain here to keep the barrier formation active, and the only one who I know who is very familiar with the barrier formation is Edwin. Sophie gave her input on this matter. She then seriously spoke. "Town Lord, ask someone to relocate Edwin from the western side to the southern side. Other than me, only he can repair this formation." Azeroth was soon informed of his orders through the echo transmission skill. On the eastern side of the camp, Azeroth was replaced by 2 4-star warriors. Overall, the eastern side was fine with these changes. As Azeroth was running towards the southern side of the camp with a small frown, he found this situation quite bizarre to understand. Someone sabotaged the barrier formation. The Abyssal Hound is still not here, so it can't be from the beasts, but why would someone from our side try to sabotage the barrier formation? Does he have a death wish? Just who would benefit from sabotaging the barrier formation? It would undoubtedly be the beasts. It's impossible for a beast to try and manipulate someone who has studied formations. Normally, their spiritual strength is stronger than average, and they have a good sixth sense. Even from Abyssal Hound's memories, there was no mention of manipulating a beast's consciousness, so he shouldn't be involved. Did I miss something? This question did appear in Azeroth's head, but he wasn't overly worried. He felt confident in still handling this whole situation in his favor. Moreover, he smirked a little as he headed towards the encampment's southern side. It was as if he had just received some sort of good news. After a quarter of an hour, Azeroth reached the southern side. He was slightly surprised to see that the beasts had broken past 4 blockades. In fact, the last 2 blockades set up to stop these beasts also appeared to be quite shaky. Azeroth also sensed just a few dozens of warriors alive. The rest had turned into corpses and were crushed underneath the beast's feet. In this situation, he couldn't repair the formation. First, he had to clean up the area a little. Azeroth jumped past the blockades and immediately jumped into this ocean of beasts. Wind domain. 1,000 blades of wind. Azeroth had no time to gauge the power or have his fun here with these beasts. He chose the best option available to him and killed any and all beasts in 70 meters radius around him. Fortunately, the warriors were a little behind him and weren't caught up in his wind domain, or they would have also experienced the same fate as those beasts in Azeroth's domain. Even the 4-star beasts were cut apart into pieces in Azeroth's domain. Only the strongest warriors of the Palm Valley School graduates had survived. They had even asked for reinforcements, and honestly, it wasn't helping them much right now. They felt that they were going to be killed soon. However, when they sensed the sudden wind pressure and raised their heads to look at Azeroth, who had single-handedly killed hundreds of beasts in his range, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Palm Valley School graduates never imagined that they would be saved by Azeroth. Many had held grudges against him, but it was at this moment where they felt utmost thankful to his presence. Azeroth wasn't someone who cared about how these weaklings thought. As he had dealt with many of the beasts and intimidated the other beasts from charging at the encampment, he had some time to observe the warriors here, mystic eyes of perception. Azeroth's red-colored pupils had changed into purple-colored pupils, and he gazed at each warrior very carefully. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a specific individual. He was none other than the guy who claimed to be Ruddy's elder brother and one of the only 4-star warrior from Palm Valley School graduates. It wasn't this guy's power that surprised him. This 4-star warrior could only be considered below average amongst the warriors Azeroth had seen. The thing that surprised Azeroth was the faint demonic aura in this man's body. Wait, I didn't sense any sort of demonic aura when he tried to fight against me. He did use ardor at that time as well. Azeroth was quick in his analysis, soon came to a conclusion. This means this is not his demonic ardor. Someone implanted this demonic ardor in him. Also, the fact that it's still glowing means that it had been recently activated. Damn, I really stepped into some huge scheme of the demons. Azeroth spoke with a grin on his face. He was naturally excited. The enemy was out in the open while he was in the shadows. This was an excellent opportunity to learn more about this enemy and make good use of him. Azeroth pulled out a red-colored pill and ate it immediately to recover at least half the ardor he had lost using the wind domain and then the 1,000 blades of wind. The beasts behind Azeroth had somehow gotten over their fear of Azeroth and finally started charging ahead. This was because their instincts told them that Azeroth won't be able to use that same attack again. Azeroth shouted at the warriors from Palm Valley School, "Take care of these beasts while I go and repair the barrier formation. Just hold them back for 10 minutes or so, and I will be done." "All right," someone amongst this group of warriors shouted out. Azeroth had naturally not waited for this confirmation and was already moving to the array formation point here. As he was running towards that array formation point, he noticed several beasts near that position and turned his head. "Hey, you." He pointed at a guy who had just beheaded a monkey and turned giant rat. This man was none other than the 4-star warrior who had a hint of demonic aura within his body. As that guy heard Azeroth, he turned towards him and asked with some surprise, "Are you talking about me?" "Yes, come with me. Don't let the beasts near me for some time. I will need some clear space as well. If I get disturbed by the beasts, the formation will never be repaired." Azeroth explained his reasoning very quickly since he was in a hurry. The Palm Valley School's graduates were also in a hurry as they wanted to get the formation repaired as soon as possible. The other 4-star warrior from the Palm Valley School immediately spoke out, "Go and assist him. We need to get the formation repaired as soon as possible." There was not much choice for that guy as he jumped back and turned to run at the spot where Azeroth was headed. After like a minute or so, the two had reached that spot. Since there were still some beasts around them, Azeroth went over to the formation center while the man exploded out his ardor and began fighting against these beasts with his full strength. Currently, he couldn't afford to focus on a single beast as he had to make sure that they remained away from Azeroth. While Azeroth was repairing the formation, he kept on observing this man and how he fought. It was relatively primitive, there was little to no skill in his actions, and he failed to understand why a demon would choose such a warrior for some sort of task. "Wait, don't tell me." As Azeroth thought of a possibility, he immediately stopped repairing the formation array. Azeroth pulled out a sword from his spatial ring and threw it at the brown bear, fighting this man. The sword was thrown at such speed, enhanced with the wind ardor, that it pierced its head, killing it in one blow. Azeroth pulled out 2 more swords and threw them as if he was throwing knives and killed a sky-blue jackal and a giant flame lizard. Once again, these blades pierced their heads in one go. The area nearest to this man could be considered cleared right now. The other beasts were nearly 10 or so meters away from him. Before this guy could even turn, Azeroth's hand was already on top of his head. "Now time to get your secrets." Azeroth's eyes began to glow with purple color as his hold over this man's head tightened. Suddenly, Azeroth felt something pulling his spirit. He didn't even need to think for a long time before knowing the answer to this question. "So I was right. You indeed implanted a part of your soul inside this human and took control over his body to break this barrier formation, Demon King Zalvach." Azeroth knew the name of this Demon King because of Abyssal Hound's memories. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know." Azeroth spoke as he caught hold of that spirit with his own spiritual energy. "You will regret it. I have locked onto your aura, and if you kill me, my real body will know about you and kill you as soon as it can. You won't be able to run away." The Demon King's spirit shouted at Azeroth quickly, "Shut your mouth. Even a weak soul like you dares to be so arrogant in front of me. I have thousands of skills to make you disappear, leaving no evidence." Azeroth snorted in response and replied, "I can't be bothered to chat with you." Azeroth's purple eyes glowed for a few seconds as he whispered soul reading technique. A massive amount of information flew in Azeroth's head as he filtered out the information he didn't require. Meanwhile, he also crushed the guy's head as he had no more use of this man. While Azeroth was learning new information from the memory of that Demon King spirit, he began walking towards the barrier formation center. He repaired the barrier formation in about a minute or so. Azeroth shouted at the other warriors, "The formation has been repaired. Get back in the formation." Meanwhile, an echo transmission followed soon enough, informing the warriors on the southern side of the encampment to get inside the barrier formation. After nearly 10 or so seconds, the barrier on the southern side was also activated. Azeroth and the other warriors of Palm Valley School breathed a sigh of relief. They looked shocked and somewhat sad as they saw that one of the 4-star warrior from their school had died, but they had no time to mourn. They immediately requested more reinforcements as after some rest, they would have to fight against the beasts again. Meanwhile, Azeroth utilized his free time to carefully analyze the Demon King Zalvach's soul's memories. Demon King Zalvach had a part of his soul within such an unimpressive warrior from the Palm Valley School, but the memories of this part of the soul were incomplete. However, even from these vague memories, Azeroth did find out why this part of the soul was in this warrior. It was because this warrior's father was a member of a demonic cult. Since birth, these demonic cult members each had a seed implanted within them since birth that made them entirely loyal to the demon they worshipped. This soul seed within their mental consciousness wasn't just a method of earning their loyalty, but also twisting their user's mentality. Their intense emotions, like lust, love, anger, guilt, fear, excitement, and so on, sent a constant stream of energy to the original soul and strengthened the demon. Many demons had different ways of gathering energy, and this Demon King Zalvach was increasing his power by feeding on his followers' intense emotions. Azeroth knew a lot of demons of his time who would do the same. Unlike a demon, humans experience strong emotions much more easily and frequently. Azeroth had tried this sort of method when he was a demon lord, but he grew pretty disappointed as the power he received would be very unrefined. He had to spend a lot of time refining it to a level he felt was acceptable. Anyway, it seemed as though Demon King Zalvach's motive for sabotaging this barrier formation was to kill all the humans within the Chlora's town. Since he had lost contact with Demon Lord Talvin, who was currently in the form of an abyssal hound, he had no choice but to be satisfied with what he can get. Basically, Demon King Zalvach wanted to kill all the humans of Chlora's town and then absorb their death energy through this part of his soul. Because I forcefully annihilated this part of his soul using my spiritual energy, the Demon King Zalvach is probably shaking in anger. I wonder if he will be angry enough to personally come here. Azeroth had an amused smile on his face. He didn't fear this Demon King coming to this place. Firstly, there were no conditions for the Demon King to summon himself to this region yet. In fact, if the Demon King were to forcefully open a portal to this place like he had done during the time when he sent Talvin here, he would be significantly injured. Azeroth feared a Demon King because of his lack of power, but he didn't fear an injured Demon King. If Demon King Zalvach did dare to come here, he would be throwing away his life. Also, according to the memories he read, this Demon King had a cautious nature. Considering that he had lost a part of his soul here, he might even overthink the situation and not dare come to this region. There were a lot of things he could miscalculate. He might mistakenly believe that this part of his soul was incinerated by a celestial. The second was being caught by some human expert, and the third was the death of the warrior, which indeed occurred. Azeroth raised his head and sensed some warriors arriving on the southern side. These were the warriors residing in Chlora's town who had come to fight against the beasts. Once these reinforcements had appeared on the southern side, Azeroth spoke, "I will go to Town Lord's side. I need to inform him something." The Palm Valley School's graduates stared at Azeroth, and although they still didn't like him all that much, they were somewhat thankful to him for extending a hand and helping them when he could. After some minutes, Azeroth was soon together with Bryn Gaynor, Sophie, and the other warriors stationed within this encampment. He stared at Sophie and spoke, "I modified the barrier formation and added some traps." Sophie nodded her head and the corners of her lips rose up, forming a beautiful smile on her face. "I noticed it when I activated the formation. That's a clever trick you used. Maybe wasting all that time on you wasn't a bad idea. You did learn something." Azeroth just chuckled and his gaze soon turned serious. "Has there been any attack from a 5-star beast yet?" Sophie's facial expression turned grave as she answered, surprisingly, no. In fact, the number of beasts that are attacking the barrier is quite lesser than the expected number. Bryn Gaynor spoke with a frown. Maybe the beasts are just building up for a big attack. Standing a little far away from their position, Peter turned his head and spoke, "Miss Sophie, if I have the permission to say something." "Speak." Sophie indifferently allowed him to say what he had in mind. Peter began walking towards them and soon gave his input. "I have seen some beast raids occurring in our kingdom and have heard of even more. According to my experience, nearly all the beasts should have attacked by now." Sophie asked him seriously, "What do you want to say?" Peter gave his answer almost immediately. "I mean that since they haven't attacked, it means they are planning something much more sinister." However, I find it weird that there have almost very few cases where the beasts actually planned a beast raid. Even a 5-star beast does not possess the intelligence to successfully plan a beast raid that can significantly damage us unless either the 5-star beast is a kitsune or related to fox through some mutations. However, according to Edwin Rhodes, the two 5-star beasts are a white wolf with 3 eyes, and the second one is a giant dark dog. He looked at Azeroth with a distrustful gaze. And what do you want to imply? Sophie asked him with a slightly sharp voice. It was clear that she didn't like how Peter was staring at Azeroth with that suspicious look on his face. Surprisingly, though, Peter shook his head and replied, "There is a second possibility, and it would make the situation much more troublesome. The possibility of demons interfering with this beast raid." Azeroth, Bryn Gaynor, Sophie, and a few other warriors who heard Peter stared at him with a wide-eyed look. They were shocked to hear that this might involve demons. However, Azeroth was shocked for a slightly different reason. He never imagined that this guy would strike the hammer on the nail so decisively. The second possibility he had stated was precisely the situation. This guy, I wasn't planning to pay much attention to him, but he has a sharp mind. At least much more than anyone else in this encampment. He considered this possibility despite so few hints. Also, he appears to be suspicious of me for some reason. Impossible, there is no way demons would try to attack a small town like mine. What would they even get from such a small town anyway? Bryn Gaynor almost shouted out with a terrified expression. You shouldn't scare them for no reason, Peter. This will bring down the morale on our side and will only make things troublesome. Sophie spoke to Peter, wanting him to drop this topic. However, Peter had a forced smile as he shook his head. I didn't consider this possibility for no reason. He then remained quiet and somehow didn't continue ahead. Sophie looked at Bryn Gaynor and the other warriors and was slightly worried since this new information might scare many inexperienced warriors here in this encampment. But at this moment, Azeroth stepped forward and spoke with a resolute voice. So what the demons are involved? All eyes focused on him and wondered what he wanted to say. One of them shouted at Azeroth, "You don't understand the demons." Unlike the beasts, the demons are 100 times more terrifying. Azeroth began chuckling at those words. In this world, no one could say that he didn't understand the demons. In fact, he was awfully familiar with demons, whether it was their anatomy, their thinking, or their power. But unfortunately, he couldn't really say that here. Perhaps you are right, but I know well enough that I will die fighting rather than give up before even battling those demons. Also, you are underestimating these 3 Tier 5 arrays set up by Sophie. If there are demons involved at most, they would only be at the 5-star rank. Otherwise, they would have already attacked and exterminated us. And this Tier 5 array can deal with 4 5-star beasts. Azeroth then stared at the man who had spoken against himself. Now tell me, do you think we have the better chances or the enemy does? Those words seemed to have uplifted the spirit of the warriors on their side. Sophie's face was flushed red because of Azeroth's words with which he had hyped her formation and made it seem much more incredible. Peter gazed at Azeroth and was slightly surprised that he was motivating all the warriors here. The morale that had been destroyed was now even higher than before. Edwin is right. You all can rest assured that we are well prepared to deal with anything unexpected. Sophie further supported Azeroth's words, which closed this topic. Sophie opened up the barrier and allowed the beasts to fight against their warriors. Currently, the number of warriors on each side seemed to be sufficient in dealing with the current number of beasts. Assume the creatures launched an all-out assault with a sudden surge in numbers. Sophie planned to resist with the complete barrier mode, then utilize the illusionary array to let them fight amongst themselves before delivering the last blow with the killing array. They waited for another half an hour. However, there was still no all-out attack from the beasts. In fact, Bryn Gaynor found this situation quite troubling since if the beasts continued to do this, it would be their encampment that would fall into a predicament. It was because the quantity of the beasts attacking the encampment wasn't large enough to activate the killing array and illusionary arrays yet, but if they didn't use it, then their numbers won't be able to keep up with the beasts. After a few more minutes, almost all the warriors present at the center of this encampment turned their heads towards the east. It was because they heard the footsteps. They saw Jaden's figure appearing in their vision. Jaden was one of Aiden's disciples and was slightly familiar with Bryn Gaynor. However, the surprising thing was that he was carrying a body and running towards them as soon as possible. Please treat him. This man is heavily injured. Jaden spoke with a sense of urgency in his voice. This man's face appeared entirely unfamiliar to the group here. They were pretty sure that he was not a warrior from this encampment. Bryn Gaynor knew that now was not the time to ask questions regarding this man's identity. Since Jaden had brought him here, it meant that he was probably an ally, or else Aiden would have killed him already. Cairo, take him to the infirmary quickly. Bryn Gaynor immediately gave an order to his subordinate. The subordinate quickly carried this man's body to the infirmary. The boy named Jaden took some quick breaths to calm down his body. Bryn Gaynor then asked him, who was that man? Why would he come to our encampment at this time? Jadden spoke with a look of urgency on his face. "Town lord, he told us that the beasts have attacked the Clora's town. Why are you not defending the town from these beasts? What are you talking about? Aren't we fighting against the beasts right here?" Just as Bryn Gaynor spoke those words, Peter's eyes flashed with shock and anger. Peter clenched his fists tightly as he spoke out, "Shit. Those beasts, they split their forces into two and sent the main force towards the Clora's town, moving around the barrier while they sent the smaller force towards us here. I did station many warriors in the Clora's town. If it had been attacked, they should have informed me." Bryn Gaynor spoke with a grim look. At this point, Jadden spoke again. The man mentioned that the warriors stationed in the town collapsed before they could even send a signal for reinforcement. In fact, it wasn't even a fight. A single dark hound just broke our defenses all alone, and then the other beasts entered the town, slaughtering everyone in sight. "Shit, that dark hound must have been the 5-star beast," Peter suddenly exclaimed out with a look of urgency. It was at this moment Bryn Gaynor and the other people realized what the entire situation was. "What's the damage to the Clora's town?" Bryn Gaynor suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jadden's shoulders. He was distraught after hearing this shocking information. Jadden clenched his fists and spoke. Before he collapsed, the man mentioned that the town had nearly collapsed. The beasts had all used strong elemental attacks and hunt all the humans. "Shit, those damn beasts, how dare they attack my town?" Bryn Gaynor cursed in anger. Many other warriors who were from the Clora's town were absolutely furious. They looked in Bryn Gaynor's direction and shouted, "Town Lord, we need to immediately go and fight those beasts attacking the city." "Yes, Town Lord, my family, maybe they're still alive. I need to go there and help them immediately." One by one, the warriors began shouting, expressing their desire to go and help their family or friends at the Clora's town. Meanwhile, Peter had a deep frown on his face as he continued thinking of this situation. "These beasts waited for us to use the barrier formation so that even our sensors will be restrained and won't be able to sense them. Once the barrier formation was activated, most of the beasts immediately sped towards the Clora's town, led by that dark hound. Since when did beasts get so smart? And why are they focusing on killing them without fighting us at all?" Although Peter held those suspicions, he didn't speak them out. He knew that in the current emotional state of these warriors, they won't listen to him. Azeroth had a shocked look over his face. He clenched his fists and turned to Bryn Gaynor. "Town Lord, I can feel the pain of these warriors. I believe it would be best to lead a group of strong warriors and attack those beasts in Clora's town. We must save all the individuals we can." Bryn Gaynor and many other warriors focused on Azeroth. The fact that this had come from Azeroth's mouth made Bryn Gaynor consider that he should take this course of action. Like other warriors from Clora's town, he had his own family and property in the town. He couldn't allow those beasts to trample over everything he had worked so hard to obtain. How will we deal with the 5-star beast, though? This question from Bryn Gaynor immediately killed the excitement. Many warriors unconsciously turned their heads towards Peter, and Azeroth was also one of them. Naturally, none spoke any words or asked him to help. Sophie let out a sigh at this scene. She looked at Azeroth and asked him, "What's your view, Edwin?" Azeroth first glanced at Peter and then at Sophie. He was slightly puzzled about what he should tell her. "I am not entirely sure how we should proceed with this situation. However, the best idea would be to have a 5-star warrior deal with that 5-star beast. As long as we stay within this formation, we have some countermeasures against the 5-star beast, but the same can't be said about the warriors who are going to fight against the 5-star beast outside of this formation." Azeroth's words resonated with other people, as they were thinking along similar lines as well. The warriors here found it slightly uncomfortable to state their thoughts in front of Sophie. "I see," Sophie softly whispered as she heard Azeroth's response, and her gaze lingered over Peter, the only 5-star ranked warrior in this camp. "Miss, my primary mission was to protect your life. It would be inappropriate for you to send me away." Peter spoke as he noticed Sophie's gaze over his body. The people around who were eager to return to Clora's town and protect their family were slightly disappointed. Sophie noticed this scene, and she had a determined look. "If you don't go, then even more warriors will die. We will have lesser people to resist that beast tide. That will be even worse for our side." Peter found himself speechless as he heard Sophie's words. He knew she was absolutely right regarding this. Even he couldn't deal with a whole beast raid alone. Besides, there were also 2 5-star beasts in this beast raid. With the remaining forces, it would be laughable to challenge them. Since Peter was silent, Sophie continued. "According to the information we possess, the 2 5-star beasts have split up. The second one will probably attack this encampment any second, but we have the location of that black hound right now. Go and kill it. As long as you can kill that beast, much of our pressure will be lessened." Before Peter could even object to this, Sophie turned her head towards the other warriors. "I will allow Peter to accompany you so that he can slay that black hound. Once he has done that, he will assist those he can and return. If someone has an issue with this plan, then speak up." There were naturally some people who were unhappy with this plan. They wanted Peter to stay on the battlefield and help them until they had rescued their family, but none of them spoke up at this moment. It was mainly because they knew that if they tried to take a yard for an inch, this woman might change her mind about helping them. Sophie then stared at Peter with an intense gaze. "This shall be your order. Go and slay that black hound, the 5-star beast terrorizing the Chlora's town, and return as quickly as possible." Peter didn't want to accept this order at all. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this particular task. However, he knew that he couldn't refuse it at this moment. So as a loyal retainer, he was on his right knee and spoke, "As you command, my lady." Once Peter had accepted the task, he turned towards Bryn Gaynor, the town lord of Chlora's town, and spoke, "Let's not waste any more time. Gather the men you can right now, and let's depart for Chlora's town. If we wait any longer, then the beasts might flatten the entire town." Yes, yes. Bryn Gaynor looked somewhat happy that Peter was going along with them. It took Bryn just 15 or so minutes to gather 70 warriors who were still stationed inside the encampment and could be considered reinforcements for the warriors fighting at the different outposts. These 70 or so warriors soon departed for Chlora's town under the leadership of Bryn Gaynor. Other than the warriors fighting on their respective outposts, only 40 warriors remained at the encampment center. Azeroth had an emotionless face as he stared at the remaining warriors. He decided to stay behind under the explanation that he was the only one who knew how to operate the formation other than Sophie. He would be of more help here than fighting on the front lines. This explanation earned him curses from the warriors who thought of him as a coward and someone scared of death. Azeroth heard them, but found it pointless to reply to these corpses. The only person who threatened him was Peter. Even though Azeroth had observed him quite intensely, he was still unsure what power he had and how strong he was. An unknown opponent was quite dangerous, and losing due to underestimating his opponent would just be laughable. Now that Bryn Gaynor had departed, Sophie was the one managing the central command. She opened and closed the barrier around the encampment at her own discretion. As time passed, the warriors fighting at their respective outposts were injured or even killed. Out of the 40 warriors, 10 warriors had already been sent to different outposts as reinforcements. Sophie received another request for reinforcements from the outpost in the northern side, and Azeroth immediately stepped forward, speaking up, "I will assist them as well." Sophie was surprised to hear him speak at this point. She nodded her head and then turned towards 4 warriors. "All right, you 4 will go and assist the northern side." Azeroth nodded his head and was about to run towards the northern side that Sophie gave him a signal to come close. The other warriors turned their heads and got busy with their respective tasks while Azeroth got close to Sophie's position. Sophie had a slight smile on her face as she looked at Azeroth. "Let's hope we both survive this." She moved forwards and gave him a quick peck on his cheeks. Azeroth's eyes widened for some moments, and he instinctively licked his lips after Sophie's lips had parted from his lips. "Why?" Azeroth stared at Sophie with a blank expression. Sophie had a smile on her face as she whispered, "You should understand by now." Before Azeroth could ask anything else, Sophie spoke, "All right, you need to go now. I hope you won't take too much of a risk and prioritize your own life." "Very well." Azeroth blankly nodded his head before he turned his body and began moving. As soon as Azeroth turned his body, there was a devious smirk on his face as a plan formed in his head. He didn't tarry any longer and immediately left for the northern side to assist the warriors there. 3 warriors joined him on this expedition, and they looked ready to assist the northern side. This was also the side where Miles and his comrades had been stationed to prevent the beasts from entering the encampment. Azeroth hardly cared about the presence of Miles and his comrades. He was just looking for an opportunity, and he found this one rather appropriate for himself. Also, considering the feelings Sophie held for him, he was pretty confident in dealing with any unexpected situation. After 10 or so minutes, Azeroth and his group reached the northern side. Without greeting anyone, they immediately moved towards the edge of the barrier and began fighting the monsters. Azeroth used a long-ranged wind elemental ability to attack the monsters from a distance. Meanwhile, the other warriors pulled out their swords or axe and sliced the monsters with each swing. These warriors were entirely fresh and were at the peak of their strength. Even though the beasts had better stamina than the humans, they were still slightly tired and could hardly resist these warriors' attacks. The wind shockwaves from Azeroth that struck the beasts imbalanced their bodies, and some warriors used that opportunity to finish them off. The fighting went on for nearly half an hour more. There was no time for the warriors to even turn their heads and look in their comrades' direction. They just kept on fighting and fighting. However, they finally earned their well-deserved rest as the barrier around them activated again. Once they were inside the barrier, they breathed a sigh of relief. They were all tired and began recovering their ardor and also looked for their comrades who survived. The 3 warriors who had accompanied Azeroth to the northern side were surprised when they found no trace of Azeroth around them. For some moments, they looked at each other's faces. One of them shook his head with a sigh, and the other 2 nodded. Even though none of them knew where Azeroth was, or if he was even alive, they decided to keep it among themselves. They believed it would be better to not create a commotion because of this. Because of this very reason, the other warriors stationed in the northern side didn't know that Azeroth was stationed here as well. Even Miles and his group remained unaware of this specific piece of information. Meanwhile, outside of this barrier surrounding the encampment, a black-clothed figure ran towards Clora's town quickly. He was jumping from one tree to another and keeping the noise relatively low. There was a serious look on his face as he ran towards Clora's town, time to kick things up a notch. As he whispered those words underneath his breath, a dark aura surrounded his body. A thin smile appeared on Azeroth's face as he used demonic transformation. His entire body was giving off a dangerous demonic aura. He boosted his body to the limit and didn't care about holding back at this moment. Sophie will keep the barrier up for nearly 15-30 minutes. I need to finish everything by then. After 5 or so minutes, Azeroth reached Clora's town through the forest. He used his sensing ability to limit and search for the group of warriors led by Bryn Gaynor. He found that they had formed some sort of formation, and Bryn Gaynor led them. Peter's presence was nowhere near them. Azeroth felt a warrior near Abyssal Hound, and it seemed that they were already fighting. A broad smile appeared on Azeroth's face as he sensed how the beasts had absolutely demolished this town. Even as he gazed around while standing above a high building, he saw the corpses of the people all around them. Dark ardor moved towards Azeroth, and his body unconsciously absorbed that dark energy. Azeroth's demonic transformation became even more powerful. Azeroth stopped utilizing the heavenly demon meditation technique as he didn't want to absorb this dark energy just yet. The potential of this dark energy was much greater. Absorbing it all now would be a waste. First, I need to deal with that man Peter. Azeroth spoke with a frown on his face as he sensed the battle between Peter and Abyssal Hound. He could feel that the man named Peter was dominating the fight right now. Azeroth used multiple phantom steps and immediately disappeared in that direction, ignoring the other human warriors. He ignored them all because no matter what they do, they were bound to die. After all, the three-eyed white wolf was going to join this battle very soon. In about a minute, Azeroth reached the location where he witnessed Peter in white robes, holding a brown-colored flute in his hand. Meanwhile, he saw the Abyssal Hound jumping around and dodging Peter's attacks. Azeroth was slightly shocked when he saw the weapon in Peter's hands. A flute. Azeroth had personally experienced a tough battle against the warriors who commanded sound powers. It was even more exaggerated for the Abyssal Hound, as his senses were much more enhanced than humans. The sound attacks were super effective against him. The power, range, and speed of the sound-based attacks were quite impressive. Azeroth clicked his tongue as he observed this situation. Sophie's father really chose an appropriate person to guard his daughter. Dealing with this man is quite troublesome in itself. Because of his control over sound and vibration, he can even deal with 2 5-star beasts at the same time. If someone looked from a distance, they would notice how there was not a single injury on Peter, and the Abyssal Hound's body had multiple injuries as it bled profusely. Suddenly, Azeroth's eyes focused on the blood falling on the ground. He was slightly confused as he saw all that much of Abyssal Hound's blood on the ground. The Abyssal Hound possesses great control over the demonic element. Why is it not healing its body using the demonic element? Considering the amount of death energy around him, it's easy for him to use the demonic element to heal himself to full health. Soon enough, Azeroth realized what the Abyssal Hound was doing. A thin smile appeared on Azeroth's face as he thought, I nearly forgot that the soul within this Abyssal Hound is that of an array grandmaster rarely seen even in the Purgatory. Looks like he's trying to create a strong barrier that suppresses Peter's abilities using his own blood. Azeroth continued to observe the fight for some more time and noticed that Peter's eyes were also on the lookout for all that blood. This guy doesn't exactly understand what the Abyssal Hound wants to do, but he seems prepared to deal with it. Peter was holding the flute with both of his hands, and each time he blew air in it, mysterious energy was released from one of its ends. Sometimes it was sharp needles that targeted the Abyssal Hound, or sometimes it was a wave of sound energy, and sometimes it was just a strong shockwave that threw the Abyssal Hound away. The Abyssal Hound dealt with those attacks using its own demonic power, sometimes nullifying it or letting out a stream of hot demonic flames. Its prominent ability to deal significant physical damage couldn't be used as Peter didn't let the Abyssal Hound get close to his body. As Peter attacked the Abyssal Hound once again, this time his attack consisted of multiple invisible threads of energy. Azeroth could see those invisible threads using his mystic eyes of perception. Those threads consist of strong spiritual energy as well as wind elemental powers. It will not only tear apart the Abyssal Hound's body, but also his spirit. Looks like I need to help him out. Before those invisible waves of energies could strike Abyssal Hound's body, multiple dark wisps targeted them. It hardly resisted for a second, but this was enough time for the Abyssal Hound to look at them and dodge that attack. Naturally, this sudden attack out of nowhere surprised Peter as well. He whispered with a low voice, "Someone else is here." Moreover, he found out about my hidden attack and even intercepted it. A determined look appeared on Peter's face as he placed one of the open ends of his flute against his lips and blew into it. Nothing seemed to have occurred, but as Peter opened his eyes, he raised his hand and pointed his finger on the building where Azeroth was standing. "You should get down. I know you are there." Azeroth knew that his earlier action had compromised his location, but he was ready for it. Phantom step. Instead of getting down and having a frontal fight against Peter, Azeroth changed his location. Before Peter could use his flute to figure out his location, the Abyssal Hound suddenly attacked him. Peter jumped back and narrowly dodged that claw that was empowered by demonic ardor. And just as Peter was getting ready to attack Abyssal Hound, multiple dark spheres targeted him from his left. Peter immediately blew into his flute and created a barrier around himself. This barrier was struck by those dark spheres, but it effortlessly resisted them. Peter slowly landed on the ground, and a grim look appeared in his eyes. He could foresee his defeat if he kept on fighting in this manner. His main priority was to bring that other person in the open and deal with the Abyssal Hound and him simultaneously. However, this was proving more than a challenge for him, as when he was about to target the other person hidden in the shadows, the Abyssal Hound would attack. And while he was dealing with the Abyssal Hound, the person hidden in the shadows would interrupt him. Their coordination was nothing less than bothersome for Peter. Peter continued to jump back for a couple of seconds before taking a deep breath and blew all that air into his flute. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound was heard that paralyzed all the beasts in a 100 meters radius of Peter. Azeroth had already prepared a countermeasure for that, but this sound attack was much stronger than his defense. His demonic energy barrier slowly shattered as the intense vibrations struck his body. Peter turned his head in his direction and whispered, so that he still had no idea about Azeroth's identity, but he had sensed his strong demonic energy. "You are the perpetrator who initiated this beast raid, right?" Peter continued to gaze in that direction as he asked this question. Azeroth kept his mouth shut as he was sure that no matter how well he changed his voice, he wouldn't be able to fool a warrior whose abilities were related to sound. His identity would be revealed in a second. "Looks like you are not in a mood for talking. I need to bring you out in the open and ask you by my style." Peter spoke as he placed his flute against his lips. Green Jade Song. As soon as the sound was heard, Azeroth felt as if his entire world was shaking. For some moments he thought it was merely an illusion, but when he increased the output of demonic energy, he realized that this was not an illusion. This song from Peter seemed to be resonating with different particles and making them shake violently. Azeroth could feel his own internal organs shaking slowly, injuring themselves in the process. As his body was shaking, Azeroth grabbed hold of his left hand with his right hand and gritted his teeth. He lit up his own body with the hell flames and forcefully destroyed any and all sound particles that neared his body. With this method, he prevented any further damage to his own body. However, many of his vital organs had already been damaged, especially his heart and lungs. Currently, Azeroth found it difficult to remain standing as he whispered, "Even after enhancing this human body so greatly through the heavenly demon transformation technique, its internal organs are still so frail. I need to do something about this." He vomited a mouthful of blood as his demonic aura all but disappeared. Azeroth turned his head towards the battle and saw how the Abyssal Hound was in an even worse shape. Unlike Azeroth, who possessed the Hell Flames, the Abyssal Hound had barely created a weak array barrier using his ardor. However, his own ardor also shook because of that Green Jade Song and unleashed a relentless attack on the Abyssal Hound. The Abyssal Hound's body was down on the ground as it continued to leak blood. Peter stared at that Abyssal Hound's body and looked surprised as he felt some signs of life in this Abyssal Hound. He slowly regained his calmness as he whispered, as expected of a demon beast, "You still possess this much vitality even while being injured to this extent." Peter then turned his head towards Azeroth's direction and spoke, "Now then, let's see the mastermind of this beast raid." Peter created a sonic blast through his flute and blasted the entire building on which Azeroth was sitting. As the building was destroyed, Peter was slightly astonished to see no signs of a corpse. "So you can still run, huh?" Peter asked this question as he gently caressed his flute. "Let's see how much power you still possess." There was a grin on his face as he immediately prepared another attack and launched it. Sonic Blast. This sonic blast once again destroyed a building. However, Azeroth was no longer there. Peter continued to change his directions and target Azeroth with quick and strong attacks, while Azeroth used the Phantom Step to swiftly get out of the way. As Azeroth consecutively used the Phantom Steps, he felt his organs shaking wildly, making him experience significant pain, but he could not stop. The blood was gushing out of his body nonstop, but Azeroth had to ignore it as if he even stopped for a moment to treat it, he would greet those sonic blasts. As a 4-star warrior, he didn't possess the strength to deal with those sonic blasts. Peter also began to frown as Azeroth continued to successfully dodge his sonic blasts. According to him, the person should be heavily injured, so why was he able to execute such quick movement techniques? Did that mean he could nullify his Green Jade song and didn't take much damage from it? Even as he was thinking, he didn't stop attacking Azeroth with those sonic blasts. Peter was also curious about the reserves of this guy who could dodge his attacks so many times. Was he actually planning to compete against him in reserves? As this thought appeared in Peter's head, he shook his head and spoke with a smile. How foolish. Instead of a single sonic blast, Peter's flute released 3 consecutive sonic blasts, each one of them further split into 3 sonic blasts, covering a wide range. This time, Azeroth couldn't wholly dodge these attacks, and one of them struck his body, throwing it away. The smile on Peter's face widened as he felt his attack strike Azeroth. Time to capture you. Peter jumped in Azeroth's direction, planning to hold him as a prisoner. Suddenly, 3 dark spheres targeted Peter, and he had to stop for a moment to dodge them. A frown appeared on his face as he turned his head to look at that abyssal hound that had opened its eyes and was intensely staring at Peter. Despite the severe injuries, it stood on its feet and was ready for battle once again. It seems I ignored you for too long. I won't make such a mistake again. Peter spoke with a solemn tone as he got ready to battle the abyssal hound. Green Jade Sun, just as Peter was about to sing the Green Jade song and deal with the abyssal hound once and for all, he suddenly felt an attack strike his back. These were 3 dark bullets shot by Azeroth in a hurry. Even though they weren't strong enough to significantly damage Peter, Azeroth focused more on the speed part than the power. It did shake Peter's body and prevented him from singing the Green Jade song. This was all the time the abyssal hound needed as it pounced at Peter with a ferocious expression. Ominous dark domain. Demonic ardor spread in a 200 meters radius of the abyssal hound as it pressurized the beasts, humans alike. Peter stumbled for a second as he was near the center of this domain, where the pressure was maximum. Wild Claw. The abyssal hound's claws were covered with dense demonic ardor as he slashed at Peter. Peter immediately raised his flute and blocked that attack. However, once he stopped that attack, he understood just how foolish it was to do so. The ground underneath him cracked as he felt the boost in abyssal hound's strength within this domain. This hound isn't my only enemy, though, Peter thought as he felt some dark bullets strike his back once again. He was honestly surprised that he was having so much trouble against just 2 opponents. One of them was only a 4-star warrior. Also, it wasn't as if he was taking it easy on either of them, but their coordination was truly worrisome for him. When he was about to attack one of them, the other would interrupt him and prevent him from utilizing a move. He just needed a small bit of time to deal with one of them. The other one should fall pretty quickly. Dark webs. Suddenly, he felt strong demonic threads grabbing his arms and legs. Moreover, as he used more energy to free them, those threads continued to get tighter. Peter understood that he had to suddenly increase his force or else these threads would continue to tighten while absorbing his energy. Blast him open now. These were the first words that Azeroth spoke which Peter heard. Even though Peter vaguely recognized Azeroth's voice, he didn't have the time to even think or comment on it. This was because he saw the abyssal hound charging up a dense quantity of demonic ardor in its mouth. Demonic cannon. The abyssal hound spoke to himself as it launched that attack at a point-blank range. Meanwhile, dense violet flame spheres were thrown at Peter's back. These were none other than the hellflame bombs created by Azeroth. He combined them with the dark bullet attack so that they possessed an incredible amount of explosive power and impressive speed. As Peter was bombarded with both these attacks on his body, it hurt him this time. As the smoke rose in the air, Azeroth and the abyssal hound had a slight smile on their faces. It was because their adversary should have taken some heavy damage from their attacks. As Azeroth used his mystic eyes of perception, his pupils widened with shock as he saw a faint figure standing within that smoke. He saw the posture, and a grim expression appeared on his face. Knowing what was about to occur, he immediately lit up his own body on hell flames. A second later, a faint sound could be heard. This sound seemed to be sung rhythmically as it continued to resound in the area. As Azeroth heard that song, the grim expression on his face converted to that of shock and horror. He realized that even with his preparations, he was still late. This was not the Green Jade song. Instead, it was something much stronger than that song. Azeroth's body was immediately suppressed and fixed against the ground. Soon, the dust cloud began to settle, and Azeroth saw Peter walking towards himself. To think I would be using my submission song against you, Edwin Rhodes. The fact that you have joined hands with the demons would break Miss Sophie's heart. Azeroth was suppressed to the ground, and he couldn't even open his mouth because of the effects of the submission song. He now understood that, unlike the Green Jade song that affected his body externally, this song targeted his mind. With the ardor of a 5-star warrior, it was easy for Peter to suppress Azeroth. Not just Azeroth, though. Even the abyssal hound was in a state where it could no longer move its body. Its demonic domain had dispersed as well. Azeroth could only move his pupils as he stared at Peter, who was slowly nearing him. What do you have to say in your defense? Peter asked Azeroth as he lowered the pressure on him to let him talk. Azeroth continued to stare at Peter even as he gained the ability to open his mouth. I have nothing to say. You can think whatever you want. Peter didn't seem impressed by his answer as he impassively asked him, really, but I am not satisfied. I don't understand just why a noble family heir would join hands with some lowly demons. Did they promise you some extravagant reward? I wonder what it was. From his tone, Peter only seemed mildly curious and amused. He seemed pretty surprised to have caught Azeroth here, assisting this abyssal hound. It doesn't seem as if speaking will help me at all, so I would prefer to not give you the satisfaction to know my reasons for joining hands with demons. Azeroth spoke with a slight smirk on his face. Peter replied to him just as impassively, do you really think I care about your reasons? I was just asking them as a royal guard since you are a noble family heir. If your family comes asking me for an explanation why I killed you, I can tell them it wasn't my fault that you didn't open your mouth. Suddenly, they heard an angry growl, and without even turning his head, Peter just shook his flute. An intense blade of energy was released from the flute, which sliced the abyssal hound's head, killing it instantly. Now no one can save you, Peter spoke as he stared at Azeroth with a serious look. However, he was surprised to see that Azeroth was smiling at this time. Why are you smiling? Don't you see the situation we are in? Peter asked him, somewhat puzzled by his expression. The tables have turned. You just haven't realized it yet. Azeroth spoke as he suddenly got up from the ground. It was as if he had freed himself from the effects of the submission song. And Peter finally noticed what Azeroth was talking about. He looked at the ground and saw how the red-colored blood was shinning. I see now you activated an array. Peter looked utterly shocked as he stared at Azeroth. This is a 5-point array. I am sure even you should know what this means. Azeroth calmly explained as he suddenly utilized the array's energy and created thousands of swords in it. What were you saying? No one can save me. I think you should worry more about yourself, Mr. Peter. Azeroth spoke this with a grin on his face as the blood trickled down from his abdomen. The thousands of blades in the air suddenly fell on Peter. Peter didn't even have the time to curse before he was forced to jump away and dodge these swords. However, these blades were not under the effect of gravity. They were in Azeroth's complete control. They immediately turned and attacked Peter while he was in mid-air. Their speed was so quick that before Peter could place his flute on his lips, they had already reached his body. He moved the flute and tried to deflect these blades. Peter successfully deflected a few of those blades, but the majority of them still pierced his body. As Azeroth saw Peter being pierced by so many blades, there was no sign of happiness on his face. Instead, there was a grim look as he thought, 1/3 of the death energy has already been utilized to deal with this guy. Moreover, one of his loyal subordinates in the form of the abyssal hound had already died. This meant he could no longer effectively control the beasts. This was bad news even for him. He controlled the blades and attacked Peter's body again, breaking his flute to make sure he had no chances to counterattack. Because of his previous injuries from those blades, Peter's movements were sluggish, and he could hardly deflect these blades. They pierced his head soon enough, killing him instantly. Once Peter had died, Azeroth dispersed the array formation immediately so that it wouldn't absorb any more death energy. Azeroth went forward and collected Peter's body along with the abyssal hound's corpse. He carried them in a spatial ring before evacuating from the area. He wasn't returning back to the encampment. Instead, Azeroth went even deeper within Chlora's town. He was trying to find a place where he could peacefully absorb the death energy spread all over this location. Soon enough, he found such a location and created a field around himself that concealed his presence even from a beast's sharp senses. While Azeroth was peacefully absorbing the death energy that had spread in Chlora's town, the three-eyed white wolf and his army of beasts appeared in the area. These were the ferocious beasts that had still not shown themselves on the battlefield just yet. Purple-horned rhino, seals, apes, giraffe, wild cats, red spot leopard, wolves, bull, bears, or the birds such as vulture, hawks, sparrows, eagle, kingfisher, and so on were some of the species that showed up at this moment. Azeroth remained concealed because of the unique location and array, but the same could not be stated about the rest of the human warriors who had slaughtered the beasts in this area. Exterminate all humans. The three-eyed white wolf howled as he gave this order to all the beasts and birds. The beasts let out loud, excited roars as they charged in Chlora's town. The ground rumbled as they charged forwards. Azeroth was disturbed while he was absorbing the death energy, and he frowned. They wouldn't accidentally go past this spot, right? Looks like I need to stay alert. I might need to jump away at a moment's notice. The ground continued to rumble as the other humans also turned their heads and caught sight of a horde of beasts coming at them. Needless to say, none of the warriors could deal with so many beasts at the same time. Even the best amongst them could only prolong their deaths as they were either slashed to death or stomped underneath the beasts' feet. In this way, other than Azeroth, not a single warrior in Clora's town survived the beast's second wave. The three-eyed white wolf didn't feel any need for him to personally deal with any human warriors. Instead, he went over to the location where the abyssal hound had died. However, surprisingly, he couldn't see its corpse or its enemy's corpse. It was as if their presence had suddenly disappeared from the face of this world. Interesting, so there was still someone else who took their corpses. The three-eyed white wolf was quite curious about this individual who possessed the abyssal hound's corpse. In reality, the three-eyed white wolf had known that the abyssal hound was in danger because his third eye allowed him to sense and see better than other beings. However, he didn't give the order to charge because he wanted the abyssal hound to die. The three-eyed white wolf's main motive was to come and kill the enemy abyssal hound was fighting and eat the abyssal hound's corpse. The beasts had some simple ways to power up. Some were strong from birth because of their bloodline, and they merely needed time to process that energy. Meanwhile, the other beasts needed to eat and accumulate enough energy until they could evolve. The things they could eat were fossils, heavenly herbs, and mainly corpses of fellow beasts. The three-eyed white wolf had multiple opportunities to attack and eat the abyssal hound. Still, it had resisted them since it knew that if he took advantage when the abyssal hound's spirit was injured so heavily, he wouldn't benefit much from it. He needed to first make the abyssal hound's spirit recover completely, and then kill it and devour its corpse. Currently, the three-eyed white wolf was a mid-ranked 5-star beast, but he was quite sure that if he swallowed the abyssal hound's corpse, he could reach the high-ranked 5-star beast or maybe even get to the peak as a 5-star beast. The three-eyed white wolf activated his spiritual eye and began to look for clues. Unfortunately, as the white wolf opened his spiritual eye, all he saw was a dark haze that effectively blinded him for a couple of seconds. It was as if this dark gaze was covered all around this area where the abyssal hound had died. The white wolf was stunned for some seconds as he thought, this wasn't present earlier when I peeked at the fight between that abyssal hound and that warrior. Just what is this haze? This was something left behind by Azeroth. Before Azeroth dispersed the formation that effectively killed Peter, he used the last bit of death energy to cover the entire area so that no one could find his clues by investigating spiritually. Even a 5-star beast such as this three-eyed white wolf wouldn't be able to disperse this spiritual haze easily. To remotely affect this death energy flooding this area, the white wolf would first need to gain insight into this death energy. And such a thing was impossible for someone to do so in mere hours or even days. Even the humans with the most extraordinary comprehensive power would require months to gain insight and control the death energy. Azeroth needed years to gain insight, and then more years to control the death energy as a demon. And that was when he regularly dealt with the death energy because of how he advanced as a demon. The three-eyed white wolf had little to no chance to find Azeroth with his third eye. Azeroth had already masked his scent, so no beast could use their senses to find his location. Soon, there appeared to be a grin on the three-eyed white wolf's face, so that being thinks it can use such a trick and hide from me. Interesting. In Clora's town center, Azeroth suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed a strange killing intent. His senses that had been refined by testing himself against death screamed at him that he needed to run immediately. Azeroth somehow calmed down his racing heart. Another issue of being a human. They are so easily excited or frightened. Since Azeroth was absorbing the death energy, he was in his standard form. He understood that since his senses were warning him, something extraordinary was going to occur very soon. Azeroth suddenly sensed different flame and water elemental attacks from the west. He was surprised because these attacks were shot in the air. What are these beasts doing? Are they going crazy? Or is there something in the sky they are targeting? Azeroth continued to glance at the sky to find who they were targeting. In that area, he saw no birds even with his mystic eyes of perception. He then looked down and saw many beasts standing near the white wolf, and most of them were water elemental beasts or fire elemental beasts. The water and the flames collided with each other and produced a lot of steam. Suddenly, it clicked in Azeroth's mind. I see they are trying to create artificial rainfall. Azeroth soon figured out a part of their motive. However, he soon questioned himself. But why? Just what type of attack are they planning that they need rainfall? Azeroth then sensed the white wolf near those beasts. His eyes widened in horror as he understood just what these beasts were planning. Oh shit, is this thing actually serious? Now that he noticed it, the beasts had already killed all the human warriors in Clora's town and were retreating from the city. Only the beasts with the fire ardor and water ardor remained near the white wolf. A small sweat drop appeared behind Azeroth's head as he had a forced smile. It's a pity that I won't be able to absorb all of it today. Well, I have already absorbed 2/3 of the death energy created by the deaths of Clora's town civilians. I guess I can't be too greedy. Azeroth went in his demonic transformation mode. It had got much stronger after Azeroth had absorbed all that death energy and added it to his reserves. I hope my body is strong enough for me to use this move. Phantom flash, as he spoke those words, Azeroth vanished from the spot. His speed was nearly twice as compared to when he used the phantom step. Meanwhile, the White Wolf's preparations were complete now. The sky above Clora's town was covered with black rainy clouds. The White Wolf howled loudly. It was so loud that the beasts outside of the Clora's town also heard it. Azeroth kept his nerves as steady as he could since he knew what this signified. Eternal icicle rainfall. Each raindrop that was about to fall down on the earth was crystallized into hard ice. As it fell down towards the ground, the icicle's speed continued to increase. All the Clora's town buildings that still stood were now reduced to rubble as this ice rainfall occurred. Meanwhile, Azeroth was using the phantom flash to run away from this area, and he felt 3 icicles scratch his body. Fortunately, he possessed the hell flames, and he could immediately heat up that part of his body, or else that part of his body would have caught frostbite and become dead skin. Recovering from frostbite that occurred because of a 5-star beast's attack would require a lot of effort. Even though hell flames assisted him with preventing frostbite, Azeroth had to feel the burn from these flames. As he experienced those burns, he was reminded of when he was trying to force these flames to acknowledge him as its master. Phantom Flash. Azeroth used this technique even though the previous one's effect hadn't finished yet. He wanted to increase his speed beyond the limit, or else, if one of these icicles hit his head, he would be done for. Currently, Azeroth's speed was so high that even amongst the 5-star beasts, only a lightning cheetah could catch up to Azeroth while it runs at its full speed. Even though Azeroth was successfully going past this area with this ice rain, he wasn't happy at all. Much of his skin began to tear apart as he ran at such high speed. Especially the skin on his legs, quite a bit had been burnt, and Azeroth was already feeling the muscle pain of pushing his body beyond its limits. Combining that pain with that of the burning sensation in his right hand, it was challenging for Azeroth to get past this ice rain. Even though it only took Azeroth 6-7 seconds to get out of that area, he felt as if he had been suffering for eternity. Moreover, as Azeroth left Clora's town, he saw many beasts in his way. Azeroth's speed was so high that he couldn't make a sharp turn at such a moment, so he did the sensible thing. He decided to go past them, killing anyone in his way. For a second, the beasts also remained stunned as they saw a being covered in dark aura charge out of the city. Because of no one to command them at that moment, they couldn't reach an immediate decision. However, most of them still got ready to fight. This was their basic instinct. When Azeroth noted their reactions, he had a disdainful smile on his face. To him, as he stared ahead, he only saw fodder that looked ready to die. It was pretty regretful since he wouldn't be able to collect their corpses. A blade appeared in Azeroth's hand. This was a very normal sword. However, as it was flooded by Azeroth's demonic energy, it was reinforced, empowered into a demonic sword that wouldn't lose to exceptional swords of its own rank. Azeroth soon clashed against the beasts who had somewhat prepared themselves to kill this speeding being. With a tight hold over his sword, Azeroth swung it with a quick speed and slashed the beasts in his way. The speed and the power at which Azeroth moved his arm was as if he was unstoppable. However, as Azeroth swung that sword around at that high speed, the skin on his arm tore at an unbelievable rate. Azeroth didn't falter though. He knew that stopping at this moment meant nothing less than death. These beasts would tear him apart. Because of his speed, Azeroth managed to blitz past many of these beasts, so he didn't need to fight them at all. He was pretty fortunate since some of the beasts were quite strong, and if his speed was slow, he would have needed a bit of time to slay them. The beasts were hardly able to react to his movements before his sword moved and killed them. In just 5-6 seconds, Azeroth passed that entire line of beasts that were in his way. After getting past those beasts, Azeroth started slowing down. It was because he knew that he was getting closer to the barrier. He couldn't risk hitting himself against the barrier. Better would be to wait for Sophie to open up the barrier again and then get in. Azeroth's speed decreased rapidly, and soon he was walking on the ground. In front of them, he saw a horde of beasts attacking the barrier, paying not much attention to the consequences. Currently, the distance between Azeroth and the barrier was that of 5 miles or so. With his impressive vision, Azeroth saw Aiden and his group of students resting within the barrier. All had an ashen look over their faces, and it made Azeroth wonder just what happened. When Azeroth counted the number of Aiden's students, he understood that one of them was missing. It was that boy named Cillian. Azeroth looked around and tried to find him, but there were no signs of his body. Looks like he has turned into beast food already. Azeroth calmly analyzed the situation. He didn't care much about the death of this child. Azeroth stared at Aiden and thought, what a weak resolve this man has. Since he dared to bring his disciples to this beast raid, he should have been prepared for the consequences. Getting depressed at such a moment won't help his other students or himself. After some moments, Azeroth saw that the barrier was opening up once again. Good, he whispered as Azeroth crouched down and then jumped. As soon as he jumped, he used the phantom flash to increase his acceleration to the limit. Once his speed had reached the limit, Azeroth went like a bullet above the beasts, Aiden, his disciples, and the other warriors. Azeroth had surrounded himself with a blinding light that prevented anyone from recognizing him. It would be pretty suspicious if they saw him coming from the direction of the beasts. Aiden did see a flash pass by from above his head, but he couldn't gauge that thing's figure, and before he could warn others, he noted that one of his disciples was in grave danger and required assistance. Meanwhile, after Azeroth's body had entered the barrier, he immediately stopped using the phantom flash and waited for his body to slow down so that he could stop. Currently, he was coming down towards the ground in a parabolic motion. Soon, his feet touched the ground. However, his momentum was so great that it still forced his body forward. Azeroth, though, didn't plan on moving his body one bit. He applied intense pressure using a lot of his ardor vertically downwards. This was his idea to stop his body, and it was working. However, the ground beneath him had started to crack because of the pressure. The crack continued to get bigger as the ground absorbed all of Azeroth's momentum. Azeroth let out a breath of relief as his body had finally stopped. The phantom flash really had two significant disadvantages. Firstly, the strain it placed on his body was just too much. Secondly, it was pretty troublesome for Azeroth to halt his momentum. Azeroth deactivated his demon transformation technique since he didn't need it now. His blue hair felt the gentle breeze as Azeroth remained at that spot for a few minutes. All right, time to move. Azeroth turned his direction to the center of the encampment, meaning he was going towards Sophie's current location. As for Sophie, she believed that Azeroth was still at the northern outpost of the encampment, fighting against the beasts. Currently, the center of the camp where Sophie was residing only had 10 warriors, and 6 of them were Sophie's personal guards, so it could be said that all the reinforcements had been used up. Soon, Azeroth stepped into the camp center. Not a single one of Sophie's guards stopped Azeroth, as they had seen that their miss was fond of this man. Azeroth slowly went into the building where Sophie was seated while holding that blue crystal sphere that controlled the 3 gigantic arrays. Sophie heard Azeroth's footsteps and raised her head in his direction. She was struggling to control her smile and maintain a calm expression, but she failed miserably. Before Sophie could ask anything, Azeroth spoke. The situation at the northern outpost is more or less stable now. I thought it would be better to return and help you in controlling the formation since you have probably exhausted yourself completely. I see Sophie spoke with a calm look and a smile on her face. Azeroth went forward and touched the blue crystal sphere. Now, give it to me and take some rest. All right. From her tone, it was clear that Sophie was quite reluctant about taking a rest, but as she looked into Azeroth's eyes, she felt as if she had no choice but to do so. Once Sophie had fallen on the ground, Azeroth looked towards his left and spoke. Can one of you take her to bed? She must be quite exhausted right now. A man appeared in the room soundlessly. He picked up Sophie and took her to a room with a bed in the same building. Azeroth had a smile as Sophie, and 3 of her guards left the area. Now, only 3 guards remained here who kept an eye on Azeroth. Azeroth used his mystic eyes of perception to take note of the exact positions where these 3 guards were hiding. Killing them and revealing myself right now wouldn't be wise. They can be good shields. Azeroth grinned as he thought in this direction. For some time, he did just as Sophie was doing, closing the barrier for the warriors to take some rest and then opening it to let them fight against the beasts. Azeroth had taken control of these arrays because now, the beast's final attack was about to arrive. According to his calculations, they should arrive in nearly 15 minutes or so. However, Azeroth didn't know from which direction they would attack. If it was a human, he could say that a human would analyze the formation and choose to attack the array at its weak point. But for a beast, it was all a random guess. They trusted their instincts more than their intelligence. Azeroth sat on a chair and relaxed his body. Unlike Sophie, he didn't feel much pressure as he controlled the array. He hardly cared about someone's life other than his own. After nearly 20 minutes, the beasts were led by the 3-eyed white wolf, who was rather angry. It was because a human had successfully run away with the abyssal hound's body right under his nose. This was extremely humiliating for him. And the warriors in the encampment were now going to experience this rage firsthand. All the warriors at the northern side of the encampment were slightly bewildered as they felt the entire ground rumble. It surprised them because they shouldn't have been affected by the beast's attack while they were in the barrier. It meant that the barrier was soon going to collapse. Miles and some of his friends, they gulped a mouthful of saliva as they looked on the other side of the barrier. They witnessed a huge dust cloud rising in the air. Typically, it signaled a storm or a massive army. In this case, the beast horde was going forward, shaking the ground with their charge as they looked ready to tear apart all humans getting in their way. The warriors on the northern side were shocked to see a 3-eyed white wolf leading these monsters. Shit, that's a 5-star beast. Let's send the information back to the headquarters. They used the echo transmission skill to send this information to the center of the encampment. Azeroth was jolted awake as he heard that echo. He was surprised that the three-eyed white wolf had chosen to attack from the northern direction. Before heading to the Chlora's town, was this beast analyzing how the warriors have been deployed in the 4 outposts. It probably chose the northern outpost because of the lowest number of remaining warriors there. Send this echo transmission to all other outposts except the north. We must immediately prepare to slay those beasts. Azeroth handed a slip to a guard near him. The person he was commanding was one of Sophie's guards. The man was slightly puzzled whether he should obey Azeroth's command or not. After all, he was also one of the royal guards, and his pride prevented him from following Azeroth's order. However, after giving the order, Azeroth just fell back into his chair with that smirk on his face. He was just staring at that blue ceastal orb and didn't seem to care if the guard obeyed him or not. Another guard spoke up. "This is not the time to let ego control you, Jake. Just do as young Lord Edwin has spoken. Young Miss might get angry at you that you didn't follow young Lord Edwin's command when it could have prevented many casualties." The guard named Jake let out a sigh before replying, "All right." Suddenly, there was a fierce expression on his face as he added, "But do not think you are the boss of me." Azeroth waved off his right hand as he didn't care about it that much, whatever. The words Azeroth had written on the slip were soon resounded in the east, west, and the southern outposts. All warriors are ordered to move to the northern outpost. The final wave of this beast raid has attacked us from the northern direction, so we must immediately prepare to counter it. As the different outposts received this order, they gulped down their saliva nervously. They ingested some pills to recover their energy and began moving towards the northern outpost. Azeroth stared at the blue crystal sphere and whispered with a feeble voice, "The time has come." The blue crystal sphere flashed with a bright light that blinded the other guards. This blue light kept everyone blinded for nearly a minute before a vermilion color emerged that dyed the sphere in its color. Now, the blue crystal sphere had converted to the vermilion-colored sphere. The aura it gave off was simply too contradictory to the blue crystal sphere that the guards observing Azeroth were wondering whether it was the same object or not. "What did you do?" The guard named Jake returned and asked Azeroth angrily as he saw how the sphere had changed color. "Calm down and let me do my job," Azeroth monotonously replied as he used this vermilion-colored sphere. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the beasts that had earlier gathered felt Earth rising up, preventing them from escaping. As the beasts moved around and used their skills to break that Earth, a heavy rainfall sprinkled their bodies with water. After some moments, reddish-colored thunder fell down the sky as if it was a heavenly judgment sent by the gods. Due to the combination of the red thunder with the rain earlier, there were many casualties on the beast side. This same scenery had occurred around the entire encampment barrier, so all the warriors witnessed this moment. This was the strength of the 5-star killing array. Just as the beasts felt that the attack on them had ended, there were multiple tornadoes all around the barrier. This barrier naturally targeted the beasts and attempted to kill them by using its wind blades, but some beasts endured this attack with their elemental defense. The beasts believed that if they survived this attack, they might have survived it all. It was only when they saw a small flame spark transforming up that entire tornado to a flame tornado did they realize just how naive they were. After this attack, not a single beast around the barrier survived. The red color of the sphere faded as it returned back to being the blue-colored sphere. The guards at the center of the encampment had also witnessed those colossal tornadoes that converted the beasts into ashes. Even the three-eyed white wolf had witnessed that entire attack sequence, and it could be said that he was pretty stunned. From what he sensed, the ardor within those attacks was comparable to a mid to high-rank 5-star beast. Moreover, the area those attacks covered was also quite wide. The three-eyed white wolf was sure that he wouldn't have been able to achieve the same with his own power. The white wolf used its spiritual eye to check the flow of energy of this barrier once again. He was surprised once again. His surprise emerged from the fact that he saw so many ardor particles bizarrely flowing in that barrier. The last time he had observed the barrier, it possessed a uniform flow of energy. As time passed, that atrocious flow of energy seems to be improving and returning back to normal. "Monkey, go and attack," the white wolf ordered with a commanding tone. It didn't mean that the beasts had stopped charging. This order meant that the white wolf was commanding the ape to go ahead of them with an even faster speed to attack that barrier. The ape didn't care much about the power it saw. Soon, the hairs on its body turned golden, and its speed increased tremendously. It left the rest of the beasts in the dust as it charged ahead at the barrier. The human warriors at the northern outpost who witnessed that the beasts had still not halted their charge were slightly shocked, but they still retained their confidence in this barrier. They had just witnessed its power after all. Azeroth's sensory range was limited because of the barrier. After all, it didn't allow the ardor from the outside to affect it, but it also prevented the sensors from sensing outside of it. Azeroth had used this fact to sneak out of the barrier, but now this was proving to be a disadvantage for him as well. Suddenly, he felt the blue crystal sphere shaking violently. He was shocked because this meant that the beasts had attacked the barrier with at least a 5-star ardor attack. According to his estimates, this was just a low 5-star ardor in terms of power, and Azeroth didn't know why, but the image of that golden ape appeared in his head. The bloodline of a beast god is indeed extraordinary. If this was the attack from that golden ape, then it has grown much stronger since the time I fought it, Azeroth grimly thought. Meanwhile, at the northern outpost, the warriors saw that golden ape create a crack on the barrier with just a single punch. This was absolutely shocking for these warriors, as they had seen many beasts attack the barrier earlier, but no one was even able to scratch it, yet this golden ape created such a giant crack on it. However, just a while later, the giant crack closed up as the barrier healed. It allowed the warriors to breathe a sigh of relief. Their faith in this barrier was restored as some of the warriors began shouting, "Hahaha, this is all useless. This barrier won't break." Meanwhile, Azeroth was thinking deeply about this situation. I only sensed a single attack on the barrier. Does that mean this golden ape charged ahead of the other beasts? Was it on its own violation or on the command of the white wolf? Azeroth had a relaxed look as he thought along that line. A smirk appeared on Azeroth's face as he thought, how naive. Meanwhile, the golden ape pulled back his arm and used all its power to punch that barrier again. There was a stupid grin on its face as it felt that pounding this barrier was quite satisfying. The golden ape's arm moved at a blinding speed to hit the barrier. This time, though, it was as if the golden ape's punch went right through the barrier and continued to strike the ground. As the human warriors saw this scene, they were too shocked to respond. Did the golden ape's punch actually break that barrier? The warriors at the northern outpost felt their beliefs shatter into pieces. The barrier they had trusted so significantly had just broken. The golden ape had just done what they thought was impossible. Meanwhile, the golden ape lifted his fist and stared at it with a puzzled expression for some time. However, soon, the golden ape lifted his head and stared at the humans ahead of him. As he noticed the shock on their faces, a wide grin spread on his face. To human warriors' eyes, that grin was ferocious as a wild beast that threatened to tear him apart. And immediately after showing off that grin full of excitement and ferociousness, the golden ape pounced at the human warriors ahead of him. As the golden ape pounced on them, the human warriors finally regained control over their bodies and realized that they needed to fight or flee. A few warriors used their attacks simultaneously as the wind bullets and the lightning bullets struck the golden ape's body. However, these attacks didn't even make the golden ape's body budge a little. These attacks were absolutely useless in halting the golden ape's advance. Finally, the golden ape reached their location and punched the first warrior who stood ahead of him. The warrior raised his arm and made an X sign to block the golden ape's punch, but as soon as the punch landed, the man felt his arm bones shatter as the golden ape's punch went on and pierced his chest. The other warriors were wide-eyed as they saw that occur. They were shocked because this man was a rather mighty 4-star warrior from Clora's town. To think that he couldn't even block a single punch with both his arms. However, two warriors attacked the golden ape at this moment. One wielded a sword and the other wielded a spear. Assault sword stance, 33-hit combo. The man wielding the sword whispered underneath his breath. Meanwhile, the warrior wielding the spear remained quiet as he emotionlessly went on to strike the golden ape. The golden ape looked at those two warriors while pushing away the corpse hanging over his right arm. The spear warrior was closer as he immediately struck the golden ape's arm and pierced it with incredible ease. The spear warrior had not attacked any random point of the golden ape's arm. He had pierced the part that prevented the golden ape from moving that arm, and it was working wonderfully as the golden ape realized that he couldn't move his arm. The other warrior, using the sword technique, immediately struck the golden ape's body with that 33-hit combo sword stance. The golden ape used his left arm to block a few of those sword slashes, but most of them were still hitting his body. Suddenly, the golden ape's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he took a step forward and used his left hand to suddenly grab hold of the sword warrior. The golden ape had just grabbed the sword warrior's head as the sword warrior had shown an opening while attacking him. As the golden ape held that man's head, he slowly began to apply more of his strength in his left hand. The sword warrior's skull began to give out crackling sounds as his face was deforming at a quick rate. The emotionless look on the spear warrior immediately changed as he pulled his spear out of the golden ape's right hand. He threw out his attack at the golden ape's throat since this was the only way to save the sword warrior. The golden ape suddenly moved his body and changed his body position so that the sword warrior's body blocked that attack from the spear warrior. That quick movement from the golden ape was absolutely shocking that even the spear warrior needed a few seconds to understand what had happened. The golden ape then applied more force in his left arm as he threw the sword warrior into the spear warrior. They were skidding on the ground, leaving behind a bloody trail. The golden ape changed his target as he stared at the other warriors. The other warriors prepared for a fierce fight as they saw that golden ape looking at them. Many of them organized their attacks in case this beast attacked them suddenly. However, what none of them expected was the loud howl of the three-eyed white wolf. The warriors were forced to turn their heads from the golden ape to the incoming three-eyed white wolf and the beast army. Around this time, the humans from the other outposts had nearly arrived at the northern outpost as well. They were shocked to see that the beasts had already broken past the barrier, and an entire army entered through the barrier. Several warriors even began to think of an escape plan. They knew that they couldn't fight and win against this beast army with their current numbers. Meanwhile, using the echo transmission skill, the northern outpost's current status was sent to the encampment center. The man who was sent the information using the echo transmission skill was one of Sophie's guards. He was absolutely shocked to hear that the beasts had broken past the barrier at the northern outpost. Moreover, they were now going to start attacking them all. The man turned towards the room where Azeroth was seated. He wondered just what was happening. Why did he not activate the killing formation and kill them all? Why would he allow the beasts to get inside the barrier? Gritting his teeth in anger, the guard went forward to the central command room. Azeroth raised his head slightly to see who it was that entered the room. As he saw who it was, he smirked slightly as if he knew what was going on and then lowered his head. The guard clenched his fist in frustration and anger as he went forward, grabbing hold of Azeroth's collar and questioned him. Just what is so funny? Remove your hand, or Azeroth spoke those words with an emotionless tone. Or what? The guard spoke as he used even more strength and show off his killing intent. The guard shouted at Azeroth with great anger. What are you doing? How could you let the barrier break? Why have you not yet activated the killing array? Are you waiting for the beasts to kill all our allies, you bastard noble heir? Your anger has clouded your mind. If not, you would have felt the consequences by now. Azeroth sighed out as he informed the guard. What are you talking about? The guard asked with a puzzled expression. Lower your head and see for yourself. Azeroth casually shrugged. As the guard looked down, he was shocked to see a hole in the left side of his chest. He finally began to realize what Azeroth was talking about, and suddenly he also heard a terrifying whisper, "You are already dead." Before the guard even had the time to say anything back, the light in his eyes vanished and his body fell on the floor. Soon, the smell of blood spread throughout the entire building. The other two guards who were near Azeroth's room immediately entered to see what had happened. They were shocked to see Azeroth seated on his chair with that same casual look on his face, while one of their friends was lying on the floor. Moreover, as the guards observed closely, their friend had a hole in his chest, and it seemed as if his heart had been pierced. They both asked at nearly the exact timing what happened here. Azeroth glanced at them before sighing. Looks like it's more blood on my hands. What? Once again, they both asked him at the same time. Phantom step. Azeroth disappeared from his location and was standing in the corridor. Meanwhile, the two guards who stood near the entrance of his room had been beheaded. Azeroth looked at the sword in his hand now. It was quite a bit rusty and frail now. 3 down, 3 to go, Azeroth whispered to himself as he went back to his room. Those 3 corpses were destroyed using the hell flames. Meanwhile, the scenery at the northern outpost wasn't all that pleasant. Nearly all the warriors had turned into corpses by that massive beast army led by the three-eyed white wolf. Even Miles and his group had turned into corpses. The ones who had survived were the Aiden's group. This was mainly because Aiden had already observed the situation from a distance and immediately led his disciples away from that battleground. Azeroth did sense that they were going somewhere else he hadn't planned, but he didn't care. He put down the barrier around the encampment. This didn't mean he was surrendering against the beast army. The bluish-colored sphere had now turned into green color. A thin green-colored gas was released in the entire encampment. It was undetectable even by the beasts with sharp senses, such as the three-eyed white wolf. The beasts attacked those humans that had come from the other outposts. Naturally, the humans had resisted with all their might, but it was all for naught. They still died. However, before the beasts could have the chance to let out celebratory roars, another group of humans appeared. This was quite surprising as the beasts thought they had annihilated them all. Their faces and smells were different, so they believed that this group of humans was probably observing them earlier. The three-eyed white wolf let out a howl that seemed to signal the beasts to commence their attack. This time, both sides launched their fiercest attacks. There were quite a few casualties on the beast's side, but still, they had successfully managed to destroy this group of humans as well. Once all the humans had been killed, another group arrived. This time, their numbers were much higher than before. The three-eyed white wolf frowned as it believed that this was the final group of these detestable humans. The beasts began fighting with all their might and annihilate the humans. The beasts didn't even realize these 3 waves took nearly 2-3 hours of their time. Even the high-ranking beast reserves, such as the three-eyed white wolf, were depleting as it kept on fighting. Meanwhile, in the encampment center, Azeroth had a clever smirk on his face. These foolish beasts, they really went on for 2 hours. Such a great result was far beyond my expectations. Azeroth sensed the beast army had been reduced to 1/10 of its original size. And even within that force, only 10 or so beasts were of 4-star, and just a single tired 5-star beast remained. Suddenly, Azeroth's expression turned serious as he sensed that Sophie was up. He was sure that she was going to question him about the disappearance of her 3 guards here, and he had no proper excuse regarding that. As he wondered what he could do, Azeroth's vision fell upon that green crystal sphere in his hands. Hee. The green color faded back to its bluish color. It was as if a veil had been lifted above the beast's eyes at the northern outpost. They looked at their surroundings and were utterly confused as they saw the scenery change rather drastically. The first one who understood what happened was none other than the 3-eyed white wolf, and as he understood what had occurred, his eyes flashed with dangerous, murderous intent. He was filled with pure rage at the humans who had seemingly made fun of him and the beast army. It was because what was around him was not the humans' corpses but the beast's corpses. It forced him to understand that the beasts weren't using their power to fight against the humans, no. They were actually fighting amongst themselves. The humans had us trapped in an illusion. The 3-eyed white wolf felt a great shock because he had used his spiritual eye and still could not detect it. This was the first time that had happened. As the 3-eyed white wolf used his spiritual eye, he was surprised to see the ardor in the surroundings more clearly. He noted that humans who operated this entire barrier far in the south of his current position. As the 3-eyed white wolf gritted its teeth in anger, his eye on his forehead began storing an unreal amount of energy. Once the 3-eyed white wolf was satisfied, it shot off that beam without any hesitation. With no obstruction in between, that ray flew with an unreal speed. Even Azeroth was caught off guard as he felt that ray coming close to him. Sophie and her 3 guards were also shocked as they sensed an attack nearing them. They immediately raised their hands to create a defensive barrier around Sophie. That white beam soon struck the building in which they were seated. For a second, nothing happened. However, a warrior with hyperactive senses such as Azeroth felt as if time had stopped at that moment. A bitter smile appeared on his lips as he thought, "You just couldn't wait, could you?" Such a quick attack was not within his prediction. He had already thought of a way to hold his stance in front of Sophie while not being suspicious, but it was all for naught. Once that 1 second had passed, the entire building exploded. This was the power of the destructive ray of the 3-eyed white wolf. Anything it touched would explode upon contact. Azeroth, Sophie, and her 3 guards were caught in this explosion. They were all in extra close range, and it would gravely injure them. Well, Azeroth wasn't as worried as Sophie and her guards were. Azeroth used heavenly demonic transformation mode to use a lot of demonic ardor and protect himself from the explosion. He was sure that Sophie and her guards would create a defensive barrier around themselves and won't sense his demonic ardor at this moment. As Azeroth had expected, this was what did happen. Sophie and her guards were in the room above Azeroth, so their spherical barrier fell on the ground. Meanwhile, Azeroth had covered himself in the demonic aura with his heavenly demonic transformation mode and quickly landed on the ground safely before his ardor returned to normal. Sophie and her guards were also on the ground, covered in a weak yellowish-colored barrier. One of those 3 was injured as his side of the barrier had remained weak. He was forced to take on the impact of that explosion with his robust body. Sophie was on the ground, feeling some pain in her legs, but it was something she could ignore. As she opened her eyes and saw her surroundings, she was surprised to see the flames all around the barrier. Just what happened right now? She asked that question aloud. This was an attack from a 5-star beast. One of her guards spoke with a grim tone. As Sophie heard those words, she was utterly shocked. The beasts broke through the barrier. Oh no, where is Edwin? Is he safe? None of her guards could answer those questions. They were together with her, so they didn't have the time to check up on Azeroth. Before they could answer, they heard a loud howl. From the voice, they could feel the beast's anger. It seemed that the fact that they had survived did not please the wolf. Oh no, young miss, you must run. The beasts are going to charge at us. The guard with the largest build spoke to Sophie seriously. What about you? Sophie asked them with a worried expression. The man clenched his fists and spoke. Please survive and speak of our sacrifice to your father. If the 3 of us are together, we can hold back this beast army long enough to allow you to escape. But Sophie was about to speak again. However, another guard interjected quickly, staying here is not helping us at all. If you survive today, you can repay us by taking care of our families. Boss ordered us to protect you, and this is what we are going to do. Now, Geo. As Sophie heard that loud shout from her guard, she ground her teeth but was soon standing on her legs. She turned around and shouted, I will make sure to take care of your families. Once she said that, she quickly ran away. As she reinforced herself with ardor, the flames were unable to hurt her. Her guards sprinted towards the direction of the beasts. They knew that they had to hold back those beasts for enough time to allow Sophie to escape, meaning at least for 10 minutes or so. Meanwhile, as Sophie was running towards the east direction, she was surprised to see Azeroth sitting on the ground. Edwin, you survived. Sophie. Both of them looked very surprised at the other's survival. Some tears began to leak out of Sophie's eyes as she leaped at Azeroth to hug him. She whispered while sobbing uncontrollably, "I am so happy that at least you survived. I apologize, I never thought that the beasts would break the barrier and then break out of the illusion as well." "This is all my fault," Azeroth whispered in return as he stroked Sophie's head. "No, it wasn't your fault. In fact, I was the one who was supposed to control it. It was my fault for working myself beyond the limits. If only I was awake earlier, maybe this wouldn't have occurred." Sophie spoke as she rubbed her cheek against Azeroth's face. She could smell a fragrant scent from Azeroth and found it very relaxing to be in his arms. Suddenly, the two heard another loud howl and a roar accompanying it. This seemed to tell the two of the delicate situation right now. Sophie got out of Azeroth's arms and she spoke, "Let's go now. If we stay here any longer, the beasts will attack us." Azeroth continued to look at the ground as he slowly nodded. If Sophie could see his face, she would have seen that triumphant smirk as if he had won. All the pieces were finally in place, and the crystal sphere within Azeroth's purple ring was flashing red. The killing array had already been activated. While Sophie and Azeroth were dashing towards Messinana City, the capital city of the Cinealian Kingdom. Fortunately, Rihul City was in the same direction, so it was natural for them to go along this path. The howls and the roars from the beasts soon stopped as they dashed towards the encampment's outer edges. Sophie thought that this was because the beasts had killed her guards and finally vented the last bit of their hatred. However, it was Azeroth who knew the actual reason behind those final howls by the beasts. "Looks like that final attack did the trick. All the beasts should be dead now." But just as Azeroth thought of this, he suddenly sensed a faint aura bursting with energy. What was that? He didn't understand just how the aura of a beast near death could suddenly burst with such ardor. Suddenly, that burst of energy increased once again, this time nearly doubling in ardor. Sophie looked at Azeroth's face and noticed a worried expression on his face. "What happened? Why do you look so worried?" Azeroth didn't answer her question. Instead, his mind continued to focus on that beast that was steadily growing stronger. He increased his concentration to check which beast it was, and he soon received an answer to that question. "That's the aura of that golden ape, but even it shouldn't possess such quick healing. How is it growing stronger so quickly?" This question puzzled Azeroth and worried him immensely. He felt as if he was missing something in this riddle. "I hope we are out of the range of the 5-star beast." Sophie dryly spoke those words as she saw how worried Azeroth was. Suddenly, the answer clicked in Azeroth's mind as he understood what he was missing. And this answer didn't please him one bit. "Shit, we need to run," Azeroth uttered as he grabbed Sophie's hand and used one of his quicker skills to dash forward. What happened?" Sophie was confused by Azeroth's words, but she didn't resist him. Meanwhile, at the center of the encampment, the golden ape had an ecstatic look as he ate the three-eyed white wolf's corpse. His hunger was sated, and he felt as if he had enough energy to go and fight an army alone. This sudden energy truly made his battle instincts go crazy as his body demanded a fight now. To have a fight, the golden ape's senses, sharpened to their limits, searched for another warrior in the vicinity. Soon after 10 or so seconds, the golden ape had a bright smile on its face as it sensed the aura of the warrior who he had wanted to fight the most. The man he had been searching for the last few days to have that rematch against him. Once the golden ape sensed Azeroth's location, it immediately jumped high in that direction. Naturally, this high leap covered an awfully lot of distance for the golden ape, but reaching Azeroth's location was still next to impossible with a single leap. Even for this golden ape, he would have to take multiple leaps similar to this since Azeroth was running at a relatively quick pace while taking Sophie with him. However, fortunately for the golden ape, he had no lack of stamina, while Azeroth's stamina couldn't be considered good by any means. After the exhaustion of his ardor, he would be forced to take a break to recover it. Meanwhile, the golden ape utilized low ardor while taking leaps like this. He could go on and play this game with Azeroth for a month without getting tired. So it was easy to see that Azeroth fighting against Golden Ape in reserves was just a losing battle from every angle. According to Azeroth's calculations, if they went on to run like this, it would take the Golden Ape nearly an hour to catch up to them. And Azeroth was well aware of the cold truth that he won't encounter any assistance from some warrior capable of fighting against this Golden Ape within this hour. The farther and faster he tries to run, the quicker his ardor would be exhausted. If he fought the Golden Ape at that point, it would genuinely be a losing battle. Once he had calculated his chances against the Golden Ape, Azeroth stopped moving. "Why did we stop? Is the beast not following us anymore?" Sophie asked Azeroth with a confused expression. Azeroth heaved out a long sigh and explained, "A beast is after us. As far as I can sense, it's a 4-star beast with an exceptional bloodline." Sophie observed Azeroth's facial expression and then spoke. "It seems this beast is strong. Yes, it's a rather troublesome one. This was the beast that beat me to pulp when I had gone to inspect the Alpine Gerbil Woods inner area. As far as I remember, its main ability was its exceptional strength and speed. I am unclear about its elements, though Azeroth patiently explained his words. I see this must be a beast sent by the Beast Lord to pursue after us. We need to make sure to slay it quickly and run, or else that Beast Lord might pursue the trail and reach us." Sophie solemnly spoke to Azeroth. Azeroth couldn't tell Sophie that the three-eyed white wolf was dead now. In return, they had an even more annoying enemy in the form of this golden ape. Although this golden ape had ingested the three-eyed white wolf's corpse, the three-eyed white wolf was massively injured, and only half of its energy could be absorbed by the golden ape. However, this was still more than enough energy required by the golden ape for its next breakthrough. Breakthroughs didn't occur suddenly, though. They needed time, and in the case of beasts, they needed to hibernate for a period that varied depending on the bloodline. The stronger the bloodline was, the less time required for its breakthrough. For a golden ape, it would probably need only a week at most to become a 5-star beast. You are right. If we continue to run ahead and the beast catches up to us, I won't be in the peak condition to fight it. At that time, we will probably die without a chance to resist. Azeroth solemnly spoke as he turned towards the encampment's direction. It would take another 10 minutes for the golden ape to reach their location. During this time, Azeroth calmed down his ardor and peaked to fight against the beast brimming with energy. Naturally, Azeroth had his own worries against this golden ape. I can't use the demonic transformation mode in front of Sophie. If she knows of it, this woman won't hesitate to turn on me. The hell flames or demonic ardor is also no-go. That means I got the humanely ardor or the celestial ardor in my arsenal. My celestial ardor training isn't as good as the demonic ardor, so it wouldn't be helpful against this golden ape. It seems I can only rely on my humanely ardor. The only element I can use in front of Sophie is wind. I am forced to hold back too much ahead of this girl. Let's hope that the gains are superior to the injuries I suffered today. Sophie continued to stare at Azeroth's back while she pulled out something that appeared to be a wooden doll. She clenched it tightly as she was at a fair distance away from Azeroth. Azeroth didn't want to get her caught up in his fight. Nearly 7 minutes later, Azeroth lifted his head, and his eyes flashed with purple color as he saw a golden dot slowly enlarging in the sky. It is here. As the golden ape was diving down from the sky, he also knew that its awaited opponent was waiting for him on the ground. Monkey King's fist. No words were spoken, but the golden ape raised his arm and it began glowing with a fierce orange light. This was the Monkey King's fist attack. When Azeroth saw that attack, he saw some flashbacks he wished to forget. In his previous life, he had suffered not a few times under the hands of the golden ape. As a beast god, it was one of the strongest beasts in the world. Its divine abilities easily made it superior to any beast on its level. It's a pity I won't be able to fight you to my heart's content today, Azeroth whispered as he saw that battle-thirsty intent in the golden ape's aura. Arrow blades. Suddenly, as the golden ape was diving down while reading a strong punch, Azeroth countered with a wind elemental attack that attempted to not only slow down the golden ape but slice it as well. The arrow blades were successful in slowing down the golden ape, but as for slicing it, other than a few scratches on its body, there were no significant injuries on its body. Such a result was in Azeroth's calculations as he moved from his spot to dodge the golden ape's punch. Sophie just saw Azeroth blur away right when he was about to be struck by the golden ape's punch. She understood that he had probably left behind an afterimage using the wind element and his quick speed. The fact that Azeroth knew such a skill shocked Sophie. She was now sure that he had definitely encountered something special. Meanwhile, the golden ape was far from happy to see his adversary dodge that attack. He had believed that his adversary would meet his blow head-on. It was as if he was the same as those weak humans who would try to dodge his attacks, the ones with no nerve or power. Currently, in this dire situation, Azeroth couldn't be bothered to act according to his ego. He was just going along the flow. The golden ape's punch caused the entire ground to rumble as if some sort of earthquake was occurring. Even Sophie, far away, felt this earthquake as she held her wooden doll even more tightly. She knew that this was not the perfect time to utilize it. She didn't possess any more than one of these things, and it was the only thing strong enough to neutralize her target, so she couldn't afford to waste it. As the dust clouds rose, that prevented Sophie from having a perfect vision for this battle, but it was good enough for her to know what was happening and who was winning. The golden ape had just stood up after punching the ground, and suddenly he felt someone's appearance behind him. As soon as the golden ape turned around, he felt a brisk wind. This time, before the golden ape could react, a strong cutting edge of the wind suddenly targeted its throat. This was Azeroth's attack on the golden ape's throat as he congealed his hand with a sharp blade-like wind. He had used quite a bit of ardor in it, and was surprised to see that it had barely scratched the golden ape's throat. Is it using more ardor in its entire body now? The golden ape quickly rotated and punched Azeroth's body, but it was empty air. Azeroth already ran away and was planning his next sequence of attacks. While Azeroth was trying to use the dust cloud as his cover, the golden ape had different plans. With its sharp senses, the golden ape found out Azeroth's correct position, and without waiting any longer, it leaped at Azeroth. Azeroth had more or less expected the golden ape to attack at any moment. he had already begun to utilize the mystic eyes of perception, which gave him some idea of how the golden ape would attack. Azeroth jumped on his left while dodging a punch from the golden ape. The golden ape was far from pleased, so it kept on rotating in Azeroth's direction and began to give out quick blows successively. These successive blows were becoming faster as the golden ape was getting accustomed to Azeroth's movements. After nearly a minute or so, Azeroth knew he would have to fight back, or else this golden ape would just demolish him. As soon as he found the opening, Azeroth struck the golden ape's left side of the chest with a palm. Moreover, that palm also held a wind sphere that was now grinding as it was pressurized against the golden ape's chest. After a momentary pause, the golden ape grabbed Azeroth's hand. "This guy is too strong. I really need to be in the demon transformation mode to beat him." The golden ape pounded Azeroth on the ground so intensely that the floor broke apart, creating a gigantic crater. Azeroth saw the glint in the golden ape's eyes and knew that it didn't have any good plans ahead for him. Oh damn. Best to use that attack now, or I won't be in a condition to take advantage of it. Wind Tornado. Wind Tornado. This was an attack that Azeroth was trying to set up since the start of this fight. He had been controlling the wind ardor all around his surroundings, and he felt that he finally possessed enough control to use this technique. The wind ardor was moving at an extremely high pace as it lifted the golden ape and Azeroth off the ground. The wind tornado used its pressure to split apart Azeroth and the golden ape, which eventually happened. Azeroth was soon out of this wind tornado and concentrated hard as he sent the golden ape high in the air. Once the golden ape had reached the apex of the tornado began to change shape. In certain terms, the tornado seemed to be shrinking rapidly, far more quickly than the speed at which the golden ape fell. Arrow Dragon. The entire tornado had been compressed to form a 10-meter-long Chinese wind dragon as it raised its head and charged at the falling golden ape. Before crashing into the golden ape, it roared out loudly, as if showing off its power. The golden ape braced itself for the impact as it saw the wind dragon charging at itself. The arrow dragon soon struck the golden ape's lower body. This time, Azeroth's aim wasn't to slice the golden ape, but shake its internal organs so vigorously that it would be unable to fight ahead. The golden ape did feel its internal organs, and even its joint bones shake a little. However, after a second, it felt as if its body was absolutely normal. Not a hint of the pain could be felt by this golden ape as its fists were enveloped with its radiant golden aura, and it showered a flurry of punches on Azeroth with blinding speed. This was the golden ape's attack known as Meteor Shower. Truly, the force behind it was exceptionally strong, and there seemed to be no end to these attacks. If someone looked from Azeroth's position, all they would see are gigantic balls showered at him. The name Meteor Shower fit the technique quite well. Even though this was an exceptional attack, Azeroth seemed somewhat prepared for it. A wind barrier formed over his head with a half-convex shape and blocking that meteor shower sturdily. Azeroth still felt the shockwave of those attacks even as he blocked the fists heading his way. Those shockwaves were more than enough to break the ground underneath him, but he didn't let up. The wind barrier wasn't going to withstand this any soon. Another 2 seconds, and it would collapse. Since the wind barrier was going to collapse anyway, Azeroth decided to take a risk. He pushed the wind barrier towards the golden ape that was still in the air. His main aim was to just throw away the golden ape from such a good position and break his momentum. However, as Azeroth raised his wind barrier, the shockwave he felt increased tremendously. He remained standing on the ground as he understood its significance. His resilience showed results as the golden ape was struck by that wind barrier and his momentum did break. The golden ape was forced to stop his technique and he was thrown away by the wind. But before Azeroth could take a relieved sigh, his body tensed again as he saw the direction the golden ape was thrown. It was the direction in which Sophie was hiding. Azeroth knew that this golden ape's senses were quite active. Once it senses Sophie near him, he will immediately attack her. The distance between the golden ape and Sophie was quite close, while the distance between Azeroth and Sophie was quite large. Well, it could be considered large if he only used wind to cross it. If he used his lightning element, that would be another matter altogether. However, the big question for Azeroth was if he should show off his lightning element to Sophie or not. Considering that she was Edwin's classmate, there must have remembered that he only had a wind element and no affinity towards the lightning element. There was little to no time to think as the golden ape was looking at Sophie's direction blankly for a couple of seconds before grinning fiendishly. The golden ape didn't mind killing this human first and then dealing with that annoying one. The punch enveloped by the golden aura was thrown at Sophie. Sophie clenched her wooden doll tightly with a fearless look. It was as if she didn't fear this golden ape at all. Naturally, her faith resided in that wooden doll she was holding tightly. But before the golden ape could even take a proper step towards her, Azeroth suddenly appeared with a red flicker. Azeroth blocked the golden ape's punch with his own chest. As the punch landed, Azeroth felt that he heard some cracks in his bones and was thrown towards Sophie. Sophie was stunned to see Azeroth suddenly appear ahead of her. The hand with which she was clenching her wooden doll relaxed slightly as Azeroth crashed into her body. While they were in midair, Azeroth held Sophie's arms and pulled her towards him, while throwing his own body towards the ground to prevent Sophie's body from sliding against the ground. However, the momentum was still too great, and Sophie wasn't able to stay balanced even as she was pulled by Azeroth. She fell in Azeroth's arms and was on top of his body as he slid against the ground. Their bodies eventually halted. Sophie looked into Azeroth's eyes with a shocked look as she hadn't expected Azeroth to jump in and take the attack on his body. This action was so surprising despite their close relation. She never imagined he would put his own life on the line for her. As for how he had managed to cover the distance was beside the point. She couldn't be bothered to think deeply about it. She was just greatly touched to see this action from Azeroth. Meanwhile, Azeroth was groaning in pain because that punch from the golden ape broke his ribs. His eyes widened in shock as he saw that golden ape jump at him. Quickly, Azeroth raised his right hand and pointed it in the golden ape's direction. Greater paralysis. Weak red lightning flickered around Azeroth's palm before it was shot at the golden ape. The lightning attack appeared so weak that the golden ape didn't even raise any defenses against it. However, this was a costly error. In midair, the golden ape felt as if its whole body was entirely paralyzed. It crashed down into the ground. Currently, this greater paralysis had halted any instructions from the golden ape's brain to his body parts. "Let's run now," Azeroth murmured with a weak voice. Sophie heard him and immediately stood up. Azeroth stood up while ignoring the pain of his broken ribs. He couldn't afford to stay down. Sophie stared at the fallen golden ape and suggested, "Let's kill it. Otherwise, it would again follow us." However, Azeroth held her hand and prevented her from making any rash moves. "If you attack him, his survival instincts and ardor will overpower my attack. Also, we don't have an attack that would definitely kill this beast. No, I have an attack that should probably be able to deal with him." Sophie showed her wooden doll to Azeroth. Azeroth calmly explained to Sophie, "I saw this wooden doll. And I understand that this holds an attack from your father. However, from what I can sense, the golden ape can survive this attack. And one of the most terrifying abilities of a golden ape is its ability to adapt to a stronger power. Also, after it recovers from such an injured state, it would be significantly stronger than before. It's better to leave it here." Sophie gauged Azeroth's state before she spoke. "Then what if he pursues us right now? You aren't in any condition to fight." Azeroth shook his head negatively. "He can't pursue us now since I have torn its ligaments. It can't feel the pain because of the adrenaline rush. As long as we don't antagonize it too much and not activate its survival instincts, it won't be in a condition to follow us." "All right, but when did you tear his ligaments? I never saw you do that." Sophie was surprised to hear that news. The arrow dragon that struck the golden ape was what tore its ligaments. "I am sure it would soon feel the pain as his body calms down," Azeroth calmly answered. However, Azeroth was in a similar state. As his own adrenaline rush had stopped, he was beginning to feel even more pain in his ribs. "Let's leave." Sophie nodded her head and immediately grabbed Azeroth's hand as they both began running in the capital's direction. It went without saying that because of his injuries, Azeroth couldn't run at a fast pace. And since Sophie herself wasn't very quick, they were both running at a moderate pace. As they were running, Sophie suddenly inquired Azeroth, "You used the red lightning, didn't you? How can you use the celestial lightning?" Azeroth suddenly stopped as he heard Sophie's question. Sophie stopped as well and stared at Azeroth's face that was full of hesitation. She had a gentle smile as she added, "If you don't want to answer, then you don't need to. I was just slightly curious, that's all." Azeroth gazed at her gentle smile, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had made up his mind. "This is a secret that even I came to know just recently, so I would appreciate it if you keep it to yourself, Sophie. I told you, didn't I? If you aren't comfortable sharing it, then you don't need to." Sophie told Azeroth with a straight face. Azeroth shook his head and replied, "No, I trust you, and I also wanted to share it with you earlier, but was a little nervous and scared. Recently, when I went hunting with a few of my servants, I unknowingly activated the dormant celestial blood in me. It was at that moment I understood that I am a hybrid possessing the human and celestial powers." Azeroth finally told her the truth. Even though Sophie had expected this answer, she still showed some surprise on her face. She also understood why he was hesitant and a little scared about sharing it with her. The hybrids were looked down on, no matter what race it was. The Celestials would abhor the hybrids possessing celestial blood, while the humans wouldn't accept them. "I understand if you don't wish to have any contact with me from now on." Azeroth suddenly spoke before turning his head away. Suddenly, he felt something soft and warm pressed against his lips. His eyes remained widened in shock as Azeroth saw Sophie pressing her lips against his own, kissing him passionately. Her tongue entered Azeroth's mouth as she began a tongue battle against him. After a few minutes, Sophie's lips finally parted. She had a mischievous yet sincere smile as she spoke. "This should give you my answer. To damn with those annoying customs. I like you know, I love you, Edwin. I don't care if you're a hybrid or not. To me, you're the man who has stolen my heart. Your secret shall forever remain safe with me. However, meanwhile in his heart, Azeroth was thinking calmly, finally this is over with. That was really cringe acting from me. But with this I have a useful piece to interfere in the capital. Let's get going now, Sophie added as she held Azeroth's hand and they continued their run. With this, both of them began running at a similar pace as before. While running, Azeroth was quickly healing his ribs using the golden flames. Considering Sophie's ardor sensory abilities, she shouldn't sense his golden flames as long as he doesn't bring it out of his body. Azeroth and Sophie took many breaks as they moved towards the capital's direction. This went on for nearly half a day, and in this time, Azeroth had perfectly healed his injuries. His heavenly demon transformation technique and already changed his physique significantly that had enhanced his healing. Also, he had been actively healing his bones with the golden flames, so it was natural for it to be back to normal in half a day. At this time, the two had finally reached a tavern on the way that was specially made for the travelers on their journey, the Silver Blood Inn. The inn was a 3-story stone-walled building, with a small fenced yard and a large cellar. Accommodations consist of several large rooms with beds and straw mattresses. Its location was at the entrance of a village named Beetham. Azeroth and Sophie took a good look at the inn and soon decided to walk inside. Once they were inside, they saw that the ground floor had a lot of open space which was used as a dining hall. From the entrance, the reception was a couple of steps ahead. The innkeeper appeared to be a middle-aged man with a rough look. Let's get something to eat first. Azeroth gave his suggestion to Sophie. These days, they had been eating the supplies in Sophie's rings. As the two smelled this delicious aroma in this inn, they instinctively knew that their food would be much better than the supplies they had been eating. The two occupied a table, and a waiter soon appeared to ask for their order. Roasted mutton and millet bread, tankard of mead. Azeroth gave his order. Salted lamb and soft cheese, tankard of ale. Sophie gave an order. The waiter nodded his head and headed back to get their order. Now that they were safe in the inn, Sophie began to think back about what had happened. She remembered that everything was fine before she lost consciousness because of exhaustion. But after she woke up, the entire situation was far too crazy for her to understand. What happened after I fell asleep? She asked Azeroth since he was the one who was managing the barrier after she lost consciousness. Azeroth was ready for this question and began to narrate the entire story with a few lies mixed in it to make himself seem somewhat helpless in the situation. Since Peter had not returned or contacted her, it already told Sophie that he was dead. However, when Azeroth informed her that only a single 5-star beast was leading the beast raid, she understood that Peter had already killed the 5-star beast before his own death. Sophie was feeling quite melancholic as she remembered how her guards had given up their very lives to buy time for her an escape. When she had come to deal with this beast raid, she had never expected that all her guards would die and she would be returning to the capital city with Azeroth. It was then she stared at Azeroth. She remembered how he had jumped forward without hesitation and taken a strong blow for her. If he had wanted to, he could have easily escaped the golden ape alone while leaving Sophie to deal with it. But he had stayed behind and tried his best to protect her. She was touched by those actions. Sophie was aware that she was beautiful. Many men had approached her and confessed to her with cheesy lines. Many were rather extravagant about it, as they would do anything for her to return her feelings. However, she knew that those people would abandon her without a second thought when they were up against that golden ape. She was fondly gazing at Azeroth while thinking, I was just thinking of having some fun and try a relationship. Who would have expected that I would really fall in love with him? Even now, Sophie wasn't exactly clear about her feelings. She didn't know whether it was an infatuation or love since this was the first time she had experienced such strong feelings related to romance. The waiter soon brought their orders. Once the food had arrived, Azeroth and Sophie began salivating at the same time. Azeroth was truly waiting for the food as he was really hungry. As soon as the waiter had placed the plates down, Azeroth picked up the roasted mutton and took a large bite and chewed it properly. In contrast, Sophie was eating her food rather calmly. As she looked at how Azeroth was eating his food, she couldn't stop herself from smiling mischievously and speak, I have never seen a noble family heir eating his food so crudely. Azeroth first chewed the food in his mouth and then picked up the tankard of mead that had arrived before gulping down a lot of it in one go. He then replied to Sophie's words, say what you want, but I am damn hungry right now. If you don't hurry up, your order is gonna be in my stomach as well. Although Sophie's expression remained calm on the surface, her speed of eating her food did increase. The first thing they finished was their drinks. Azeroth immediately asked for a refill and Sophie did the same. Soon the two requested another serving. Sophie drank more ale, and soon the alcohol began to show its effect on her as her cheeks turned reddish. Her eyelids dropped as she began chuckling suddenly. Hee hee, your face is so red. I didn't think that you had such low tolerance for alcohol, Edwin. Speak for yourself, woman. Azeroth countered with a smirk as he chugged down the mead in that turn. Sophie seemed to be getting competitive over this as she also picked up her tankard and chugged her ale. After she had strongly placed the tankard on the table, Sophie's smile seemed to have grown wider. This is our first date. Hee, I'm so happy to finally have this date with you. During our academy time, I was waiting when you would come and invite me to a meal, but you never even talked to me properly. It's nice that you have grown out of your inferiority complex, Edwin. You were too shy to even talk to me while looking in my eyes. Sophie revealed one of our inner thoughts to Azeroth. Azeroth didn't find it that surprising, but he still made an embarrassed look in front of Sophie as he replied, Miles will probably burn in jealousy if he knew that I am sharing a meal with you right now. The two chuckled together for some moments. Sophie also added to his words, heh, true. Suddenly her entire mood switched, and instead of that smile, she had a melancholic look on her face. It's because of everyone's sacrifices that we can come of it alive. And instead of mourning them, we are seemingly celebrating our survival. We really are degenerates and heartless people, aren't we? Azeroth heard her words, but he still picked up another bite of his food. It was as if he was ignoring those earlier words from Sophie. Sophie wasn't happy to see this, and she frowned before asking Azeroth, why are you ignoring my words? I am genuinely confused as these thoughts appear in my head. Please say something. I didn't reply not because I was ignoring you, but because I believed that there was no point in replying. Azeroth spoke as he raised his head before looking into Sophie's eyes with a calm expression. You feel guilty because you are enjoying your survival while those warriors had sacrificed their lives. Tell me, how has the situation changed from before? The peace that you and I enjoy in our cities is because the soldiers and the warriors died during the war. Do you feel guilty while you enjoy your life at that time? This question seemed to have struck Sophie's mind immediately. She knew in her heart that she had never once considered the life or the work of a soldier or a warrior fighting on the battlefield. However, as she thought of it now, she found that it was more and more similar to her current situation. The only difference was that the soldiers or the warriors weren't just dying for her, they were dying for their country. But she was still enjoying the rewards of their sacrifices without giving it any thought. Azeroth was still not done yet. The situation is the same. However, in this, only the two of us have survived. I can more or less understand why you even feel sad or guilty about this situation. It's because your guards went ahead to hold back the beast raid, allowing you to escape, right? Once again, Azeroth nailed his target with his hypothesis. Sophie turned away her head as she couldn't bear to look into Azeroth's eyes. Allow me to give you a clear explanation why they went ahead, welcoming their death. It's because they wanted you to survive so that you can return and take good care of their families and return their favor of saving your life. When the beast army was approaching, they must have realized, if you stayed behind, you wouldn't be helpful at all. The beast army would absolutely kill all of you, and their families in the capital wouldn't even receive the news of their demise any soon. Moreover, even if they did receive the news, do you think your father will take special care of the families of the soldiers who failed to protect his only dear daughter? Even under the effect of alcohol, Sophie understood that her father wouldn't have cared one bit about those families. Keep this in your heart that other than those who love you dearly, the others will never sacrifice anything for you unless they get something in return. These words from Azeroth strongly resounded in Sophie's mind. There were a lot of thoughts going on in her head now. Her mind was recalling all her recent events and unconsciously connecting them to Azeroth's words, and surprisingly, in most situations, Sophie found that Azeroth's theory was absolutely correct. Azeroth replied with a matter-of-fact tone, I naturally need to help my girlfriend during such moments. As Sophie heard him call her his girlfriend, she found a strange liking to this word. Soon, Sophie smirked as she saw Azeroth was done with his food. She asked him, are you ready to get the main thing now? Azeroth was confused by her words. Sophie raised her arm and called for the waiter. After the waiter arrived, she spoke, get us 6 shots of vodka. Also, prepare another round of 6 shots after this one. The waiter nodded his head and returned to get the order ready. Meanwhile, Azeroth was thinking calmly, it seems this woman really wants to drink herself until her mind collapses. But a clever smirk soon appeared as he added in his mind, other than slightly decrease my focus, alcohol can do nothing to me. I wonder her limit though. Soon the waiter returned with 6 shots of vodka. One by one, Azeroth and Sophie finished those 6 shots. Azeroth drank 3 and Sophie drank the other 3. They ordered another 6 shots. It was finished as Azeroth drank 3 and Sophie drank the other 3. Soon they continued to order those vodka shots until Sophie's eyelids began to drop. She was truly sleepy now. Azeroth noticed this, and after finishing up the shots, he paid the bill. He had quite some money since he had looted Peter and other Sophie's guards, so it wasn't difficult to settle the bill. Soon, Azeroth went over to the reception while Sophie stood in his arms. As the receptionist glanced at them, he saw Sophie snuggling up in Azeroth's embrace. As he laid his eyes on Sophie, even the innkeeper couldn't help but have lustful thoughts about her. Sophie had fair white skin, an exceptionally beautiful face that seemed perfect from every angle, and her breasts were also rather large that enhanced her sexy charm greatly. Moreover, as the innkeeper's eyes lowered down, he saw those long, milky white legs that just made his mind go crazy with desire. The innkeeper even began thinking boldly, this girl is completely drunk. I just need to deal with this annoying guy and I can play with this woman how I want. Keek, suddenly, the innkeeper's dirty fantasies were interrupted as he was thrown back by a sudden burst of ardor. It naturally came from Azeroth. The innkeeper soon returned to his senses as he was struck by that shockwave. He stood back up and looked at Azeroth, speaking with an awkward look. Yes, sir. What were you saying? I said, give us a room for tonight. Azeroth coldly spoke. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. The man quickly replied. He then turned to a servant and ordered him, quickly show sir the room number 107. Azeroth soon followed that servant up on the stairs while Sophie just continued to hang around him in that drunken state. Her grip on Azeroth's arm was tight and it prevented her from falling down multiple times. After getting in the room, Azeroth asked the servant to return. Soon, he went to the bed and just fell on it. The exhaustion his body had built up until now was showing its effect. Azeroth just wanted to continue sleeping for a long time to recover his energy, whether it was the physical energy or the mental energy. Sophie had already stopped holding Azeroth's arm once she entered the room. As Azeroth turned his head to look at what she was doing, he was surprised to see that she had already removed her top and was in a plain red bra that held her large breasts. Once Azeroth saw that sight and then the motion of how Sophie was also removing her shorts, his body temperature increased suddenly. The exhaustion from a few seconds earlier was going away as his hormones completely activated and he felt his dick react to that sight. Soon, Sophie was just in her bra and her panties, and as she raised her head to look at Azeroth, she found that he was no longer on the bed but right in front of her. There was that lustful look in his eyes as his lips immediately captured Sophie's mouth before she could even speak anything. Their tongues battled out against each other as Azeroth slowly turned Sophie towards the bed. Once their kiss ended, Azeroth suddenly pushed Sophie on the bed and lustfully said, "Let's have some fun, my dear seductress." Soon, Azeroth's hands moved towards Sophie's large breasts as he held them and fondled them expertly. Sophie began to release loud moans from her mouth as she felt Azeroth's hand movements on her chest, even when he was fondling her breasts while she was still wearing her bra. Sophie didn't even realize when her bra was removed, and Azeroth was soon fondling her raw breasts, sometimes pinching her nipples, nibbling or licking her breasts, or sometimes just fondling them expertly as she felt extreme pleasure from this. However, this wasn't all she was feeling. Azeroth's fingers were already inside Sophie's pussy, and he was surprised that it was so wet. "You really are a temptress," Azeroth spoke before licking his lips as he removed his clothes. In her drunken state, Sophie saw Azeroth standing ahead of her, with his 10 inches large dick that just made her wonder, is it normal to be so big? And once Azeroth had used his true weapon, Sophie realized that the pleasure she had been receiving earlier was nothing but the mere tip of the iceberg. In that night, Azeroth took Sophie Russell's virginity and still went on to pound her pussy for half a day until it was midnight time. It was only then that Azeroth's lust was satisfied. After that, Azeroth used his ardor to clean the sheets effortlessly, and the two slept in each other's arms naked. The next morning, Azeroth woke up as the sun rays fell on his face. He opened his eyes, and his vision fell on the naked woman sleeping in his embrace. He wasn't surprised to see Sophie still sleeping, as she was bound to be quite tired because of their sexual activity last night. Azeroth slowly got up and wore his clothes. He sat down on the ground and began to meditate, using his heavenly demon meditation technique to digest the death energy he had absorbed. His demon transformation mode's power had increased quite significantly. He was more or less sure that if he could use the heavenly demon transformation mode against that golden ape, he could have defeated that beast. However, it would also be quite foolish to give up the long-term gains for a fleeting victory. Although having sex with Sophie wasn't in his plans, but Azeroth was sure that having a strong bond with this woman will only assist him in the future. It had to be known that Sophie had quite an influence within the capital. Her father, Spencer Russell, had quite a fame because he was the youngest Royal Guard captain. However, not just this, but her beauty and her friends contributed to Sophie's fame as well. Many princesses and other noble heiresses of the Kingdom of Siniel were her good friends. First thing Azeroth wanted to know was just how had humanity grown to the level that they could fend off the beasts, demons, and the Celestials on their own on this continent. Although from Edwin's memories, he understood that some major revolution had occurred in the human world after his death, but he still wasn't clear about what it was. Moreover, even Edwin had no idea about the powers of the royal family. It was extremely important for Azeroth to know the secret of the royal family's powers. This could give him another clue on how he should further enhance his power. An hour soon passed, and Sophie opened her eyes and yawned. She stretched her arms to their limit and slowly raised her upper body and sat on the bed. She suddenly felt a cold breeze strike her body. As Sophie lowered her head, she saw that she was wholly naked. not just her upper body but her lower body. And then she heard a voice greeting her. "Looks like you finally woke up, sleepyhead." As Sophie turned her head, she saw Azeroth seated on the ground in a cross-legged posture, and her mind froze. What happened? Why are we in the same room? Most importantly, why am I naked right now? Sophie seemed to be screaming in her mind while on the surface she just showed a dead calm look. "So are you fine now? It was your first time after all." Azeroth seemed to be asking those words with a slightly concerned tone. Sophie slowly recalled everything that had occurred last night, and her face flushed pure red due to embarrassment. According to what she remembered, she was the one who was clinging to him after getting completely drunk. Moreover, she was also the one who had began to remove her clothes after getting into a room alone with Azeroth. Her feelings, her lust at that moment, the pain after that, and most importantly, the pleasure she experienced later, she remembered all of it now. She didn't know what she should speak. She was nervous, embarrassed, and somewhat angry. Her anger's target wasn't Azeroth but herself. "You look annoyed. Is it because of what happened yesterday?" Azeroth asked Sophie as he looked at her with a small frown. Sophie looked at Azeroth and noticed that small frown. She thought that he was probably feeling guilty about it. She didn't like seeing him like this. I loved it as well." Azeroth replied with a slight smile. Sophie placed her feet on the floor and began walking. She winced as she felt some pain because of the sexual activities yesterday. On the third step, she stumbled. Azeroth stepped forwards and held her shoulders before she could fall. Currently, Sophie and Azeroth had a very low distance between them. Sophie's breasts with her erect nipples seemed to invite Azeroth to touch them. Azeroth's vision fell on Sophie's breasts and her curvy ass, but he changed his focus immediately. Sophie whispered to Azeroth, and he soon released her from his hold. Sophie pulled out her clothes from her spatial ring. She looked at Azeroth, who seemed to have returned to his meditation. Sophie wondered whether she should ask him to move out of the room so that she could change her clothes, or she should just change it now. After some contemplation, she decided to not care about Azeroth's presence here. He had seen and done much more than this yesterday. As Sophie wore her clothes, her racing heart was finally calming down. "Are you coming to the capital with me?" Sophie was curious about this, so she asked Azeroth straight away. "Are you planning to introduce me to my father-in-law?" Azeroth spoke with a joking tone. Azeroth just released a sound of confirmation from his throat. A few seconds later, he spoke. "I do agree that meeting your father is somewhat necessary to convince him, but I can't meet him yet. I have my hands full with some tasks back at home. After dealing with them, I will immediately begin my journey to the capital." These words were spoken rather seriously. Sophie looked slightly disappointed as she heard his words. "You mean you won't return together with me to the capital?" Azeroth noted her slightly sadness and raised his hand to caress her cheeks. "If it was any less important, I would have definitely agreed. It is related to my dead mother. My father should fulfill his promise now that I have returned alive from this mission." "Related to your mother." Sophie immediately understood that it was going to be impossible for Azeroth to give up the chance of learning more about his mother. She no longer tried to convince him and spoke. "All right, but promise me that you will come as quickly as possible." Naturally, Azeroth gave her a confirmatory nod. Once Sophie had received his confirmation, she was rather delighted. And soon her stomach grumbled due to hunger. "Let's go get something to eat." I was also quite hungry. With this, the two went down to eat in the bar of this inn. After half an hour, Azeroth and Sophie left the Silver Blood Inn. As the two were walking on the path, Sophie asked Azeroth, "You will go straight to the Rihal city?" Azeroth gave his nod and replied, "Yeah." For some moments, both of them were silent since they didn't know what they should talk about. Azeroth finally opened his mouth and asked, "Are you going to inform your father about our relationship?" As Sophie heard his words, the corner of her lips rose and she asked, getting cold feet. Azeroth casually shrugged as he replied, "Who isn't scared of your father in the Cinealian kingdom? Even the king won't dare to provoke your father. Don't worry. I won't mention it to him. You need to be the one to prove to him that you hold the capability to date me. I can just put in an occasionally good word about you, otherwise he will get suspicious and might ban you from seeing me. Worse yet, he might even kill you just to prevent any future troubles." Sophie spoke to Azeroth, who looked to be in deep thought after hearing those words. All right. Currently, Azeroth and Sophie were walking towards the village. They were planning to hire carriages and horses. Initially, Azeroth planned to accompany Sophie in the carriage, and once they had to split, he would ride the horse and return to the Rihal city. Sophie didn't object to his words. She was thinking and calculating for how long they could be together in the carriage, and the answer turned out to be 4 days. After 4 days, Azeroth would be on his own way riding his horse. Sophie would have to return to the capital alone on the carriage. This was going to be her first time traveling alone without any guards around her. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. Azeroth wasn't thinking about Sophie, though. He was more curious about what had occurred in the Glerian kingdom. Was the king going to accept his offer or not? If the king does accept the offer, Azeroth could finally use his mountain of wealth to entangle the two kingdoms in his schemes. He wasn't worried about exhausting all his wealth. Instead, he was worried about not using it all. There were many ways he could get those crystals and ardor metals back or maybe earn it in the future. Stealing the royal treasury of a kingdom focusing on trade was bound to fill his reserves up. The one who paid for the carriage and horses was Azeroth. Naturally, Sophie still had no idea that this money Azeroth had was looted from her guards. Anyway, the two were on their way in a single carriage. Azeroth closed his eyes and had begun to cultivate his ardor. Meanwhile, Sophie continued to stare at Azeroth's face and felt her heartbeat getting faster. She didn't know why, but she found him very attractive at this moment. Soon, her thoughts drifted to the previous evening when the two had sex. Azeroth pounded his huge cock in her pussy and took her virginity. Maintaining her virginity was considered a symbol of purity in the Fraska continent, and it would be wrong to say that Sophie didn't regret it. She did regret it, as she didn't want to lose her virginity so soon. She was just 18 years old after all. However, both of their inner desires were let loose yesterday, and she found it hard to only blame Azeroth for this. Azeroth and Sophie continued to stay together for the next few days. They continued to have their little dates in the bars of the inn or taverns. However, this time, Sophie didn't drink alcohol too much. She didn't want a repeat of the earlier situation in which her desires overpowered her rational mind. And as a young woman, she was quite shy and didn't want to take the initiative regarding sex. If Azeroth did take the initiative and express that he wanted to do something, she wouldn't be able to reject him. However, Azeroth's mind wasn't focused on sex. He was more dedicated to digesting the deathly energy within his body. It was nearly done. However, there was something that confused Azeroth. The amount of energy he had processed was enough for him to advance to the Demon Lord level twice. So just why hadn't his energy to the 5-star rank? This did worry him a bit. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was sure that this wasn't some sort of bottleneck created because of a lack of understanding of the energy, but something else entirely. He was looking at the situation from the wrong angle. Just what it is that I am missing. I need to figure out it quickly, or else I will remain stuck at this 4-star rank. Many of his important skills could only be used at the Demon Lord rank, so he was longing to reach that stage. I have already used the humanely and the demon's methods of breaking the bottleneck, but it doesn't seem to work. The way to rise in the ranks of the humanely ardor is to train the body and absorb the surrounding energy. For the demonic ardor, it is to train the body and absorb the surrounding energy. However, if the user can absorb the death energy, then the person would need much less energy and would be a lot faster while advancing to the next rank. The basic condition of the celestial ardor must be the same as that of the demonic ardor. If this goes on, then it would take me nearly 3 times of that death energy to finally raise my rank to the 5-star rank. If my theory is correct, then using the method of celestials should shorten the time and lower the energy required, but if not, Azeroth had no other choice than to go along with it, since he could no longer change what had happened. These days, Azeroth was preparing a plan to use the method of celestials and harvest a lot of energy. After all, this method of celestials was much trickier in application than the demons. What he had to do was harvest a lot of faith energy from living beings. Unlike the death energy that could be easily harvested after killing someone, Azeroth would have to form a sort of religion, and people would have to offer a sacrifice on his totem or altar. Depending on the value or energy held within that sacrifice, it would then be converted into faith energy and add to the recipient's ardor. Naturally, how he should make such a religion was quite tricky for Azeroth. He was wondering whether to create this new religion in the form of a demon, a celestial, or a wandering sage. This identity would be crucial for his life ahead, so he had to plan it properly. First, I might need to train more with the celestial ardor. I'm still not proficient enough in it to even defeat a lower-ranked angel. Soon, the time came when both Sophie and Azeroth had to split apart. Azeroth was out to leave the carriage when Sophie suddenly hugged him. She whispered with a low voice, "Meet me soon." "Yeah, sure," Azeroth muttered before leaving the carriage. He took the reins of the horse and then rode off in the Rihal city's direction. The carriage driver and Azeroth seemed to have left at the same time. One moved in the northwest, while the other in the west direction. The route ahead was supposed to be clear of monsters or any forest, so it was rather safe. A few days earlier in Trant's house, Rihal City, Trant received a slip from a white pigeon. He held that slip in his hands while drinking his water. As he read the contents in the slip, he spat out the water in shock. "What the? Edwin and Sophie are booking just a single room when they stay in an inn. Since when did they get so close?" There was indeed a hint of jealousy in Trant's tone, as he couldn't believe that his best friend had stolen the heart of their school beauty. Damn. I need to know just what happened at that Clora's town. Trant was quite curious just how things had reached such a point. Suddenly, another thought entered Trant's head, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. That woman better not be thinking of making Edwin a shield. If so, Trant's eyes flashed with killing intent, as he wasn't going to have any mercy on her. Trant flipped the slip and wrote some instructions before tying it to the white pigeon's leg and held it up in his hands. Soon, the pigeon knew it was time to return and began flapping its wings to fly away. A few days earlier, he received the message that Lennox Reese had no idea about Azeroth's identity. Though the man had met up with the king of the Glerian kingdom, there had been no mention of Azeroth's name. Trant was happy as he heard this news. It was because it meant that whatever disguise Azeroth had put up while meeting that man was effective. Meanwhile, a day had passed since Azeroth and Sophie split up. He was on his way back to the Rihal city, and Sophie was on her way back to Messinana city, the capital. Azeroth had built a camp on his way as he and his horse took some rest there. The horse ate the grass in the area, while Azeroth placed his back against a tree for a short nap. When he woke up, his eyes made contact with a rather astonishing individual. The one who stared right into his eyes was none other than Edwin Rhodes's father, Jonas Rhodes. Unlike Edwin's blue locks, the man ahead of him had blonde hair with some stripes in purple color. According to Azeroth's analysis, that purple color was not the original hair color of this man, but those purple colors seemed to be because of the side effect of a specific technique. As for the face, the man was exceptionally handsome, and Azeroth could understand why Edwin looked rather handsome from the start. He was truly endowed with impressive genes, and now that Azeroth had also removed all the impurities from his body, his own charm had increased significantly, such that even Jonas Rhodes was internally surprised as he saw Azeroth's fair skin and appearance. At a glance, the garments worn by Jonas Rhodes appeared to be absolutely simple with no relation to ardor. However, Azeroth vaguely guessed the true reason for his lack of any spiritual clothing. Jonas Rhodes was a 6-star warrior, and his pure power could be compared to a demon king from the demon realm. He could ignore most attacks launched by someone below 6-star rank, and if Jonas wanted to use his clothes to assist him in a fight against an equally proficient opponent, then their price would be far too great even for the Rhodes noble family. Most importantly, though, Azeroth guessed that this man didn't want to grow dependent on external power like clothing or weapon. Personal growth was the best way to go. While Azeroth was observing Jonas Rhodes, the same was true conversely. Jonas Rhodes was gauging Azeroth and noted that his son had changed quite significantly. He guessed that the change must have occurred because of the death of those servants left behind by his mother. You have become a changed man. It seems that the cruel experience is finally teaching you stuff you should have known long ago. Jonas Rhodes spoke with a completely emotionless voice. Yes, father. Azeroth turned his head as if he didn't want to meet Jonas Rhodes's eyes. Hearing Azeroth's words, Jonas didn't relax at all. Instead, his gaze grew colder as he asked, "Why did you not inform the family that you were going out? Moreover, you actually went to Chlora's town to provide them aid in their beast raid." Azeroth looked somewhat startled as he heard Jonas's words. Just why was this man angry over this matter? The Rhodes family should have nothing to do with this matter, right? I didn't think it would be such a big deal. Azeroth sharply replied to Jonas. The tone and the words made Jonas raise his right brow in return. It was rare for his son to talk to him in such a tone. So you have also learned to talk back. Jonas spoke with the same cold voice as before. Azeroth clenched his fists, but he still lowered his head and stayed silent. Jonas noted that reaction, but chose not to comment on it. Instead, he added, 6 months ago, I investigated it earlier and knew that this place had some relation with the demons. I sent my contacts to the Alpine Gerbil Woods and all of them mysteriously died. It was at that time I got the idea of luring this demon out and also strike the foundation of our rivals. As Jonas revealed this information, Azeroth connected the dots. He now understood why there were so many heirs of the noble families present to provide aid. It was because Jonas was specifically providing the information of the beast raid to the noble families. Moreover, he seemed to have deliberately played down the threat of this beast raid. The fact that the noble families had trusted that information meant that they must have received it from their own intelligence networks. Azeroth was somewhat impressed since this meant that Jonas seemed to know quite a few secrets of the other noble families. No wonder the Rhodes family was progressing steadily under this man's leadership. The beast raid was much stronger than expected. Sophie and I barely escaped with our lives intact. Azeroth informed Jonas of this information calmly. Sophie, who is this woman? Jonas looked puzzled at hearing this name from his son. Sophie Russell, the daughter of Spencer Russell. Azeroth replied to Jonas. Jonas's eyes narrowed at those words as he whispered softly, even Spencer's daughter was entangled, huh? It's a pity she survived. Azeroth wasn't surprised to hear this from Jonas's mouth. Jonas and Spencer could be considered to have a fierce rivalry. The two were from the same generation and had risen up with nearly the same speed. However, Spencer had grown up without any resources of a noble family, and even then, he had eventually exceeded Jonas in terms of strength and cultivation. Currently, if Jonas could be considered a high-level demon king in the demon realm, then Spencer was at the peak of the demon king. The king of the Cinealian kingdom also favored Spencer more than Jonas. You mentioned that only you and that woman barely survived. When did you split up? Jonas asked Azeroth with a curious gaze. Azeroth knew why Jonas was asking such a question. As long as Sophie wasn't too far away, he was going to go ahead to capture her or maybe kill her. It was most definitely to mess up with the emotional state of Spencer Russell so that his breakthrough to the 7-star rank would be delayed. His relationship with Sophie was necessary for a few of his future plans, so he couldn't have her die just yet. With a straightforward gaze, Azeroth replied, 6 days ago, we both traveled together for 2 days until we reached the village named Gremmer. After that, we split up as she bought a carriage and began her movements towards the capital. Meanwhile, I bought a horse and began my return journey as well. Jonas appeared to be indifferent to Azeroth's explanation. According to his own calculations, if that woman didn't encounter any bandits or other reasons, then she should be quite near to the capital. It was rather risky to show his appearance there and deal with this woman. At most, he could contact his men in the capital and order them to deal with her if they could. What of the status of the beast raid? Jonas asked casually. There were more than thousands of beasts above the 2-star rank who fought against us in this beast raid. Moreover, there were also 2 5-star rank beasts. One of them was killed by Sophie's guard, while the other was still alive before I ran away. I don't know what has happened after that. Azeroth chose his words very carefully as he gave the beast raid status. You managed to survive a beast raid led by 2 5-star beasts. Impressive. Jonas casually praised his son, but Azeroth's expression hardly changed. Although Jonas appeared to be asking that question quite casually, his senses and intelligence could not be underestimated. If this man had even a slight suspicion that Edwin's soul had already been swallowed by someone else, he wouldn't hesitate to pull out Azeroth's soul and torture it for information. If it was a battle of spirit in his own mindscape, Azeroth was more than happy to fight against Jonas. However, if it was outside of his body, then he wasn't so sure of his victory. Jonas seemed to have expected such an answer from Azeroth and spoke seriously. What matters to me is that you survived. You should think that it's their honor to sacrifice their lives for you since you are my son. What a narcissistic and self-centered man he is. These were Azeroth's thoughts about Jonas Rhodes. Yes, father. Still, Azeroth replied with a rather submissive look. Let's return to the mansion now. Jonas spoke as he grabbed hold of Azeroth's arm. The two began to fly in the sky. Azeroth looked down at the horse that had been left behind inside. Suddenly, though, Jonas's complexion turned slightly ugly as he turned towards Azeroth and asked him coldly, "How are you a 4-star warrior already?" This question was so sudden that Azeroth was rather astonished, and the rate of his heartbeat increased exponentially. Have I been found out? For a few seconds, there was a strange yet suffocating silence around the Jonas and Azeroth as they continued to fly towards the Rhodes estate. Jonas was utterly shocked that he had actually failed to sense the fluctuations of ardor from Azeroth earlier. He had only found out about Azeroth's true strength when he had used his energy and fly together with him. Just a month or so ago, he had personally checked Edwin's energy and was sure that Edwin was just a 2-star warrior. Just how could 2 great breakthroughs occur in a month? Speak. Was it during the time you went out hunting and your servants lost their lives? Did you encounter something heavenly there? The man frantically asked Azeroth. Azeroth understood that Jonas was more curious about the breakthrough than his true identity. Damn, that gave me a scare. As for Jonas's questions, Azeroth already had an answer prepared beforehand. No, father, it's just that blinding light was released from my body that killed a few beasts in the area before I collapsed out of exhaustion. After I woke up, I was really dirty and then took a bath in the nearby lake. When I used my ardor, I felt as if it was much greater than before and also much stronger. When I returned to the mansion, I read a couple of books and understood that it was celestial ardor. As if to give proof, Azeroth raised his right hand, and golden energy enveloped his entire hand. I began to look for ways to train it and slowly get more proficient in it. Azeroth slowly lowered his hand, and the golden light dimmed as well. You possess the celestial bloodline and awakened it. Jonas looked astonished as he came to know of this fact. He was more or less sure that this celestial bloodline couldn't have come from his lineage. This meant it was from his concubine, who was dead now. Make sure to keep this celestial bloodline a secret. You should be well aware of how the hybrids are treated in this kingdom, right? Jonas looked at Azeroth with a serious gaze. Yes, I haven't told this secret to anyone else but you, father. Azeroth spoke with a convincing tone. Jonas slowly nodded his head as he seemed satisfied with Azeroth's answer. Good, now let's return. The two picked up speed as they flew towards the Rhodes estate. Azeroth felt it rather refreshing to fly at such speed. Currently, he could only fly by controlling the wind element, but even then, his flying speed was far slower than Jonas's flying speed. On the horse, it would have still taken Azeroth another 3 days to return home, but flying with Jonas, it only took him half a day to return back to the mansion. The two had landed on the balcony that was next to the Great Hall of the Rhodes estate. As the two stepped within the Great Hall, many servants saw how Azeroth and Jonas had entered the Great Hall from the balcony. One of the servants silently left the great hall to inform this information to his master. Although all the servants in the Rhodes estate were working for Jonas Rhodes, most of them were assigned to different members of the Rhodes family and were naturally more devoted to them. Edwin also had his own faithful bunch of servants who were now dead. Zachariah Rhodes, one of Edwin's uncles, was the first one to arrive in the Great Hall. He was the little brother of Jonas Rhodes and was a 5-star warrior in the family. His authority in the family was only below that of Jonas Rhodes, and on more than one occasion, he had tried to belittle Jonas and take control of his political authority. Naturally, his efforts had been in vain, as Jonas's authority in the family was still unshakable. The most important reason was his talent and power. Moreover, his bold personality would prevent anyone from taking things too far against him. Zachariah seemed to be surprised to see Jonas and Azeroth standing so close to each other. However, the man remained quiet as he waited for the other members of the family to arrive. Jonas seemed to have expected this as he went over to a nearby chair and sat on it, placing one of his feet on top of his other leg. Azeroth looked at Jonas and noticed that he was hinting at something. Azeroth also took a seat on a seat next to Jonas. It was considered quite impolite in the noble family to sit while someone senior to you was still standing. However, it was something that Jonas had asked Azeroth to do. Clearly, this indicated that he was dead set on humiliating Zachariah. Zachariah knew what his brother was attempting, but all he could do was keep his mouth shut at this moment. Soon, the other members of the family gathered at that place. They included the other uncles of Edwin, Lawrence, and the other older children of his uncles. It was at this moment that Zachariah finally asked Jonas with an ugly scowl, "Why did you return so soon, Jonas? Were you not going to investigate Clora's town because of the reports of the beast raid? Moreover, what is he doing here?" The man ended his series of questions while pointing at Azeroth. Edwin Rhodes was considered quite a trash in the family. It was well known that any important or crucial information regarding the Rhodes family wouldn't be passed on to him. He went to the Clora's town and aided them in their beast raid and has even survived it. I encountered him while he was returning home and heard about the result of the beast raid from him. Jonas Rhodes gave a brief answer to Zachariah's questions. As the other members of the Rhodes family, including Zachariah, heard Jonas's answer, they turned their heads in Azeroth's direction. Many of them began whispering among themselves. Their talks mainly exhibited their ridicule towards Azeroth. He provided aid to the beast raid. I hope this guy didn't pull them down by too much. Yeah, a mere 2-star warrior also thinks he can make a difference by going alone. How naive it seems that the death of his servants has just traumatized him. It is surprising, though, that the family head returned along with Edwin. According to my estimation of family head's character, he should have ordered Edwin to return before going over to investigate the scene personally. Azeroth had no choice but to remain absolutely silent as the individuals ahead of him kept judging him. Lawrence also held his doubts over why his father had allowed Edwin to remain at this scene. Normally, his father would have made sure to dismiss Edwin first before continuing with the family meeting. This was also a sign that Edwin couldn't threaten his position in family politics and had always relieved him. But today, a faint sense of fear appeared in his heart. However, he quickly calmed himself by thinking, how can this trash take over my position as the next head of the family? I am thinking too much into this. It was Zachariah who asked the crucial question, though, and what is the result of the beast raid in Clora's town? Jonas appeared quite relaxed as he replied back. All the warriors who turned up to fight against the beast raid died, except for Sophie, Russell, and Edwin. All the family members of the Rhodes noble family were shocked to hear that statement. Azeroth, or more precisely speaking, Edwin was merely trash for them. Just how could he survive the beast raid when many other stronger warriors than him had perished? You mean all the other noble family descendants also died? Even Zachariah found it far too inconceivable. He knew that a beast raid was incredibly dangerous, but the noble family heirs had many things to protect their lives. Their status was so distinguished that they could treat a beast raid as a mere trial. How could so many heirs of the noble families die so easily? Moreover, not just that, but combining it with the fact that Azeroth had actually survived when the others hadn't was even more unbelievable. Do I need to lie to you? Jonas spoke with a haughty tone. The Rhodes family members were incredibly familiar with this tone from Jonas. They knew that he was absolutely sure of this outcome. As Azeroth observed their reactions with his mystic eyes of perception, he understood that their shock was genuine. It clearly indicated that they were unaware of the plan put into motion by Jonas. This alone signified that Jonas didn't just rely on the network of Rhodes' family, but his own personal network. The first one to break out of his trance was Zachariah. The man asked with a sharp tone, "Are you not going to clean up those beasts then?" "Why should I?" Jonas coldly asked Zachariah. The two began to glare at each other intensely. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who was, in reality, an elder of the family, spoke with a warm tone. "You don't need to flare up so much, Jonas. Zachariah is merely curious about why you won't kill those beasts and extract their cores for the family. The king might also reward our noble family for dealing with a beast raid. Azeroth analyzed this man deeply as well. On the surface, this man seemed to be stepping up for Zachariah, but he was also condemning Jonas for not killing those beasts. As the other members of the family heard those words, they also felt that their family head took the wrong decision to return with Azeroth. However, even this question didn't faze Jonas. I have my own reasons for this. For now, it's better to not deal with the beast raid of Clora's town. It is related to something rather troublesome that even the Rhodes family can't deal with. Such words from Jonas were rather rare. Nearly all the members who had appeared for this meeting were convinced. Zachariah, though, was more and more curious about this beast raid. Just how could it threaten the Rhodes house? The topic of this beast raid was now over, so the other members were thinking of returning soon. Only Jonas and his 4 children, Azeroth, Lawrence, Lucas, and Brian, remained behind. In reality, Jonas had way more children than these 4, but only those who attended the meeting similar to the one earlier could possess all the benefits with that identity. Give some more information about the house to Edwin. From now on, he will also attend the meetings. Jonas soon left after leaving that message behind. Lawrence sneered at Azeroth as soon as Jonas had gone out of sight, and here I thought you wouldn't go any lower. But to beg father just to let you attend the meetings, you are truly disappointing. Lucas and Brian both had annoyed looks on their faces as well. They were annoyed because from their perspective Azeroth hadn't done anything to be rewarded so greatly by Jonas. Now, the monthly allowance of the 3 would be shared among the 4 until the next family head was announced. Currently, the one in the lead of the rankings was none other than Lawrence. Don't get in my way or else, the result won't be pretty, Lawrence warned Azeroth before he left the hall. Lucas and Brian stared at each other before nodding. They decided to leave as well. They didn't want to strengthen their competition by explaining things to Azeroth. They only hoped that he would be forced to drop out soon. However, none of these 3 individuals knew that Azeroth possessed the strongest martial strength amongst the 4 of them. And that was the very reason why Jonas had allowed Azeroth to join this meeting and throw him in this race for the next family head. Azeroth hardly cared about how the Rhodes family members treated him. The one thing he did find shocking was that there was not a single woman in this family meeting. He knew that this was a male-dominating society, but the females weren't oppressed to such an extent. There was definitely a specific reason for this. Jonas had gone over to his personal palace that was some distance away from the Rhodes estate. It could be said that all his concubines, including his wives, lived in that palace. That palace could be considered a heaven for some hot-blooded men. Today's meeting also allowed Azeroth to look at the whole picture rather clearly. Jonas was using him to balance this race of the next family head. According to him, Jonas was in his peak years and would continue on to live at this peak for the next 50 years. And if by any chance he broke through to the 7-star rank, then he might even live for another 400 years. However, it wasn't that easy to break through to the 7-star rank, or else there would have been many existences of that level. So Edwin or his brothers had little to no chance of getting his seat until either Jonas was very old or Jonas died due to some reason, or Jonas was crippled. Clearly, there was a low possibility of any of the 3 options to occur. In fact, Azeroth would go on to say that no one in the entire Cinealian kingdom could cripple or kill Jonas. Well, except for that man named Spencer Russell. Other than over-exaggerated rumors of that man, Azeroth didn't know anything much, so he couldn't gauge the strength of this man. However, according to his understanding, Jonas should be capable of running away even if he can't have a one-on-one battle against Spencer. After having thought about things related to the Rhodes family, Azeroth began to think about how to evolve his ardor to the 5-star rank. According to his instincts and reasoning, the shortcut would be to use the celestial method. He required a tremendous amount of faith energy. A few days later, Azeroth received a message from Trant to meet him. Why does he want to meet me? Curious about the reason behind this meeting, Azeroth left the Rhodes estate and went to meet up with Trant at his house. He had to take a detour and lose his pursuers before going to meeting Trant. Because of his presence in the meeting, Lawrence and his other brothers were taking him as a serious opponent. They wanted to keep an eye on him at all times or deal with him quickly without dirtying their own hands. Just as Azeroth reached Trant's house, the door to the house opened up. The one who opened the house was naturally Trant, and surprisingly, he was standing with a young woman right behind him. The woman was wearing black clothes and was quite a beauty. Her dark hair flowed down to her waist, and her blue eyes focused on Azeroth. At first glance, she appeared to be an ice-cold woman who would remain calm and emotionless in any situation. Trant seemed to be smiling as he invited Azeroth inside. "I have been waiting for you, Edwin. You finally found the time to visit me." Azeroth replied with an amused tone, "You seem to have quite a company with you in the form of this beauty." "I hope I am not a third wheel here." Trant smirked at Azeroth's words and gave a casual response. "She is Evelyn. Don't worry about her. She's just my newly hired secretary. Oh, I see. Come now, let's talk inside. Soon, Azeroth, Trant, and Evelyn were seated on 3 different chairs in the living room. Trant and Evelyn were seated on the same side while Azeroth was seated on the other side. Let's get straight to the topic. Why did you call for this meeting? Azeroth asked with a serious voice. He had multiple reasons for asking this question. However, the main reason was to check whether Trant was actually willing to speak anything ahead of Evelyn or not. Meaning, Azeroth wanted to know whether Trant actually trusted Evelyn or not. Trant's response would indicate just how much he trusted Evelyn. It's been quite a long time since we last met. I just wanted to meet up with you and introduce you to Evelyn. Trant spoke with a thin smile. Azeroth was surprised to see a flicker of emotion in Evelyn's eyes as she gazed at him. It was as if her gaze had turned rather gentle. The woman who hadn't spoken a single word to Azeroth until now finally spoke rather softly. Greetings, Lord Edwin. As Lord Trant has spoken, I am Evelyn, his new secretary. I hope to be useful to Lord Trant. Lord Trant, huh? Azeroth naturally noted the title this woman used for Trant. According to his understanding, Trant had no relation to a noble family and was only an ordinary man. Why would this woman refer so respectfully? As expected, Trant isn't simple at all. Nice to meet you, Evelyn. Azeroth's greeting was polite and respectful as he looked into Evelyn's eyes. Once Evelyn had slightly nodded, Azeroth turned his head to Trant's direction and asked him anyway, what about those slaves I mentioned? I need them urgently now. There was a flicker of disdain and disappointment in Evelyn's eyes, but she remained quiet. However, Trant merely smiled and replied, have I ever disappointed you, bro? I searched all the nearest cities for the best slaves in the underground and found out an organization that deals in this business of selling slaves. We can go there if you want. For that, get me some clothes to conceal myself. It won't be good if someone recognizes me there. Azeroth spoke to Trant, who was more than delighted to hear this. Well, what would you like to have, tea or coffee? Trant asked with a hint of a smile on his face. As you already know, jasmine tea. Azeroth dryly replied to Trant's question. Before Trant even gave an order, Evelyn went to make the tea. She was making 3 cups of jasmine tea, one for each of them. Just as Evelyn had gone away, Trant began speaking. I received a report from the Glirian Kingdom. The king seems to be quite suspicious of the offer received from Lennox Reese, but he is willing to take some risk in this trade. Azeroth more or less understood that Trant didn't want to talk about this issue in front of Evelyn. It meant that he didn't trust her that significantly yet. Why did you hire this woman as your secretary? She appears to be rather cold and doesn't seem to be your ideal type of woman. In fact, her chest area also appears to be lacking. Azeroth asked Trant with a casual tone. Trant had an embarrassed smile on his face as he replied immediately, get your head out of the gutter. She is a valuable assistant, that's why I hired her as my assistant. Her ability as a martial warrior is praiseworthy enough, and her ability in handling the budget would be second only to me. My head is in the gutter. Even a blind man would see your intentions. Azeroth spoke a voice full of disdain. Haha, hearing Azeroth's words, Trant just laughed aloud. On a serious note, do you have some useful information about what the Glirian Kingdom's ruler has decided? Will he accept my offer or not? Azeroth casually asked this question. He didn't really expect an answer from Trant's side, though. After all, how could Trant know what the king of the Glirian Kingdom had decided? Azeroth was waiting for Lennox Reese's letter or news of another individual from the Glirian Kingdom. Those would be the best way to signal that the king was considering Azeroth's offer. However, even if the king didn't accept his offer, Azeroth had another method to force the Glirian Kingdom to wage war upon the Cinealian Kingdom. For that, he required some servants. While these thoughts were revolving in Azeroth's head, Trant suddenly began speaking in a calm yet serious manner. The king is quite tempted by the offer. The general and the prime minister of the Glirian Kingdom, though, were against this offer. They gave the reason that this sudden surplus of resources had a rather suspicious origin and felt that it was a trap dug by the Cinealian Kingdom. After all, no matter who it was, there was no way an individual can give off so many resources to satisfy a kingdom, so this meant that it was either the Cinealian Kingdom or some other kingdom behind this conspiracy. However, the king was still not convinced by them. He seemed to be quite confident about taking this risk. If not for his son, Prince Villar Barker, stopping him then, he would have already accepted the deal and sent his people here to trade with you. The king then decided to first investigate the source of those resources and also investigate the person who gave that offer to Lennox Reese before making any further decision. First, they questioned Lennox Reese, and then they found out another issue. Azeroth wasn't surprised to hear that the king of the Glirian Kingdom had nearly accepted his offer. What he was more shocked was that Trant seemed to possess detailed information of what occurred in the court of Glirian Kingdom, as if he was sitting there when the proceedings went on. As for the part that the king was now using his connections to investigate him, what did Lennox Reese say when the king questioned him about my identity? Azeroth asked Trant, as he was now curious just how deeply was his spy network inlaid in the Glirian Kingdom. Trant calmly whispered, Lennox Reese mentioned that he had that deal with a demon. Trant then acutely observed Azeroth and seemed to be making a mental note of all his movements. Why would he describe you as a demon? Just what did you do that horrified him so badly? Trant was quite curious about this matter. Although he knew the methods to mentally break someone, he didn't think Edwin would know or use any of them. It's surprising how a blindfolded man can believe a couple of lies so easily. Azeroth gave a weak excuse. Before Trant could ask any more questions regarding this topic, Evelyn returned with a tray. In that tray were 2 cups of tea, one for Trant and the other for Azeroth. Azeroth glanced at Trant and signaled him to talk later. Trant understood that Azeroth didn't trust Evelyn, and he was right to hold his doubts over her. Speaking of such a delicate and risky plan in front of someone unfamiliar was just shortening your own life. Azeroth changed the topic by asking Trant, "So, you have any info about the special slaves that I might find out?" Azeroth's question didn't surprise Trant, and instead of answering him, he questioned back with a shrewd smile, "What do you think? Damn, how come you know everything?" Azeroth exclaimed before taking a sip of his tea. Trant ignored the question and began speaking. "Most of the slaves are probably demi-humans. Don't be surprised to see some half-demons. But there are also some rare slaves with a pure and royal bloodline of their race. Amongst all the slaves, I have my eyes on 3 of them. Those 3 will be invaluable for you in my opinion. Ho, brief me of them. 2 out of those 3 are demi-humans. One has a mixed bloodline of a human and a brown cougar. From the analysis of the slave company, the origin of his beast blood was from a 5-star beast who was possibly his mother. As for the other demi-human, his situation is somewhat trickier since his father appeared to have been a demon. Azeroth wasn't surprised to hear that there were demon kins in this slave market. Most demons had the tendency to go along with their desires. The cases of and murder were rather common in the Purgatory. According to the analysis by the slave company holding him, the child seems to be aware of his own lineage, but he refuses to speak. In fact, his bloodline is quite special, as no matter the effort this slave company puts, they can't get his secret out of him. Trant gave that piece of information quite casually as he saw that thoughtful look on Azeroth's face. Azeroth nodded his head and gestured for him to continue. The last one, and probably the one with the greatest value amongst all the slaves. It's a woman with pure elven blood. Not just that, but the instrument to measure her bloodline power broke before it could gauge the strength of her bloodline. You understand what it means, right? Trant finished speaking while asking a question from Azeroth. She possesses the divine bloodline of the elves. Azeroth was truly shocked by this information. This information meant that this elf who had been captured was a member of the royal family of elves. Azeroth knew full well just how prideful and protective the elves were about the people of their own race. Why hasn't the Elven Kingdom attacked the Cinealian Kingdom yet? Azeroth asked with some surprise evident in his voice. Although the humans had taken control over the entire continent and drew their own political map, it actually wasn't entirely accurate. There were many zones on the continent that wasn't actually under the humans, but rather under the beasts, demons, elves, or the dwarves. Naturally, there were special reasons why humans couldn't conquer those bits of land, like the Elf Kingdom. In terms of pure individual strength, the strongest expert they had was their Elf Queen, and in Azeroth's time, the Elf Queen was at most at the level of a demon god. He wasn't sure of the power level of the Elf Queen in this era, but he was sure that the humans must have managed to give birth to a 9-star warrior of their own. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken over such a large part of the continent. However, as far as Azeroth was aware of, even a 9-star warrior, or someone like the Demon Venerable, would be hard-pressed to actually win against the Elf Queen in her territory. This was because the elves received a rather strange boost in the forest where they resided. The forest of the elves was known as Nature's Abode. This forest seemed to have been blessed by a strong expert, or perhaps someone at the level of a demon venerable or a supreme god. This blessing was known as Nature's Blessing. This blessing had 2 main properties. One was that as long as the elves are in Nature's Abode, Nature's ardor would continue to empower them. That is why when the elves are fighting on their home ground, their attacks are 20-30 times more powerful. For the royal family of the elves, their attacks get 50 times more powerful. However, this wasn't the ability that scared Demon Venerable or the other experts. The second ability was the truly terrifying one. It was known as the Absolute Kill. It was a sacrificial ability activated upon the sacrifice of a royal member of the elves. Naturally, the individual who is being sacrificed must be at least a 4-star warrior before meeting the requirements to use this skill. It was a sacrifice to their guardian deity, the World Tree. The mysterious World Tree seemed to possess a great strength, as it had actually killed a demon venerable back in ancient times. Azeroth remembered this incident because he had taken part in that war against the elves. He was merely a demon lord at that time, but he still remembered how that red light struck their demon venerable who lead them. Even that demon venerable found it impossible to resist that red light and soon died. In fact, it was precisely due to this that the demons immediately retreated and never dared to attack the Elven Kingdom again. Not just their divine wood ardor, but also such a strong trump card would prevent anyone from even thinking of conquering that location. Well, Azeroth hadn't given up yet in trying to find a way to conquer that unyielding kingdom. However, even he was out of ideas against the Elven Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom still isn't aware of the fact that their princess is here. It was Evelyn who answered Azeroth's question. If this slave company is aware of her origin, then how can they even dare to capture her? Also, I doubt she didn't resist, so they must have treated her rather roughly. They should know that they are just digging their own grave. Azeroth looked quite confused. It was Trant who answered Azeroth's question. That is the reason the slave company won't reveal that she is actually a princess of the Elven Kingdom. In fact, they have also used some seals to prevent her from revealing this information to anyone else. I see, then how do you know this? Azeroth asked with a serious look on his face. At that question, Trant had a playful smile as he answered. Who do you think they contacted for the seal? You. Nah, you didn't know anything about sealing in the Acadia Academy. As Azeroth spoke those words, Evelyn looked at him with contempt visible in her eyes. Trant just laughed at those words and spoke. Haha, you are right, but I do know the person who possesses this sealing ability, so that slave company had to give me the entire story as well. That might be possible. Azeroth hummed in response as he agreed with Trant. He had naturally noticed Evelyn's reaction, but acted as if he missed it. Yeah, they are passing this woman as a regular elf. Her cultivation has already been abolished to prevent her from resisting her new owners. Soon a knowing smile appeared on Trant's face as he added, also she is a virgin. How do you know that for sure? Azeroth casually asked him. Well, objectively speaking, the slave company has already reduced the price of this slave by abolishing her cultivation base and even passing her off as a regular elf. To maximize their profits, it's natural that they allow her to retain her virginity. But damn, she is a real beauty. I doubt I have ever seen anyone so beautiful in all my life. You definitely have to buy her, bro. As Trant spoke those words, Evelyn's brows twitched in some irritation. From what Azeroth observed, she seemed jealous. Her jealousy stemmed from how Trant was talking and praising that woman so zealously. Azeroth sneered in response and asked, if she is so beautiful, then why haven't you bought her yet? At those words, Trant had a slightly embarrassed look as he rubbed the back of his head. Although I want to have her, her price is something that just forces me to give up. The only way to buy her is to give 3 rank 5 red-violet Sesnesia crystals. Azeroth now understood why Trant had no choice but to give up. These red-violet Sesnesia crystals grew in the passage between the Purgatory and the Frasca continent. Because of the spatial disturbances in the passage, even a demon king was hard-pressed to move in this passage, let alone gather these crystals. These crystals were immensely helpful to humans, since they could empower their element irrespective of what it was to a certain degree. But this was still not its greatest use. It was mainly used by the warriors at the 5-star rank to gain insight into the space laws. Among the rank 5 materials, these crystals were one of the best things to not just empower their own elemental energy, but gain insight into the space laws. And the side effects of using these crystals were temporary, so the warrior could use these crystals without thinking too deeply. Azeroth actually possessed these red-violet Sesnesia crystals in his spatial ring right now. In fact, he had actually used some crystals of a higher rank than these red-violet Sesnesia to create his own spatial rings. Although Azeroth possessed these red-violet Sesnesia crystals, he didn't want to reveal his personal belongings to Trant. Moreover, buying a slave for these red-violet Sesnesia crystals was definitely a scam. How could he be willing to fall into such a scam? Besides, if Azeroth just gives away rank 5 materials, then he would just be shouting to the world to come and rob him. Too expensive, Azeroth grumbled with an unhappy look. Right, I know, bro. But still, when I think of her looks and then her identity, I think it's a good deal. Trant spoke, giving his own view on this matter. Oh, really? However, soon enough, an idea did appear in his head. He asked Trant with a clever smirk, you know the location where this woman is being kept? Trant looked shocked upon hearing this question. He partly understood what Azeroth was planning, and in his opinion, it wasn't a good idea at all. However, he still truthfully replied, sure I do. But what are you planning to do? Kidnap her? Before Azeroth could even speak, Evelyn spoke with blatant disdain and contempt in her eyes as she stared at Azeroth. A weakling at the 2-star rank should give up the thought of abducting a slave from the Silent Death Organization. From its name, it was clear that this Silent Death Organization didn't just deal in selling the slaves. Let me worry about that. Azeroth gave a sharp reply to Evelyn's words. Azeroth then focused on Trant and spoke, let's first go and get the other 2 slaves. Maybe I could find some hidden talent there as well. Sure, we can go now. Trant spoke as he suddenly stood up and prepared to move out. Azeroth and Evelyn also stood up as they followed Trant out of his house. As the 3 were walking, Evelyn remained entirely silent while Trant kept on having some idle chatter with Azeroth, informing him of the other things that occurred in the Rihal city while he was gone. Most of it seemed useless to Azeroth, but one particular bit of information caught his attention. Jonas's concubine, whom he had recently married, had suddenly fallen ill. It seemed as though the Rhodes estate was trying to hide this information while discreetly buy some medicines for her strange illness. The strange thing about this illness was that no physician could understand the symptoms of this illness. The only thing they understood was that this illness wouldn't spread through air or skin contact. This was quite relieving for the other members in the harem, since they had come in contact with her one time or another. This woman was Tiana Rhodes, and each day, her body would turn reddish during the noontime and blue during the nighttime. During the noontime, her temperature would rise so greatly that it felt as if she was practically burning, but during the nighttime, it would fall so sharply as if she was going to turn into ice. The only reason she could survive until now was Jonas's ardor that was preventing her body from collapsing apart. This was all that Trant knew. Azeroth remained calm as he heard this information. He understood that this was not a natural illness, but the effects of poison. Twin elemental, fire and ice poison, a troublesome poison, but I should be able to solve it using the heavenly flames. However, how can I extract the maximum benefit from that situation? Azeroth never did something which wouldn't benefit him, so his mind was already working out a way in which he could take advantage of this situation. This wasn't the only valuable information Trant informed Azeroth. The information that truly caught Azeroth's attention was about the Merchant Union. It seemed that they had gained a rather rare artifact. Even Trant had no idea about what this artifact was, but this was the rumor spreading in the Merchant Union. It was because the security had shifted even within the storehouse of the Merchant Union. But soon, he threw the situation at the back of his mind as he had reached the location. From the outside, it was a large building with a gray color on its outside and made from cement. Azeroth also sensed some spirit energy from it and was sure that it could take a beating and remain standing. Interesting, so many 3-star and 4-star guards. Moreover, I can even sense the fluctuations of 5-star warriors underground. It was truly impressive that there was such a force in Rihul City. If this is an assassination organization, then this might not even be half of their true force. In fact, the truly strong members must be out on a mission. We are here now, Trant spoke to Azeroth. The guards outside saw Trant and Azeroth. They immediately went over to greet Trant as if he was their son-in-law. Good day, Sir Trant. It's nice to see you. What brings you here, sir? Should I call over the manager? One guard approached the group and acted rather cheerfully. It's nothing much, Mr. Uriel. I am here to get some slaves for my friend. I would greatly appreciate it if you would be kind enough to lead me there. Trant spoke with a calm tone while pointing at Azeroth. Azeroth was wearing a hood and a mask so the guards couldn't see his face properly, but they weren't overly bothered by this. The other guards who heard Trant's words immediately began to shout excitedly, I will lead you, Sir Trant. No, he is asking me, so I will be the one to lead him. Uriel replied back somewhat angrily, but he couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. It was well known among the guards here that every time someone leads Trant to his destination, the guard would be rewarded with 3 spirit coins. For such a menial task, they would be rewarded with half their monthly salary, so who wouldn't be eager to get it? But unfortunately for most of the guards outside, Trant seemed to have already chosen Uriel this time. Uriel was a lot excited as he led Azeroth, Evelyn, and Trant. What's your name, good sir? Uriel seemed to be asking Azeroth. Azeroth just gave this name before he turned silent. He had already discussed with Trant that he would give this name away. After all, it would be stupid to give away his real identity here. There was no point wearing the mask or the hoodie then. The fact that Azeroth had hidden his last name didn't surprise Uriel. He just nodded and replied with a smile, What a good name, sir. Your voice and name give me a feeling as if I am meeting an exceptional hero. Azeroth smirked underneath his mask as he thought, well, I don't know about that. A demon would have been more accurate. Uriel continued on to praise Azeroth. He was putting such a great effort into his flattery because Azeroth had come along with Trant. A man who was called a friend by Trant meant that he had an exceptional identity as well. What about you, miss? Uriel then looked at Evelyn, who had an ice-cold expression. Evelyn, I am Lord Trant's secretary. She looked somewhat proud as she revealed this information. The guard immediately nodded and began to speak. An exquisite name, madam. Your appearance and voice give me a feeling of complete calmness. Sir Trant must be blessed to have a secretary like you. Even though Evelyn had an ice-cold temperament, her cheeks couldn't help but heat up because of those compliments. She shyly glanced in Trant's direction from the corner of her eyes and found that Trant was focusing on something else. The guard had naturally noticed how Evelyn sneaked a glance at Trant and was planning on using this information to flatter more. It could be said that the flattery skill also required a great deal of observation and cleverness. Not just anyone could become a flatterer. Thinking this, Uriel couldn't help but feel prouder for having mastered this skill. He had no idea that Azeroth and Trant were merely amused and were hardly affected by his fake flattery. They all never realized when they reached the main office where the manager was seeming to talk with another individual. It seemed as though they were arguing on something. Trant threw 5 spirit coins towards Uriel, who had begun to dance internally as he received those spirit coins. He immediately left the area while Trant led Azeroth and Evelyn inside the room where they saw two men arguing with each other. "Mr. Zack, I have been rather kind to you, and I shall say those words again. You cannot buy that elf for a price other than 3 rank 5 red violet Sesnesia crystals, or something more valuable than it." It was a rigid tone that Azeroth and others heard. "And I am asking for a reason, Sir Finley. Just why won't you lower the price for that elf? As far as you have informed us, she is merely an elf with no cultivation base, so I don't understand such a high price for that elf. You think just because she is a virgin, she deserves such a high price." The man named Zack seemed to be unsatisfied with the explanations provided to him. "You should go, Sir Zack. I have other people to entertain now. Let me be clear of my stance. Our organization, the Silent Death Organization, won't sell her off for such a cheap price." Sir Finley spoke, showing no compromises once again. Zack clenched his fists and knew that this man won't budge now that he had made his decision, so a price of 10 rank 4 materials and valuable objects is a cheap price for an elf. "You have truly made me open my eyes, Sir Finley. I shall be on my way then." The man named Zack bumped into Azeroth as he was heading out. He was about to speak something when he noticed the look in Azeroth's eyes. Those purple eyes were peering into his soul and freezing his blood from a strange power. Zack understood that this was a man who should not be angered. It was best to just get away from this place. As Zack left, Evelyn spoke up. "You were lucky. It's a good thing that the man didn't shower his frustrations at you, or else it would have been bad for you." It was as if Evelyn wouldn't let go of even one opportunity to belittle Azeroth. And most surprisingly, it was none other than Trant who glared at Evelyn and coldly ordered her, "Do me a favor and shut up." Those cold words froze Evelyn for some moments before she slowly lowered her head. She didn't know why Trant was suddenly so cold to her. How did she anger him? And then she glanced at Azeroth and somewhat understood that Trant favored him more than her. "It's nice meeting you, Sir Finley. It seems that you continue to have some trouble over that elf. Why don't you give it to me? I can take care of her for you." Trant spoke the last sentence rather jokingly. "As you know, Sir Trant, we paid a huge price to acquire this elf, and to sell it at such a low cost would be a great loss for us. Unfortunately, the Ivory Slicer's squad captain is dead set on obtaining this elf, but he can't fork out the price listed by us. I have tried reasoning with them, but they fail to understand our difficulty at all. And it's not just them. Even the delegates from the Crimson Thieves and many other gangs have come for that slave particularly, but no one can fork out the price listed for her." Finley spoke with a bitter smile on his face. "Oh right, what brings you here today, Sir Trant? The last time you did request a list of exceptional slaves we possessed. Have you already made up your mind on the slave you're choosing?" Finley immediately connected the dots and guessed the reason for Trant's appearance here. "It's not me who will be buying a slave. It will be my friend Azeroth." Trant pointed at Azeroth, who stepped forwards. "Please lead me to the place where you store the slaves. I would like to personally choose them." Azeroth spoke with a polite tone. With that, the three of them followed Finley to the location where they stored the servants. Unsurprisingly, the place where they stored their servants was in their underground dungeons. The manager Finley was a 4-star warrior, and more than powerful enough, but he had another special identity. He was the younger brother of the head of the Silent Death Organization. The difference between their age was more than 10 years, and the difference in their martial ability was even greater, but still, the two brothers were rather close. After all, how could the man give away the position of the manager to someone untrustworthy? Soon, Finley unlocked the door leading to the underground dungeon. Azeroth sensed the aura of the 5-star rank warrior getting closer. It seemed as though most of them remained here to keep watch over the slaves. Naturally, most of the guards present here in the dungeon were those of the lower ranks. The 5-star rank warriors remained hidden from plain sight. As long as they didn't purposely show themselves, an average slave or a warrior won't even sense them. Once they entered the dungeon, Trant whispered to Azeroth, "Don't make any rash moves. We are being monitored by some 5-star warriors." Azeroth affirmed with a nod, and they continued walking. Finley began to speak about the description of the slaves. The first one he pointed at was a dark-colored man with a rather robust build. "Sir, this is a 2-star warrior. He is what you can call an average warrior who would be rather proficient in carrying your stuff." Azeroth glanced at the slave and rejected him without a second thought. There was no hidden talent he could gauge from this slave. It would be absolutely useless to have him. "Let's go ahead, Sir Finley," Azeroth calmly told the manager of this Silent Death Organization. Finley seemed to have expected this reaction and took Azeroth to the next slave. Once again, Azeroth wasn't satisfied. Whether it was the power or the talent, it was far from his satisfaction. After another 6-7 slaves were rejected by Azeroth, Finley seemed to understand just what Azeroth was looking for in a slave. The slave must be young, possess a good talent, or some unique ability useful to him. Finley then took Azeroth and his group deep underground. It was at least 4 floors down below the ground floor. On this underground floor, the most talented and young slaves were being kept. 2 out of the 3 slaves mentioned by Trant were chained over here. The demi-human with the bloodline of the cougar was one of the first ones that Finley showed to Azeroth. Sir, this is a demi-human whose father was a cougar that had probably shapeshifted into human appearance and had a child with a human. Although his talent isn't particularly exceptional, he does possess the skill of partially transforming into a beast. In that state, he regains his senses and also the special powers of the cougar. The little child appeared to be of 15 years of age. He had an oval face with red hair and yellow eyes. His cultivation was merely at the 2-star rank, but this wasn't what Azeroth focused on. He was using his mystic eyes of perception to check up on his bloodline. Indeed, this boy held the bloodline of a cougar. Moreover, this cougar was just at the 6-star rank, not very exceptional in his eyes. As that child saw Azeroth, he growled angrily. Azeroth looked into those eyes containing boundless anger in them. Finley frowned slightly as that child was making a bad impression in front of a customer. Just when he was about to pick up the whip that was placed on the side, Azeroth asked, "What's the price for this child?" For a second, Finley was stunned. He thought that this child's actions had infuriated or forced Azeroth to rethink his decision, but to think that Azeroth was actually interested did stun him. However, he regained his composure quite quickly and replied, "We have priced him at the 10,000 spirit coins. His potential and his transforming ability." Before Finley could finish up his words, Azeroth's purple ring shone and 2 fire-killing crystals were released from it. "I do not have the spirit coins. Will this suffice?" Azeroth asked with an indifferent tone. "This is fire-killing crystals." Finley was more than surprised to see those 2 fire-killing crystals. Other than Finley, it was Evelyn who was quite surprised to see the fire-killing crystals in Azeroth's hands. Azeroth had already told Trant about a bit of the wealth he possessed, so he wasn't that surprised. But Finley quickly regained his calm and replied, "The price of these 2 fire-killing crystals would be 12,000 spirit coins in the current market. I shall take them on their market rate and give you a sufficient discount for any other things you buy from us." Azeroth indifferently nodded and then stared at that boy with the bloodline of a cougar. "When will I receive him?" Finley immediately responded, "We will use some medicines and heal all his injuries. Before you leave the building, this slave would be more than ready, sir." "Good." After that talk, Finley gave some specific instructions to the guards nearby. Soon a couple of guards left the floor and went to bring the elixirs and medicines to heal that child back to his full health. All his physical scars were going to be healed. Meanwhile, Finley brought Azeroth, Trant, and Evelyn to the next slave. This slave was also quite young, nearly 15 years of age. This slave was born with innate divine strength. In pure physical strength, he is stronger than a 2-star warrior. Azeroth observed him with his mystic eyes of perception and noted that this was indeed the case. However, he didn't care about this innate divine strength. Its presence would be felt in the early stages of the warriors. However, in the later stages, the innate divine strength would lose its value. Most of the individuals who reached the level of a demon king would greatly reduce the gap between them and the warriors who possessed innate divine strength. The only way for the warriors to use the innate divine strength to its full potential was by using the cultivation formula of the barbarian race. However, even Azeroth didn't have those cultivation formulae. He did try to get it, but the barbarians were truly unyielding and would die before being captured. Their cultivation technique was quite special, and they could explode themselves with a single thought. If not for this skill, Azeroth would have had several barbarians as his slaves in his previous life. Finley noted that Azeroth wasn't interested. He then moved on to the next slave. This time it was a young woman, seemingly 16 years old. She had a broken expression on her face. Just as Finley was going to give a description of her, Azeroth calmly spoke, "Let's check out the next slave." "I don't have a good feeling about her." Finley was slightly surprised by Azeroth's decision, but he chose to respect his decision and moved over to the next slave. It was once again a woman. This woman, though, appeared to be in her 20s. She had a voluptuous body with large boobs and a great ass. Her body gave off a bewitching aura as she stared at Azeroth with a flirtatious look. Her dark hair and purple eyes peered into Azeroth's spirit and wanted to charm him. However, Finley used some ardor in the gold armament in his hand, and the woman fell on the ground, grabbing her head while groaning in pain. Azeroth, though, saw through the identity of this woman. This woman possessed the bloodline of a succubus, a pure demon. "Let's go ahead," Azeroth indifferently stated. This surprised Finley a lot as he gave the description of this woman. "Sir, this woman is a succubus. And succubus is one of the few demons that can be kept as a servant, and the kingdom won't come after you. Also, rest assured, she hasn't been touched by any men here or before. We are absolutely sure of this." Azeroth, though, remained calm and told Finley, "I want to see the other slaves, Sir Finley." Finley looked somewhat helpless as he heard Azeroth. He stared at Trant and seemed to be asking for some explanation, but Trant shrugged his shoulders as well. A succubus was one of the slaves that were guaranteed to be sold, especially among the affluent customers. This was one of the first times in Finley's career that he had brought an affluent male customer here, and he decided against buying a succubus. The succubus race was quite popular amongst the humans because of their sexy appearance. their exclusive race skills, and the fact that as long as they were provided with some resources, they would grow in strength quite quickly. They were considered as a sex slave and a bodyguard at the same time. However, it seemed as though Azeroth had made up his mind about not buying her. Even the top slaves that Finley was somewhat proud of were being rejected one by one. Finally, they reached the location of the slave that had been mentioned by Trant earlier. He was a fair child with dark hair and red eyes. Moreover, Azeroth could sense a faint sense of pride and arrogance from him. HMPH, you seem to have brought another one. You think he can handle me? There was a cheeky look with a trace of arrogance on it. He seemed to look down on Azeroth. Azeroth was somewhat speechless as he felt that pride and arrogance from this guy. Just how can he stay this prideful and arrogant when he has been captured and is being sold as a slave? Azeroth came to a conclusion of his own. There really are all kinds of people out there, even stupid ones like this. This time, Finley was somewhat helpless. No matter what techniques they used, they didn't affect this child at all, so even the Silent Death organization had no means to deal with this child. Azeroth used his mystic eyes of perception and analyzed this child. When that child ahead of Azeroth saw those mystic eyes of perception, he froze due to shock. Meanwhile, Azeroth was also shocked. It was because of what he had seen with his mystic eyes of perception. Moreover, Azeroth had also kept note of this child's reactions and was surprised to see that this child recognized his mystic eyes of perception. If he can even recognize my mystic eyes, then he definitely possesses a high status in the Purgatory. What's his price, Sir Finley? Azeroth asked straightforwardly. Finley had somewhat expected this question from Azeroth. However, he looked at Trant with a troubled expression. It was Trant who sighed out and placed his hand over Azeroth's shoulder. Bro, this servant hasn't been tamed yet. He might harm you. I think we should come and take him away at a later date. Azeroth pushed away Trant's hand and looked into his eyes before speaking. You don't need to worry about his loyalty. I have my own way of taming my servants. Evelyn muttered underneath her breath, just overreaching himself. You will come asking for my lord's help in half a day. It was a good thing that Trotney didn't hear her words, because a glare wouldn't be what he would do at this time. Azeroth then turned towards Finley and asked him resolutely, name the price. 7,000 spirit coins. Finley gave the price for this child. Will the fire-killing crystals suffice? Azeroth asked calmly. Yes, sir, that would be most appreciated. Good. Azeroth then pulled out 1 fire-killing crystals and handed them to Finley. Finley carefully stored them in his storage pouch. Finley was greatly excited, but he hid it well. Do you need any more servants, or perhaps weapons and other things? We deal in all sorts of things, sir. Finley spoke with a smiling face. The earlier procedures for healing the injuries weren't needed for this child. Azeroth asked Finley with a curious tone. Actually, I am quite curious about this elf as well. Can I see her? For some seconds, Finley hesitated. It was because this elf's identity was quite special, known only to him and some other trusted few in the Silent Death organization. Each one was hiding this matter deep in themselves, as they know that if this is revealed, they would all be in an ocean of trouble. Finley was hesitating quite a bit, and Trant realized that his interference was required here. Sir Finley, you can rest assured that we won't harm that elf. My friend here hasn't seen an elf and is merely curious about her. Trant explained their intentions with a calm expression. The manager was finally relieved as he received the assurance from Trant. Azeroth and the group were led by Finley to an even lower floor. And as soon as Azeroth stepped on that floor, he could sense the presence of that elf princess. The entire lower floor seemed to be filled with a great amount of nature energy. Soon, they continued to move forwards and came across a metallic door. Azeroth noticed 3 seals that were probably created by a Grandmaster formation expert. He could break these seals, but he would require some time to analyze them. Finley's back covered those 3 seals, and after some time, the door opened on its own. Azeroth, Trant, and Evelyn soon took a look at the elf princess. As Trant had spoken earlier, this elf princess was truly the most beautiful woman he had seen. It wasn't just her face, but her body could make some succubus cry in shame. This elf princess had large breasts that would probably not even fit in his palm. Azeroth couldn't gauge the curve of her ass since she was seated right now, but he guessed it was probably quite good as well. Her long blonde hair reached down to her knees, while her emerald green eyes had an empty look as she looked at Azeroth and the group across the bars. The elf princess had an empty look in her eyes as she stared at Azeroth and the group standing across the bars. She couldn't help but regret the actions that had led to her capture. If only she wasn't that rebellious and had listened to her mother, she wouldn't have left the elf kingdom and ventured into the human territory. Here she was trapped and was being kept as if she was a thing who would be sold to the customers appearing every now and then. She was quite distressed about this situation earlier, but had gotten used to it by now. Trant was tempted by her beauty, and he didn't hide it one bit. Even Evelyn, who was quite proud of her own beauty, couldn't help but feel greatly inferior to the woman ahead of her. The only one who still had that same emotionless look was Azeroth. Although thin, she does possess the royal bloodline of the elves. Now that he had confirmed the identity of this elf, he was thinking of a plan to get her out of here. Also, he had to ensure that she would be willing to serve him. Unlike the other servants, he couldn't use the same approach with her. I guess I will see how it goes. For now, I need to focus on bringing her out of this prison. His eyes flashed with purple color as he focused on the elf princess for some moments. After he was finished, Azeroth turned to look at Finley and spoke, "Let's leave. I have sated my curiosity." The fact that Azeroth was already done when it hadn't even been 10 minutes since he came and surprised Finley. He was the first person who was leaving so soon after seeing this elf princess. Trant looked a little reluctant to walk away as he kept staring at the elf princess. But unfortunately, Azeroth had already spoken and they had to leave now. As they walked out of that room, Finley asked Azeroth with a curious expression, "What do you think about her, Sir Azeroth? If her price is the same as what you told Mr. Zack, then I only have one word to reply to that, Sir Finley: overpriced." Those words were expected by Finley, but other than a bitter and forced smile on his face, he was helpless in this situation. Trant looked at Azeroth and wondered just what his friend was planning. Had he given up on the elf princess after seeing the security? Azeroth and the group were slowly returning to the ground floor. When they were on the third basement floor, Azeroth sensed strange energy. It was quite familiar to him. He also heard a metallic sound. It was the sound of metal striking a stone. What is this sound? Azeroth asked Finley curiously. "It's nothing. It's just that an idiot has the habit of breaking the rocks in his cell and try to break out of here." Finley had a disdainful look on his face as he talked about this person. "There is such a person, huh? Can I see him?" Azeroth casually asked as he wondered who this eccentric guy was. He hadn't seen any servants on this floor as they had skipped the floors between the first basement floor and the fifth basement floor. Finley didn't think much of it and nodded. Soon enough, Finley led Azeroth in front of the cell where Azeroth saw a child of just 9 years old, striking the stone walls with a metallic rod. The child appeared to be unusually ordinary, with short black hair and brown eyes. His eyes didn't move away from the wall for even a single second. There was an empty look in his eyes as he continued to strike the wall. At a glance, he appeared to be a robot. Finley continued to stare at the slave with his eyes full of disdain. It was as if he wanted to say that no matter what this child did, he couldn't escape with this method. Even Trant and Evelyn didn't have any good impression of this kid. The only one who was absolutely shocked here was Azeroth. Other than shock, though, he was very excited as well. This child possesses the enlightened sword heart. Amazing, amazing. Enlightened sword heart, this was a state for a sword cultivator who would be fully focused on the way of the sword. His advancements in sword techniques or anything related to swords would be way quicker than even the greatest genius in the world. The enlightened sword heart didn't differentiate between any race. You just needed to possess enough comprehension and have an infatuation with the sword. Also, this enlightened sword heart was necessary for a man to become a sword venerable. If just in terms of their individual ability, this child's potential is greater than any I have ever seen. He hasn't even begun his cultivation. It will be easy to manipulate him. Azeroth, though, couldn't show off his excitement on his face, or else Finley would realize that this child wasn't trash but actually a treasure whose value far surpassed the elf princess. Azeroth cleared his throat and spoke nonchalantly. "Can I get this slave for the remaining spirit coins you owe me?" Does Sir Azeroth want this slave for that price? Finley was also pretty excited. He could throw out a trashy slave for nearly 1,000 spirit coins. If this wasn't good business ability, then what was? Meanwhile, Azeroth was mentally dumbfounded as he thought, "I just bought a future sword venerable for 1,000 spirit coins only. If those demon gods or the demon venerable know of it, they will probably think of it as a joke and laugh themselves to death." "We have a deal, Sir Finley," Azeroth spoke before shaking Finley's hand. With this, the transaction was finished and both parties were happy. Trant didn't stop Azeroth from buying this child. Having an average servant was also all right in his mind. Nearly half a day later, in Azeroth's courtyard, the 3 servants he bought were lined up next to each other. Each one had a different expression on their faces. One was indifferent, the second was angry while looking at Azeroth, while the third one showed an arrogant look as if he was the master here. "My name is Edwin Rhodes, and I am your master. What are your names?" "My name is Noah." Only the child with an indifferent look answered Azeroth. The other 2 refused to answer him. In fact, the arrogant demon spoke up. "You aren't worthy of knowing my name. Just kneel down and give your respects to me. If I am in a good mood, I can let you know my name." Meanwhile, the demi-human and beast just growled in anger. "I guess I first need to break someone's delusion." Azeroth stared at the arrogant demon child and slowly made his way towards him. Before the arrogant demon could say anything, Azeroth punched this guy very strongly. Moreover, it was to such an extent that this demon's face crashed into the ground. Azeroth spoke with a cold and arrogant tone. "I believe pain is the best tool for discipline. And you know, it's easier to kick you while you are kneeling like a dog." With that, Azeroth proceeded to kick him. He kicked his face, his chest, and then stomped on his hand and cracked his bones. As Azeroth kicked his face strongly, the demon's teeth flew out. Azeroth hit the demon's chest so many times that it was about to break. And the feeling in Azeroth's mind right now, it was euphoria. He was enjoying beating this kid to pulp. For a second, Azeroth stopped. At that moment, the demon sneered and spoke out, "What? Tired already? My wounds are already closing, though. No matter what you do, it will never be enough." Azeroth, though, gave a crazy smile as he answered while licking his lips, "You misunderstood, kid. The reason I stopped was so that your healing could actually proceed. After all, where would I find such a punching bag that won't break no matter how hard I hit it?" The three slaves who saw Azeroth gulped down a mouthful of breath, especially the demon who was being beaten badly, and the demi-human who remembered he had shown off his rage in front of this crazy master. Meanwhile, Noah was somewhat worried. Master won't beat me to satisfy himself, right? With that, the demon experienced another session of Azeroth beating him to a pulp. Azeroth noted that this demon still had quite a bit of pride left in him. He sighed out and spoke, "I guess I should quit this gentle way and start with my personal favorite method." The three slaves ahead of Azeroth were shocked to hear him call this a gentle way. Just how was this gentle? But when they saw azure flames burning in Azeroth's hands. "So I wonder just how long the child of a demon emperor can resist this pain. There should be a limit to your healing ability." Azeroth showed an excited smile as if he was undergoing an experiment and was going to get its results soon. What? The demon was utterly flabbergasted. He didn't think that Azeroth actually knew of his identity. And more surprising was that Azeroth was still being so ruthless to him, even after knowing that he was the son of a demon emperor. Soon the azure flames shrouded the demon and began to burn his whole body. This time the demon couldn't help but scream out in pain, no, please stop." Those loud screams resounded in Azeroth's entire courtyard. Noah and the demi-human covered their ears because of the loud scream from this demon. Meanwhile, Azeroth licked his lips as he spoke while staring at that burning demon. "What a melodic sound. I missed hearing these. You can continue with your singing, my dear servant." Azeroth then turned his head and looked at the demi-human who was quivering with fear. With an almost gentle smile, Azeroth asked him, "Don't you have something to say?" The demi-human realized that he had been given a chance now. If he doesn't take it, then he would probably have a worse end than that demon. While shivering in fear, the demi-human spoke out, My name is Ralph, master." As he spoke those words, Ralph also kneeled down and paid his respects to Azeroth. "Good. You better not forget this. If I even think you are a disobedient servant, I will roast your leg and force you to eat it." Azeroth's words were spoken with a cold voice. Ralph was truly scared as he heard Azeroth and nodded quickly to save his dear life. "Why, yes, master." Azeroth then stared at Noah. He was curious what expression Noah would have now. Was he scared of him now? Would he be disobedient as well? But surprisingly, Noah remained the same as before. In fact, he just had a hint of pity for that demon who was being burned to death right now. Azeroth asked Noah coldly, "Are you not afraid of me, Noah? I am a little scared, master, but you are the one who pulled me out of that prison. Even if I am scared of you, I won't hesitate to do what you want. Even if you want to torture me for your satisfaction, I won't resist at all," Noah sincerely replied. Azeroth coldly harumphed as he walked closer to Noah. "So you won't resist even if I want to torture you? Let me see how true those words are." Noah's heart was beating crazily as Azeroth stepped closer to him. He was truly scared because he had seen what happened to that demon slave earlier. Maybe Azeroth would punch him and start kicking him relentlessly as well. He didn't have the regeneration, the vitality, or the defense of a demon, so the effects would be more evident on him. But still, he didn't take a single step back and remained rooted on his spot. Instead, he even raised his head and looked into Azeroth's eyes. It was as if he wanted to say that he was scared, but he was determined to keep his words. Azeroth moved his hand closer, and the punch Noah was waiting for never arrived. Instead, Azeroth's hand was over his dark hair and seemed to pat him gently. "Good. You are my first retainer and will be my right hand from now on. Understood." Azeroth spoke loudly as he gathered Ralph and Noah's attention. Noah was shocked to hear this declaration from Azeroth. In fact, he was somewhat overcome with happiness as he heard those words. Almost all his life, he had heard people call him useless. He didn't really know his parents. He had never met them for as long as he could remember. He was serving under a lord in another territory far from this place. He had seen the lord practice these sword skills and thought of them rather cool. When he started practicing those same skills with his wooden stick, once the other residents saw him practice the sword skills, they came forward to teach him a lesson. He had no idea that servants were not allowed to practice the sword skills. One day, he surprisingly defeated a few servants. Even the young master of that manor was defeated by him. When he was 6 years old, he remembered being sold to some shady men. They grabbed hold of him, then threw him in a prison. Since that day, he had lived in those brown-red walls. With nothing to do, he began to practice the sword techniques he had found interesting in his childhood. He had no sense of hunger or pain or even exhaustion. It was when his body collapsed that he would get his rest, or else he would just keep on practicing his techniques. The reason he was practicing those techniques wasn't to get out of the cave. It was mainly because he found them quite fun. With nothing else to do, he was just practicing them to pass his time. He didn't realize that he had gained a treasure that others are unable to get even if they pursued after for 10 lifetimes. The first requirement of the enlightened sword heart was to have an empty heart and hold nothing but the sword in it. Even those sword fanatics were unable to reach such a state. Today, as Noah heard from Azeroth's mouth that he accepted him as his retainer, he couldn't help but smile brightly and reply, "Yes, master. I definitely won't disappoint you." Azeroth had been observing the emotions of this kid using his mystic eyes of perception. He had seen how this kid was quite scared earlier, but still hadn't run away, proving his bravery. Now, the genuine color of pure happiness on him just proved how delighted he was. In fact, such a good result was somewhat unexpected for Azeroth. This was the first time he was dealing with someone possessing an enlightened sword heart and wasn't sure of his approach. All he had heard were rumors about the character of the people possessing the enlightened sword heart and made this plan using it. Good thing it proved to be useful. Azeroth then instructed Noah, "Go and change your clothes. I have already prepared a set of clothes for you. Also take a bath. A servant will soon enter and show you the way to the bathroom." "Got it, master." Noah was a little excited to complete his first assignment that he couldn't help but run towards Azeroth's room. He was still a little kid, after all. Amongst these three, Azeroth placed the most importance on this child. He wanted this child to be so emotionally connected to himself that even when he reaches the peak, he would still listen to his orders. Well, this was at least what Azeroth intended. No one could accurately read the flow of time. Soon, Azeroth had a cold expression as he turned towards Ralph. "As for you, do as you are told and I won't roast you before eating you. Follow Noah and take a bath." "You are smelly." "Why ease, master?" Ralph was still rather scared of Azeroth and immediately ran towards his room and followed Noah. Meanwhile, Azeroth then turned to look at the burning demon. The screams from his mouth had long stopped. It was mostly because he was in too much pain to even let out a squeal. Azeroth recalled those azure flames and then looked into this demon's eyes. The demon was lying on the ground, his clothes burnt, and the skin over his entire body had been burned. Azeroth could see that this demon's regeneration was working, but on a smaller scale. It was probably healing his internal injuries first. "Looks like you are in the mood to listen, aren't you?" There was no response from the demon. After all, in his condition, it was impossible to even move his mouth, but Azeroth didn't seem to care. He spoke somewhat angrily. "I asked you a fucking question." He then proceeded to kick the demon so strongly that his organs that had just healed immediately burst apart. Still so disobedient, Azeroth then continued on to beat the shit out of the charred body of this demon. And no, IIG give up P please nom or I give up one by one." The demon let out that pitiful voice and begged Azeroth to stop. "Your brain began to work, heh?" Azeroth sneered as he stared at this pitiful demon. "Your father is just a demon emperor. Moreover, the fact that you have been captured by such a low-ranked organization in the human world means that you have been abandoned by your family. Was it one of your father's wives? Well, I hardly care. But remember, your previous identity means jack shit to me. You annoy me and you will live while wishing for death for every second." Azeroth gave this final threat to this demon. Yes, I will obey. I won't dare to think of anything else." The demon quickly spoke while preventing himself from screaming due to the pain. "Master, my name is Sargon Bach. Remember, Sargon Bach, I am Edwin Rhodes, but I am also Azeroth." As he spoke those words, his eyes turned purple. Seeing those eyes, Sargon muttered with a low voice, "The mystic eyes of a demon god. It seems you know some things. The evil-eyed clan of the Purgatory, the Bach clan." Azeroth nonchalantly spoke the title of this Bach family in the Purgatory. It was at this moment that Sargon understood that the man ahead of him possessed a background far beyond his imagination. Even a demon emperor was not worthy of talking on equal terms with the subordinate of a demon god, let alone a small demon like him who was relying on the power of his bloodline. While Azeroth had returned and even bought a few servants in Rihal City, something entirely out of his expectations was occurring in Messinana City, the capital city of the Cinealian Kingdom. Sophie had returned safely to her manor. When she returned, the entire manor was worried because Sophie had returned with dirty clothes and not a single guard with her. Sophie's mother, Bianca, had already summoned her husband and asked him to talk to Sophie. It didn't seem like Sophie was willing to share anything with Bianca because Sophie knew how her mother liked to worry unnecessarily. But Sophie did say that she would tell everything to her father. Such a response was indeed what Bianca had expected from her daughter. Internally, though, she was thinking, HMPH, I will see how that brute will hide this from me. See if I don't make him sleep on the couch. Spencer Russell heard the entire story that transpired in Clora's town from his daughter Sophie. Naturally, Sophie left out the parts where her relationship with Azeroth would be revealed. Spencer was stunned to hear that Peter didn't return, signifying his death. He was sure that Peter could have even defeated 2 5-star beasts at the same time. If not that, at least escaping shouldn't have been an issue. Was there a 6-star beast at the scene? But no. It would have been impossible for Sophie to escape if there was a 6-star beast there. Moreover, I should have received a report of a beast king in that area. Also, another question appeared in his head as he asked Sophie, how did you construct the 5-star array? From where did you gather those materials? I don't think that the town lord could have materials needed to construct a 5-star array. Suddenly, Azeroth's face appeared in Sophie's head, and she blushed a little. Before her father could notice, she tried to speak with a calm tone. It was Edwin Rhodes who brought 5-star materials to construct the array. Edwin Rhodes, Jonas's son. Spencer frowned as he remembered his rival, Jonas Rhodes. If Spencer was asked whom he feared the most in this country, then Jonas's name was in the top 5 on that list. It wasn't Jonas's strength that scared Spencer. Spencer was more talented and powerful and was more than capable of dealing with Jonas, but if they compared intelligence or cunningness, he wasn't Jonas's match at all. The one advantage Spencer held over Jonas was that he had very good relations with the king. If not for this, Jonas would have found one way or another to deal with him. Why would Jonas give such wealth to his younger child? Was he that worried about him? But even then, what's the use of it when his child doesn't know how to create formations? Why didn't he send some formation master along with him? Soon, Spencer's frown deepened as he considered another possibility. Did he know that Sophie was going to the Chlora's town to deal with that beast raid? Was that his plan so that his child could try and connect to Sophie? Spencer then asked Sophie with a worried face, he didn't do anything bad to you, right, daughter? Sophie pouted as she asked him, you have so little confidence in me, Papa. Spencer hurriedly replied back, no. My daughter is indeed the smartest. No one can do anything to you. I just wanted to be sure. Then how did the beasts break your barrier? Spencer asked with an impatient voice. Meanwhile, Sophie grumbled with some dissatisfaction. I was getting to that, but you interrupted me before I could finish. The energy empowering the barrier was already getting weaker because I used it to attack the beasts surrounding the encampment 2 times. So one beast managed to break the barrier, and before I could repair the barrier, the beasts entered and unleashed hell upon us, especially when that 5-star beast entered. Sophie began to shiver unconsciously as she remembered how her guards had gone to hold back the beasts to allow her to escape. Noticing that his daughter was remembering some painful memories, Spencer gently caresses her head and spoke. I trained those men, and I can't be any prouder of them. I am glad they died while facing their adversary. All the guards who went with you are going to be compensated monthly money and also well protected. Although this doesn't substitute the lives of the guards, this is the best I can do. There was a helpless look on Spencer's face. Father, why did they all have to die while I escaped, taking along this heavy guilt with me? Sophie spoke while she clenched her fists in frustration. She remembered Azeroth's words to her, but quite some time had passed and once again the heavy guilt surfaced within her. Spencer hugged his daughter tightly and gently spoke, let it all out. I will shoulder all your worries and guilt. The scene ahead of him was something he had seen many times, mainly when the new recruits would see a senior protecting their life. But no matter how many times he had seen, Spencer couldn't get used to comforting them. He was also sad about the death of his comrades and subordinates, but there was no other way around it. If it was his daughter who had died in place of his subordinates, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to take it and vent his frustrations in an improper place. He was feeling even guiltier than Sophie, as he was secretly happy that his daughter survived while his subordinates died. Mates, I will take on any punishment you in store for me in the afterlife, but for now, I shall be enjoying this moment that had been earned through your sacrifice. Soon, Spencer realized that his daughter had fallen asleep. He gently laid her on her bed and covered her with a thin quilt before leaving slowly. As he comes out of Sophie's room, he soon meets up with his wife, Bianca. She signaled him to tell her what Sophie had told him. With a heavy heart, Spencer began to narrate all that Sophie had told him. After Spencer finished narrating the entire scene, Bianca spoke. I think you should take permission from the king and exterminate those beasts. It would be bad if they are allowed to occupy that place for any longer. Spencer nodded his head and replied, I was thinking of the same, dear. Just when he was thinking of going over to the king's side, a servant entered the hall and spoke urgently. Commander, Jonas Rhodes is requesting to see King Valiades. Jonas, what's he doing here? Spencer muttered underneath his breath, but he couldn't think of an answer. Knowing that he had to leave, he looked at his wife and spoke, I will go then, dear. When Sophie wakes up, don't ask her anything related to this. Just take her around shopping to divert her mind. Bianca rolled her eyes as she replied to her husband, you don't need to tell me what to do. I know how to handle my daughter. With that, Spencer left the hall to get to the king's side. After Spencer was by King Valiades' side as Jonas was invited inside and allowed to see the king. Once inside, Jonas's vision fell on Spencer, who was standing just beside the king. A sneer appeared on Jonas's face, but he quickly hid it and kneeled down, paying his respects to the king. I, Jonas Rhodes, pay my respects to King Valiades. Jonas spoke with a respectful tone. The king had red hair with deep green eyes. There were some wrinkles on his face indicating his old age. You can stand now. Once Jonas had stood up, the king asked him with a puzzled expression, what brings you here, Marquis Jonas? King Valiades, I am sure you must have heard of the beast raid in the Chlora's town. My son, Edwin, went over there to fight against that beast raid, and he informed me that the entire Chlora's town had been demolished by those filthy beasts. That land is not under any administration right now. Jonas spoke with a respectful tone. That's correct. I have indeed heard of his incident. It seems that only your and Spencer's offspring survived this beast raid, the king replied with a deep and powerful voice. Jonas then raised his head and spoke with a smile on his face. King Valiades, I am granting this piece of land to my son, Edwin Rhodes. The king still remained puzzled as he spoke. Why consult this matter with me, though? That land is under your noble house. You have the power to decide who should rule it, naturally. The reason I appear here is that I wish to request you to remove any taxes or restrictions in the Chlora's town for 3 years. Those words from Jonas made King Valiades frown in dissatisfaction, but he still let Jonas continue. I request you to remove these taxes to build up the infrastructure and develop that town from scratch. After 3 years, the Chlora's town shall pay double the tax for the next 10 years. Double its tax for the next 10 years. The king heard that statement and fell into some deep contemplation. Jonas had a confident look in his eyes as he saw the king fall into deep contemplation. Even a fool could calculate that this was a very profitable deal. Also, if the land continued to remain as it was, it wouldn't benefit the kingdom at all. Instead, the beasts would expand their territory and make it their home. It would be troublesome to drive those beasts away from that location. Spencer was astonished to hear that Jonas was giving away that territory to Edwin. As far as he knew, Jonas never paid any attention to this child. So why this sudden change? What was he playing at? Was it related to that beast raid at the Chlora's town or something else entirely? The king thought for some moments before answering Jonas. Request granted. Jonas's face lit up as he heard those words and immediately stood up before leaving the hall. The guards outside the hall saw Jonas leaving and soon closed the door. Once Jonas had left, the king looked in Spencer's direction and asked him, "What do you think of this?" "I apologize, your majesty. I can't understand Jonas's thoughts behind this request. On the surface, it appears to be quite profitable for your majesty, but it might possess some sort of secret for Jonas to actually rebuild that town from scratch." Spencer spoke with a serious voice. King Valiades nodded his head and replied, "I believe the same. I will send some men to keep an eye on this town." Spencer didn't reply anything in return. He was merely wondering whether Jonas truly planned on giving this empty piece of land to his son, or use it himself under his son's name. Maybe he was planning something illegal and doing it under his son's name out of caution. Those words couldn't be spoken to the king, though. The gravity of such speculation could lead to all kinds of deductions. Firstly, Spencer wasn't sure if Jonas was actually doing something bad or not, but as long as it wasn't against the kingdom, he could pretend to ignore it. Spencer returned and talked to Sophie about this. He thought that since Jonas was planning on making his son a mayor of that town, it might have something to do with that beast raid. His daughter might recall something once she hears this information. Unfortunately for him, Sophie didn't recall anything. As far as she could remember, the only thing that was good about that town was its highly fertile land. Those words confused Spencer as he wondered. I thought he found some sort of elemental vein over there. But Sophie didn't feel anything out of ordinary. Her spirit is rather sensitive to an energy vein, and I doubt that even Jonas can seal the presence of an energy vein. Meanwhile, Sophie was quite surprised to hear that Edwin was going to become the mayor of Chlora's town. Isn't the Chlora's town destroyed by the beasts? There is no one living there at the moment, so what will he do? Is this his own idea or his father's? Those couple of questions appeared in Sophie's head, but she didn't dare to ask her father. She knew that asking such questions that would display her curiosity towards Edwin wouldn't be good for their relationship. It would become harder for her to meet him. Now that she knew he going to become the mayor of Chlora's town, she could go and meet him anytime. In fact, Azeroth would definitely be required to come to the capital for some tasks. She could meet him at that time. Sophie continued to calculate how to maximize her time with Azeroth. She was also thinking of what excuses to use at that time. After some moments, Sophie froze as she thought, since when did I start thinking so much about a man? Sophie answered that question herself after a couple of seconds as she sighed out. So this is what people feel when they are in love. I rejected so many people who probably felt something similar to this, and now I have fallen into the same hell. How ironic. This was the only answer she could think of for that question. Azeroth's 3 retainers, Noah, Ralph, and Sargon, were in the fields of the Rhodes estate and running at the perimeter with their full speed. Ralph was the fastest and the one with probably the most stamina, Sargon with the second, and Noah was the third. Azeroth observed them and thought, Sargon hasn't inherited the physique of a demon. It seems he has only inherited the evil eyes of the Bach clan. However, even the evil eyes possessed myriad abilities. He was curious about which abilities did Sargon unlock. Azeroth's mystic eyes of perception could be considered spiritual eyes, a skill imprinted in his soul. Even though Edwin had no relation to Azeroth's bloodline, Azeroth could still use his mystic eyes of perception effortlessly. In fact, the only thing that was restraining his mystic eyes of perception was his own cultivation base. It was far too low to take complete advantage of its abilities. As for the evil eyes inherited by Sargon, this was a skill passed through blood. Sargon wouldn't be able to use it if he possessed some other person. This Bak clan was created by one of their ancestors whose title was Evil-Eyed Emperor. He gained his reputation by continuing to empower his eyes using certain divine resources found in that era. It was also said that he took the eyes of the abyssal dragon to gain the power of death inducement. This was the ability that had earned him great renown. Unfortunately, this evil-eyed emperor failed to become a demon god otherwise. He would have combined his evil eyes with the myriad eyes. His descendants who inherited this bloodline didn't inherit all his abilities. They all unlocked different abilities. Some very talented individuals inherited 3 abilities of the evil-eyed emperor at the same time. Such individuals were too rare though, and now Azeroth was wondering if Sargon was talented or not, or else he would have to artificially activate that bloodline so that Sargon can fully make use of it. Soon, Azeroth's vision fell on Ralph and thought, his physique is good enough but his spirit appears to be weak. He probably can't maintain his transformed state for very long. And lastly, Azeroth looked at Noah, who had a slightly anxious look on his face as he tried his best to increase his speed, but it was to no avail. In fact, as the exhaustion caught up to him, the distance between him and Sargon widened greatly. Sargon and Ralph noticed that Noah was lagging behind greatly. They had smug looks on their faces as they looked in Azeroth's direction. They wanted to see a look of disappointment on Azeroth's face. After all, Azeroth had made Noah his right-hand man. And this guy was losing to them in this exercise. A sense of pride and accomplishment flowed through the two. But unfortunately, Azeroth remained calm-headed. This was something Azeroth had expected from Noah. He was merely a little kid who had been starved quite a long time. Even though he was training with that rod in the prison, how could he possess a stronger body than these 2 demi-humans possessing the bloodline of a beast and a demon? All 3 of them continued to run for a few hours. It was after nearly 3 hours that Sargon collapsed, and then after another 2 hours, Ralph collapsed as well. The only one who was still making rounds was none other than Noah. Because of his speed, he had lagged behind them greatly, and in the time it took them to complete 2 or even 3 laps, he would barely complete 1. Thinking that he was still behind a large margin, Noah continued his run. Another reason why he didn't stop was that Azeroth had still not ordered him to stop. An hour ago, he had already felt his lungs and heart giving out. His brain was hurting badly while his entire body was dead tired as he dragged his body forwards. Currently, he was in a half-dead state with only a single thought moving his bodywards, and that was to not halt unless ordered. Soon, he lost his sense of balance and fell. As his face crashed into the ground, Sargon and Ralph instinctively closed their eyes. They could already imagine how hard it must have hurt him. Unlike them, this kid didn't know how to use ardor at all. His muscles must be throbbing from all this sudden running. He must have fallen unconscious because of exhaustion. As they opened their eyes, they were shocked to see Noah still trying to crawl forwards. Then Azeroth spoke out, "Stop. It's enough now." He soon went over to Noah's side and placed his palm over that kid's body. Soon, a refreshing aura enveloped Noah's body and was activating his self-healing. Azeroth knew that if he healed him through his flames, Noah's body won't benefit from all this running. The torture he had endured must bear good results as well. He picked up Noah and soon walked towards his room. As he passed by Ralph and Sargon, he spoke with an emotionless voice. 1 year. All it will take him is 1 year to surpass you to the point you won't even have thoughts of ever catching up to him, even with your special bloodline abilities. Ralph raised his brows in surprise at those words, while Sargon snorted in response. Sargon believed that Azeroth was just saying those words to motivate them into working hard. How could a kid like him, who didn't even know of ardor, surpass them in just 1 year? It wasn't like they wouldn't train hard to keep getting stronger, and it would be absurd to even think that Noah would be able to surpass them with the already great gap in them. However, soon his expression changed as he recalled that Azeroth was someone who possessed mystic eyes of a demon god. His background was too mysterious. Maybe he did possess a skill to increase Noah's abilities greatly in this 1 year. Azeroth did possess some of those skills, but he didn't think it would be worth it to use them on Noah. He was now convinced of the rumors of the enlightened sword heart. Even though Noah's body had already exhausted completely in just 1 hour, he still kept on running because of that enlightened sword heart. His willpower was truly in a class of his own. Without using ardor or receiving prior training, Azeroth had no chance of achieving something like this. The willpower wasn't even the main aspect of the enlightened sword heart, though. The enlightened sword heart's true abilities were to comprehend and use the sword techniques perfectly. A swordsman with the enlightened sword heart would possess terrifying comprehension and perfectly use sword techniques in a fight. It was evening time now. Azeroth's 3 retainers had been provided a common room which was apparently quite large enough to hold 10 retainers at the same time. The 3 retainers were resting. The food had been delivered to them in their room. Although their bodies were sore, they still got up and ate their food. They were really hungry after all. Around this time, Azeroth went to Jonas Rhodes's room. After knocking on his door a couple of times, he heard an authoritative voice. "What is it, Edwin? I had something to talk to you, father." Azeroth spoke with an emotionless tone. "All right, come in." Once Azeroth received the permission, he entered Jonas's chambers. The room was rather large, nearly twice the size of Azeroth's room. Azeroth's vision fell on that large king-sized bed. The bed was decorated well with some flowers on it. Soon, Azeroth turned his head and glanced at the study table on his right. Ahead of this study table was a chair, and Jonas was seated on it. "What is it?" "Father, I was wondering if it would be possible for me to be the mayor of Chlora's town," Azeroth asked Jonas with a cool tone. Jonas frowned as he asked Azeroth, "Chlora's town, hasn't it been demolished by the beasts and its people killed? What will you do even if you go over there as its mayor? No people are living in that town anymore." "That's not an issue. I will hire some builders and rebuild it from scratch. Once there are houses, I can set up cheap rates so that people would be more accepting to move into the town." Azeroth gave his own idea regarding Chlora's town. However, Jonas didn't think it was such a great idea. He sneered and replied to Azeroth, "If you do this, then how will you find the money to pay the taxes to the kingdom? In fact, how will you even pay for the services or security of the town? You will never be able to pay off your debts, and that's why I need your assistance, father. Please convince the king to not take taxes for the next 3 years. After those 3 years, I will pay him twice the taxes for the next 10 years. Jonas snorted and asked him, "You seem to think of it as a game. You think it's so easy to earn money. Also, twice the taxes. I doubt you can pay off even half the taxes. That's my problem. I just want to ask if you will help me or not." Azeroth's response was ice cold as he faced Jonas. Jonas narrowed his eyes as he stared at Azeroth. "Very well. Let me see just how you will do as you have spoken. Remember that I will keep my eye on you." This was a promise along with a threat. Azeroth disregarded the threat and turned around to get out of the room. Azeroth chose Chlora's town for 2 main reasons. One was because he saw a huge profit at that location, and another was because he wanted to get away from Jonas. He knew that as long as this man was here, he won't be able to do much. Azeroth had to use the demonic ardor very carefully in the Rhodes estate. It would be better to relocate to a place where he would have more freedom. Meanwhile, Jonas had his own plans. He was also thinking of rebuilding and administrating Chlora's town, but other matters required his presence. Now that Azeroth had asked for that town, Jonas planned to let him do what he wanted with that town, and then assign it to someone trustworthy. Jonas then went on to some of his trustworthy advisors and asked them to keep an eye on some of the individuals he had in mind. These individuals were all working for the Rhodes House, and they had the necessary talent and skill in administrating a territory. However, because of no empty position, they never rose from their posts. But now an empty position was available in the form of Chlora's town's mayor. Jonas was pretty adamant about bringing this territory under his direct control, mainly because it bordered with the Lamhilhan theocracy, and also because this territory had something to do with demons. He guessed that either the demons were hiding in the nearby area, or there was a channel between the underworld and the Frasca continent had opened up. Both of these were extremely favorable to him. If he killed some demons and brought their corpses to the king, then he would be rewarded quite handsomely. And if he gave the location of the channel between the underworld and the Frasca continent, then the king might even give him a royal reward. A royal reward meant that he could ask for anything that the king possesses, and the king would have to give it away. The only thing he couldn't ask for in this reward is the king's life. After all, if a noble family wasn't rewarded even after doing such a great job, what was even the point of serving such a king? Other kingdoms might value them more than this. For this reason, the royal reward was highly valued, and Jonas was especially very interested in this royal reward. He had realized that he had more or less reached his limit while using the Rhodes House's skills. Now he required the imperial techniques of ardor to advance his skill. Once he becomes a 7-star warrior, he could put his plan in motion. Ralph, Noah, and Sargon were in their common room. They had finished eating their food and were going back to sleep. Ralph asked Noah, "So what do you two think about this master of ours?" Sargon looked at Noah, who seemed to be thinking something. "Master, I think he is really good. He gave us a place to stay and even so much food. I have never seen so much food in my life." Noah spoke with his eyes glittering with excitement. Seeing that innocent twinkle in those eyes, Sargon and Ralph didn't even doubt his words. Sargon rolled his eyes and spoke, "HMPH, this is nothing. He is merely an heir of a noble family in this kingdom. I had 10 times more property than this." Ralph shrugged his shoulders, "Yet you are just a servant here. What a pity." Sargon hatefully glared at him and spoke, "Keep your mouth shut, feline. You know nothing. Stop it. Don't fight." Noah suddenly spoke out with a fierce expression. At those words, Sargon and Ralph both turned towards Noah. Sargon spoke with a disdainful look in his eyes. Just because that guy favors you doesn't mean you are our boss. If not for those seals, I would have killed you as well as him. At that moment, a cold voice spoke out from the entrance of the room. Ho, is that so? You would have killed me if I remove your seals. That cold voice made Sargon and Ralph shiver in fear. They didn't even sense him entering the room. Come then. Appears that I haven't disciplined you enough. Azeroth spoke while stepping forwards. Sargon was utterly scared as he saw Azeroth come closer to himself. He backed away unconsciously, but how could he get away from Azeroth? Azeroth immediately grabbed his arm and dragged him out of his room. Ralph was scared as well, while Noah clenched his fists while glaring at Sargon. He didn't seem to like what Sargon had spoken. Soon, the three were in the courtyard. Sargon didn't have fond memories of this area. He remembered how he was tortured here, and no matter how loudly he screamed, nobody came to save him. Suddenly, he felt Azeroth press his fingers on his forehead and the seals in his body breaking apart. He was utterly shocked as he then saw Azeroth speak with a look of contempt. Go on. You can resist with your full power. Let me see if it's of any use. For some moments, Sargon was surprised, but after that, he slowly regained his arrogant look. Yes, I can feel it. The seals are really gone. There was a look of pure pleasure on Sargon's face. His ardor had been sealed to the bare minimum. The only thing he could with it was to heal his injuries, but now his power had returned. He was now at the level of a middle-class demon. His faint red eyes flashed as they glowed mysteriously. You are going to regret removing my seals because of your arrogance. Even though you possess the mystic eyes of demon god, you are still not at the level of a demon lord. I doubt you can even use them to their full potential. At this stage, my evil eyes hold a much greater advantage. Meanwhile, Azeroth just yawned in return. Can we just fight? I am getting sick of your monologue now. HMPH. If you are in such a hurry to die, then sure, I will go along. Sargon spoke as he used more of his ardor in his evil eyes and used its long-range techniques, petrifying gaze. As soon as he spoke those words, Azeroth noted white-colored demonic energy appearing on his body, spreading on his skin and turning it into stone. But he wasn't flustered by this technique. An interesting technique, but unfortunately, it won't affect me that much. Azeroth spoke as he used the holy ardor to effortlessly purify that bit of demonic energy. You are a celestial. Both Sargon and Ralph shouted in shock. Actually, Sargon experienced a much greater shock because he had seen Azeroth's mystic eyes. Those mystic eyes were definitely from a demonic god, so he failed to understand just how Azeroth's body could possess holy ardor. But still, Sargon didn't have the luxury to remain shocked as he saw Azeroth slowly stepping towards him. Sargon then suddenly regained his calmness as he spoke. The fact that you can use holy ardor was unexpected, but my next move is going to finish this. Sargon closed his eyes for a few seconds, and when Azeroth saw him do that, he stopped moving. He was curious what sort of ability he was going to use as he sensed a strong buildup of spiritual energy in Sargon's eyes. As Sargon opened his eyes, he whispered hypnotic vision. From now on, I am your master. Sargon looked straight into Azeroth's eyes as he sent that instruction to Azeroth's spirit. For a few seconds, Azeroth remained stationary. As he saw that Azeroth had completely stopped moving, Sargon showed a victorious smile. He was quite relaxed now as he looked towards Ralph and Noah with a smug expression on his face. Looks like it's finally over. Even though he was a 4-star warrior, his spirit isn't strong enough to guard against the hypnosis from my evil eyes. Even amongst the inheritors of the evil eyes, the power of my hypnosis is the best. If not for awakening this rare and useful ability, I wouldn't have been thrown out of the family by that husky bitch. Then he glanced at Azeroth and continued thinking, having him as a slave will be useful. At least in this place, he seems to possess some status that can prevent my identity from being discovered. Also, it seems that he possesses some great secrets regarding the Celestials and a demon god. I can use him to take my revenge on the Bach clan. Then Sargon looked at Ralph and Noah before speaking up. So what are you going to do from now? Are you going to obey me or not? If not, I can easily ask my new slave to throw you out. Sargon spoke with a confident and arrogant tone. He had complete trust in his hypnosis technique. If only the time limit for using this technique wasn't a month, I would have used it against these two and turned them into my slaves as well. That would have made my life easier. At least this demi-beast would have been capable enough to carry my things around for me. Ralph was on guard against Sargon while Noah looked furious. Noah stepped forward with his small feet and shouted at Sargon, return him back to normal. Shut up, useless runt. Sargon coldly replied to Noah, it seems I need to throw you out first. You are annoying me. Before Noah could speak any further, another voice resounded in the area. The ability is good, but what a pity. The user is too conceited. Those words gathered Noah's attention and let him sigh out in relief. What the? How are you still okay? Sargon asked with an utterly flabbergasted expression. He felt as if his reality was shattering as he saw that Azeroth had a clear look in his eyes. It meant that his hypnosis had failed. But the surprising thing was that he didn't feel at all when it failed. You used both of the best techniques from your famed clan. Now let me show you one of mine. Azeroth spoke with his eyes turning purple. It was as if Azeroth wanted to show off the difference between the two of them. "Kneel," Azeroth ordered with an imposing tone. Sargon immediately felt the strength in his legs vanish as he got on his knees. He raised his head to look at Azeroth but failed to find him. Suddenly, he felt someone grabbing his hair strongly from the right and then a kick straight on his face. Sargon's teeth broke, but it didn't seem as if Azeroth had any intention of going easy on him. He kicked him again and forced Sargon to eat his own teeth. Blood was dripping from his mouth, but before Sargon could even scream out, Azeroth continued to kill him relentlessly. Where did all that imposing manner go now? Azeroth asked in what seemed to be an angry yet excited tone. He loved torturing, especially the brats of those from the noble clans. It was just too satisfying as he was literally crushing him underneath his feet. "Whoa, Master is strong." Noah commented as he stared at the scene. He didn't feel even a bit of pity for Sargon. That guy wanted to make Azeroth his slave. He was on Noah's hit list. Meanwhile, Ralph's legs were trembling as well. It was because the command that Azeroth had used on Sargon was also used on him. He understood that this was a warning to him from Azeroth. Azeroth continued to kick Sargon until the guy genuinely surrendered under his might. Using the mystic eyes of perception, Azeroth was sure that he was genuine while surrendering. But still, he kicked him a couple more times just to be sure. "Now then, I am sure that this has made it clear about who is the boss here. Isn't that right?" Azeroth's voice was calm as he asked this question. His question was naturally directed at Sargon, the one who had been on the receiving end to his kicks. "Aye, sir. I sincerely beg you to forgive me. I shall never even think of going against you, my lord." Those were the words spoken by Sargon. To Azeroth's mystic eyes, it appeared that this guy was quite genuine right now. However, he didn't know whether he appeared genuine because of the pain or he truly had a change of heart. But at this moment, Azeroth didn't care. "Good, you don't double-cross me and I will treat you as a living being. The next time you think of going against me, your state will be just slightly worse than a handicapped beggar on the streets. And believe me when I say that if I want, I can effortlessly take away that healing granted by your bloodline." Azeroth gave one last threat. This threat scared Sargon and he immediately lowered his head. "I do believe you, my lord." "Good." Azeroth then turned towards Ralph. "Come over here." "Yes, my lord." Ralph immediately arrived, speaking with a humble tone. "Take him away. Use the healing kit provided in your room." Azeroth touched Ralph's head and unsealed him as well. "I don't intend to fight you, my lord. Please seal my abilities." What Ralph had witnessed had turned out to be a thorough thrashing. He wasn't stupid like Sargon to even think of fighting against Azeroth. Azeroth smiled slightly and replied, "You misunderstand me. I never planned to keep your abilities sealed. What would have been the point of me buying you then? But you shouldn't think of running away, though. I have planted my own spiritual seeds in your soul. As long as I wish to, I can blow apart your soul at any moment." Azeroth casually told Ralph, Sargon, and Noah. At this point, Sargon wasn't even surprised that this man knew such a technique. The fact that he could break those pesky seals and even ignore his hypnosis technique so effortlessly, it proved that his spirit was sufficiently strong to use such a technique. Ralph was hearing about this technique for the first time and showed a surprised expression. He never knew that there was even such an annoying technique. The first thought he had after recovering his ardor was to run away as soon as an opportunity presented itself. Meanwhile, Noah just innocently blinked. He thought that there was no way Azeroth would want to kill him, so it was okay. After all, even though Sargon had wanted to kill and even make Azeroth into a slave, yet he was still alive, so he didn't think of this threat as a big deal. Soon, Ralph and Sargon left the courtyard and returned to the room. Ralph began to apply the medicinal potion on Sargon's face. Meanwhile, Sargon continued to think of what happened earlier. Azeroth and Noah were standing next to each other. Azeroth noted that Noah had a strange expression and asked him, "What is it?" Noah hesitated a little before asking Azeroth, "Please make me strong, master." He knelt down in front of Azeroth. "Why do you want to be strong?" Azeroth asked Noah with a straight face. "I want to be of help to you, master. I don't want anyone to ever threaten you." Noah sincerely spoke. Azeroth began to chuckle. What a weak resolve and reason. Those words somewhat disappointed Noah, but before he could even lower his head, Azeroth added, "But it will do for now." Soon, Azeroth pulled out a short sword that appeared to be a perfect fit for Noah's height. Azeroth had naturally prepared a sword for Noah after buying him from the Silent Death organization. "Let's start with the basics. Come, attack me." Noah hesitated slightly before launching himself at Azeroth. His small body was rather agile, and he immediately targeted Azeroth's gut with his iron sword. Azeroth effortlessly deflected the sword's swing and kicked Noah away. Noah rolled on the ground a couple of times before he stood up, grabbing the sword in his hands. "Get serious. I don't need someone who hesitates in following my orders." Azeroth coldly spoke to Noah. Those words seemed to have struck Noah more than that kick. A serious expression dawned on his face as he nodded. Noah didn't know, but the aura around him had completely changed. Azeroth could feel that even the aura near his blade was seemingly vibrating. Soon, Noah was running towards Azeroth at his full speed. Well, even his full speed was slow as a turtle to Azeroth's eyes. Noah swung his sword at Azeroth, and Azeroth casually dodged it, planning to kick him back on the ground. Yet he was shocked when the sword swing that he had dodged suddenly changed direction in mid-air and targeted him. Incredible. This kid can actually perform the swallow counter technique at such a young age. But still, Azeroth reacted rather quickly and grabbed the sword that was targeting him. As he held the sharp sword blade in his hands, he was once again surprised to feel the blade actually pierce his skin. It had to be known that his physical body was now comparable to that of a demon after using the demon transformation method. His durability was off the charts when compared to an ordinary human. Also, Noah still hadn't officially begun his cultivation. He had no ardor in his body and hence couldn't strengthen his sword attacks. Sword chi. He possesses sword chi, and not a weak one. Azeroth understood that he had to get serious as well, or he might really get injured here. He used his other hand and punched Noah away. Noah's body skids on the ground. However, he rolled backward and got up while wasting little to no time. Azeroth moved forwards and attacked Noah with a karate chop. Before he could even touch Noah, though, his hand was whipped away by Noah's quick sword strike. Noah then slashed at Azeroth's body. Azeroth raised his leg and planned to kick the sword. However, as his leg clashed with the sword, a shockwave occurred and froze the two of them in their current positions. Azeroth wasn't surprised to see that Noah had managed to hold his ground, even though he had used some ardor in his kick. The sword chi was a form of energy that could combat all sorts of energies. Azeroth was quick in his movements as he rotated his body and kicked Noah's gut. Even though Noah saw it and tried to parry it with his sword, his body failed to react quickly. Azeroth didn't let up and threw some lightning arrows at Noah from a distance. These were lightning arrows formed through holy ardor. He couldn't really use his demonic ardor in the Rhodes estate, and since Jonah's Rhodes already knew about his celestial blood, he thought it would be a good idea to use this element. Noah rolled away from the danger and was on his feet again. He looked at Azeroth from a distance with that same serious expression on his face. Azeroth lightly smiled and once again formed multiple lightning arrows and threw them at Noah. This time, the number exceeded 10. Noah relaxed his grip over his sword for just a moment before clenching it tightly. In the next moment, Azeroth saw a series of movements from Noah as he quickly slashed those lightning arrows with a quick burst of speed. When Azeroth saw that move, he began to think he is truly tapping into his potential now. He probably used his sword chi in his arms and legs to get that burst of speed, and it was rather impressive. He doesn't have a scratch even when I attacked him with 13 arrows. Noah suddenly jumped and slashed while spinning his body. Azeroth kept his eyes focused on him, and he noted a small spark on Noah's sword. It was a white spark, and before he realized it, a lightning sword slash was heading down his way. Azeroth sidestepped to dodge that slash attack. As he turned his head towards Noah, he failed to find him. He heard a faint sound and lowered his head to see Noah standing with his right hand holding the sword stretched out towards him. As Noah was moving his sword to attack Azeroth, Azeroth didn't stay still. He moved his right hand to grab that sword. This time he used more of his ardor to prevent himself from being injured. The sword chi was truly a dangerous thing. It was the result of gaining insight into the way of the sword. However, before Azeroth could even touch that sword, Noah tossed the sword in the sky. Azeroth didn't understand why Noah did this, but he didn't have the luxury to think about it. Noah attacked him with a chop as he used the sword chi to enhance the edges of his hand. Azeroth grabbed that hand and picked him up with one arm before throwing him away. As Noah was in the mid-air, he moved his arms and seemingly pointed them at Azeroth. Azeroth's eyes widened with realization as he looked up and saw Noah's sword coming down, intending to thrust deep in his body. This is no mere sword insight. This kid has already reached the man and sword as one level. Azeroth thought while narrowly dodging that sword. Azeroth had fought against multiple sword users who had achieved the same level, but none possessed the enlightened sword heart, meaning their attacks were bland and predictable. The same couldn't be spoken about those possessing the enlightened sword heart. Noah had already reached the level of man and sword as one, and his enlightened sword heart allowed him to use his sword with purely his sword chi. The other swordsmen have to endure bitter training to get the same result. Also, Noah was merely 9 years old. He hadn't even officially begun his path as a swordsman. Noah's talent in the sword was so great that even Azeroth envied it a bit. He had trained so hard, fought against all kinds of people to acquire this sort of battle sense and experience, but looking at Noah, it was clear that he was just starting his path. But alas, there was nothing he could do regarding this. Enlightenment couldn't be forced. Or else there would be many individuals possessing the enlightened sword heart. Suddenly, Noah moved his right hand, and the sword near Azeroth immediately turned in his way. Azeroth was well prepared for it, though, as he forced his body to rotate backward and kick the sword away. Soon, Azeroth was standing on the ground while the sword stabbed into a nearby tree and seemed to be jammed. Azeroth then moved quickly, and he grabbed hold of Noah's throat while picking him up. He used his other hand to grab his right hand and prevented him from controlling his sword. It's time to stop. I understand your level now. Azeroth softly spoke, and suddenly that impressive aura around Noah dispersed as if it was never there. Noah nervously asked Azeroth, how did I do, Master? I didn't disappoint you, right? He looked rather scared, as if Azeroth was going to throw him on the streets. It was all right. You need to train more and learn more techniques. Azeroth spoke with a straight face. Noah seemingly breathed out in relief as he understood that his master wasn't angry at him for performing badly. Take these techniques and study them. Azeroth's purple ring flashed, and soon scrolls appeared in Azeroth's hands. These were scrolls that Azeroth had prepared just the previous night. He had recorded and given a rough description of the sword techniques he remembered. They included Heaven Rending Stance, the Quick Draw Technique, the Phantom Step, and so on. Noah happily grabbed those scrolls as he promised himself to study them and master them as quickly as possible. As for your sword, I will get a better sword for you, but for now you can train with it. Azeroth spoke with a monotonous sound. However, Noah unexpectedly shook his head and replied, Master, I don't want another sword. As Noah spoke those words, he stretched out his right hand, and the sword that remained fixed in the tree shook a little before it sliced the tree and moved to Noah's right hand. I will take good care of it, Master. I don't want any other sword. Please, Master, Noah requested with that childlike glint in his eyes. Whatever. Azeroth also shrugged his shoulders as he didn't plan to think about it too deeply. He knew that once Noah's sword broke, he would demand another one. He could give him a better one at that time, so it wasn't a big deal to him. I will give you a cultivation formula. Make sure to remember it and use it to strengthen your ardor. Azeroth spoke with a serious gaze. Noah nodded his head and spoke, I will definitely remember it, Master. All right. Soon, Azeroth imparted one of the only human cultivation formulas that he knew. It was known as the Mysterious Chin Formula. He knew other ones, but this one was used by the strongest humans during his era, so he guessed that it should be quite good for humans under the 7-star rank. What Azeroth didn't know was that this Mysterious Chin Formula had been upgraded by another talent within the humans after his death, and was one of the most heavily guarded secret formulas of the humans. It was cultivated by the royal family of the Chin Empire in the East. Noah was sent away after Azeroth imparted him with this cultivation formula. He was thinking with a serious expression, when will it activate? Azeroth let out a sigh as he decided to wait for some more time. Meanwhile, Noah returned to his room with those scrolls in his hands. His gaze fell on Sargon and Ralph. Ralph was applying some medicinal ointment on Sargon's body that was healing rapidly. Noah's right hand was on his sword's handle as he spoke with a cold voice. The next time you dare to hurt Master, you will deal with me. And I give you my word, your state won't be pretty. The cold light shooting out of Noah's eyes seemed to have stabbed Sargon's body. Even Sargon felt that cold light piercing his organs, and he instantly understood that this was a sword chi. He clenched his fists angrily, but didn't dare to speak anything. He wasn't in any condition to speak. He didn't know what Azeroth had done, but for some reason his bloodline wasn't healing him as quickly as it should. Even a dog dares to bark in front of me. Sargon weakly responded with a self-ridicule laugh. Noah snorted and was unenthusiastic to reply. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Ralph spoke with a condescending look. Sargon fell silent at those words, as he remembered how it was this very arrogance that had hurt him. A few days had passed since Jonas went to the king regarding the matter of the taxes of Chlora's town. Even though the king had agreed, Jonas had to deal with all sorts of formalities, and he also had some other tasks, so he had to stay in the capital for some time. During this time, Azeroth trained Noah and also took time to train Ralph. Ralph had an impressive reaction speed, clearly because of the cougar's blood within him. The bloodline within him seemed to originate from a beast king. Although impressive in the kingdom of Cinealian, it wasn't enough in Azeroth's eyes. Ralph's fighting style didn't seem to fit with a weapon, so Azeroth had begun to teach him martial arts that would fit with his body style. It was an inferior model of the fighting style created by Azeroth by combining karate, taekwondo, and kickboxing. He also ordered Ralph to undergo special training for his legs. The only one who didn't train along with Azeroth was Sargon. He just continued to observe Azeroth's training from a distance each day. There seemed something on his mind, but he didn't talk about it to anyone at all. He was in reality thinking deeply about the reason why Azeroth had bought them. This man hasn't even asked us to do a task for him. Even though we are his retainers, he has provided us with a good place to sleep and a fine meal. He is also training us. Just what does he plan to do with us? A man with the mystic eyes of a demon god and the holy ardor. Just what is this guy? Is he a demon or a human or a celestial? He also seems to know about my clan, but there hasn't been any news of Bach clan appearing in this place in search of me. Otherwise, they would have easily slaughtered this weak kingdom. Meanwhile, in another place, 100 meters beneath the ground, a young blonde-haired woman was seated with her emerald eyes lazily looking around. There wasn't anything she hadn't seen hundreds, if not thousands of times, but still, she had nothing to do while she was trapped here. This was the elf princess trapped by the Silent Death organization. She had a melancholic look on her face as she remembered how she was captured by these men. The elf kingdom was facing a threat, and she had sneaked out of the elven forest, hoping to find help while traveling around. Her personal guards were rather weak, and they couldn't make use of their boost from the world tree, so they failed to defend their princess when the Silent Death coincidentally bumped into them. Although they had defeated the first wave of warriors from the Silent Death, they were quickly surrounded by the members of the Silent Death. Her guards fought to their deaths while the elf princess was captured alive. One of the warriors had used his unique skill to prevent her from moving. With this skill, the elf princess couldn't even choose to die using her ardor, and once she was captured, they sealed her ardor and then brought her to this dungeon. It had been nearly a month since she was captured, and there have been many men who were brought to see her. Yet, there was seemingly little to no hope in getting out of this prison. Fortunately, she was allowed to move freely without her hands or legs tied up. The elf princess got up and held the bars of this prison. She used her entire strength but couldn't budge the bars at all. As she removed her hands, her fingers seemed to touch some faint purple energy on the bars. Once that purple energy was touched, Elf Princess sensed another aura flaring ahead of her. The Elf Princess backed away as she was surprised to see a lot of energy compressing at a particular point. Soon the compression stopped and the aura expanded from that point into a particular shape. It was a face, and she recalled that this face belonged to that man who had come to see her just a few days ago. Who are you? The Elf Princess asked while her voice trembled with fear. She didn't know what motive this guy had for leaving behind a spiritual imprint. My name is Azeroth, and I plan to free you out of here. This spiritual imprint left behind by Azeroth remained neutral as he replied to her. Once the Elf Princess heard him say that he planned to get her out of this prison, her nervousness vanished, and instead, she was getting excited at the prospect of leaving this prison. How will you get me out of here? What do you want to get me out of here? As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do my best. Elf Princess spoke out with no hesitation. She knew that getting her out must be troublesome for this guy as well, so she planned on luring him with some benefits. Azeroth faintly smiled and spoke. Just take a pledge that you will fulfill my request. Naturally, I also promise not to give you a request that would threaten elves. The first sentence from Azeroth somewhat scared the Elf Princess, while Azeroth's second sentence relieved her quite a bit. She nodded her head and spoke. I, Laura Vadger, pledge that I will fulfill any request Azeroth might have as long as it does not endanger the elves. As Azeroth heard her full name, he wasn't surprised to hear that her last name was Vadger. During his reign as a demon god, the royal family of elves had also used Vadger as their last name. Once Azeroth heard Laura's pledge, he nodded in satisfaction. If there was one thing he knew quite clear, it was that the elves would never break their oath. It was considered very disrespectful to the world tree and the nature goddess. Are you proficient in controlling the wood? Azeroth asked Laura with a curious gaze. Once Laura heard his words, she had a proud face as she revealed, I can easily control the wood without using any signs or symbols. She proudly smiled as this was a rather rare skill even amongst the royal family of the elves. But instead of praising Laura, Azeroth merely blinked his eyes as he heard this fact and then asked, and what about presence concealment? How good is it? Can you blend with nature? How do you know about this skill? Laura was surprised to hear those words from Azeroth's mouth. The presence concealment was a skill unique to the royal family, and it was something that shouldn't be known to the humans. It was at this time she noticed that this person was talking through a spiritual imprint. He must possess a lot of secrets. I don't know that skill. If I knew it, I wouldn't have been captured. Laura spoke with her cheeks turning red because of embarrassment. I see. Azeroth calmly replied. He spoke after some time. Getting you out of here without the presence concealment skill will be tricky. You will need to wait for nearly half a day then. Just half a day? Laura asked, utterly shocked to hear this time frame. She had expected him to say a week or even a month. Maybe even then he would have to leave things up to fate. But here Azeroth was actually telling her that she only needed to wait for half a day to get free from this prison. Her excitement immediately went off the charts. I will disperse now. I need to pass this information to my real body. Azeroth's spiritual imprint informed Laura. Laura immediately replied to him, please come soon, I will wait for you. From her tone, she seemed to be begging him. Soon, that spiritual imprint dispersed into thousands, if not millions of particles. In the Rhodes estate, Azeroth was sleeping peacefully. He was giving his body some well-deserved rest after his own and his servants' training. Suddenly, some amount of information entered his mind and woke him up. Once he was awake, he remembered that conversation his spiritual imprint had with Laura Vadger. All right, I guess I need to begin my preparations then. Azeroth whispered to himself as he got up from his bed. He wore a blue cloak with straight collars and brown trousers that seemed to be perfectly hidden underneath that dark blue cloak. Azeroth jumped out of his room through the window. He was on his way to the Merchant Union. That's right, instead of going to the Silent Death Organization's base, he was moving towards the storehouse of the Merchant Union. Azeroth naturally hadn't just trained in these few days. Because of his new identity as being recognized by Jonas, he was now allowed to receive some classified information, such as the location of this storehouse of the Merchant Union. Considering that this was the Rhodes family's territory, it was obvious that the location of the Merchant Union's storehouse would be known to the Rhodes family. However, the Rhodes family had no idea about the contents stored inside it. Thus, they had no idea about the rumor that a rare artifact had appeared in the Merchant Union. Even though it was merely a rumor, Azeroth didn't care. His intention was never to steal that thing. Few things would reach Azeroth's standard. His intention was rather simple, which was to raise a ruckus, and he had a good plan on how to achieve that. The cold smile on Azeroth's face indicated that he had an evil plan in his mind. It was worth noting that the last time he had such an evil smile, the massacre of the Chlora's town occurred. It was morning time. The market was opening up as people arrived and set up their shops. During this time, a group of men, led by Sir Ashton, was walking towards the base of the Silent Death organization. They had grave looks over their faces. They also gave off a rather aggressive aura as they scared the people around who glanced at them. Among Sir Ashton's group, a man with a pointy nose spoke with a serious voice. "It leads inside, Sir Ashton." The building he was pointing at was the base of the Silent Death organization. Sir Ashton clenched his fists as he heard the confirmation. Even though he had been informed of this already, he had personally come and rechecked the entire way. There was truly nothing out of ordinary. The individual who ransacked their entire storehouse and also stole their elite treasure was in this location. Naturally, the Silent Death organization had also become aware that the manager of the Merchant Union was coming over. They gathered their experts in the bar and were waiting for Sir Ashton to open the door. Sir Finley was the one who stood in the center. Even now, their head hadn't appeared. It was unknown whether he was choosing not to appear or he was truly unavailable. Sir Ashton opened the door and soon entered the building swarming with the men from Silent Death organization. Not a hint of fear could be felt from him. Whether it was his confidence in his own ability or his confidence in his backer was unknown. "What brings you here, Sir Ashton?" The manager Finley spoke with a calm voice, intending to find the reason why Sir Ashton had come here. For some moments, Sir Ashton merely observed everyone's faces. He could read their faces like a book, and he noted emotions like bewilderment, confusion, and some hostility on their faces. This momentarily stunned him as he asked himself, have they done it or not? His face reading skill was quite good, and it was only through this that he had generated a momentous profit in his life. But still, he couldn't just make his decision by this face reading skill. The entire storehouse of the Merchant Union had been ransacked by some intruders yesterday. In fact, they have even stolen some treasures that were supposed to ship soon from the city. Sir Finley and the group of experts from the Silent Death organization quietly heard those words. And they didn't understand how it was related to them. "You might not be aware of this, Sir Finley, but on our products, we use a special power that continues to release its aura and a faint fragrance through which we can track it, and only those with unique senses can track it." Sir Ashton then gestured towards one of his men and spoke. "This is Jan Owen. His bloodline makes him very sensitive towards the smell. While tracking the scent, we have come here." Sir Finley now fully understood the situation. But he frowned as he realized that the situation was rather unfavorable to him. "Please calm down, Sir Ashton. There is definitely a misunderstanding here. Maybe someone wants to frame us," Sir Finley solemnly said to Sir Ashton. Sir Ashton remained unfazed and replied, "Perhaps, but the fact remains that the stolen goods had indeed come here. I will search this building, and if we find nothing, we will return peacefully." His words even drew the ire of Sir Finley and some other elite warriors from the Silent Death organization. In the Cinealian Kingdom, the Silent Death organization was inferior to the Merchant Union, because the Merchant Union's true backer was none other than the royal family. The Silent Death organization had tried to expand its businesses, but the presence of Merchant Union harassed them greatly. Now the manager of the Merchant Union had come and was even planning on checking their whole building. Moreover, his tone suggested that he wasn't even asking for permission, but rather telling them that he was definitely going to check this building. If they opposed him, then he was prepared. Naturally, Sir Ashton had spoken in such a tone intentionally. He wanted to inform Sir Finley that he was utterly serious. If Sir Finley failed to comply, then it would result in a war between the two corporations. Very well, Sir Finley clenched his teeth somewhat angrily, but gave him permission to check their headquarters and also added, however, "Our experts would accompany you in your search. And if you find nothing, you will need to compensate us for this, Sir Ashton. Suit yourself." Sir Ashton replied coldly. It was clear to both parties that the Silent Death organization could hardly trouble the Merchant Union in the Cinealian Kingdom. The most they could do was pressure them and make sure they don't suffer a loss. Those words from Sir Finley were just for salvaging some bits of respect for the Silent Death organization ahead of his subordinates. "Jan, you are sure that all our things are in here, right?" Sir Ashton looked at his tracker, who soundlessly nodded. Soon, Jan Owen began walking. He passed the bar and entered the hallway of the building. he was followed by Sir Ashton and a large group of experts from the Merchant Union. Meanwhile, Sir Finley spoke out with a serious face. "Gather the experts and keep an eye on this group. They might have a hidden plan against us." "Yes, sir." All the warriors scattered and gathered their experts who were stationed in different parts of their headquarters. In just 10 or so minutes, nearly all the strong experts within the Silent Death Organization's headquarters had gathered and were keeping an eye on Sir Ashton's group. After walking for some time, they finally entered a room. In the room, they opened some drawers and saw some bottles of red-colored liquid. Clearly, it was an expensive elixir. "Whose room is this?" Sir Ashton turned and asked Finley. Before Sir Finley could reply, a man amongst the group behind Sir Finley spoke out. "This is my room." It was a warrior by the name of Luca Barnes. He was a 4-star warrior of the Silent Death Organization. Sir Ashton took a good look at him and then began speaking. "This is the red salamander elixir created to boost the strength of the body. This was supposed to be shipped to Wales. How did it get to your room inside of your drawer?" Even though it was Sir Ashton who asked the question, he quickly added, "The proof that this is an item from the Merchant Union is very easy to see." Sir Ashton held the glass bottle of the elixir and rotated it at the right angle. On the bottom, Sir Finley and his whole group of experts saw a seal of the Merchant Union. "This is the seal we place on our things stored in the warehouse. Only after we deliver the thing do we remove this seal. Now, do you have something to say in your defense?" Sir Ashton spoke somewhat angrily. Luca Barnes had also no idea how this thing could get inside his drawers. "Someone might have left it inside my drawer. Maybe someone is framing me. Who, and why would they do it?" Sir Ashton spoke while tapping his foot on the floor. "I have no idea, sir." Luca Barnes truthfully spoke. But in response, Sir Ashton replied angrily, "Then find out. I don't care whether someone is trying to frame you or not. The hard fact is that I found one of the stolen things in your drawer within your room." There was nothing Luca Barnes could say to that. Meanwhile, Finley had a headache as he understood that there was some truth in Sir Ashton's words that the things from their warehouse had been stolen. Soon, Sir Ashton began walking to pursue another lead, and Finley followed them around. However, right now, Finley didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he had missed something. During this time, the experts guarding the dungeons where the slaves were held had already returned above the surface. In place of those experts were other warriors, who were just slightly inferior to them in power. Currently, a man wearing blue cloak was going down the stairs rather silently. It was Azeroth who had created this whole situation. At midnight, he went to the warehouse of the Merchant Union. Although there were many guards in the area, he killed one of them and quietly took his place. After that, during the time of patrolling, he quietly used the dark threads and stuck them at the appropriate locations. He also found out that there was indeed a rare treasure in this warehouse. It was the egg of a special beast. This egg had been disguised as an egg of an ordinary beast. Perhaps because of this, Sir Ashton had kept it with the batch of similar-looking eggs. But how could such a trick fool Azeroth's mystic eyes of perception? Just for surety, Azeroth also glanced at the treasure that many experts were guarding in the warehouse, and just after a glance, he was sure that it was a fake. Quietly, Azeroth stuck one of his dark web on the real egg of a special beast. After reaching an appropriate place where he would remain unseen, he pulled the dark webs and ransacked the entire warehouse. It was to such an extent that nearly all the items in the warehouse were flying around. Azeroth picked up a few of those items and sneaked into the Silent Death Organization's headquarters. It wasn't hard to enter their headquarters since he just had to disguise himself as an old man who was looking for a bar to drink some alcohol. And when the bartender or the other warriors weren't looking at him, he quietly sneaked inside the building and planted these items at various places so that Sir Ashton would go around and buy him quite some time while gathering these things. As for Azeroth, he was heading towards the 5th basement floor to free Laura Vadger. As he was going through the 4th floor, he noted that there were more guards stationed here. It would be virtually impossible to get to Laura while keeping himself hidden, and he also couldn't waste too much time since Sir Ashton or Sir Finley might realize his motive any time soon. He didn't hesitate in changing his plan and began walking without any intention of hiding his identity. The men here were either 3-star warriors or 4-star warriors. The demonic aura flared up around Azeroth as he used his heavenly demon transformation technique. Before the guards could even shout in surprise or sound out the alarm, Azeroth used his hell flames and burnt them to ashes. The prisoners saw him and held their bars as they called out to Azeroth, "Please get me out, please." Azeroth ignored their pleas as he moved quickly using the phantom step. He had no time to spare right now, and just when he was about to reach the stairs for the 2nd basement floor, he noticed that very same succubus who was shown to him by Finley. When he had analyzed this succubus using his mystic eyes of perception, he had realized that even though she was a complete demon, she merely had a trace of her bloodline. Her only use was to pleasure men using her body. Perhaps that's why the succubi were sold at a high price, but Azeroth wasn't interested in using his money to buy a slut. However, the situation was different now. An idea emerged in his head as he swiped his arm and cut open the bars, entrapping that succubus. The succubus looked surprised when she saw the bars broke. She felt a strong and dominating demonic aura from the man ahead of her. Why has he freed me? Is he already infatuated with me? After speaking those words, he went towards the stairs leading to the very bottom. The succubus remained frozen for a short period before she quickly ran and followed Azeroth. She believed that following him would be the best decision for now. This succubus had seen how those guards were turned to ashes. She clearly didn't want that to happen to her. Azeroth and the succubus were on the stairs that led to Laura's location where she was imprisoned. While on their way, the succubus tried to strike up a conversation with Azeroth. "I am Irelia. What's your name, handsome?" Azeroth ignored her question and just went on forwards. There were guards in their way again, but he noted that there was no 5-star warrior. "It seems that my plan worked. All the 5-star warriors are now following Sir Ashton." Sir Ashton was a 5-star warrior, and he had also brought many experts from the Merchant Union. To not appear weak, the Silent Death organization had to have at least the same number of elite warriors to keep an eye over them. Currently, the strongest experts down below were 4-star warriors, and in Azeroth's Heavenly Demon transformation, he could bully them as long as they didn't possess a special ability that could deal with hell flames. But special abilities that could deal with hell flames were rare, so no one could stop Azeroth at this moment. As Irelia saw Azeroth use his hell flames to burn the guards, her body couldn't help but heat up. He is such a strong man. His dominating aura, just how exhilarating will it be to be dominated by him? Irelia licked her lips with anticipation. She was getting horny as she saw those purple flames. Meanwhile, Azeroth continued to ignore the succubus. He had other plans in taking her along with him, and these plans didn't include socializing or getting chummy with her. Soon enough, they reached the 5th basement floor where Laura was entrapped. The door opened, and Laura was shocked to see Azeroth clad in his complete demonic aura. It was so thick that she couldn't even see his face. "A demon? What are you doing here?" Laura exclaimed out as she saw Azeroth and then that succubus behind him. Instead of replying, Azeroth dispersed the demonic aura around him and showed his face to Laura. Before Laura could ask another question, he dauntingly spoke. "I will explain later. First, we need to get out of here." Laura swallowed the questions inside of her as she felt that demonic aura disappeared to nothingness. She remembered that this was the guy whose spiritual imprint she saw yesterday. She then began to think deeply about whether she should accept assistance from someone using demonic ardor. If her mother came to know about it, then she would definitely be very angry at Laura. Azeroth understood her worries and reassured her, "I am a human. There is a special reason why I can use this power. I promise to tell it to you once we get out of here." That soft tone from Azeroth somewhat relieved Laura, and she finally nodded, "Okay, let's first get out of here." Meanwhile, Irelia was somewhat surprised as she felt that demonic aura disperse. It was to such an extent that she couldn't feel the demonic aura from this man ahead of her. Also, when she saw his face, she recalled that he was the same man who had seemingly refused to buy her a few days ago. A smile appeared on her face as she thought that he had also fallen under her charm. A sword appeared in Azeroth's hand as he cut open the bars. Laura ran towards Azeroth as if she couldn't wait to get away from this place. Once she was close to him, Azeroth placed his hand over her head. When Irelia saw this scene, she thought Azeroth was merely petting this elf. Now that she seriously glanced at this elf, she saw her body and found out that it wasn't inferior at all to her. In fact, those long, beautiful golden locks and then gentle green eyes, along with her exceptionally pretty face, it seemed to perfectly fit with her voluptuous body. Even as a succubus, she felt a sense of inferiority when comparing her own body to this woman. Laura also didn't understand why Azeroth was gently patting her head. She somewhat disliked it because she felt that he was treating her like a child, but soon she could sense her ardor again. Her spiritual core was unsealed. When she gazed at Azeroth, she looked shocked since he had just broken a sealing ability cast by a formation grandmaster. Did that mean he was older than he looked? That was the conclusion she arrived at. Laura then gazed at Irelia. She had a beautiful face and a sexy body that could arouse just about any man in the world. "Can you use your earth abilities to create a tunnel for us to run away?" Azeroth asked Laura as he was unsure about her abilities. Controlling the wood and the ground was a basic ability for any elf, let alone a royal elf. But still, he had seen too many things and knew that expectations could betray him at any point. If she couldn't, he would have to use his other method to escape. Although riskier, it was the only other method with which he would have some good chance of success. Fortunately, Azeroth's expectations didn't betray him today. Laura proudly nodded her head as she extended her arm. "It's a piece of cake." As a 4-star elf, Laura was quite powerful in her own regard. As she used some of her ability, the three were seemingly swallowed by the ground. Azeroth knew that he wouldn't be able to survive under the ground because of low air, so he quickly said to Laura, "Just get us above the ground nearly 500 meters away from this spot." He stopped speaking after giving those instructions. There was still some air in the dome-like cavity underneath the ground so he could use it. Laura and Irelia weren't as troubled by the lack of air since they were of different species. Laura could easily extract the resources needed by the aura through the ground, while Irelia was a demon so she didn't need to breathe at all. After nearly 20 or so minutes, the three saw the blue sky again. Although Azeroth's face showed that he was normal, but in reality, his body was about to collapse from the lack of air. Azeroth took some deep breaths of fresh air as soon as he was out of that tunnel. Good, Azeroth spoke that word unconsciously. Laura had a rather delighted look as she looked at the clear sky. It had been more than a month since she saw this scenery. While she was gazing at her surroundings with a curious glint in her eyes, Azeroth spoke with a commanding aura. "We can't stay here for too long. We need to leave now. Grab me with all your might. Make sure to not let go of me." Laura immediately hugged Azeroth from behind while Irelia grabbed Azeroth's right arm. Azeroth felt two pairs of breasts pressing his body. Two were pressing him on his back while the other two on his right arm. The pair of breasts on his back appeared to be very soft and squishy. As for the breasts pressed against his arm, he could feel the erect nipples from them. Without any more thinking, Azeroth used quick successive phantom steps to run. His speed was so great that Laura and Irelia's feet didn't even touch the ground. They were actually flying while Azeroth ran forward. Their hold tightened as Irelia's nails had unconsciously dug into Azeroth's right arm while she kept a strong hold over him. Meanwhile, some vines seemed to have completely tied him to Laura so she couldn't fall off. Laura had done this just now because she realized that she had underestimated his speed. If not for how strongly she had been holding him, she would have definitely slipped by now. Azeroth increased his speed some more as he was at some distance from the market now. Although many people must have seen him running away, he was sure that none of them must have caught sight of his face. Even if the Silent Death Organization and the Merchant Union came to question them, there should be no one who could give his name. As for Azeroth's current destination, it was the forest near Rihal City. This was the best destination to lose any pursuers who might follow his tracks later. Once Azeroth stepped into the forest, Laura was rather happy. As an elf, she had a warm feeling whenever she was near trees. Even though she didn't receive a boost in terms of martial ability, the emotional stability this forest provided her was quite good as well. After running for nearly half an hour at his top speed, Azeroth finally stopped. This was near the location where he left behind his totem. If the Silent Death Organization and the Merchant Union managed to track him to this position, then he planned on his using totem to destroy them. Although its offensive use wasn't unrivaled, however, it should be enough to deal with individuals at merely Demon Lord level. And if he pushed it, then even killing an early Demon King level warrior isn't going to be a huge problem. Once the three stopped, Azeroth first turned towards Laura and then towards Irelia. He pulled his arm away from her grasp and somewhat frowned as he saw that Irelia's nails had dug deep in his arm. He suddenly felt his heart pumping blood rather quickly. His temperature was rising and he felt like vomiting. Disease? Impossible. Disease won't work on my body so quickly, then this can only be poison. Azeroth made a calm deduction amidst these symptoms. When he gazed at Irelia, there was a glint of killing intent in his eyes. He now understood why he couldn't sense anything exceptional from this succubus. Her true ability wasn't the ability of the succubus to give pleasure to any man but the 10,000 poisonous body. Azeroth quickly chopped her neck and made her unconscious. Laura was surprised to see this happen. Aren't they partners? Why did he strike her? Azeroth didn't have the time to explain as he closed his eyes and concentrated deeply. Most of these poisons appeared to be demonic poisons, and Azeroth possessed the perfect weapon to deal with any demonic poison. Holy ardor illuminated Azeroth's body as it began to obliterate any sort of poison in him. Meanwhile, Laura, who stopped next to him and observed Azeroth, rather quietly felt blown away as she saw that holy ardor. Such dense holy ardor. It's nearly as dense as that demonic ardor I saw on him in the prison. Just who is this guy? After a couple of minutes, Azeroth had finally cleared his body of nearly all the poisons. It was a good thing that Azeroth was training his body by using the Heavenly Demon Transformation technique, or else he won't have been able to persist until now. He would probably have turned unconscious and would be unable to concentrate and annihilate this poison. Azeroth opened his eyes and calmly stared at Laura. Sorry to make you wait for so long. As he stood up on his feet, Laura felt a calm yet oppressive air around her. Such pressure that can even overwhelm my royal aura. Truly, just what is his identity? Is he one of those people Mother told me to watch out for? A royal prince of the great Qin Empire? The serious aura in the atmosphere prevented Laura from speaking. It was Azeroth who initiated their conversation once again. I remember that you took an oath that if I free you, you will follow any request I have as long as it's not against the Elven Kingdom. As Laura remembered this promise, she somewhat regretted taking such an impulsive oath. If he asked for something personal, she wouldn't be able to deny him. She blushed as she thought that she knew what Azeroth was going to ask of her. Yes, Laura affirmed with a low voice. Azeroth could guess what she was thinking just by hearing her tone and observing her expressions. In fact, any adult with some experience could see it. I want you to become my subordinate for the next 30 years. Azeroth spoke this with a straightforward look in his eyes. Laura heard his request and blinked her eyes twice. It seemed as though she had heard something unbelievable. Me, become your subordinate. Do you even know my identity? I am. Azeroth raised his hand before she could finish speaking. He waved off with that hand and spoke, yeah. I know that you are a princess of the Elven Kingdom, but let me ask you, what use was your identity in that prison? Could you have gotten out of that prison without my assistance? As his expression turned a little fierce, he scared Laura quite a bit, but his words forced her to think about this matter deeply. Azeroth spoke a little more fiercely then. Let me tell you the answer. No. You would have remained there until someone bought you for his sick purposes. You are outside the prison because of me. You can enjoy this fresh air because of me. You owe me your life. He is right. Also, if my identity was released, the big kingdoms in this human society would have targeted me and used me against Mother. 30 years isn't a lot of time. Mother did say that elves live up to thousands of years, and the royal elves live for even longer, so 30 years should be a breeze. But I still have to help a little brother in 12 years. If Laura's mother knew her daughter's thoughts, she would have definitely smacked some sense into her head, but unfortunately she had no idea what was going on in her daughter's head, so Laura gladly replied to Azeroth's request. Okay, I agree with your request. I will be your subordinate. Azeroth had expected this response from her, so he wasn't even surprised. He had some basic knowledge about the Wood Elves, and after analyzing Laura using that spiritual imprint, he was more or less sure what she would decide. He just needed to phrase his words carefully, such as requesting her to become his subordinate. On the surface, he seemed to be requesting her, but he was quite forceful about it. To an onlooker, it might have seemed like an order rather than a request. And the second important thing was to give her a time frame she considered short but would be enough for Azeroth to do what he wanted. 30 years was the approximate time he thought that might be accepted by this girl. For a human, though, 30 years was a lot of time unless they reached Emperor level or the level of a saint. After reaching such a level, even humans would live on for centuries and a millennium. I am glad you agree. You won't live to regret it, Azeroth promised with a gentle smile. Laura had a faint blush on her face as she saw his gentle smile. Her ears were beet red, but she broke eye contact with Azeroth and replied, enough of this. Where will I stay until then? Azeroth heard her question and was somewhat confused. In reality, he had a plan of taking her along with his other servants to the Chlora's town that would be under his complete control. He was planning on starting a completely new administration with that place as its center. However, it seemed as though the formalities were taking longer than expected. The territorial and tax collecting departments were assigned to some individuals who weren't all that fond of Jonah's roads, so it was somewhat expected. All Azeroth could do was wait, but during this time, where should Laura stay? She couldn't return with him to the Rhodes estate. If the servants saw her, they will definitely inform Jonas. At that time, Jonas would definitely grab her from him. If not for her identity, then due to her beauty. If Jonas was said to be a rather great talent in the Cinealian kingdom, then lust was a temptation he couldn't resist at all. According to Edwin Rhodes' memories, there were rumors that Jonas Rhodes had even tried to hook up with one of the concubines of the king. But these were mere rumors, and there was no clear proof, so the king hadn't taken any action against Jonas yet. Although even Azeroth wasn't sure if these rumors were true or not, it did tell him that he couldn't allow Jonas to meet with either Laura or Irelia. Azeroth couldn't tell Tron about Laura or Irelia just yet. He seemed rather infatuated with Laura, and he wouldn't take a composed decision. Suddenly, an idea struck in his head as he smiled cunningly. I do have a place for you. A place where you can stay hidden easily until we move to a different place. Meanwhile, it had been quite some time since Azeroth ran away from the headquarters of the Silent Death Organization. The Silent Death Organization and the Merchant Union had realized they had been duped. It was only after Sir Ashton found 10 treasures hidden in different rooms on different floors. Finley was growing anxious as they kept on finding one treasure after another in his subordinates' rooms. Each one seemed to deny any charges of stealing. Moreover, each one had an alibi that they were guarding the perimeter last night. Also, it felt as if they were being led away from their basement, the location where they store all their merchandise. Just to be careful, Finley ordered his men to go and check up on his merchandise, their merchandise being their slaves. However, when the man returned, he spoke with an agitated and angry tone. Boss, something has occurred. I can't find any guard in the basement, and there seems to be black sand flying in the basement. What? Not just Finley, but Sir Ashton displayed shocked faces as well. Suddenly, the gears in their minds began to move nearly at the same time and they realized it. Shit, we fell into a trap. Someone was diverting our attention. When they began thinking in this direction, strangely enough, everything fell into place. Why the treasures from the Merchant Union were stolen. Why were these treasures scattered in random rooms of the guards? Now, the question remained just for whom this trick was created. Was it the Silent Death Organization or the Merchant Union? Both had come to their own conclusions. Sir Ashton immediately spoke to Finley. "Forgive me, Sir Finley, but I need to return to check up on something. I shall make up for this later." Finley was more than relieved to hear this since he personally wanted to check the scene in the basement. "Let's continue this conversation later. If this is what I think it is, then whoever this is, they made a complete fool of us, Sir Ashton." Sir Ashton gritted his teeth but didn't deny. This was a fact. There was no point in being struck over their pride and refused to accept it. They first had to catch the culprit responsible for this. As the delegates from the Merchant Union left, Finley immediately went to the basement, the other Silent Death Organization experts following him on his face. They were shocked to see the ashes on the floor, but the shock was just a secondary emotion. The main emotion they felt right now was anger. Rage that flared them up greatly. Finley was surprised that other than the death of his guards on the first basement floor, there was no one missing from the slaves. Was that a tactic to lure out the Merchant Union's men? Let's check the other basement floors. And they found a similar situation on the second and third basement floors. On the fourth basement floor, they found that a cell had been broken. If Finley remembered correctly, it was the cell where the succubus was trapped. But soon his face turned pale. It wasn't because of losing the succubus. Although the succubus was quite useful in generating their profits, they knew about where they lived, so it wouldn't be much of a trouble to get more of them. Finley's face had changed because he remembered another individual who had been under guard. Moreover, her value was above that of anyone else they had ever captured. Naturally, her disappearance was going to make him even angrier. On the other hand, Sir Ashton had returned to the warehouse to know whether anything else happened or not. However, Azeroth didn't want anything else from the Merchant Union's warehouse. The only thing he wanted was with him, a blue striped egg. The only reason he kept this egg with him and didn't plant this treasure in some other room of the Silent Death Organization's base was that his mystic eyes of perception also couldn't completely see through it. The only thing he saw was pure golden electricity. It didn't mean that this egg contained a beast that was possessed some sort of bloodline equal to a demon god. Azeroth couldn't use his mystic eyes of perception to their true potential because of his low rank. But still, Azeroth was convinced that whatever this beast was, it wasn't weak. It was a mutant. Perhaps this was to be displayed in an upcoming auction nearby, but now that Azeroth had stolen it, there was nothing they could do other than search for him. The problem for them was that they had no idea about their opponent's identity. Was he one of their own, from the rival organization, or someone else who took advantage of their rivalry? Firstly, what both the organizations did was sent a large number of their men outside and search for anyone running away. The Silent Death Organization's grunts were told to search for the individual with the elf. Also, any news about the succubus was to be reported to the main base. But it was somewhat more troublesome for the Merchant Union to search for their robber. After all, they had no idea about his physique and his motive. For that reason, Sir Ashton was conducting a search amongst the men who were in the warehouse that day, and very quickly they found their comrade's dead body. This raised more questions than it answered. Although the Silent Death Organization and the Merchant Union had a different approach, their target was the same. However, because of their suspicions, they couldn't just trust the other party so easily, so they weren't sure if the other organization had genuinely suffered as well, or were they absolutely uninvolved, or maybe they were the ones orchestrating this entire event. This sort of confusion had done more harm than good to both of their organization. If they had calmed down and tried to gather every piece of evidence, they might have followed up on Azeroth's location, but unfortunately, emotions guide the humans. It's impossible to completely ignore one's emotions. Well, it's definitely true for those who haven't undergone strict training or firm discipline. In the forest, Azeroth was leading Laura to the location where she will be staying for the next couple of days. As they were walking towards that location, Laura asked Azeroth, "Are you really a human? Why can you use the demonic ardor and the celestial ardor? I have never heard about someone using both of them at the same time." Azeroth had been expecting this question from her ever since he first showed her his demonic ardor and the celestial ardor. He wasn't planning on hiding the demonic ardor from her, even if it might brew distrust between them. But hiding this and her later finding it would make it even more dangerous. It was better to remove such an issue as soon as possible. My celestial ardor is because of the bloodline I possess. As for the demonic ardor, Azeroth suddenly stopped moving and turned quiet. He looked at the ground as he stayed quiet with a sullen face. Laura suddenly bowed her head and apologized. "I didn't mean to ask something personal." Azeroth heard her response and internally smiled. He was happy that his first excuse was successful. If not, he would have to proceed with a weak explanation with some weird examples. A weak smile then appeared on Azeroth's face as he replied, "I will tell you when I am more comfortable, Laura." "Where are we going, though?" Laura then asked him the next question. Azeroth heard her and wondered whether he should reply or not. It seems that she is rather fond of talking to others. Guess it can't be helped. "I have rescued you by using the Merchant Union. If not for their experts coming over, the Silent Death Organization's true experts wouldn't have moved up to keep watch over them." and right now, these organizations have probably realized they have been fooled, so they will thoroughly search the city. Don't be surprised if their search leads them to this forest. Azeroth spoke rather seriously as he continued walking deeper into the woods. Just when Laura was about to ask something again, Azeroth spoke with a low tone. We are here. Currently, this was a location somewhat away from his totem. It was the lair of the golden-eyed tiger, who was killed by Azeroth as soon as he had revived in Edwin's body. Even though it had been months since the golden-eyed tiger's death, the aura here still prevented the other beasts from approaching this area. Laura's senses in the forests were even more sensitive than his own, so if nobody could sneak up on her without her realizing. Azeroth then moved towards Laura and placed his hand over her head. Stay here along with this woman for the next couple of days. We will leave after a few days. Touching Laura's head, Azeroth injected some bits of his spirit inside her. He was planning to track her using it, or even kill her if she decided to escape. This could be considered a sort of test of whether she was willing to fulfill her commitment or not. If not, then there was no point in keeping her. Azeroth had already done the same to Irelia. She is a succubus, so stay careful. I haven't unsealed her ardor so you can easily defeat her. All right. While Azeroth was returning, he sensed multiple warriors roaming in the market and checking up the houses and stores. Once they have interrogated the prisoners, they will know I used the demonic ardor. They should then divert their search towards demonic beings, and because I have revealed holy ardor to Jonas, I will never be one of their targets. After returning to his room in the Rhodes estate, Azeroth began to examine the egg he had stolen from the Merchant Union. The egg of a rare beast was incredibly precious, because after hatching, the beast would imprint the individual and think of it as its parent. It would be incredibly difficult or even impossible to break that bond. Well, it needs a large amount of electricity to hatch, though. Fortunately, I do have a lightning element, but which lightning should I provide it? The heavenly lightning, demonic lightning, or the humanely lightning? This beast already possesses the golden lightning of the beasts. He continued to think for some moments and had an idea. I should try out all these three. I will use the lightning variant that is accepted by this beast, and the lightning accepted by this egg turned out to be the heavenly lightning. How surprising that even though it possesses the golden lightning of the beasts, it also accepts the heavenly lightning. Does that mean there is a scope that it can turn into a holy beast? The possibility of this beast turning into a holy beast pleased Azeroth quite a bit. A holy beast was one of the most respected kinds of beasts on the Frasca continent. After mutating into a holy beast, its bloodline wouldn't be much inferior to that golden ape bloodline. Azeroth compared the bloodline of this beast with that ape possessing the golden ape bloodline back in Clora's town. The golden ape bloodline was a top-tier beast god bloodline. It won't lose even against the bloodlines of the likes of dragons, phoenix, the white tiger, and other mythical beasts. Unfortunately, he could sense that the energy this egg required to hatch was unbelievably high. Also, it wasn't as if he could continue to provide his energy to this egg at all times. So, making a schedule in his mind, Azeroth deduced that he would need at least a month to hatch this egg. After having made this plan, he called up Sargon, Noah, and Ralph. Noah was already a one-star warrior and was beginning to understand the power system of the world. It was Ralph who had explained it to Noah. Ralph and Sargon weren't surprised to see that Noah had already become a one-star warrior. They had seen how Azeroth favored him and must have handed him one of the best skills for cultivation. It would have been weirder if he took a long time for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Noah was quite delighted as he felt that he had managed to pass Azeroth's test. We will depart for another town soon. Don't be surprised to see 2 more women joining us. One of them is a succubus, while the other is an elf. The elf possesses a special identity within her race, so don't rile her up. Understood, Azeroth spoke while glaring at Sargon. Sargon looked visibly upset, but he nodded his head. He knew well enough that there was no point in disobeying this man. Azeroth could effortlessly kill him or torture him. He would experience no real loss by choosing either option, so it was best not to annoy him. You will each have your tasks there. Azeroth then spoke with a serious voice. I will teach you some movement skills. It shouldn't be too hard to learn with your dexterity and agility. I will give you your next tasks after you master them. These instructions were for Ralph. All right, master. Azeroth then turned towards Sargon. I don't trust you a lot, but I am sure you realize just what will happen if you betray me. Sargon fearfully nodded. Good, keep that fear within you. It will save your life and prevent you from making any foolish decision. Now, let's get to the topic. Your spiritual attacks are somewhat impressive, but I am sure you have realized that you just have an average physique for a demon. It's so weak that you might even lose to a human in hand-to-hand combat. Azeroth calmly spoke to Sargon. Sargon was quite embarrassed as he heard Azeroth. The frustrating thing was he couldn't even retort against that. His physique was his weak point that he couldn't improve no matter how hard he tried. Take this skill. Begin practicing it every day. It will be painful but worth it for you. Azeroth threw a scroll with the technique, Vajrabadi technique, written on it. Sargon casually took a glance at the technique and was more surprised as he continued to read it. By the time he finished reading this skill, he concluded that this was a demon emperor level of body cultivation method. Even in his Bach clan, only the clan head and his most precious sons were allowed to cultivate the emperor level skill. Here Azeroth was just casually throwing it to him. He really has some connection with a demon god. And last was Noah. As for you, you will start fighting these two every morning in a one-on-one fight. The skills I have provided you should be more than enough. Once you can beat them individually, you will fight the two at the same time. Azeroth casually ordered Noah. Noah nodded with his eyes shining at the prospect of fighting. He had continued to practice his sword skills and wanted some opponent now. Noah's ardor is too weak right now. Even if I find precious herbs and other things to grow his realm, he needs to keep the foundation strong. This is the best I can do for now. The rest can be managed once we reach Chlora's town. Jonas had sent news back to the estate that he was going to return in a couple of days. Azeroth asked Sargon to stay behind while the other two returned. Sargon nervously asked, "What is it you require me to do, my lord? I need 3 drops of your blood essence." Azeroth seriously spoke to Sargon. "My blood essence." Sargon nearly shouted out as he heard Azeroth's order. His surprise was natural as the blood essence contained the power of his bloodline and cultivation. If he gave away 3 drops of his blood essence, his cultivation base would fall and his bloodline would become weaker. Recovering his lost blood essence would take a lot of time and effort. "Yes, 3 drops of your blood essence. I will compensate you later. Are you willing or not?" Azeroth nominally asked Sargon. Azeroth didn't care whether Sargon wanted to give away his blood essence or not. If Sargon refused, he would just take it from his body. But if he gave it away on his own accord, "I will give it to you, my lord," Sargon replied, stealing his mind. Now that he knew that this man ahead of him possessed connections with a demon god, he had to sacrifice something to even think of gaining something. "My lord, would you compensate me by giving me a helping hand against the Bach clan?" Sargon asked with some hope evident in his voice. His hatred for Bach clan was much greater than anything. He was willing to sacrifice anything if it meant taking his revenge against the Bach clan. Azeroth decisively answered no. That tone made Sargon give up at that instant. But Azeroth continued, "I will compensate you by giving you the blood essence of the evil tyrant eyes. As for the Bach clan, I always had planned on taking control of it, so it can't really be a suitable compensation for you." Even though Azeroth was quite emotionless, he knew that there was a world's difference between a servant willing to work for him and a servant being forced to work. The efficiency of the servant willing to work would be definitely higher, and if a few words from him could control that, he naturally chose the option more favorable to himself in the long run. In fact, when Sargon heard Azeroth's words, he was quite touched. The evil tyrant was a type of demonic beast that possessed eye abilities along with impressive physique strength. Drinking its blood essence would not just recover Sargon's blood essence, but his evil eyes would evolve as well. Also, Azeroth had even stated that he was going to take action against the Bach clan. There was no better condition for Sargon than this. Soon, Sargon pulled out a knife and then stabbed his right hand strongly. He focused with all his might and condensed 3 drops of the blood essence. 3 red drops of blood that appeared to be blazing with fire were released from his hand. These 3 red drops entered Azeroth's ring and then vanished. Sargon instantly experienced his peak 3-star warrior strength falling to the 2-star warrior level. Before long, he fell unconscious. Azeroth called for some servants and sent Sargon to the common room shared by his 3 retainers. After Sargon had left, Azeroth pulled out those 3 drops of his blood essence. This blood essence was useful to him because it contained the power of a demon emperor. It would massively help his heavenly demon transformation method, and he might even reach the 3rd layer with it straight away. After reaching the 3rd layer, his recovery speed and his ardor absorption would massively increase. Moreover, his mystic eyes of perception might also get some abilities of the evil eyes. That petrification skill would be very useful in a fight. It would be able to inhibit the movement of someone even stronger than him, so he could use it as the last resort. The mystic eyes of perception already possessed a mild hypnosis effect, so he didn't really want that skill. The 3 drops of blood essence entered Azeroth's body through his forehead. Azeroth sensed raging demonic energy within his veins. It seemed as if it was struggling with all its power to get out of his body. Holy ardor flared up in Azeroth's body as a safety measure and was about to extinguish the 3 drops of blood essence. However, Azeroth immediately used a lot of humanely ardor and suppressed the holy ardor. The raging demonic ardor was slowly but surely fusing with his blood. Around this time, Azeroth felt massive pain in his eyes. As he felt some liquid on his face and wiped it, he later saw that it was his blood. Blood was squeezing out of his eyes, and then Azeroth felt another burst of pain in his eyes. He felt his eyes were transforming. Even though it was a slight transformation and not a complete evolution, it didn't hurt any less though. His heavenly demon physique immediately broke through after he completely fused with those 3 drops of the blood essence. He was now at the 3rd stage of the heavenly demon transformation method. His demonic ardor had also grown stronger. After an hour, the fusion was complete and stable. Azeroth finally opened his eyes and sighed out. I failed to get the petrification skill, and Sargon's blood essence merely unlocked the hypnosis ability of the mystic eyes of perception. The hypnosis ability granted by his mystic eyes of perception wasn't as strong as Sargon's hypnotic eyes. It only worked on those equal to him or weaker than him spiritually. However, it did have its own pros. Unless someone checked up on that person's spirit, nobody would find out that the target had been hypnotized. I guess I have more options now. Although this skill was useless in battle, it had quite some use in his daily life. And as he was thinking about who he should hypnotize first, he remembered a piece of certain information he heard from Trant. A devilish smile appeared on his lips as he walked out of his chambers. Some distance away from the Rhodes estate was another large mansion. At a glance, it was even larger than the Rhodes estate. This was none other than the mansion where Jonas Rhodes lived along with his wives and concubines. The Rhodes estate could be considered a mansion where the important meeting took place, while this mansion was his personal abode. Currently, Azeroth was moving towards this abode very silently. The clothes he was wearing looked very similar to the clothes worn by the members of the Silent Death organization. He had his reasons for wearing such clothes. If someone caught sight of him, their first suspicion should be the members of the Silent Death organization. On the surface, Azeroth had no real enmity with the Silent Death organization, so it would be next to impossible to even consider him as a suspect. If the higher-ups of the Silent Death organization knew just what Azeroth was thinking, their heads would explode with anger. Azeroth soon reached the perimeter of the mansion. The entire place was swarming with guards, servants, and other individuals. I need to keep my timing perfect. Using his sensing skill, Azeroth easily passed the guards outside the walls. He soon climbed the walls when he sensed that nobody was nearby who could see him. After climbing the walls, he sensed the presence of the nearest guard to his position. It seemed as though the guard was making patrolling. He was moving from the left direction. Azeroth threw the stone with all his might, and the stone struck the wall behind that guard. After having thrown the stone, he immediately jumped down on the ground. His timing was perfect because just as his feet touched the ground, the stone created a loud sound, catching the attention of that guard. Azeroth had chosen to jump from this direction because the guards were relatively thin around here, and the second reason was that this was the spot nearest to his target. He could faintly sense the presence of the poison. The twin elemental, fire and ice poison. It was on the second floor of this building just ahead of him. The question was how he should get inside this building. If he went into the building from the ground floor, a guard or a maid might see him. Azeroth would have to silence them, which would further create another big scene. Azeroth then focused on his sensing skill and found that there were only two individuals in the room the woman was staying. That woman was suffering fire and ice poison, while the other was completely cured. One of them is Tiana Rhodes, while the other must be her attendant. Azeroth concluded quickly and thought of his next action. He focused his vision on the window attached to that room. The wind gust suddenly focused on that room and forced it open. From a glance, though, it appeared as if the wind strongly blew and had opened the window. It was a completely natural phenomenon. In the next second, Azeroth took his highest jump and entered Tiana Rhodes' room silently. However, this skill was pretty much useless because the woman next to Tiana Rhodes saw him enter and her eyes widened. She opened her mouth, and before she could even let out a squeal, Azeroth had grabbed her throat tightly. As that woman looked into his terrifying purple eyes, she lost consciousness. Azeroth released her throat and then turned towards the other woman in the room. Her body laid on a comfortable bed, and it didn't seem as if she had noticed Azeroth entering her room. Her eyes were closed, and her palms had morphed into fists that tightly held the bedsheets. Her spirit and physique were experiencing unbearable pain. She was tall, had a pair of beautiful eyebrows, single-edged eyelids, a slim waist, a towering chest, and a pair of slender legs. Her entire person radiated seduction and charm. Jonas had fallen in love with this woman, and Azeroth could see why. She was just 21, but her enticing body and matured aura were hard to resist. Many men would want to dominate her or show off their authority in front of her. And right now, this woman was quivering because of utter pain. Azeroth moved forward and touched her forehead. He was surprised when he felt the energy within Tiana trying to freeze his ardor. However, it was far too weak, and he easily suppressed it. I see this woman possesses the 3-yin physique that can naturally gather ardor from nature and create ice. My deduction was wrong. This wasn't a fire and ice poison. Instead, she was fed merely a flame poison. However, once the flame poison came in contact with the ice in her meridians, it flared up her physique, leading to these disastrous circumstances. The flame poison was quite special as it latched onto Tiana's energy center and regained its strength. Tiana had managed to survive not just because of Jonah's energy injected into her, but also because of the ice in her body. Even though solving such a situation would be quite challenging for even a 5-star alchemist, Azeroth just released a hint of heavenly flames. the golden flame entered Tiana's body and effortlessly suppressed the 3 yin physique and the flame poison. After what could be considered an eternity, Tiana's face eased up. She was relieved as she hardly felt pain anymore. It was at that moment she felt someone's hand touching her skin. It was someone's palm over her forest. She was loving this touch because her pain lessened after she felt it. She wasn't really worried about the identity of the person. As far as she knew, either it was her maid Cassie or some physician hired by Jonas. But when she opened her eyes, she was definitely not expecting to see a young and handsome man. Moreover, it was a man who seemed somewhat familiar to her, but she couldn't place her finger on it. It seems I was successful in suppressing your poison. Azeroth softly spoke to Tiana. Tiana found his gentle voice very pleasing to her ears. Yes. Tiana though soon regained her senses and then asked him while raising her eyebrows, who are you? Azeroth had already considered which identity he was going to reveal to this woman. I am Edwin Rhodes. You should know me as one of Jonah's children. Azeroth spoke those words calmly. Tiana frowned slightly as she heard Azeroth's words. He was one of Jonah's sons meant he was 1 generation lower than her. However, the devious glint in that smile on Azeroth's face made her anxious while facing him. Tiana looked around for her maid, and was surprised to see her maid fallen on the ground. The red marks on her neck showed that she had been strangled forcefully. Azeroth naturally noticed that Tiana saw the condition of the woman in the room. Tiana spoke with disbelief evident in her voice. You managed to sneak into my room. It seems that you understand the situation. Not bad. Azeroth affirmed by speaking those words. Before she could even start speaking, Azeroth recalled his golden flames and the flame poison in Tiana's body flared up. Shouting for help, that was a bad move. Azeroth spoke with a sneer as he initiated the flame poison's outburst. Since the flame poison and the 3 yin physique had been suppressed forcefully, their outburst was more terrifying than before. Consequently, the pain was also much greater. Tiana felt as if half of her body was burning with raging flames while the other half was freezing her to death, and she suffered while these 2 elements battled. Before she could even scream out due to pain, Azeroth placed one hand over her mouth and completely covered it. Azeroth wasn't worried that anyone would enter her room because of these screams. You should better understand your situation now. Isn't that right, Tiana? Once again, his voice was gentle, but as Tiana heard it, she felt as if Azeroth was looking at her with a sneer. Soon, Azeroth slowly released his hold over her mouth to let her speak. Why yes, please stop this pain. Tiana begged with tears leaking down her face. A pity though, the sight of you writhing in pain is also quite lovely. Those words just made her aware of the sadistic nature of this man, but still, the golden flames appeared and suppressed the flame poison along with her 3 yin physique. All right, now I will begin to explain my intention to come here. Tiana didn't know why, but she gulped nervously as she heard Azeroth's serious voice. I have a single condition to treat you, Azeroth said to Tiana. What is it? Tiana asked somewhat anxiously. Become my subordinate and work in my organization. Azeroth spoke with a serious expression. Tiana was stunned to hear that condition and then spoke with a bitter smile. You can't joke around with those words. Also, even if I do want to work in your organization, your father would never agree to it, and if you try to bring me away, it will implicate you as well. I can deal with these minor troubles. My question is, are you going to serve me or not? Azeroth was quick to get to the point. Tiana thought carefully for some moments, but she soon nodded and spoke. I don't have any choice, do I? If I refuse, you're going to flare up the poison again. Azeroth coldly glanced at her. It was obvious what he would do. A forced smile appeared on her face. I don't want to suffer anymore. I will serve you. You can call me young master or my lord. Azeroth casually spoke. All right, you can get up. The poison won't flare up anytime soon. I have a task for you. Azeroth spoke with a smirk. Tiana wondered just what task he would give her, and when she heard it, she was sweating nervously. Azeroth actually wanted her to invite Josephine Rhodes to her courtyard. Josephine was one of Jonas's most beautiful women and the woman he adored the most. It was because of her gentle nature that she was well liked by almost everyone she met. She was one of the main reasons why Tiana had been able to survive until now. If not for the protection she provided, Jonas's other concubines, especially Claudia, would have killed her already. However, instead of replying, Azeroth just intensified his gaze. Tiana shuddered in fear of the poison's outburst and stood on her feet. She looked at her maid nearby and spoke to Azeroth. Please hide her. Why, young master? I will ask someone to summon Miss Josephine. Azeroth glanced at that maid and stretched out his arm. Purple flames released from his palm and swallowed that maid's body. Tiana nervously gulped as she sensed demonic energy from those purple flames, but this fear only enforced her decision of not going against Azeroth. Soon enough, she walked out of her room and asked a guard to call out for Josephine Rhodes. Azeroth looked at her with a commanding gaze. Close the doors now. Tiana quietly closed the doors and then sat on a chair nearby. Azeroth gazed at her and spoke mildly. Tell me about yourself, from where you are and your family information. Tiana began to state the answer with a somewhat fearful tone. It seemed as though she was from a commoner before marrying into the Rhodes house. She studied at the Golden Oak College of Fine Arts in Borv City. She was well versed in calligraphy, dancing, and singing. During their annual competition at their college, she was one of the participants in a singing and dancing event. Jonas Rhodes was invited to the Golden Oak College in Borv City during this annual event as a chief guest. At that time, his vision fell on Tiana and was adamant about having her. He effortlessly got her information from the principal of the Golden Oak College and then met up with her parents. Tiana's parents were too happy to hear that Marquis Jonas showed interest in their daughter. They happily accepted the marriage offer and sent their daughter to serve him. But after entering the noble house, instead of the life filled with happiness, what awaited her were the days and nights filled with dreadful pain. Not long after she entered the Rhodes house, her temperature began to rise. Initially, it wasn't considered a big deal as some medicines could suppress them, but slowly, they began to trouble her more. And it was Jonas who found out that the disease had spread to her spirit as well. It would be impossible to treat her without permanently injuring her spirit. How boring, Azeroth commented on her life with a dry look. Tiana was angry at those words. She had just narrated her life to this man and he actually called it boring. But because of her fear of this man, she didn't dare to say anything. By the time the story entered, they heard a knock on the door. A pleasant voice could be heard, "Little sister, are you well now? A servant came to me and told me that you wanted to see me." Tiana turned towards the door and was frightened greatly. She didn't know how she should explain Azeroth's presence to Josephine. As she looked towards Azeroth, she found that he was missing from his position. And when she looked at the door, she saw that Azeroth was standing just behind the door. He was in such a position that he would be covered once the door opened. Azeroth gave her a signal to open the door. Tiana nodded somewhat fearfully and nervously before standing up and walking towards the door. She soon opened it while showing off a big fake smile on her face. Josephine Rhodes, the woman, was wearing rather expensive-looking and vivacious clothing as compared to Tiana. In fact, her body was even more mature and gave the person a gentle motherly aura. Josephine was quite happy as she saw Tiana opening the door. "Looks like the servant wasn't lying to me. You have really gotten better, little sister. How did this happen? I will explain everything, elder sister. Please come inside." Tiana invited Josephine inside. Josephine stood along with her other maids and soon entered her room. She was a little excited to hear how Tiana had recovered, but she never imagined that as soon as she and her maids entered Tiana's room, her maids would be attacked deviously. Azeroth grabbed Josephine's throat and prevented her from screaming while he killed her other maids. Josephine lowered her eyes to see the face of the man who was actually making a move against her. She had tried to use her cultivation base, but it proved to be futile against Azeroth. As she was surprised to see that this man surpassed her 3-star rank, she looked into his eyes and was about to ask him a question. However, she had no idea that the battle was already over as soon as she looked into his eyes. Azeroth gave her a mental command, "Submit to me." He gave her this mental command while using the hypnosis skill. The power of his hypnosis skill was strong enough to immediately work on Josephine. An order was deeply rooted in the back of her mind now, that she was Azeroth's slave. Once Azeroth had formed the slave imprint over the woman, he let go of her throat. Tiana didn't know what had happened. All she saw was Azeroth suddenly grabbing Tiana's throat, beating her maids, and then releasing her. Tiana was very nervous as she didn't know what Josephine would do. Behave normally in the noble house and give me weekly updates of what goes on in the Rhodes house. If there is an emergency, then you can contact me through our spiritual link. Also, prepare to handle Tiana's disappearance from the noble house. Azeroth gave her a set of instructions through their spiritual link. Azeroth could easily control Josephine's body if he wanted, but he felt that it would be a waste to spend too much time controlling her body. Instead, Josephine should keep control of the body while giving information that Azeroth needed. Tiana nervously spoke. She was nervous because of her confusion. She couldn't anticipate Josephine's charm. "I will make sure to obey your commands, my lord," Josephine spoke while giving a light bow. Azeroth nodded in satisfaction. The hypnosis skill had worked better than he hoped for. It seemed that getting Sargon's blood essence was a good idea. Meanwhile, Tiana was utterly shocked to hear Josephine refer to Azeroth as my lord. Josephine's position in the harem was much higher than Tiana, yet she was also addressing Azeroth so respectively. Tiana was now less reluctant to call him young master. "You can leave now. As you command, my lord." Josephine left without wasting another second. After Tiana closed the door, she breathed out a sigh of relief. She felt as if she had just dodged a disaster. Azeroth thought while analyzing Tiana, the 3-yin physique isn't a bad physique for cultivation. Maybe I can try and upgrade her physique to the 7-yin physique. Azeroth had quite some knowledge on upgrading the yin physique because he possessed a mysterious yin physique in his previous life. He had upgraded it to 7-yin physique, which wasn't too bad as compared to a legendary 9-yin physique. He left behind his instructions to Tiana, followed Josephine's instructions. "She will contact you 2 days later. Be ready." Josephine was absolutely under Azeroth's control, and with her identity as one of Jonas's most adored women, he could do almost whatever he wanted in the Rhodes estate. 2 days had passed since the incident between Azeroth and Tiana. Jonas had finally returned to the Rhodes estate. The first person he met up with was Azeroth. He directly went to Azeroth's room and spoke. "I have the permission for you to control the Chlora's town, and also ask the king to exempt you from the taxes for the next 3 years. Make good use of these 3 years." Jonas had spoken the last sentence with a hint of a sneer. Azeroth remained completely neutral and replied, "All right, I will take care." For some moments, Azeroth remained silent before he suddenly spoke. The Silent Death Organization and the Merchant Union seemed to be creating chaos in the city. How do we deal with them? Jonas's expression turned colder as he heard Azeroth. "Yes, I saw their men publicly harassing the citizens. It seems they don't plan on showing us any face. It's time to remind them just who is the lord of this territory." Suddenly, there was a serious look on Jonah's face as he stared at Azeroth. "I went to Chlora's town, and surprisingly, there is no longer any 5-star beast living in that area." Azeroth showed a surprised expression. When Jonas saw that surprised look, he was somewhat relieved. It meant that even Azeroth didn't know what had occurred there. However, Azeroth was surprised for a totally different reason. He didn't expect that Jonas had already gone to the Chlora's town and investigated the surroundings. He was planning to ask for a 5-star warrior to deal with the 5-star beast, but it seems that he couldn't do that anymore. "I have no idea." This was the only response Azeroth could give to Jonas. Jonas, though, looked satisfied and left his room. His focus was on the Silent Death and Merchant Union organizations. He was intent on teaching a lesson to these two organizations. Even though Merchant Union was under the royal family, it couldn't do as willfully in the territory of a noble family. Meanwhile, Azeroth ordered his servant to summon his retainers. The 3 were training right now, and it was time to put their training on hold. Amongst the 3, Sargon was the one who had rejoined the training. He was recovering from his loss of blood essence for the last 2 days, and only today had he recovered enough to begin his training. Soon, the 3 received orders to gather in front of Azeroth with all their things. They didn't have a lot of things, so a single back for each of them sufficed. Azeroth went out and met up with his retainers. "It's time to leave." He spoke those words before walking outside the estate. The 3 retainers understood that they were finally going to move from this place. They were probably moving to the place mentioned by Azeroth earlier. A carriage was stationed outside the Rhodes estate for Azeroth. Other carts were used to carry his personal belongings and supplies. 10 guards were accompanying him. 7 guards were 3-star warriors, while 3 of them were 4-star warriors. Noah, Sargon, and Ralph were given horses, but embarrassingly, only Sargon knew how to ride a horse. Ralph and Noah had no idea about what to do. The guard captain stared at Azeroth, wondering what to do about them. "Sir, these children can't ride the horses. Do we have them sit along with the guards?" the guard captain asked Azeroth. Azeroth nodded and then proceeded to enter his carriage. The carriage was quite spacious from the inside. From his estimate, 8 people could sit inside it comfortably. The carriage soon began to move. Other heirs of the Rhodes house saw Azeroth leave from their respective rooms or balcony. They were happy to see that Azeroth had left the Rhodes house. The fact that he was leaving for that demolished town meant he would be busy solving the issues in that area and won't have time to gather enough funds for the campaign for the inheritance of the Rhodes house. Azeroth also knew that he was leaving behind a wonderful opportunity. However, even if he remained behind, the actions he could take were limited. He had to first form an organization and expand it. It would be impossible to do it within the Rhodes house, where he would be under the eyes of many experts. He wanted to get some freedom to expand the organization and strengthen it. But still, the fact didn't change that he had to sacrifice the inheritance of the Rhodes house. He was sure that his competitors will do everything in their power to grab the necessary political influence and prevent Azeroth from returning or regaining any power here. A few days earlier, in the Rehal forest, Laura and Irelia were left in that den of the golden-eyed tigers cave by Azeroth. Laura was an elf princess who had lived all her life in the forest. He was sure she could survive in the forest without any difficulty. It shouldn't be hard enough to look after Irelia as well. But there were things he couldn't anticipate as well, such as the scene of Irelia and Laura glaring at each other. The reason for this was quite obvious. The 2 were from different races, and each one was taught since childhood that the other party is evil. Laura hated demons with a passion. Her mother often told her stories of how the demons had once attacked their homeland and burned it to the ground. If not for the world tree giving its blessings to the elf queen at that time, the entire elf race might have been annihilated or become their slaves. As she grew up, she had read quite some information regarding the demons' abilities. The elves recorded the evil abilities that the demons possessed and made sure to guide their children to be careful of them. Now that Laura was alone, facing Irelia, a succubus demon, she remembered her teachings and displayed her annoyance openly. As for Irelia, since her childhood, she had seen that the other races like the humans, dwarves, giants, angels, elves, and even demons looked down on their succubus bloodline. They were considered weak demons and were only useful as slaves. Irelia had lived all her life on Frasca continent, so she wasn't sure of how the demons viewed the succubus clan, but she had personally seen the contempt in the humans' eyes. And when she opened her eyes, she had seen how Laura was glaring at her. Somewhat tired of the glares and contempt showed by people towards her, Irelia returned the hostility by glaring back at Laura. And this was how they were in this situation. Before long, Irelia finally asked Laura, "Where is he?" She was naturally referring to Azeroth. Instead of replying, Laura asked a question while sneering, "Why should I tell you?" When Irelia heard Laura's words, she was a little ticked off, but then she soon noticed something. She spoke with a clever smirk on her face, "You don't actually know, do you?" Those words hit the mark, but Laura was quick to shout at Irelia, "Shut up, you demon. I just don't want to tell you. Then why are you here and not by his side?" Irelia was long used to such words from humans, and so she asked her second question. Laura was getting nervous and had come to realize that she wouldn't win in a battle of words against this woman. "Whatever, but he did unseal my ardor and not yours, though," Laura counterattacked with a smile. At this point, even Irelia had to pause as she was surprised to hear that. Wasn't that mysterious individual worried that the two will run away? Isn't someone keeping an eye on us? Irelia asked with an uncertain voice. "Nopes, I can sense everything in the forest. Even a rat won't escape my senses. No one is keeping an eye on us," Laura proudly declared. Even though it was the first time Laura was entering this forest, she knew it as a backyard because of her senses. She could sense where the water supply was, the location of the beasts, and where they could find edible food. Irelia, though, didn't completely believe Laura's words. She had felt Azeroth's aura closely and remembered it. She was sure that such a man wouldn't take the trouble of freeing them from that prison for free. There had to be a catch, or was he just that trusting? That was the only possibility that remained for such a situation. She looked at the foolish woman ahead of her. "How will he contact you then?" Laura once again had no answer to her question and frustratingly replied, "Just shut up. I don't know, okay." For a second, Irelia blankly stared at Laura as if surprised at her response. "All right. Then why aren't you running away if you're basically free right now?" Irelia asked one last question. Laura, though, proudly replied, "I took an oath that I will work under him for the next 30 years. As an elf, I can't break my oath to the nature goddess." Irelia sneered at those words, but she didn't reply. She understood that this was a simple-minded bimbo, and it seemed that Azeroth had chosen to trust this woman's word. It was quite illogical. "The aura I felt from him was that of a cold-hearted individual, but is he someone who acts on his feelings, someone who takes his decisions instinctively?" Irelia truly found it hard to believe that they had been left here with no one to keep an eye on them. "Do you want to leave?" Laura asked somewhat curiously. "No," Irelia immediately replied. She was giving such an answer because of her fear of Azeroth. There was no way to know what would be her result if she tried to run away. It was best to wait for a couple of days and confirm whether they were truly free or not. Laura, though, misunderstood her answer for something else. She thought that Irelia had also pledged to become Azeroth's subordinate and was just abiding by it. She was somewhat happy to see that even though Irelia was a demon, she was still abiding by her pledge. Maybe she wouldn't be all that bad. "My name is Laura. What's your name?" Laura asked with a thin smile. Irelia replied some moments later, "I am Irelia. Since we are going to stay here for the next couple of days, let's become friends." Laura gave out the offer with a cheerful look. Just as there were evil demons, Laura had also been told stories that there were some rare demons who were actually kind, but there were so few of them that it was rare to meet them in a lifetime. Currently, Laura felt as if she had encountered one of those so-called kind demons. Since Irelia wasn't an evil demon, she didn't mind looking past her race and become friends with her. However, those simple words from Laura seemed world-shattering for Irelia. Friends with me. All her life, she had been looked down on because of her bloodline. No matter what race it was, they would look down on a succubus. Yet here this elf was, wanting to befriend her. But soon enough, Irelia replied while turning her head, "No, I don't know you. That's the problem. What do you want to know?" "I will tell you as long as it's not a secret of our elf race." Laura gave a serious response. Irelia was somewhat overwhelmed with frustration and confusion and yelled, "I don't know, okay. But anyway, we can't be friends. Not yet, at least." Laura was somewhat upset but stopped speaking for the moment. Soon, Irelia's stomach grumbled, making her hunger known. Irelia sighed out and then turned towards Laura. "You can sense the whole forest, right? Where can I find some edible food?" When Laura heard her questions with that pleading tone, she had a smirk as if she had just received a new toy. "I won't tell you," Laura replied with a sing-song voice as she left the den. Irelia gritted her teeth but didn't move out of the den. More than hunger, she was scared that someone would assassinate her as soon as she moves out of the den. As Irelia laid on the ground, enduring her hunger, she heard some noise from outside the den. Curious to know who it was, she moved her tired body and walked towards the entrance of the den. She laid her eyes on Laura, who was comfortably walking towards her with some vines carrying many fruits and even herbs. But Irelia's surprise faded away as she recalled that Laura was a pure elf. her identity probably wasn't as simple as just a high-ranked elf. Laura entered the den and continued to eat the fruits she had brought. Irelia gazed at those fruits from a distance. Laura noticed her gaze but still continued to eat her fruits. Irelia's gaze was intensifying at those fruits as she also wanted to eat. Her stomach grumbled, but this time, Irelia managed to suppress it to an inaudible volume. Laura then soon asked Irelia while a vine with a pear stretched towards her, "Do you want to eat it?" Irelia ignored her, but Laura continued speaking. "My mother had strictly ordered me to not share my food with a stranger." Irelia seemed to have expected that answer and thought nothing of it, but Laura still wasn't done and continued, "So all you have to do is become my friend. Then we won't be strangers." She finished speaking with a bright smile. Her smile was so bright that Irelia felt blinded for a moment. Perhaps it was hunger that forced Irelia to open her mouth and ask, "Will you really share these fruits with me?" "I promise," Laura unhesitantly answered. Irelia thought for some time and then spoke, "All right, I will be your friend. Please share your food with me." She thought it wouldn't be too bad to go along with this kid game as long as she could get some food. There was no point in holding on to her pride if she was going to starve to her death. You should have agreed from the start. Laura stood up and moved near Irelia. The fruits were brought by those vines along with her. As soon as the fruits were in range, Irelia grabbed hold of them and began chomping quickly. She was eating at a very quick speed, and it stunned Laura. It was as if it had been days or even weeks since she last had a good meal, and that was scaringly true. The silent death only provided her with enough food to get her through the night. They were not going to treat her as well as Laura had been treated. They had a reliable supply of succubuses. They were unconcerned if she died of malnutrition or suffered from any other ailment. Soon, though, Irelia's eating speed reduced and the two began to converse. She was in a much better mood now, and she answered most of Laura's queries. Most of Laura's queries were related to where Irelia lived and what was the scenery, how her family members were, and so on. Although somewhat uncomfortable, Irelia did share her past history with Laura. "How were you captured by that evil organization?" Finally, Laura took a leap of faith and asked this question. Irelia blankly stared at the food in her hands, and it seemed as though she was recalling that day. Laura remained silent for some moments. She realized that she had asked a really stupid and maybe personal question. "As you know, we lived far from civilization and near one of the demon areas on this continent. Humans would rarely approach that place and maintain their distance. Because of this, our clan had managed to live on in peace. In this generation, though, my grandmother died before she could appoint a successor of the clan. Thus, our clan was split between my mother's faction and my elder aunt's faction. My eldest aunt's side was extremely powerful, and my mother realized we didn't stand a chance. So, she sought the human's assistance. When she was a teenager, she met a human and became good friends with him. The person belonged to a noble family and possessed significant influence. However, this was a significant error on my mother's part. Once she invited the human experts to deal with my eldest aunt's faction, those human experts instead slaughtered my mother and all the experts in our clan and captured us all. They selected the ones with the best appearances and cultivation amongst us and then sent us to their respective branches where they could earn a fortune. That was how I ended up here. Irelia was soon finished telling her side of the story. When she looked up, she saw tears in Laura's eyes and found that she was actually sobbing. "The humans are really evil. They broke their word and actually turned against you. Mother was right that there was no limit to how low a human can fall." Laura spoke with some anger in her voice. Irelia chuckled at how simple-minded this girl was, but she then asked her with a curious tone, "How were you captured?" Laura was the one who kept her mouth shut now. She was thinking of her companions who tried everything they could to fend off the attackers, but it was all in vain in the end. Soon her lips parted and a distressed tone sounded out. "My little brother is 7 years old, and he was diagnosed with a chronic illness, the curse of spirit. He possesses an abnormally large amount of spirit energy. It is so huge that his body isn't strong enough to handle that much spirit energy. This sort of problem is very normal in males within our clan amongst the elves. The males would experience a strong outburst of their spirit at 2 ages, at 6 years of age and 15 years of age. Within the millions of years of history, only 4 or 5 men have actually managed to survive the spirit outburst at 15-year-old age. It is said that if a man survived this curse of spirit at these 2 ages, then he would possess the most supreme talent among the elves. But there is also another legend. It stated that to increase the chance of surviving the spirit outburst at 15-year-old age, the boy must eat one of the 9 legendary herbs, the mysterious jade spirit ginseng. Last year, I saw my brother endure that spiritual outburst, and I was really scared. I don't think my little brother can endure another of that spiritual outburst. I asked my mother and other elders to find that herb, but they were adamant about not leaving the elf kingdom. It was as if they were prepared for my little brother's death. I wasn't convinced at all, so I looked for an opportunity and secretly left the elf kingdom with some of my followers to grab that legendary herb. However, we soon encountered a group of humans who somehow managed to see through my identity. They even sent a 7-star expert after us. My subordinates sacrificed their lives for me to escape, but the humans still managed to capture me. A self-mocking smile appeared on Laura's face as she spoke. I am pretty pathetic, aren't I? You are simple-minded and stupid. Irelia's cold words rained down on Laura's ears, but you are also admirable for going out and looking for a cure for your younger brother, so hold your head high. You are free from that prison. You have another chance to look for that legendary herb. I am sure that all your followers wanted your little brother to recover as well. That was why they sneaked out of the elf kingdom with you. Laura's eyes began to well up with tears almost instantly. When she heard Irelia's remarks, she became overcome with emotion and drew very close to her, weeping hysterically. Hee, it's nothing. Just leave the gathering of food and water to me. You just rest here, elder sister. Laura spoke with a cheerful expression. Oka, wait, what did you call me? Irelia was stunned to hear Laura's words. I said I will take care of the food and water. Laura was slightly confused and repeated her words from before. No, what did you say after this? Irelia spoke somewhat anxiously. Elder sister, Laura asked while raising her eyebrow. Yes, why are you calling me an elder sister? Irelia asked with a confused expression. You look a little older and also more knowledgeable than me. I figured it would be best if I referred you as elder sister. Laura replied in a relaxed manner. Irelia's expression turned slightly red as she was quite embarrassed to be called an elder sister by Laura. But no matter how hard she tried to deny it, she did like being called an elder sister by Laura. And this was how a succubus and an elf princess turned into sisters. If anyone from the world heard of such a story, they would probably think of it as a bard's tale or just utter nonsense. But this had happened, and it would lead to terrifying consequences in the future. Meanwhile, Azeroth was already aware of Laura and Irelia's whereabouts. They shouldn't be far from here. Azeroth disregarded the guard captain's question about whether they should go. He looked as if he was expecting someone. Soon enough, he sensed someone getting closer to their camp. Even the guards sensed someone's presence nearing them. They were immediately on guard and were prepared to battle. Azeroth's voice resounded out, "Don't move, it's an ally." Those words forced the guards to sheath their swords or put down their spears. The person who appeared was in a carriage as well. It was a woman who left her carriage and soon joined up with Azeroth's group. This woman was Tiana Rhodes. Many of the guards around Azeroth recognized her and wondered what she was doing here, but they were smart enough to not ask any questions. You have finally arrived. All right, go get some food. We will move soon. Azeroth calmly ordered Tiana. And Tiana muttered out before grabbing some bread and roasted chicken from a guard. Azeroth waited for her to finish eating before he ordered the guards, all right, pack up. We are going to change our route. The guards immediately started packing everything. Meanwhile, the guard captain approached Azeroth. Sir, which route will we take? Azeroth smiled slightly and pointed towards the Rihal forest, through the forest. Hearing Azeroth's remarks startled the guards to the point where whatever they were holding dropped to the ground. Even the guard captain was stunned. He didn't think Azeroth would ask them to go through the forest. But sir, this is my order. Get to it. Azeroth spoke, scowling a little at the guards. The guards sighed in defeat. Before leaving, the guards had been ordered to follow all of Azeroth's commands, so they couldn't disobey Azeroth. Azeroth said to the guard captain, just follow my instructions and we will encounter no beast. The guard captain wasn't entirely convinced. He assumed Azeroth was simply saying that to make him feel better. But still, he smiled and replied, as you command, young master. The only ones who weren't scared were Azeroth's retainer. They had seen his strength firsthand, especially Sargon. He refused to believe that some lowly beasts could actually trouble this man here. The other carriage that had brought Tiana turned around and began to return. However, after a few hours, a few men appeared who surrounded that entire carriage and the men. They killed all the individuals silently. These individuals further burnt their bodies and the carriage. It was as if they wanted to fully destroy any trace of them. These mercenaries were bought by Josephine Rhodes on Azeroth's order. He had ordered her to silence all individuals who knew Tiana was leaving the Rhodes palace. This carriage driver and his companions were the most dangerous people. It was necessary to silence them. On the other hand, Azeroth's group was soon about to reach the den where he left Laura and Irelia. He could sense that the two were still in the den. Laura could feel Azeroth's presence as soon as he walked into the woods. She informed Irelia almost immediately, "Big sister, the man who freed us has come. Also, he seems to have brought a few companions along with him. Let's wait here for some time. If he is here for us, then he will give us a signal." Irelia advised Laura with a calm expression. In these last 2 days, she had more or less gotten used to Laura calling her elder sister. Laura would usually tell her of the situation and ask what they should do ahead. When Azeroth reached the den, he got out of his carriage and walked towards the den. The guard captain spoke to Azeroth. "Should I come along, young master? I can sense the aura of a high-ranked beast around here." Azeroth shook his head and continued walking. He saw Laura and Irelia inside there. They too were wide awake and stared at Azeroth collectively. Laura pouted and spoke to Azeroth. You are finally here for us. I thought you forgot about us. Azeroth disregarded her words and continued to observe how close the two women were. Interesting. An elf princess and a succubus becoming friends. All right, it's time to leave. Also, first, let me hide those ears. Azeroth went forward and touched Laura's ears. As soon as Azeroth touched Laura's ears, she lightly moaned out. When Laura realized she had actually moaned out, she was pretty embarrassed. She looked at Irelia and explained, "My ears are really sensitive. Hee hee." "I can see that," Irelia calmly replied and didn't think of it as a big deal. Azeroth then removed his hands from Laura's ears and Irelia saw how her pointy ears looked just the same as human ears. It was a minor illusion technique, but it should hold out for some time. He then gave them each a big black cloak to totally conceal their bodies. He even provided them with masks to conceal their identities. "Let's go," he instructed them before slowly coming out of the den. The two women were completely covered from top to bottom. They followed Azeroth to his carriage. The guard captain and the other guards, including Sargon, Noah, and Ralph, were confused regarding the identity of these two women, but then they remembered Azeroth's words to them a few days ago. He had mentioned that an elf and a succubus were going to join them. However, they stared at Tiana with a confused look. Just who was she then? There is no need to think so deeply. We will know later. Sargon whispered to his other two companions. They agreed with his words and decided not to think so much about it. Laura and Irelia sat together in front of them while Azeroth sat on Tiana's side. "Let me introduce you all. This is Tiana. She will be your companion from now on." First, Azeroth introduced Tiana to Laura and Irelia. Tiana had a forced smile as she met her companions. Azeroth then pointed at Laura. She is Laura, and her real identity is that of an elf. Next to her is Irelia. She is a succubus. Tiana spoke with some fake politeness. "It's nice to meet you." Likewise, Irelia calmly replied. Surprisingly, Laura said nothing to Tiana. She instead focused on Azeroth, asking him, "Where are we going?" "To Clora's town. It's on the borders of the Cinealian Kingdom and Lamhilhin Theocracy. A few weeks earlier, it had been demolished by a beast raid. My mission is to restore it and turn it into the base for my organization." Organization. "What sort of organization are you planning to form?" Irelia asked Azeroth with some curiosity. Azeroth stared at her for a few moments and then replied, "An organization with its own army and intelligence network. You all will train the new recruits and command them." "Ooh, commanding people. I can do that easily. I have lots of experience." Laura spoke with a proud voice. Tiana remained silent as she didn't know what her task was. She wasn't that strong and would hardly be capable enough to train the new recruits. How could she command them? However, she did have a doubt. "How will you hide this from the king? The king won't just allow you to form a force of your own like that." Tiana asked with a puzzled look. "The king will have far more pressing concerns than dealing with us." Azeroth confidently replied. His confident tone relieved Laura, but Tiana and Irelia caught the meaning behind Azeroth's words. It signified that something major was about to happen in this country that would take everyone by surprise. Moreover, this man seemed to even know what would happen and was planning to take advantage of it. Dangerous. This was the word that appeared in Irelia's head. "Anyway, enough of that. Let's talk about your tasks." Azeroth spoke, relaxing the atmosphere. Azeroth first told them, "Firstly, you will be trained to the ground by me. I can't have weak subordinates. This is one of the main reasons we are going to Clora's town. Nobody will disturb us there. After your training is complete, Laura, Noah, and Ralph will train the new recruits' combat skills. Laura, you will teach them the way to utilize ardor. Your control should be exceptional amongst everyone here." Laura responded cheerfully, "Leave it to me, boss." She felt her pride being stroked by Azeroth and was naturally happy. He then turned towards Irelia. "After your training is complete, you and Sargon will form a pavilion to gather information. I don't care about the method you use. I need information. No matter how insignificant it might seem, I want to know everything that happens in this kingdom." Irelia was somewhat overwhelmed by the task assigned to her. Firstly, she didn't understand why Azeroth would assign such a huge task to her. Did he not save her to turn her into his sex slave? Was he actually giving her an important task? Did that mean he didn't look down on the succubus race? Even Azeroth didn't know that his casual words had caused such great waves in Irelia's mind. She was truly touched that Azeroth didn't look down on her. "Oh right, Irelia, gain the ability to control that poison of yours. It can become a useful weapon." Azeroth left one last instruction from Irelia. Irelia was surprised to hear that he knew about her poisonous ability. How did he find out? But she still spoke out. "All right, boss." Since Laura had called Azeroth boss, she thought it would only be appropriate if she did the same. She'd forgotten that while Azeroth was carrying her and Laura and rushing with all his strength, her nails sank into his flesh and she unintentionally poisoned him. "As for you, Tiana, you will be assigned a special task." Azeroth had a tense tone to his speech. "What will it be?" Tiana asked somewhat curiously. She was quite worried that her task would be hard as well. "I want you to start a new sect and train ladies who have comparable physiques to you. Naturally, I'll provide you some cultivation formulae and techniques to pass on to your disciples. You're not allowed to show your face in this kingdom anymore, so I'll make a mask that won't come off your face until you want it to. The mask wouldn't be too hard to create. He already possessed the required materials in his rings, and also knew the required array techniques to create this mask. Although he was merely a grandmaster in the array formations, he was confident that no one in this kingdom would be able to break his array formation. Similar to Irelia, Tiana was overwhelmed by the task assigned to her. She spoke out with a nervous voice, I don't think I'm qualified to teach anyone. Naturally, none of you are prepared to take on these responsibilities. That is why you will begin working on these tasks only when you have completed your training, Azeroth casually replied. Irelia, Tiana, and Laura continued to talk more. The talkative Laura babbled how she befriended Irelia and everything that she did in the forest. Tiana also informed them a little about her past. It was her past before she met with Jonas. Laura and Irelia listened to her stories keenly. They were surprised that humans had so many cultures and so many things to do, especially this college thing. There was no such educational institute in the Elf Kingdom, and the same was the case with Irelia. They had a family system where the parents would teach their children. To them, studying in a college was a foreign concept, so they were quite excited when hearing Tiana speak about her life in school and college. Tiana was also somewhat happy that these two women were interested in hearing her out. When the other party is interested in listening, the storyteller would feel great joy. Azeroth had already sealed his ears and had begun cultivating. He wasn't going to waste his time gossiping with them. Nearly half a day later, Azeroth's group halted to take a break. During this time, Azeroth introduced the women to Sargon, Ralph, and Noah. Laura, Tiana, and even Irelia were surprised to see Ralph and Noah. The two were just kids. Were they also going to be part of this organization? Moreover, Irelia noticed that there was a sparkling and worshipping look in Noah's eyes when he talked to Azeroth. It seemed even more exaggerated than Laura's excitement. Azeroth also informed them of their tasks just like he did with Tiana, Laura, and Irelia. Sargon and Irelia began talking to each other. They could be considered in the same department, so they had to break the ice. Master did inform me that a succubus was going to join us. To think he planned on having you form an intelligence network with me. Even though it was unintentional this time, Sargon still couldn't conceal the arrogance in his tone. Irelia was used to talking to humans like him. She found a rather familiar feeling from him and asked him, You are a demon. Yes, I am a member of Bok clan, Sargon proudly declared to Irelia in an attempt to awe her. Yet you are working under a human, Irelia questioned, blankly staring back at him. Her words were provocative and were meant to anger Sargon, but unexpectedly Sargon dryly laughed and replied, That status means nothing now. Sargon then extended his hand and spoke, Let's start anew. My name is Sargon Bok. I am Irelia. Irelia shook his hand. Laura, Tiana, Ralph, and Noah were also conversing amongst themselves. Well, it was mostly Noah asking the questions. Who are you? Why did Master recruit you? Was he unsatisfied with me? Did he say anything about me? He doesn't plan on throwing me out, right? Noah began with his list of questions. These questions overwhelmed Ralph and Tiana so greatly that they were speechless. Only Laura seemed to be able to match Noah's frequency. I am Laura, an elf. Boss saved me from the prison of the Silent Death organization. He did say that you were going to train the new recruits and then command them. Laura replied to all of Noah's questions. Whoa, what techniques do you have? Sargon knows some really cool lightning skills and Ralph knows some cool fire techniques. I don't know any technique like this though. Noah whispered the last words with a distressed tone. Laura noticed how Noah seemed disappointed. She first proudly replied to Noah's first question. I know wood techniques. It's definitely the coolest and strongest out there. Also, don't worry, you will unlock your element when you reach the 2-star rank. Laura's last words were an attempt to cheer up Noah. Her words worked like a charm. The bright smile on Noah's face was back again. She didn't know why, but when she looked at Noah, she was reminded of her younger brother and it made her want to protect him. Right, I didn't mention myself. I use sword techniques. Master taught me a bunch of them and I have nearly mastered them all. Noah spoke, pulled out his sword from his sheath. To someone of Laura's age, this sword seemed like half the length of a normal sword, but she didn't look down on Noah. She sincerely said, I am sure you are really good. How about you show me your sword techniques? Really? Come, I will show you my coolest techniques, Noah cheerfully said to Laura. Ralph and Tiana were left behind to face each other. The two were quite shy and couldn't talk in the presence of those two easily excitable fellows. Tiana was the first one to speak. I am Tiana. It's nice to meet you. I am Ralph. It's also nice to meet you. Ralph spoke after some time. After their introduction, they remained silent. Tiana didn't know why, but she felt inclined to continue. She asked him, do you have any idea how Edwin is going to train us? Ralph gave a single-line response, it's going to be hard. Although it was a short answer, it was accurate. He had already witnessed Azeroth's training, and even with his great physique granted by his bloodline, he could barely complete the drills. He doubted Tiana would be able to survive that training. The two continued on to have some small talk. Meanwhile, Azeroth was talking to the guard captain. The man was quite curious about all these retainers under Azeroth and finally couldn't hold himself and asked him, "Who are these people, young master?" Azeroth knew it was a big problem that this guard captain had seen Tiana. He remained composed and answered, "One of them is Tiana Rhodes, my father's newlywed wife. My retainers, which I purchased from the Silent Death organization, are the others. However, why were two of them within the Rihul forest?" The captain of the guard inquired casually. Azeroth spoke in a bone-chilling voice, "I don't suppose I need to answer that." "Right." Fearfully nodding, the guard commander walked away. He realized he was in over his head with his curiosity. There was actually another question in the guard captain's mind. Why did Tiana come here and join them midway and not right from the start, on another side of this camp? Whoa, you are really good with the sword, especially that heaven-rending stance. It was so powerful and you even cut apart all my vines. Laura excitedly spoke to Noah. Noah was slightly embarrassed as he heard Laura's praise and replied, "Master taught me that technique. He said that if I continue to train hard with that skill, I can defeat anyone in the same rank. You also just used 1-star rank ardor in your wood, so it was really weak. If you use your full power, I won't be able to cut them right now." Laura still praised Noah, but still, it's very amazing that you have mastered this skill to such an extent. The two then talked some more before showing off more of their skills to the other person. Laura opened up to Noah since he reminded her so much of her younger brother. The two were soon called back as the group was about to begin moving. Azeroth, Tiana, Laura, and Irelia took their seats in the carriage before they began to move. The next 3 weeks were quite long. But these 3 weeks were enough for Azeroth's retainers to familiarize themselves with each other. After arriving, the entire group seemed stunned at the destruction of the buildings in Clora's town. The beast attack had nearly destroyed all of the houses and shops. The hamlet was littered with corpses, some of whom were dressed casually. Some wore armor, and their bodies were laced with many holes. It was as if they had been struck with multiple needles. Azeroth, Sargon, and Irelia were the only ones who remained calm after seeing this scene. Martin. Azeroth called out for the guard captain and ordered him, "Get the guards to clear the bodies from this town and burn them." Martin was slightly unhappy with that order. He was in charge of protecting Azeroth, not clear the bodies. But he further gave this order to his subordinates and soon got to work. Azeroth stared at Laura. "Use your wood techniques to build a large house. I will give you 1 day for that. If you need anything, talk to Ralph and Noah." He then looked at Tiana, Sargon, and Irelia. "You three, come with me." Laura pouted as she was given a task to build a house. She didn't think he would ask her to use her wood techniques for this, but she was happy that Noah would join her for this task. She could show him another cool trick and amaze him. Azeroth led Irelia, Sargon, and Tiana to an empty field. It was some distance away from Clora's town. "Irelia, I don't have perfect skill for a succubus, but I do possess a cultivation skill for your poisonous physique. If you continue practicing this skill, you can enhance your cultivation by absorbing the ardor in nature or poison in general. If you absorb poison and increase your cultivation, there will be no repercussions to your foundation. You can advance as long as you find poison. It will also upgrade your physique to 10,000 poisonous physique." Azeroth gave a basic description of the skill he was about to hand to her. It's called Heavenly Poison Scripture. Even though Irelia was a somewhat calm individual, she was still very excited upon hearing Azeroth's words. She didn't think Azeroth would actually grant her a cultivation technique. She didn't know its level, but coming from the succubus clan, she was well aware of how uncommon cultivation techniques are. To think Azeroth was teaching her such a valuable skill simply because she was his retainer. For now, begin running around this place. In a few days, I will draw gravity arrays on your bodies. You have lived far too much time in that prison, which has dulled your senses and decreased your physical fitness. Azeroth then stared at Tiana. "The cultivation technique for you will be related to ice element. I am pretty sure this is the element you have awoken or will awaken. This is 9 yin cultivation art." He threw a scroll with the technique in it towards Tiana. "Just begin cultivating it. It will be painful in the beginning, but you will soon experience rapid progress." Finally, Azeroth turned towards Sargon. This guy had given away his bloodline essence to him and dropped down to 2-star rank. It also seemed that the technique Sargon was cultivation wasn't as effective as he initially believed. Otherwise, he would have broken through the 3-star rank by now. "You will cultivate the Nether Devil God mantra." Azeroth paused when he observed Sargon's startled expression. Nether Devil God mantra. Sargon had naturally heard of this cultivation technique. This was something used by a demon god millions of years ago. This demon god was one of the most mysterious beings in the world, and it was impossible to find his whereabouts. He used the nether power and tormented his enemies. He possessed many skills that had been spread in Purgatory. Moreover, his nether energy was one of the strongest kinds of ardor that existed in the world. However, the most annoying part of Nether Demon God was that as long as even a trace of his spirit survived, he could easily recover back to his peak. No amount of physical damage could bring him down. To kill him, his entire body and spirit had to be purged. For this reason, this Nether Devil God mantra was quite valuable in Purgatory. Many of Nether Devil God's ruins had been explored, but there have been no signs of this skill, making the demons think that it had been lost in the flow of time. Yet here Azeroth was, handing over this skill to him. Is this just a skill with the same name? It's possible. Azeroth soon handed over the skill to Sargon. Sargon soon began to read it and was utterly shocked, as this skill was indeed a cultivation art left behind by a demon god. Some parts even resembled the rumors regarding the Nether Devil God mantra. Sargon was immediately on his knees as he faced Azeroth. "I shall never forget this favor, my lord." Azeroth lightly smiled but didn't say anything. He wasn't worried about Sargon becoming stronger than himself using this skill. After all, he was the one who killed the Nether Devil God and read his soul to get this skill. If he could defeat the original Nether Devil God at his peak, he was confident in suppressing Sargon as well. His own heavenly demon breathing technique and heavenly demon physique were of an even higher rank than Nether Devil God mantra. The skills he lacked were actually the high-ranking cultivation skills of celestials and humans. Demon cultivation techniques, however, were sufficient for the time being. Azeroth continued to give them more instructions regarding cultivation arts. He understood it was unrealistic to expect these three to be able to employ their skills right away. After a basic round of meditation, Azeroth also ordered them to begin running. They weren't allowed to use ardor, and the second instruction he gave them was to keep until they collapse. He wanted to test how far they could go. He was well aware of Sargon's limitations, yet he still wanted him to run. Perhaps seeing someone sprinting may inspire these two women to run till they are exhausted. Azeroth continued to observe their training for some time before taking his leave. He was moving towards the Gerbil Alpine Woods. It had been some weeks since he had last been here. The death aura he had failed to absorb in Clora's town had completely disappeared. Someone came after me and absorbed it. Azeroth was quite to come to this conclusion. He knew that the amount of yin aura left behind wouldn't have dissipated so quickly. So it was reasonable to assume that a demon arrived and absorbed that remaining aura. Yet even after searching for half a day, Azeroth couldn't find any tracks left behind by this demon. He is certainly smart enough to conceal his tracks. No point in wasting my time to search for this individual. There was something he found unreal, though. The presence of that golden ape had disappeared from this forest. It must have been more than a week since that golden ape left. Has it left for some other area? But why? Azeroth had no idea that the golden ape had actually unlocked a part of its memory after that fight against him. The golden ape had left for the mountain, where the previous generation of its bloodline had left behind its inheritance. Since the golden ape was no longer in the Alpine Gerbil Woods, Azeroth took a tour of the outer area of the Alpine Gerbil Woods and grabbed whatever herbs he wanted. At the moment, no beast in the Alpine Gerbil Woods can kill him. Although certain creatures would be difficult to overcome, all he had to do was collect the herbs and go. This was unquestionably simple. The biggest problem, even for an expert, was that he couldn't possibly know where all of the herbs were located. Because of his mystic eyes of perception, this was no issue for Azeroth. Even a faraway herb concealed underneath some rocks wouldn't escape his notice. After a few hours of gathering herbs, Azeroth turned back towards Clora's town. He was more or less sure that Laura must be finishing up, and Sargon along with Tiana and Irelia must have collapsed as well. When Azeroth arrived in Clora's town, he was dismayed to see that Laura had yet to construct the home. In fact, it seemed as though she was teaching Noah some new tricks. Using wooden ardor, she created something like a playground for him. Azeroth felt compelled to facepalm himself. "Why aren't you working on the mansion as you were ordered?" Azeroth asked, keeping his voice calm and composed. Laura and his other retainers turned towards him, somewhat surprised to see him here. However, Laura wasn't scared of Azeroth at all. In fact, she stared right into his eyes and answered, "Didn't I have a whole day for this? I will complete it before the time limit. I want to have some fun until then." Azeroth sighed out and then turned towards Noah. "Make sure she does the job." "Why, yes, boss," Noah decisively said to Azeroth. He then turned towards Laura and gave her a somewhat angry look. "I won't play with you until you finish Master's task," he told Laura. Laura was more than ready to start taking her task seriously after hearing those words. Azeroth then turned towards Ralph. "Check up on Sargon and others. Bring them back here and then cook some food. I brought the required materials." Ralph had been training his ardor since the start of the day. Laura had tried to make him play in that playground, but he was quite stubborn about cultivating. He was very serious about becoming stronger. Azeroth was internally pleased to see that at least one person amongst this group had utilized his time well. The exhausted bodies of Sargon, Irelia, and Tiana lay on the ground. Sargon was still awake, but he couldn't even move his tiny finger due to exhaustion. Since he could no longer move his body, Sargon recalled the Nether Devil God mantra and began using it to cultivate. It was also Sargon who had forced Irelia and Tiana to run until they had fallen unconscious. He had repeatedly urged them with his taunts that forced them to move even though their bodies had gone past their limits. When Ralph came on the scene, he grabbed the three of them and carried them to the location specified. Azeroth took a look at the three of them but didn't say anything. He handed over the carcasses of the beasts to Ralph. "You can start cooking now." "Okay, boss." Ralph obeyed Azeroth's instructions and went away to start a fire. By the time the food was prepared, Laura was surprisingly done with her task. She had created a huge mansion with many rooms in it. There were nearly 25 or so large rooms in it. The rooms were quite plain though, but that wasn't a problem for Azeroth. "I can go play now, right?" Laura inquired, prompting Azeroth to dismiss her. He then went to find the guard captain Martin. "Set up the things we brought in the rooms." Azeroth gave his order and was about to walk off. Martin, though, placed his arm over Azeroth's shoulder and applied some force to show his power and spoke, "Young master, we aren't some laborers. If you wanted someone to do such low-class work, then you should have brought some laborers or other slaves. Maybe you should ask your retainers to do this task." Azeroth grabbed Martin's hand and slowly turned. There was a furious glare in his eyes as he uttered, "I believe my father told you to obey all of my commands. You should not hesitate even if I were asking for your life. However, I am not requesting that you give up your life. It's just easy activities that can be finished quickly if you really perform them. You, on the other hand, are complaining to me. Do you really believe you have the authority or the face to complain to me?" Azeroth wasn't just glaring at the guard. He twisted that hand and forced Martin to experience some great pain. Even with the use of ardor, this man was too weak to contend his strength against Azeroth. "But we are guards who have come to protect you, not your laborers, young master." The guard captain still spoke out while squealing in pain. The other guards also heard their captain and joined him. "Yes, that's right. We didn't come here to be your damn slaves. Don't disrespect us like that." And soon, a few more joined in and began bashing Azeroth. These guards looked to be preparing to abandon him. Azeroth, on the other hand, had a chilly and almost amused smile on his face as he stared at this scenario, contrary to everyone's expectations. "Martin, do you think I'm unaware of your identity? You're one of Lawrence's dogs and you've come here to cause me trouble, right?" With a light tone, Azeroth spoke. Martin's heart raced wildly as he heard Lawrence's name from Azeroth's mouth. "Aren't you simply attempting to divert the matter, young master?" He said calmly, in keeping with his position as guard captain. "My patience has limits. Either you complete the task or I just take it one step further." Azeroth spoke before twisting his arm a little more strongly. Martin remained silent when it came to Lawrence. He appeared to be a really loyal person. The other guards also wanted to save Martin, but most of them were 3-star warriors. There was no purpose in fighting Azeroth if a 4-star warrior like Martin couldn't match his power. The two vice guard captains, on the other hand, were hoping Azeroth would defeat Martin. They would have a chance to become the guard captain if Martin was demoted. That would be really beneficial to them. When Martin recognized Tiana, Azeroth had already made up his mind to deal with him. He was merely wondering whether he should assassinate the man or wait for him to do something. Martin didn't seem to be able to keep himself from causing some havoc. It spared Azeroth the time he would have spent looking for a cause. "It seems you are quite unyielding. Then sure, I hope you are this persistent in the underworld." Azeroth struck Martin in the chest hard before Martin could fully comprehend what he was saying. His arm punctured his chest and burst out the other side due to the force of the strike. Martin's death bewildered the guards who observed it. Even the two vice guard captains who actually wanted Azeroth to deal with Martin were utterly shaken. Azeroth turned towards one of them and spoke. "Rampo, you are going to be the new guard captain. You have the same order as I gave to Martin. Also, clean up this body and dump him with the rest." Rampo gulped down some saliva nervously and nodded his head. Azeroth didn't even stay on the scene any longer and began moving towards Ralph and others. He was sure that this new vice guard captain knew what he was getting into. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about the loyalty of these guards for some time. Nearly 3 weeks ago, since Azeroth departed from the Rhodes mansion, there was another incident that occurred that triggered Jonas Rhodes's anger. Tiana Rhodes, his newlywed wife, had been kidnapped. Not only that, but the kidnappers had left a note saying, "This woman is ideal for our cultivation process. Thus we, the Snow Ice Palace, are taking her away." The Great Qin Empire's Snow Ice Palace was a vast sect in the east. The palace mistress of the Snow Ice Palace was reputed to be a 7-star expert, far more powerful than Jonas. The fact that he could do nothing further intensified Jonah's anger. The anger clouded his reasoning and prevented him from thinking calmly. "Lord, the manager of the Merchant Union has come and is requesting for your presence." A maid soon appeared and informed Jonas of this information. Jonas kicked a chair nearby and easily smashed it to bits. He clenched his fists but soon began to move towards the meeting room where Sir Ashton was waiting for him. Before departing, Azeroth revealed something to Jonas, and Jonas recalled it. In broad daylight, the Merchant Union and the Silent Death Organization's troops appeared to be wreaking devastation in Rihal City. He had better have an excellent cause, or else. Jonah's eyes had a tinge of murder in them, as if he was ready to vent his rage on anybody who irritated him even slightly. Such show of anger was perfectly normal from a man of his stature. In the Cinealian kingdom, there were only a couple of people who would dare to do something to utterly enrage Jonas. As a result, Jonas wasn't used to taking such a hit. Sir Ashton waited for Jonas, ready to unleash his fury on him and tell him how the merchant union had suffered a major loss. When Jonas entered the chamber, though, he felt as if he were being smothered by pure aura. What happened? Is he that angered by our actions in Rihal City? Since when did he become so impulsive? What is the meaning of this? J. John, there was another burst of aura from Jonas, and Sir Ashton was pinned to the ground. It was a tremendous amount of aura that even prevented him from speaking. Jonas gave a menacing glare to Sir Ashton and spoke coldly. Is my name something you can call casually? It seems you forget your position. Sir Ashton was absolutely stunned, because this was the first time Jonas had spoken such arrogant words and this tone with him. Just because I was all comfortable with you, did you think you were actually me equal? Don't make me laugh. Now tell me what I need to know, or even I don't know what I will do to you. When Sir Ashton looked into Jonah's eyes, he felt as if he was staring into an abyss. Jonas lifted the suppression just slightly enough so Sir Ashton could move his mouth and talk. The Beast Emperor egg, which was supposed to be handed to the royal family, was stolen. What? Jonah's astonishment was so strong that it overwhelmed his rage. The suppression lowered significantly, and Sir Ashton could at least stand now and take his seat. You talk about forgetting your position again. Jonas hissed at Sir Ashton. Do you have any idea how rare a Beast Emperor's egg is? You're lying to make that egg more valuable. But Sir Ashton replied in all seriousness, this is most definitely a Beast Emperor's egg. It was something I saw in an auction and bought it on a whim. However, the lightning released from that egg was something that burnt the hand of the leader of our branch. The lightning had been so potent that even after 3 weeks he hasn't completely neutralized it. The Lightning King injured by lightning. Ha, this will be the joke for ages. Jonas laughed at the information. Even if Sir Ashton was serious, he was more than happy to know that the Lightning King was injured. We were aware of our abilities. We couldn't have hidden its facts and kept it for ourselves, no matter how hard we tried. As a result, we alerted the royal family and were ready to send it off. Jonas took a seat and still wasn't impressed by Sir Ashton's words. Then why did you not send it sooner? Recently, there had been a bunch of bandits who would intercept all our deliveries, Sir Ashton said, his hands clenched firmly. It's as though they knew our path and the best technique to assault and then flee along with the shipment. Jonas sneered and spoke, a bandit group making even deliveries hard for you. Maybe it's time for you to go into retirement. Sir Ashton had no choice but to ignore Jonas' taunts and continue. A few days ago, the egg along with many other things were actually stolen from our warehouse, and tracking the location of those things led us to the Silent Death Organization's base. This time, Jonas didn't insult Sir Ashton. He now realized this had become a lot more serious. The Silent Death Organization, so you must have investigated them by now. What were the results? Even though Jonas wasn't insulting Sir Ashton, he was still talking in a casual tone. Even though the matter was more serious than he initially anticipated, it was still something he could handle. There were some things scattered in their members' rooms, but those seemed to be planted by someone. If the Silent Death Organization really wanted to raid us, they would have stored the things in a better and safe location. Sir Ashton replied while clicking his tongue in annoyance. Jonas looked at Sir Ashton in amusement and spoke, someone made a fool out of you. Interesting. This time Sir Ashton had no reply. He had no excuses. I guess I can understand why your men are getting a bit too rowdy for their own good. But what is the case with the Silent Death Organization? Why are their men on the move as well? Jonas asked as his eyes narrowed while staring at Sir Ashton. Sir Ashton was quite hesitant to reply to this question. This was a matter that didn't concern his own organization, and he also didn't know all the details. But Jonas was irritated by the silence, and the tension in the room began to rise. It appears you enjoy the taste of the ground, he threatened. Just as we have lost a precious treasure, the Silent Death Organization appeared to have a precious treasure that they lost, Sir Ashton said as his mouth moved quickly. Jonas raised his brow once he heard those words. If what this man has said is true, then does that mean someone devised a plan to fool both these organizations? It seemed that unknown to me, someone troublesome has entered the city. Jonas angrily thought, first those Snow Ice Palace people, and then this. As he was thinking of these answers, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Why did I not think of this earlier? If the Snow Ice Palace had indeed taken Tiana away, they wouldn't have left behind a message. They would have rather taken her away quietly, leaving no traces. It must have been someone else who took Tiana away whilst putting the blame on Snow Ice Palace. Now that he somewhat understood what had happened, Jonas was slightly delighted. He was confident in his ability to find Tiana if she was in the Cinealian kingdom. With a new burst of confidence around him, Jonas looked at Sir Ashton and ordered him, tell your Lightning King that I am willing to hand over Supreme Rejuvenation Pill to him on one condition. Sir Ashton had a bad feeling about this condition, but he still mustered the courage and asked him, what is the condition, Marquis Jonas? A scheming smile appeared on his lips as he answered, "Exterminate the Silent Death Organization." "Wait, what?" Sir Ashton exclaimed, no longer caring about manners. Jonas remained calm and repeated, "Exactly as you heard. Exterminate the Silent Death Organization. This is Silent Death Organization. Its base is set up in Lamhillian Theocracy. How will we destroy them from here? Also, do you want the Cine-Alien Kingdom and Lamhillian Theocracy to be at odds with each other?" Sir Ashton exploded out in rage. This outburst was expected by Jonas, so he let it continue for some while. He then spoke, "I merely meant the branch in Rihul City. Exterminate it. Why would you think that I would ask you to destroy their main base? You are mere dogs of the royal family. You don't have the guts or the power to destroy their main base." "You," exclaimed Sir Ashton. He came to a halt in the middle of his speech, his jaws gritted and his gaze fixed on Jonas. He realized the man was attempting to agitate him. Perhaps he had a different goal in mind. Could it be true that he wanted to deal with the merchant union? If that's the case, using it as an excuse would be excessive, but this man is powerful enough to do so. It's best not to play right into his hands. Unknowns to Sir Ashton, though, he was thinking exactly as Jonas wanted him to think. Jonas left, leaving those words behind for Sir Ashton. "I await the good news, Merchant Union." Soon, Sir Ashton took his leave from the Rhodes estate and returned back to their headquarters. Around this time, Jonas organized his guards to go and check up every part of the city. Their task was to find anyone suspicious and bring back Tiana, who had been abducted from the Rhodes mansion. He knew that in the eyes of other leaders, it might seem foolish to ask his guards to search the city. Through this, the rumor would spread even more quickly, and people might look down on the Rhodes family and make jokes about their incompetence. However, Jonas wasn't one to trouble himself to care about the thoughts of some lowly beings. The only thing he was curious about was the identity of the perpetrator. Even Azeroth hadn't expected that Jonas would get so far so quickly. He had underestimated this man quite a lot. And in the next couple of days, Jonas found a lead regarding the disappearance of a cart driver and a couple of guards. Even though Jonas had found a lead regarding the disappearance of the cart driver and a couple of guards, there was no follow-up. He didn't find just who made them disappear. There were too many mercenaries who had entered the Rihul city in that period. It was impossible to find and interrogate all of them within a short period. He had to be patient about it. Azeroth had already ordered Josephine to subtly gather information from Jonas. Jonas casually narrated the information to Josephine, and hence, Azeroth became aware of the fact that Jonas had already calmed down and was calmly searching for the perpetrator. It wouldn't be easy to fool him, but any more actions from Azeroth's end would only make him more suspicious. In his opinion, the best action would be to do nothing. The more time passes, the less evidence would show up. The fact that the communication system in this world was so mundane aided Azeroth greatly. It had been about 2 weeks since Jonas began his investigation, and nothing significant about Azeroth had surfaced since then. Clearly, Josephine's hired assassins were able to cover their traces and escape Rihul City. Neither Azeroth nor Josephine were suspects, so life was going smoothly. Azeroth's retainers were training keenly except for maybe Laura. Azeroth was also preparing a few array formations to train himself and his retainers. The guards had considerable leeway, which was a good thing. But this was merely the calm before the storm, because this smooth life continued only for 1 week. Azeroth sensed the presence of a couple of auras coming closer to Clora's town. These couple auras were plenty strong. They were 4-star warriors in strength and seemed quite proficient in stealth. After all, they were just a mile away from Azeroth when he began sensing them. They should possess some sort of bloodline that enhances their stealth. Since they weren't coming from the forest, even Laura couldn't pinpoint their position. Who are they? Azeroth wondered with a frown. These two didn't seem to be regular men under the Rhodes house. At least, Azeroth had never sensed their auras there. It's conceivable that they were dispatched on a long-term mission or stationed on the battlefield, and Azeroth's senses were never exposed to their auras. Azeroth called out for all his retainers. "I am going to change your training method. From now on, you won't use your elements and will only work on your physique until I am satisfied." Azeroth ordered them, not telling them the time they needed to train their physique. He kept the time hidden largely to ensure that it didn't damage their morale daily. The one who was the happiest about this training was only Ralph and Noah. The rest of them, especially Laura, had a scowl. Laura spoke with some dissatisfaction. "What use is training my physique when I can just deal with my enemies from a distance using my wood attribute? In fact, what I need to do is become more proficient in using the stronger techniques of my race." Azeroth remained emotionless at Laura's protests and then turned towards the other warriors. "Anyone else has any issues?" Despite their dissatisfaction, Irelia and Tiana agreed to persevere for the time being. They reasoned that Azeroth should have a reason for them to change their training regimen. When he noticed that no one else objected, Azeroth proceeded to enlighten them about the physical training. "I will draw an array on each one of your bodies. This array would increase the gravity's effect on you by nearly 10 times. Your body will be subjected to 10 times the gravity it is now experiencing. The first thing you must do is get accustomed to it. This is your physical training. Physical training, however, is only the beginning. Once I feel you are ready, we will move to the next part of the training regimen. The second, and perhaps more important, the task will be to push your elements beyond their limitations. Your boundaries should never be determined by your element, but rather by your own strength. Your elements must never be the cause of your failure. There should never be a circumstance where you blame your element for being incompatible with your opponent's elements. If that's the case, you're doomed. There is no longer any chance for progress. I will suppress your cultivation to the 2-star rank for this training. In training ground numbers 1-6, I have prepared an array for each of you. In this training regimen, your surroundings will be the complete opposite of your elements and will be formidable enemies for you. But at the same time, you will also need to defeat the minions generated by the array. For example, the ones with ice or wood elements will find themselves in a desert with a hot temperature. The lava plumes will be created and attack you. The one with flame element will find himself in Arctic region and ice golems attacking him. The lightning or wind element user would be in an area surrounded by forests and rocks with gnomes attacking him. For the earth user, it would be as if they are floating on a cloud, with air blades attacking you. And lastly, the one with the water element will find himself in near the clouds, with lightning snakes attacking you. You will have only one task, 1,000 of your enemies in 1 hour. If you can't do it, then the trials will be restarted and you will begin from scratch. Any questions? Azeroth asked the last question in a commanding voice. Everyone, including Laura, was surprised at how Azeroth was planning to train them. Laura was not shocked by the training approach. The use of an array to train was also common in the Elf Kingdom. They did, however, uniquely use the arrays. The elves didn't try Azeroth's counter-element array way of forcing one's body's potential out. The elves used a gentler approach, surrounding the person with a dense amount of that element and gradually empowering it. This strategy, which was generally acknowledged amongst the elven race, would result in the warrior's development being steady. The method Azeroth spoken incurred an innate abhorrence within her. Even Azeroth didn't know that there was such a difference in their training method, and Laura seemed to hate it. But even if he did know, he wouldn't have changed his training approach. He was a firm believer that change was universal. Staying rigid was never a good idea. The gentler approach of the elves had worked for them because the elves were at peace. They had no immediate enemy who intended to kill them. The same couldn't be spoken about Azeroth. He intended to fight in a battle. He didn't have time to waste in making them stronger, so he didn't bother with the usual procedure. Sargon wasn't surprised by Azeroth's methods. He had seen such a training regimen in his clan, but it was considered an extreme difficulty for even the greater demons. They were only allowed to attempt it once they had some good control over their elements, but this wasn't the case with Azeroth's training regimen. It was like being tossed over a cliff and having no idea how to fly. Boss, I have a question. Noah was the one who enthusiastically raised his hand. Azeroth asked him in a neutral voice, "What is it? I don't know my element. What will be my training regimen in that elemental training?" Noah asked very curiously, "I know of your element already. And also, you will have a very special training regimen. Yours will be the toughest one," Azeroth calmly informed him. Laura gasped when she heard Azeroth's words. It didn't seem like he was lying. A somewhat unhappy look appeared on her face as she faced Azeroth. "What are you thinking? Noah is just a little kid. You can't just shove such an intense training regimen on him." In response, Azeroth said, "His training is the hardest because I have faith that he can handle it." As soon as Noah heard those words, he closed his eyes and lightly bowed. "I won't disappoint you, boss." Instead of his usual enthusiastic voice, it was a serious tone filled with conviction. "All right, everyone except Laura can leave now. Eat yourself to full and I will begin drawing the gravity array on your bodies." With those words, all except Laura began to leave the area. Before leaving, though, Noah looked at Azeroth with a pleading gaze and requested sincerely, "Please don't punish her too heavily, boss." During these days, Noah had grown rather close to Laura. He had connected to her very deeply and thought of her as a friend or an elder sister. The emotion was completely unknown to him, and he was still figuring it out, but he knew that he didn't want to see her get hurt. Irelia also spoke up, "Please, master. I promise she won't disobey you anymore." Laura unhappily stared at Irelia and wanted to protest, but turned silent when she saw her foster elder sister glaring at her. "All right, I will think about it." Azeroth dismissed them almost immediately. Once they had left, Azeroth glared at Laura with a deadly aura emanating from his body. Laura wasn't scared at all as she faced him with a royal aura leaking out of her body. "I won't stop using my elements. It is how I will train at the fastest speed most easily." Laura seemed ready to go into a debate against Azeroth using this argument. "Wood element, feel free to use it. But do remember that some spies are arriving to keep an eye on me, maybe all of us here. If they see you using wood element, they will try to figure out your identity. The news will sooner or later reach the Silent Death Organization, and if that occurs, we are all dead." Azeroth finished speaking with a serious face. The confident look on Laura's face immediately turned pale. She definitely didn't want to be captured by the Silent Death Organization again. Now you have two choices. Follow my orders or die. Because if news spread that you are along with me, I will be killed for freeing you. The deadly aura condensed over Azeroth's body, and he seemed ready to attack Laura as soon as she was done making her choice. Laura was scared, not from the Silent Death Organization this time but Azeroth. The killing intent she sensed was intense. She was sure he would attack if she chose to disobey his order. There was a slightly uncomfortable look in her eyes, and she asked him, "Why did you rescue me?" She was now wondering whether this guy wanted to use her identity to harm the elves or not. It was typically stupid to ask a question from the other person. However, Laura was somewhat proficient in her emotion-sensing skill. She could sense when someone was lying, and if Azeroth did lie to her, she would rather die. Azeroth coldly replied, "Because I thought your abilities would be beneficial to me. However, my own life is most precious to me." This response was truth spoken by Azeroth. It was because of her abilities as a member of the royal family that he rescued her. However, Laura was somewhat relieved to hear his response. To know that he had actually rescued her for her abilities and not to put her up against the elves was relieving. "All right, I will follow your orders." Azeroth was carefully observing Laura's emotions using his mystic eyes of perception as well. She appeared to be reluctant but still speaking the truth. This was more than enough for Azeroth. The deadly aura vanished and he coldly instructed her, "Join the others." Gibson and Sean were the two individuals tasked with keeping an eye on Azeroth. "Why do you think the king asked us to keep an eye on a kid?" Gibson began talking coolly. Sean replied while he moved with a moderate pace, "Maybe he holds some sort of secret, or the king is feeling threatened by the Rhodes house. Perhaps Marquis Jonas has done something to incur King's suspicion. The two of us just returned after completing a 4-month-long mission in Lamhillian Theocracy. Yet the king orders us to be on the move immediately and keep an eye on a spoiled brat." Gibson rambled for quite a bit. "If not for this job, I would have been spending my time with my cute little daughter. It's a challenging job to be a spy. Not only is high sensing skill and concealment skill is required, but possessing great patience is also necessary. Anytime we let our emotions slip, there is a chance our concealment could fail." Yeah, I know." The two sped up significantly. After reaching a certain distance, though, they stopped moving forwards. They grabbed hold of some binoculars-like objects and began to observe Azeroth and Clora's town. The two split apart and took positions and covered different directions. Gibson covered the north while Sean covered the south. Since they took their positions in between trees, Laura could sense them now. She understood that Azeroth was truly speaking the truth. But soon, another question appeared in her head. Why wasn't he dealing with them? From their auras, they weren't that strong. Once Azeroth takes them down, nobody will find out about her identity. She decided to talk to him about it later. First, she had to fill her stomach with lots of food. She had a feeling that today was going to be a long day. Soon enough, they were done with their lunch. Azeroth then gathered them up and began drawing some symbols on their hands. These were array characters, and Azeroth then pulled out a few ardor crystals and tapped them on those characters. Once the ardor crystals touched those symbols drawn with blank ink, all the energy within the crystals vanished and they turned into dust. The same occurred to the other crystals as well. All of Azeroth's retainers were pinned to the ground as soon as those symbols were triggered. The 10 times gravity was too much for them so suddenly. "Get up," Azeroth ordered them with a commanding tone. Nearly everyone groaned mentally as they tried to force their bodies to get off the ground. They found out that their ardor was completely suppressed by an unknown force. Perhaps the only one who could get past that force effortlessly was Noah using his sword Chi to cut apart the array. However, Noah didn't do that. Azeroth ordered him that he couldn't use any of his abilities and had to just use his physical body to endure it. The only one who somewhat succeeded was Ralph. All others were trying without getting any results. Ralph used all his strength and finally managed to stand upright. Ralph looked a little proud that he was the first one who managed to accomplish this task, but soon his face turned pale as Azeroth ordered him, "Now help others get on their feet." Ralph had barely managed to stand on his feet, and he now had to help others get on their feet as well. He wanted to cry but had no tears in his eyes. Azeroth then walked away and continued to form his array for his personal training. His training wasn't to increase his ardor. It was already at the max stage of the 4-star rank. He had to fulfill some requirements to break through to the 5-star rank. For this, all he required was some time, and Azeroth didn't mind waiting some more. Azeroth's training consisted more of enhancing his demon blood essence within his body. He planned to use it to flare up his celestial bloodline within him. Maybe it would lead to some unexpected results. Meanwhile, Sean and Gibson were wondering just what Azeroth was doing. They were surprised to find out Azeroth was knowledgeable about arrays, and he could construct them on someone's body without much issue. Such proficiency in the array was highly valuable even in the royal court. Sean also followed Azeroth and found out he was creating a massive array in a distance as well. It was covering an entire training ground. He returned and informed Gibson about it. Gibson was also startled and he grew serious. It seems that this task assigned to us by the king isn't as lowly as we initially believed. We need to be careful. The array masters possess a refined spiritual mind and can sense much better than an average warrior. Keep an eye on this man while I will keep an eye on the individuals he is training. We will change targets after every 3 days. Agreed. It was nighttime now, but once they stood on their feet, they felt extraordinarily strong energy acting on their entire body. It felt as if their weight had increased so drastically that their body strength couldn't handle it. The one who had it the worst was Noah. His body hadn't even finished developing, and hence he possessed rather weak strength as compared to Azeroth's other retainers. The 10 times weight was too much for him, yet Noah didn't protest one bit. He used every bit of strength that his little body could muster and tried to stand up. However, Noah realized that standing up was merely the first step. The true hell began now. Just remaining still placed considerable pressure on his leg muscles. He felt that if he continued to remain still, his muscles would burst apart and his body would collapse on its own. Yet, Noah became stubborn and clenched his fists while planning to endure it. Suddenly, the muscles in his legs gave out and he collapsed on the ground. Azeroth saw the scene but didn't offer him any help. Laura forced her body to move towards Noah. She touched his head and analyzed Noah's body. A frown appeared on her face and she turned towards Azeroth and spoke. His muscles are already torn. His body can't handle such training. Annoying. Azeroth sighed out and then turned towards Noah. Do you want to stop, Noah? Noah turned his head and replied immediately, no. I will continue this training. I won't disappoint you, boss. You heard his answer. Azeroth shrugged and replied to Laura. Laura grimaced as she heard Noah and ignored Azeroth's comments. Why are you pushing yourself so far? If you continue this, you will experience more pain. He isn't training you but torturing you. Laura spoke with a gentle voice to Noah. Noah weakly smiled and then turned towards Azeroth. I want to be his sword, to be the man who will kill all my boss's enemies. To do that, I need to become strong very quickly. I will undergo whatever I have to. Also, the boss is really training me. I have already seen how he tortures someone. Those words made Sargon recall some painful memories. Laura, you have only seen a speck of the world, so don't go judging everything according to that little knowledge you possess, Azeroth said. What? This was the first time Laura had been told such a thing, and so she was naturally dumbfounded. Amongst everyone here, the one with the greatest ability and value is Noah. Noah's value far surpasses the value of the entire Elf Kingdom. He is special, and so his training will be especially difficult as well. Azeroth spoke those words with a completely serious voice. Once again, Laura was dumbfounded as she heard Azeroth. He had just stated that Noah was more valuable than the entire Elf Kingdom. It was such a ridiculous statement, yet he seemed completely confident about it. Meanwhile, when Noah heard those words, his morale was boosted to the point that he forced his body to move and stand up. The adrenaline surge had bolstered his stamina and masked his discomfort to the point where he was able to get up without assistance. I promise to never disappoint you, boss. Perhaps these words could only be considered a light promise from Noah, but every individual around Azeroth sensed the gravity of this promise. Azeroth lightly patted Noah's head and spoke. Well, with that said, it's time to eat. This time the guards were the ones who cooked the food. In this 1 week, they had understood that there was no one to protect Azeroth from. It seemed as if because of the beast raid, even the bandit camps had left the location. Because of no population here, no one planned to return and set up their base because there was no one to loot from. The guards understood what Azeroth wanted from them. They were not here for protection, but to be cheap labor. Azeroth deactivated the gravity arrays for everyone to eat their food. I will only stop the gravity array for the first 3 days. After that, you will need to eat your food while the gravity arrays are active. Today's dish will be fish. Eat lots of fishes and drink the purple berry juice prepared for you. These will enhance the recovery of your muscles and strengthen your bones. Azeroth didn't really need to give any description as his retainers would have eaten anything placed ahead of them. After they drank the juice, Azeroth activated everyone's gravity arrays. Each one immediately collapsed on the ground as the gravity arrays activated. Even though they had just eaten so much, they found out they had no strength to move. Azeroth returned back to constructing his array. He told the guards to not carry them to their beds. After Azeroth was gone, Ralph began to talk. This is really hard training. Irelia answered his words while rolling her eyes. No kidding. I don't think I can ever complete or master this training. Same. Laura agreed with Irelia. However, she turned her head towards Noah and saw how he was struggling to stand up. Currently, that weak young kid appeared to be the one inspiring them to keep going with their training. They reasoned that it would be a disgrace for them to give up when such a small child was not willing to do so. Sean and Gibson continued to observe Azeroth and his retainers every day. They only took a small break for lunch and defecation. The two were very confident about their stealth, so they weren't worried that Azeroth had detected them. Moreover, they also noticed that their target hadn't made any suspicious movement. His daily life seemed quite average. He got up early and would go to construct an array. He would return at noon to speak with his retainers and eat food. Meanwhile, Gibson saw that the retainers were barely able to stand on their feet. The gravity arrays were too much for them. After the noontime, Azeroth would return to constructing his array while his retainers trained to get used to those gravity arrays. This continued until dinner time. Currently, Sean and Gibson were together and eating their food. They had to cover up the smoke while cooking the food and make sure it wouldn't give away their position. It was some rice chicken porridge. Sean began to talk to Gibson while eating his food. It's already the 4th day, and yet nothing interesting has happened. Gibson rolled his eyes and replied, "You wanted something to happen. It is good for our kingdom if he isn't involved in some suspicious activity. But man, it feels as if there is no need for us here. It's not like we're sending some useful information to the kingdom. It would make no difference whether we do this job or not," Sean complained while eating. Gibson sighed out, but he didn't reply anything. He was used to such words from Sean. The guy complained about every job they went on. Even when the job was interesting, Sean would begin complaining about how this job required so much effort and all. If not for his skills and his coordination filling perfectly with Sean, he would be changed his partner long ago. Well, if Sean knew what his partner was thinking, he would have thrown that bowl of rice porridge at him. The two were eating their food when they sensed the presence of some people. The group seemed to be consisting of 20 people or more. At the same time, Azeroth also sensed these people. He smiled shrewdly. They finally arrived. Azeroth wasn't precisely waiting for these people. He knew some people would come, but not their identities. It was nearly the noontime, so Azeroth returned to Clora's town from the training ground. Meanwhile, those people met the guards and also saw Azeroth's retainers. Some people laid their eyes on Irelia, Laura, and Tiana and began to rate them in their mind. According to them, they must be mere slaves under the mayor here. The mayor has good taste. I find that golden-haired woman quite attractive. A man who was slightly obese stated as he leered at Laura. Another man next to him conversed while leering at Irelia and Tiana. You need to have better taste. That black-haired woman has a much more seductive feeling, while that silver-haired woman seems much more mature. You can have the ones you like, while I will grab hold of the one I like. The man shrugged while he continued to gaze at Laura. Laura did sense the gaze of degenerate men, but she ignored it. During her time in the prison of the Silent Death Organization, she had gotten used to such gazes. She felt that it wasn't even worth reacting to them. Irelia was the same as Laura. She was also used to the gazes from degenerate men, but the same couldn't be true for Tiana. She felt very uncomfortable when men stared at her with lustful motives in their minds. She felt like they were going to eat her whole or maybe force themselves upon her. Soon enough, though, Azeroth came out and met up with these people. Sean and Gibson were both keeping an eye on Azeroth from different directions. They couldn't miss this meeting. The meeting took held in an open space, with Azeroth's chair on a pedestal and the other attendees' seats on the ground. Just the fact that Azeroth seemed to be seated on a spot higher than them displeased them. One of them conveyed those feelings. Why are you sitting on the pedestal? Do you intend to state that you are above us? You might not know, Mayor, but we are some famous merchants and agents. Treating us like this might not be a good idea for you. The other merchants were in agreement with those words, but no one spoke out their minds like this. Is there anyone else who has the same problem as this gentleman over here? Azeroth asked the other people who had gathered here. Even though many of them agreed with those questions, no one spoke up. Azeroth waited for some time, but no one seemed to stand up and agree to those words. He then began speaking while turning towards the man who had spoken his mind. I will now answer your question. I am sitting on a pedestal because it is a fact that I am above you. Whether it is the social standing or my family background, both are incomparable to any of yours. Those words were highly provocative, yet the men here couldn't do anything but mentally agree with Azeroth. The truth was revealed. This was a well-known fact. This was the reason they hadn't backed him up before. They weren't idiots, and they weren't easily swayed by their feelings. I am Edwin Rhodes, the mayor of Clora's town. It is nice to meet all of you here today. With those words, Azeroth introduced himself and also conveyed his identity to these individuals. His earlier words had already made an effect on these people. They now knew he wouldn't be an easy pushover. Those who thought they could make use of his young age and fool him were now hesitant. They decided to observe more, which was a wise decision indeed. A man in his late middle-age years stood up and began speaking. I am Jake Stone. I, along with almost everyone else here, heard rumors that a part of the land in this town will be given away for free to anyone who arrives first. Is this true? Azeroth nodded his head and explained, let me clarify more. The size and location of the land that shall be granted for free will be decided by me. You can request a location, but it depends on whether someone else is using it or not. If someone is indeed using it, then I will give it to the highest bidder. And if it's useful to me, then the part of the land will be non-negotiable. If you want more land, you will need to buy it at 1.5 times the base market price. You will receive no help in constructing your house. Also, for the next year, agriculture will be the main focus of whoever lives in Clora's town. Many of those who heard Azeroth's speech appeared dissatisfied. It was as though they had arrived with high expectations just to be very disappointed. Jake Stone was the one who spoke, I see. Then what land is going to be non-negotiable? This was, of course, the question that everyone else was curious about as well. Azeroth was quick to reply, though: the land in the forests, the center of the town, and the land in the left portion of the town. In the left portion of the town was the alpine gerbil woods. No one wanted to get their land so close to the forest. The people were relieved to learn that Azeroth only wanted the territory in the forest, the town center, and the area near the alpine gerbil woods. It seemed as if they didn't come here for nothing. When Jake Stones noticed the reaction of his comrades, he frowned slightly. He then looked towards Azeroth and thought he has seized the initiative. First, he gave a description that made it seem as if we all came here for nothing, but now, it seemed as if we can indeed get some gains. Now we can't negotiate the price or the location of the land. Then if I may know, how will Lord Mayor grant the land to us? This time, another man stood up and asked Azeroth. He was quite respectful with his speech and was actually one of those merchants who possessed a good relationship with the Rhodes house. 40,000 SQ. FT Azeroth spoke, having already calculated everything. This was nearly an acre. As mayor of the Chlora's town, he had nearly 20,000 acres of land. Well, if he included the training grounds and the agricultural land as well. Out of this, Azeroth only wanted houses on just 2,000 acres of land. The rest was to be used either for his personal purposes or for agriculture. He wasn't going to ask them to grow up crops to sell them. He wanted them to focus on agriculture to make Chlora's town independent from the Cinealian kingdom to some extent. They should have means of survival without receiving assistance from the Cinealian kingdom. Once the people here knew that Azeroth was going to give away nearly an acre of land, they immediately stood up and began speaking. I need one. I want one too. I don't care about the location, just give me one. Initially, they had imagined that Azeroth would only give away a small piece of his land, but who would have thought it would be one whole acre? Even though they were all reputable businessmen or brokers, they thought getting an acre for free was a great deal. I am pleased with your response. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Azeroth spoke with a cunning smile. I also have a suggestion for you. When Jake Stones heard Azeroth, he had a forced smile on his face. He could almost anticipate Azeroth's words because he had used them against other merchants as well, but alas, he knew no way to counter them. For this 1 year, just create a building here and let some laborers stay here. As I want to focus on agriculture in this 1 year, it will help me if laborers are available in the town. In return, I will exempt you from taxes for 1 whole year. Azeroth's words were rather calm, but it sent waves in the minds of the merchants. None of the merchants here had plans of living in Chlora's town. They had heard that this place was demolished by the beasts sometime earlier. There was no telling when the beasts would attack again. However, buying land in this place wasn't a bad idea, particularly when they would receive it for free. It would also be a great idea to send their laborers here. They could use them to build their mansion or estate. Jake Stone subtly nodded as he had thought the same. He has a good plan. The workers would be virtually free once they had completed their separate tasks. They could then be used by the mayor if they were paid separately. In this way, he can further expand the town without having to go through the effort of recruiting laborers. But now, Jake Stones was stumped. He understood that Azeroth was going to use those laborers to expand the town, but then what? Just what was he planning ahead? Let's begin the paperwork. Submit your detailed copies of your identities and you can leave. Once I have verified them, I will send the land papers to your address. Azeroth spoke with a calm voice. Such a scene was expected by all the merchants and brokers, and they ordered their servants to pull out the papers from their carts. The servants were on work immediately, and in just 1 day, Azeroth granted the land to 6 individuals, including Jake Stones. The rest of the people who came with them were their servants after all.